Hello, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Rise and Race morning show presented by Honda. My name is Aya.
And I'm Jack.
And it's rainy again this morning, Jack.
Actually, really?
Oh, it was when I walked over.
Oh, well.
Fine when you walked over?
The sun came out. It was shining. It greeted
Are you
me
serious?
to a new day. I think you
Oh.
kind of greeted the day with bad intentions,
Dude, it was-
and the world was against you.
I guess so. I just knew that I woke up sleep deprived.
Oh, really? I slept like a rock, like 11 hours.
I need to rant
sorry.
for a second. I almost lost my cue card. I went to bed early, and then I just kept waking up intermittently every hour.
You left before I did, which is the first time that's ever happened.
I know. I was so proud of myself. You should see my sleep tracker. It looks like this.
I'm sorry to hear it.
Yeah, much like my
F's
heart
in the
rate
chat.
watching some of these polls, huh?
Understandable, since
Yeah.
we did get to one-arm bandit and got 2% on the boss. Then there was a long slew of very close wipes, and then they got it down.
Haha! Yeah, it was a little bit scary, but we did manage to get it sorted out yesterday, as hopefully they do today as well. But of course, they will be needing some nutrition for that, some food, and Chef Heidi and Mila have been making sure that just that is happening. We can take a look at the menu and what we're going to be seeing for food for today for the Raiders and the rest of us here on site.
Oh yeah, and breakfast is delicious as ever, as we have our scrambled eggs, breakfast potatoes, bacon and sausage, many assorted pastries as well, including some of those cinnamon rolls,
God.
Aya's favorite.
Pause for a sec. Dude, first of all, they're bigger today.
Yeah, I
don't
saw.
know if you saw it. I
Yep.
was like, okay, I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna have like one cinnamon roll. It's gonna be fine. So I plop a cinnamon roll down onto my bowl, and the next thing I know, Heidi is handing me a breakfast sandwich cinnamon roll.
Yes, it sounds as epic as she just mentioned. 2 stacks of cinnamon rolls with a whole bunch of sausage and bacon and everything in between.
I
Oh,
feel
it's
sick.
an American classic already.
I feel sick.
I feel alive.
Too much food.
I feel alive. For lunch, we've got our Italian beef sandwiches, some roasted veggies. Oh, I really liked it when we have that broccolini.
Oh yeah,
Well-
big fan of broccolini.
She has a lot of good greens. I'll always be pleasantly surprised. Swiss cheese and Mornay sauce, waffle fries, and a kale salad. And for dinner, we got the lemon chicken piccata. Oh, this is a banger.
Ooh, along with spaghetti aglioli. Oh my God! See, they put.
That's why I handed it off to you.
Listen, I know I used to work in an Italian restaurant. I don't know what that word is. Aglio e olio. I don't know what it is, but I'm sure it's gonna be great. Along with green beans and garlic bread.
Gotta get that bread.
Yeah, also apparently it is on Chef Heidi's Twitter if you want to take a look at the breakfast sandwich that I was referencing just a bit ago.
Absolutely amazing. This is the new double down.
It's the new tech, the new meta for sure for sandwiches.
That's how these Raiders get energized. Just lots of sugar in the
Yes,
morning.
Absolutely. Oh, go ahead.
Well, they were a little sleepy at the beginning of yesterday morning, so maybe this is going to give them the jolt.
Yeah, it's true. It did take him a little bit to ramp up. We were kind of talking about that with Tattles earlier, how he's saying like Echo, sometimes they just lock in immediately, and sometimes the best pulls that they have are right in the morning. Whereas us, I feel like we're more like pre-dinner, after dinner type of gang.
Yeah, rather than like after a long day, you know, you can kind of see people wear down. I've experienced that in a number of different guilds over the years where you might have a 4-hour raid night and that 4th hour is usually the worst. But on the side of Liquid, near the evening after that dinner buff, they just really come alive and put together some excellent pulls. And notably last night, that's when we got one-arm bandit down.
Yes, most definitely. And we did have some interesting things happen, which leads us to our Honda MVP of the day, because we've seen some people maybe switching up roles a little bit. We can talk about that. Of course, Yips is our Honda MVP of the day, the man himself, the Canadian, everybody's favorite Canadian tank for temporarily raid leading, Jack.
Love it. You know, there's a lot of responsibility that goes around for the entire team, and also a lot of varying backgrounds for Raiders before they actually ended up joining Liquid. Yips has been playing this game for an enormously long time, and when Max wanted to take a little bit of a breather, Yips was able to step in and lead the raid.
Yeah, and I feel like that just goes to show like the versatility of a lot of our players, because we've seen Atlas do it as well a few times, you know, stepping into tanking and raid leading as well, and a lot of them raid lead the splits. They flex from healing to DPS, like we've seen with Nick. There's been a lot of that going on. You know, Sevi accidentally made a DPS weapon, and they were like, okay, you're going to play DPS, and they all just slide into their roles, and it's really cool to see. But let's take a look at that clip from Yips temporarily raid leading on Spraken.
Good job range baiting. Come back after. Rocket's coming soon. Rockets. Personals. if you want to soak. Tank bomb in 5. Get ready. I'm running out. And then we're switching. Moving. Mine soon. Range. Get ready to run. We swapped. Drills. Range bait. And then raid damage. And then the hard set. Maybe an immunity. Could be nice. Rockets in 5. Drills. Everything happening. Everything. Every mechanic right now. Focus the fuck up. Focus the fuck up. And then we're moving for the gateway. Gateway here.
Outside the call.
My bad, my bad. We're rezzing. And there's a tank bomb.
I'll res you out. Yep.
Raid damage. And then tank bomb. And then we're color swapping.
Wow.
Everything.
Those were great comms. Great. I don't know why we're laughing. That was very serious.
It was very accurate. The thing is, when you have to raid lead, you need to have very crisp communication that's very accurate and is not too wordy or verbose or anything like that. He said, everything's happening. Get ready.
That's why we hear a lot of weird things, a lot of weird comms that still somehow make sense coming out of Max. But no, he was very clear. Yips, very clear, very easy to understand, very calm, level-headed guy.
He always is.
Yeah, I hear he's actually kind of a joker, like behind the scenes. I always thought he was kind of like a stoic, serious dude, but apparently he's a bit of a memer.
Yeah, he's got a nice, like dry sense of humor, which always appeals to me. As well. I've had a few opportunities to do keys with them in the past, and I'm like, this is just hilarious. This is amazing.
Yeah, well, obviously, shout out once again to Yips, our Honda MVP of the day. Honda has a challenging spirit and believes that determination and self-belief, even in the face of adversity, can lead to ultimate success, just like Yips yesterday. We'd like to thank him for helping Max raid lead during the Sprocketmonger lock and stock prog.
Yeah, and that fight was really putting them through the ringer, and it also just been putting a lot of guilds through the ringer. I think Echo got their re-kill and everything like that. They've also gotten one-arm bandit down as well, but it wasn't this instant, super easy re-kill or anything along those lines. Sprocketmonger has some really deadly combinations where it goes from everybody needs to shift and move together and adjust their position together into lots of personal responsibility. And in this incoming raid, it's been really brutal for these earlier boss fights of making sure that personal responsibility gets done. And we even saw it as well with Instant Dollars and Method getting a few bosses down themselves.
Yeah, we certainly did. Of course, it's not just a one guild race. There's a lot of people in the mix, and we are keeping track of them. Thanks to DungeonDojo as well, helping us out with that. Let's take a look at some of the clips from some of these other guilds that have gotten some prog themselves. Here is Instant Dollars on Sticks Bunk Junker.
Can't die here.
There we go. You can see how rough it gets on Sticks. At the very end of the fight, the boss is continuously igniting the two nearest piles of trash, and every single pile of trash that gets ignited is increasing the raid damage around the room. And at the very end of the fight, they have to worry about that enrage effect as well. They beat the enrage and get the boss down.
Now here, of course, is Method on Sprocketmonger lock and stock. I believe they got this kill this morning here in local time, like pretty recently. I could be wrong, correct me on that, chat.
An hour and a half ago,
yeah,
I think.
This is the one that particularly gave us a lot of trouble. I mean, you can see all the ground clutter, especially in those later phases when you're starting to get those mechanical overlaps and just how difficult it gets towards the end there. But congrats to Method. That looked pretty clean.
That's a pretty relatable kill, as you can kind of see everybody around the room.
Yeah.
It's an exhausting encounter, and they often feel like they've kind of done everything possible to get the boss down, and then you still have to kind of pull again if one person runs into those void orbs. Here, hey, we see Echo, very clean pull as there's 5% left on the boss for one-arm bandit. At the end of the encounter, you can see the middle of the one-arm bandit and the little reels that it has. It's activated all coins, which means it's constantly radiating damage on everybody. And those fire lines was the mechanic beforehand with all fire. They beat the enrage with lots of time to spare. I think they had another 10-ish seconds, 12 seconds or so before they would have hit that hard enrage. So great to see the boss getting down as well.
All right. Well, now it's starting to really get, I feel like, tight in terms of competition. Because we're going to be pulling the same boss as Echo today, which is when it starts to get real stressful, if you ask me, Jack.
It is. Notably, we got one-arm bandit down last night, and that's when Bravo 6 Going Dark happened. Wanted to see what Mugsy was going to be showing for Liquid. Hide a little bit when we can and get ourselves prepared. But today is going to be a huge day. I think one-arm bandit went down a little quicker than I was expecting.
Yeah.
Notably, we were looking at a tighter enraged check, especially because the strategy didn't seem to be, I guess, as involved as something like Sprocketmonger, where you needed to orient 2 different groups of players all around the room. On the side of One Armed Bandit, you have very similar mechanics as what you have on Heroic, a couple empowerments on Mythic difficulty, notably the DLC armor that gets attached to the attendants. So you have to roll the pay lines, the coins, into the attendants to break the shield, to make sure you can DPS them below 25%, kill them, and then, of course, cash in the coins that they drop.
Yeah, GG easy.
Yeah. There wasn't a ton of variation that would just really upheave the current strategy. A lot of it is just adjusting some positioning, and then meeting that DPS check, which, since they were able to 3 heal, they were actually able to meet with very high ease.
Yeah, okay, well, let's take a look at some graphs from RaiderIO, courtesy of them, one of our lovely sponsors for the tier. Also get a comparison of like pull count based on health percentage. I was, my bad. This is actually the Coinbase leaderboard. We've got Liquid, of course, 6 out of 8, and then Echo 6 out of 8. Method, honestly, do you think that they'll get 6 out of 8 today?
Yes.
I know they're, yeah.
I think that it should be expected. We're around 10, 15 in the morning. It should be +9 or +10.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. They have a different schedule than Echo.
They should have a few more hours of their raid, and I would expect them to get One Armed Bandit down, or just really, really close to getting the kill so that they could kill it the next day. I think that they're getting quite close, as you can see right now. And Echo, of course, 6 out of 8 as well. They got their kill, and I think they got it about 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
For One Armed Bandit. So I'm not sure if they've gone dark yet or not. I haven't been able to check yet, but I would expect them to have a decent bit more time in their raid day. Question is whether they go dark for the rest of it, or whether they are having some streams going.
Yeah, well, I mean, both guilds have done that, so we're not going to put it past them.
That's right.
It's only a strategy that both guilds are implementing, so no biggie.
That's what you got to do.
Yeah, what's you got to do? It's a competition. It's the race one first. All right. Well, like Jack has been saying, we did get some of our own prog, of course, and we can take a look, a little bit of a recap on some of that. Let's check out the Sprocket kill from yesterday.
Why not?
Three nicks, Evian smacked. Drills. Moving. Melee here.
What the fuck's this thing right here?
The fuck?
Impact and then Shack. Dodge here. Fired up can soak. Polarity swap. Fly KSP Wolf Disco Tobo. Drills now. L. Okay, this is getting sucked and dodging. KSP can soak. Okay. Red is gating, blue is not.
It's further back.
The gate is, yeah, watch the gate. Do not miss the fucking gate. Polarity here. If you just swapped over, identify where the gate is. Polarity.
Some bay drills already.
Mark saying 3 in the nick. These are good drills for ranged here. Don't put them on the conveyors. Drills now. 3 and Nick are both popping, and they both got drills.
Watch
So
out.
just be aware. Good. Lasers. Be aware, Blue. They're right behind you. Cine and Fired Up are staying. Mac and Zevi will be when we're far. Do not run over the mine when we go over. Okay. Electric ground. Continues 1. Okay, these are drills. Blue range. Do not put it directly behind the group. Okay, and then big lasers coming up in 5 seconds. Fired up. You want to get in. Barrier. Okay, this is polarity. Polarity.
Yeah.
Give him room, melee. Blue, give him space. Yep, you're to the left. Good. And we'll reposition it in a second. It has to get repositioned if possible. Good. Drills in 3 seconds. Tobo L, Boomy and Impec. And lasers. Get in for lasers. KSP, you have spell warding. Dodge. Everyone else dodge. Give them room. Give red room. Here. Great job. Really fucking good.
Get blue room.
Here, boys, let's go.
Get blue room.
Ready for... Yeah, blue should have the gate, and then get ready to polarize. Watch HP. We're good. Make sure you look at the gate. Watch King fly. Nice. We just used 2 externals there too, including PS, so just need to be careful next phase. Good. Color swapping now. This is KSP, THD, Exile, and Tobo. Remember, drills in this phase are not on the conveyors. Get in your drill positions if you can get this now. Mines. KSP first. Watch your HP. THD. Then Exile, drills. And last one. Rotate. Kind of a weird drill on red side, just be aware of it. Okay, you guys don't have to move over until I tell you, okay? Just dodge balls and that's it. Do not get hit by a ball. Do not get hit. We're moving over in 3, 2, 1, go. Do not get hit. Okay, King File fired up, smacked and Zevi.
Rip King Fly. That's fine, I should.
Okay, drills now. Bake good drills, Good. Zevi to the last one. We're moving over in 3, 2, 1, go. All personals in 3, 2, dodge balls. Down, and color swap. Be careful. 3, 2, color swap. Do not get hit.
Good.
Do not get hit. Now listen, we have mines. This is going to be Sang, then Mark, then Disco, then Shaq.
Check.
Good. Do not delay these. Nice. Now blue, follow the drills. Drill 1. Drill 2. Drill 3, get in your spot and dodge. Do not get hit by an orb in the boss eyes, okay? Use every remaining cooldown. Dodge balls. Lasers going away, 3, 2, lasers going away, dodge.
You're keeping it, yes.
Dodge.
You can take that, take the res.
I mean, it's just it's turbo dead, right?
Boom. Boom.
Boom, 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 boom.
Good shit.
Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, wait, wait.
Mr.
Okay,
Watkins.
Bubba. I have 636 bracers. Wham. Alright, that's all I got.
That was Yips.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's why he was the Hunt MVP of the day. Great communicator.
That's right. Won't let anyone interrupt him.
No, definitely not. All right, well, that was the Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock kill, which, you know, was maybe different than we first expected, but we eventually got it down.
Yeah, you know, you could see that they were glad to get it down, but not overly excited. Max notably only had 2 booms instead of the 5 big booms to celebrate the kill. So it is what it is, but I know that they are really excited once they got that one-armed bandit down.
Most definitely. Let's take a look at that one-armed bandit kill that we did get yesterday.
Ready to win big! No steam here, just smoke! Big money, big
Set
prizes!
focus square. 3, 3, 2, 1. Bait. Three, 3, 2, 1.
No steam here, just smoke!
Bait.
All right, how many booms do you think this one is, Jack?
Oh, at least 4 big booms.
Only 4?
We'll see. It might be a 5 big booms on
Okay.
this one. I actually was in bed and I didn't get a chance to hear their celebration when they got this one down.
Actually, me neither.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can look at their cameras. Well, I mean, THG is already smiling here, but
Hey, it's still early.
yeah,
Only 80% left up onto the boss. So,
Definitely.
like I mentioned before, on Mythic difficulty, you can see there's an armor up icon on the nameplates for THD. Once they roll those coins into the bomb reel assistance, it knocks off their armor and allows them to be DPS below 25%. So at the time that they got that one in the middle of the room and knocked its armor off, it was already at half health, which is great. Once the armor got knocked off, then they're able to kill it. As you can see right here, they do have a lot of those coins that are kind of like stored near the back of the room. They're baited by players. As you can see, the bait coin in the middle of THD's screen. They're baiting those coins into the middle of the room, making sure that they stand next to them for the high roller buff. They have to stand really, really close to them, but not get smushed by them in order to get this damage and healing buff. And once they do, it'll allow them to better meet that DPS check.
Set focus
Notably,
cross.
they have to make sure that they are clearing these coins about as fast as they can, because every active coin is increasing the one-armed bandit's overall damage, which can be really nasty for some of the different combinations that they've experienced on the fight. Notably, once they cash in like the flame and the coin combination, that's huge amounts of overall raid damage that they need to deal with, and they need to make sure that they're clearing a new, unique combination of coin, bomb, shock, or flame every single time that another set of attendants comes out. If they fail to do that, then the boss is going to activate fraud detected and then wipe out the group.
Yeah, this is kind of one that they poked through pretty easily, I would say. Not easily, but perhaps in comparison to how we expected. But also, you know, we didn't get this to this boss until a second reset. So we had that gear leading into this fight. So it ended up being a lot lower than I think we were predicting based on 6 Monk Junker.
Exactly. And I think we've had really tight DPS checks for the first couple bosses that once we got to One-Armed Bandit, there was the expectation that it would be the same or maybe a little higher for a DPS check. And I don't think it's an unwelcome surprise that it was a little bit easier to take down. And I think they also made it a bit easier on themselves thanks to being able to 3-heal the encounter, which made it much easier to meet that check. Here is the flame and the coin combination, and the boss is going to stack up a really hefty dot onto the raid, and almost immediately after that, the boss is going to exude the exhaust fence, which is going to stack up a negative heal absorb and deal even more raid-wide damage. You can see it going out right there. So they have to muscle heal through this area. It's the most difficult healing part of the first phase. And they're having it happen pretty close to the end of the first phase. So that way they can use all their remaining healing cooldowns and then still have them available for when the really tough heal check happens at the end of the fight.
Yeah, that was definitely the big question for a little bit, is like getting into phase 2 and sort of what exactly that is going to look like, because you do have those mechanics coming out at once, like all of the combos, they're going to be doubled up. So a little bit sketchy.
It absolutely is. And notably, they are at, what, 40%? They're going to have one more round of, at least one more round of ads coming into it. You can always see when the boss POV gets moved a little bit, or the player POV gets moved a little bit. The back of the room is going to show which of the different coin combinations are still available to be activated. As you can see in the top left, there is shock and coin that is available right now, and so they're moving into position, start killing that shock and coin, and I believe that this is going to be the final of the combinations that they have on the encounter, so they need to make sure that they're getting that high roller buff as rapidly as they possibly can to assist them in killing off these attendants and also assist them in killing off any of those bombs you see in
Backup
melee,
assigned
which are
to us.
fixating onto players. And when they're empowered, they also cannot be crowd controlled, so you need to kill them off very quickly.
What's your opinion on the visibility of the pay line?
I like it a lot.
Oh,
It
really?
is...
Tettles hated it.
It's a little tougher than I'd like it to be, but I think that's also kind of a nice benefit to the fight is that it is not some super easy buff that you're always going to achieve all the time. We've had a few of the Raiders miss it themselves on the fight already. It wasn't perfect or anything along those lines. Here at 30%, the boss is rigging the game, which means that of those 4 combinations, he will then empower and have all of the slots filled with that combination and cycle through some very challenging mechanics. So here is all lightning, which is spawning these pylons, which are knocking players back when they spawn, and they also spawn on player locations. They need to make sure that they're dropping those pylons, you know, near the edges of the room so that they can maximize their space. Then the boss is going to go into, oh man, it's going to be all flame. There it is. The all flame, there it is, right there, is going to push some laser beams onto a few different players, blast the damage onto them, and it'll also cleave any other players that are in their path. So it can be extraordinarily deadly. In addition to that, they also were dealing with the coins still in this final phase, so they need to make sure everyone is baiting the coin positioning, and you still need to send the coins back into the wall or across the room to make sure that those coins are no longer buffing the boss's damage. Because once you reach the next round, then it's going to be all coin for the boss, where the boss is just pulsing even more raid damage, and you can see how some players just cannot get topped off. The high roller buff is going out onto the group as they send the next coin through. You can even see one more coin is off to the side, and unfortunately, it's in lightning. But that explosive jackpot, the all bombs, is the hardened rage to the fight, and they beat it with 7 seconds to spare.
All right, well, Fired Up didn't really pop off there, so I don't know how many booms that was, but didn't look like a lot.
That's like 3 big booms.
3 big booms?
They would have liked to have killed it an hour or 2 earlier.
Yeah.
Didn't come to pass, but they got it down, and they got to go dark and see what Mugsy is going to have in store for them as well.
Yeah, very true. So for those of you that are trying to get us to leak, there's nothing to leak because we don't know either. They don't tell us.
That's right.
We don't know.
As a rule, it helps if we don't know so that we can't leak.
Yeah. I would be the one to accidentally spill the beans or something.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad they keep us in the dark also.
I mean, I kind of want to know, but
I mean,
I also like to yap.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
there's a reason.
Yeah, we get paid to yap, they get paid to play, and that's the difference there. So
Absolutely.
it is time for, are you ready, Jack?
Oh, I'm ready. It's the Guild Grand Prix.
Yes, the Honda Guild Grand Prix every single morning. We are going to be challenging a new raider up to this racing simulator that we've got courtesy of Honda against all of the other raiders. And yesterday was Yips, right?
Yeah, that's right. He set a new worst time. I didn't think it was
Yeah.
possible.
He was
But
really
5
bad.
days in a row, we've had new worst times for every raider that we've had on our Guild Grand Prix. Today, will we break the cycle as we have one of my favorites? We've got Dryny today.
Ooh, let's check it out. Dryny, are you ready for the Honda Guild Grand Prix? Let's check it out. Oh, we skipped the motor
Yeah.
this time. That's not a good sign.
Maybe it's for the best.
They had to cut that footage.
That's right.
It didn't go well.
I mean, you can see it behind him, so he obviously took it in.
You're right. Okay.
Nice and smooth.
Yep, starting off nice.
Locked
Starting off
in.
good. Yeah, he looks ready to go.
Yeah. Up, good brakes.
Yeah.
Good use.
Ooh, yeah.
Nice and clean.
Turning early. We like
Yeah.
this. The wall.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right, this
Clean
is a
racing.
real challenge
Going a
right
little
here.
fast.
No, wait, hold on.
Going a little
Dryny's
fast.
Dude, Dryny's kind of cooking. Dryny's kind of cooking a bit.
Oh,
Hold
he's
on.
got it on the straightaway.
Dude.
The brakes are
Wait.
coming in.
No.
Oh,
Come on,
those
Dryny.
are some good brakes.
Dude, Dryny's actually insane at this.
Those are some really good brakes. He is absolutely slamming it right now.
He is.
Not a single crash yet.
This might be a new best time.
He's got some experience with this.
I
Watch.
really does.
Oh, look at that.
Wow, he nailed it.
That is so good.
Oh my goodness.
It makes you wonder if he watched this before from the other,
I don't know.
the other Raiders.
Secret.
Oh,
Okay. That's
Little
okay.
tap,
That's
little
okay.
tap.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Not,
It's
not
okay.
Too bad. Not too bad. There's the checkpoint right there. We're gonna hit it.
Oh man, Dryny has definitely driven a car before.
He's definitely driven a car before. I think there's only one more turn.
That's right, here it is.
And
Here it
that's
is, here it is, here it is. Hit the gas, Dryny, let's go! There it is!
Oh my God.
Surely that's good.
Okay, so
Surely that's a
our
good
first
time.
place currently is THD. I think
112.
I think
That's
Dryny may have
unbeatable.
smoked him just
That's
now.
gotta be our best time. That has to be our best
Pretty
time.
good. I think no one's beaten that time at all. Yeah, clean run. No,
Yeah?
not really
did it like it was
too big of a crash or anything. So yeah, I'm happy about that.
He just did it like it was
Wrist
nothing.
slumped over the steering wheel. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's 7 seconds that he shaved off of THD's time.
This guy drives.
Wow. And then if you look at the difference between Dryny and Scott.
I know who I'd want to drive.
Yeah. Yeah.
Should get him that scorpion jacket out of the movie Drive with Ryan Gosling.
Yeah. Yeah, we need some Night play by Kavinsky play.
Yeah, there we
Yeah.
go.
Amazing. All right, well,
Hammer.
well done to Dryny. You're the new Honda Guild Grand Prix champion. And of course, thank you, Honda. We all say in unison, of course, Honda
Thank you, Honda.
has a rich history of creating groundbreaking products that push boundaries and inspire innovation. Honda vehicles are fun to drive and are recognized for providing value, fuel efficiency, and performance, Jack.
Absolutely.
As you know, because you're a Honda driver.
That's right, a Honda owner. Let's be real. Absolutely. And it's great to see somebody break our awful, awful streak. It was getting a little concerning there with how some of the Raiders were driving. Thankfully, they only have to walk to the studio here for the Alienware training facility. But, you know, he did a great job driving, and he looked really good doing it.
Most definitely, because he was donning, of course, our Race World First apparel. teal.gg/RWF-donate if you'd like some of that apparel yourself to celebrate the Race World First and support your favorite guild. We hope that we're your favorite guild.
There's a lot of different options, too. I've got the Derp shirt on.
Oh, yeah.
He had the Cauldron of Carnage shirt as well. So
Yes.
lots of different options. They even have some amazing mouse pads. I always love getting a new mouse pad every new race that we have access to.
Yeah. Do you swap it out or do you stack them?
Oh, I always swap it out.
Okay.
Always.
Yeah, I know people
Yeah.
that stack them, which just seems cursed. I feel like your mouse would get a little like mushy.
My desk would be way too high
Yeah. Well, you'd be too
for my
tall
wrist.
for you?
Well, I guess I could always adjust it, but you know, it would be inconsistent. There'd be like a thick layer of mouse pads on top of each other after all the races I've been through.
Yeah, well, you could do that because Team Liquid is so generous with providing us with those mouse pads every single tier. So definitely check that out. teal.gg/RWF. And yeah, get a piece of the race and bring it home and support your favorite guild. Something else that we've been supporting also, which has been tremendous to see because I feel like we got quite a lot of donations yesterday to our charity, Jack. We are at 18.4.
Yeah. 18,420 and 69 cents.
Nice.
We have been supporting our favorite non-people, that is animals, for the Pasadena Humane Society.
$20,000 is our next donation goal. We are very close to that. WoW TCG unboxing. I know Zyronic in particular is very excited for that.
Absolutely. So is Kalamazzi as well. He's been doing some like pack openings and stuff like that on stream here and there.
Yeah.
I think every caster wants to be taking part in the unboxing, so in case they get like a spectral tiger or something like that, they're like, oh, but I got it, I get to keep it.
Yep, something crazy like that. And then, of course, speaking of Zyro, hello, buddy.
Hi, Zyro.
Just walked in, $25,000. We're going to be doing the Goblin music video. They filmed it yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
It looks like it's going to be really good. Like, I think this might be the most effort they've ever put into a charity incentive goal.
And they really want to release it.
Yeah, they really do, and we want to also. So definitely be donating. teal.gg/RWF-donate. You can also send in $35, and we will rate your transmog, or we can feature your pet on stream, Jack.
Absolutely. We've seen a whole host of pets as people have been featuring their snakes, their lizards.
Look at these guys.
Oh, I love the matching puppies with the little handkerchiefs in the middle right.
Indeed. Oh, we got Fisher up there, top right. Who's that adorable
Oh
dog?
my gosh, he looks so well taken care for and well fed.
Oh my gosh, yes, he looks like the goodest boy on this whole screen, actually. No, I'm just kidding. They're all good boys, but yeah, that is my dog. He's wearing a little Halloween scarf.
I think we've seen the dog at the top middle left.
Yeah?
Was that Thorin, like Barkin Shield?
That sounds
Before? Yeah, that's what it was. We've seen that dog before.
Very nice.
I think it was on last race.
I also saw a few questions that said, does it have to be a cat or a dog? Definitely not. If you've got like some obscure animals, like please send those in. I'd love to see them.
Yeah, we had rats as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
And snakes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think the rats were food for the snakes, but I think they were like individual pets. Yeah, the axolotl.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I learned about. It's a real thing.
We got a goat one year.
Did we really?
I think somebody submitted a pigeon.
Huh. We did it. We had 2 pigeons.
2 pigeons?
Yesterday. Yeah. Time flies.
I have a regular viewer that has a pigeon. I wonder if it was that pigeon.
Yeah.
He calls it his fat pigeon. I don't think it has a name, but he takes very good care of it. He gets baths and everything. Very sweet. Love pigeons. Yeah. Well, if you've got a pet, definitely be sending in a link to the image, not a social media image. Also, if you want to get your pet featured faster, TL.gg/RWF-donate. We'd love to still continue to raise money for a very good cause.
And not only that, but hopefully have some of the pets at the Pasadena Humane Society get some adoptions, get some forever homes as well.
Yes, absolutely. TL.gg/adopt if you'd like to check out the adoptable animals from the Pasadena Humane Society. Here is Maximus, and this dog looks like a potato with legs.
Oh my gosh.
Look at this good boy. All right.
You just know he's going to steal all the space on the couch.
Absolutely. This is Maximus, not neutered male, brown and white pit bull terrier, age 5 years old, at the shelter since 3/7/25. Thinks this boss is good. Hashtag.
Ah!
Amazing.
I love the glasses as well. That's adorable.
Oh, look at it. It's so cute. It's a good boy. I just love pit bulls. They're so wiggly and sweet and have like smiles.
Oh, yeah.
Just great. Ooh.
Aww.
Yeah, find your 4-leaf clover. Oh, they're doing an event March 12th through 18th. Fee waived adoptions. That is amazing. So if you go here to the Pasadena Humane Society between March 12th and the 18th, the fee will be waived for large dogs 40 pounds and up. I remember this is something because last 2 tiers, we raised money for the Santa Monica Animal Shelter, and they were saying that like in LA, the bigger dogs are really hard to find homes for.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah. So if you live somewhere where you can have a large animal, please consider adopting.
There you go.
Yeah.
They need good space. They need good forever homes as well.
Yeah, they most definitely do. Yeah, apartments are kind of biased with
Right.
stuff like that. It's actually a little insane. It's a little much.
It is. And you know what's a little bit insane? We're finally getting the announcement out of BlizzCon.
Oh my gosh, yes, Jack. I'm so excited about that. Of course, we do know that there will be a BlizzCon happening. Unfortunately, not this year. Next year.
16 months? 18
Yeah,
months?
I think they said September, right?
Yeah, long time. That's
Something
the
like
math.
that. Yeah, so as BlizzCon frequenters, we thought we would give you guys some expert survival tips on BlizzCon if it's going to be your first time going.
Really? So how many have you been to?
I went every year since 2014.
Yeah.
So 2014 to 2019, and then I went to the 2023 one.
I lost track. I think I'm at like 7 or 8.
Yeah, lots of BlizzCon.
Been a lot.
Yeah.
But what's your best tip? What do you have?
Well, let's take a look. I've got some tips. I think write this down, chat. This is very important. So, if you don't know what this is, chat. This is called a shower. You need to take one of these every day, possibly twice a day.
Yeah, sometimes.
The weather is hot. It's September. You might be getting sweaty in your sleep. You don't know.
Well, sometimes as well, it's very dry
Yeah.
in LA and
It
just
is.
California in general.
Yeah.
And so you don't always feel sweaty, but your body will accumulate the sweat.
And you may not smell you, but everybody around you can smell you.
That's right.
Yeah. So you need to shower every day. Some people show up on Friday and don't shower until they get home. Don't do that.
That's not the play.
That's not the play.
Trust
That's not
us.
the play. So shower. Let's check out the next tip.
What do we got? Ooh,
It's
important.
a sink. You need to wash your hands, chat.
You can even
A
take
lot
an
of-
emergency shower in the sink.
You could do that.
Doesn't replace a full shower.
Absolutely. Lots of people got COVID during BlizzCon last time. And you know what prevents the spread of COVID, Jack?
And other diseases.
And other diseases?
Wash your hands.
Washing your hands. I see way too many people in the bathroom just waltz on out, straight from the stall, out of the door, and that's disgusting.
There's a lot of really fun demos every time at BlizzCon. A lot of peripherals, keyboards, mice, controllers, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
You don't know who else been touching that.
No, not good. So it's very important. More people need to wash their hands because obviously, you don't want to get sick. You want to spread some things.
Gotta be careful.
Yeah, let's check out the next tip. This is
Love this. Big fan.
Yes, this is deodorant. Definitely be putting this on every day. This is also very important. You're gonna need it. That's really all they've said about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's check out the next tip.
Was it my turn?
Oh my. Sorry. Well, let's check out the next tip for BlizzCon because obviously it's very scary, very new.
Oh, true.
Do you
Delta Lobby.
recognize this area?
I do indeed. It's a quite loud area with the DJ and whatnot.
Yeah.
Quite fun.
Yeah, I don't know who decided to bring in the DJ. Hilton, if you're listening, just get rid of it. I don't think it's very fun. It kind of ruined the vibes a little bit. I don't know if you feel that way, actually.
Yeah, it's just difficult to be able to hear everybody.
I think people stopped going to the Hilton as much because the DJ is like just a little much.
Yep.
It's a bit much.
Tough to get drinks as well with your friends.
Oh, yeah.
A little understaffed.
A little bit, yeah. Well, I mean, you know, that I can, I guess, understand a little bit because it is very busy. I know that they have like the main bar and then they have a bar on the other side and they've got like 2 bars. Like they've got like they add bars.
They do.
They add temporary bars, but it is still a little bit hard to get a drink there because it's so busy.
Try to also eat beforehand.
Yeah.
Always highly recommend eat and rehydrate before. You're going out with your friends, having a fun night.
Yeah.
And if you find that you're going to be a little hungry a little bit later in the evening, keep in mind there's an IHOP like right across the street, open 24 hours.
Yeah.
There's Denny's there too.
Yeah, very true. You can go to IHOP any time of the day. Get some nutrition, get some carbs in.
Yeah, get lots of carbs.
Yes. All right, let's check out the next tip for BlizzCon. If you're in the Hilton in particular, this is $1. Now, it's not what you think. Tip your bartender.
Oh, okay.
These guys work really hard. Tip your housekeepers. They also work very hard. If you're not American, I know it's a very confusing and stupid system, but it's how we run in this country, unfortunately. So if you want to, you know, make someone's day that probably gets underpaid, you know, give them some love.
That's right.
Yeah.
Especially because if you make friends with them, often they'll like prioritize you later on.
Yeah.
When you're trying to get some drinks and stuff for your buds.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Be great.
There you go.
Ooh, love that.
Handed $1.
Big dollar. We could pull it up together.
Yes. This is a slimy looking dollar.
Oh, is it?
All right.
I don't feel it.
Let's go to the next tip for BlizzCon.
Is that me or?
I don't know.
Hey! Oh, I was going to say this one if you didn't.
Comfortable walking shoes, of course. This is definitely really important. You're going to be walking a lot. Maybe not if you're Jack, but for many of us, you're going to be walking a lot more than you might expect.
Right, and I've seen a lot of times where people are bringing their usual like day-to-day shoes that they might bring to the grocery store or, you know, regular activities around the house or something like that.
I've seen people wear like flip-flops.
I've seen flip-flops as well.
I've seen heels. What are we doing, girlie?
You are going to be walking an insane amount.
Yes. Yeah. Definitely.
More than you usually do, unless you're me.
Yeah.
So make sure you have some shoes that are not only good for walking a lot, but that you've already broken in. Because it's going to be very, very tough.
Yeah, also, you know, engage your core. Good posture while you're walking around. Also, I do know that if I like pay attention more to my core while I'm walking a lot, I can walk longer and stand up longer.
There you go. That's a good tip.
I tend to like tilt in bad. All right, let's check out the next tips here for BlizzCon. Be friendly, but not too friendly. You know, don't be weird.
Yeah.
You know, you don't be weird. Be nice. Be nice to people. Don't stress out about not getting
Be normal.
or do everything. There's a lot at BlizzCon. There's a lot to see. There's a lot of people to meet. There's a lot of experiences to have, and it can get overwhelming for your first time. Have a plan, know what you're going to do, and see beforehand. You know, this could also involve the buddy system.
It's true. Buddy system, very important.
By yourself, yeah, it's very easy to get lost, get separated from your group. That's very serious. Be sure to hydrate.
True. Once again, you're not going to be sweating as much if you're coming from like where I grew up on the East Coast.
Yeah.
A lot more humid of climate. There's actually moisture in the air. Here, not so much. So you have to make sure that you are putting more moisture into your body.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, you're going to dehydrate, and that's really not fun.
Yeah. And on the last one, have fun and be safe.
That's right. Oh, I actually have a bonus tip.
Oh, do you?
Do you?
Let's hear it, Jack.
Okay. Some bonus tips for you.
Yeah.
Secret ones that I just thought of.
Ooh, okay.
Usually, people come early to BlizzCon and then leave on like Sunday.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, the event will be Friday and Saturday, I believe. Citation needed. If it's anything like
the has been, yeah.
Right. If it's anything like the ones before, it'll be Friday, Saturday event. Sunday, everybody leaves.
Yeah.
So usually coming early is better than staying late. And there's a lot of things going on because, of course, it's in Irvine, which is like South LA-ish. And there's a lot of different areas in LA that you might want to visit, you might want to experience as well. So it would be a pretty good idea if you wanted to have the full experience, if you don't really get a chance to visit often, rent a car, maybe even rent a Honda. So that way you'd be able to go around, see everything and all the sites that LA has to offer.
You know, it's funny that you said this story because I did rent a car one year.
Yeah?
My friend was having a wedding after BlizzCon also.
See?
Days, and it was a Honda. It was a Honda. It was a Honda Civic.
It's perfect.
Yeah, it was a great car. Great
Drive safe like Driney.
Yes, drive safe like Driney. Well, if you've got any BlizzCon tips or memories that you'd like to share in the chat, definitely let us know. In the meantime, we're going to head out. The Raiders are mostly in. You can hear them maybe coming in.
That's right.
And they're going to get started hopefully soon here. So my name is Aya.
And I'm Jack.
And this is the Rise and Race morning show presented by Honda. Thank you guys so much. See you in a bit.
Team Liquid from underdog to champion.
That was my prologue. This is my future.
The Alienware Pro wireless headset, it's become my main headset for anything WoW related. The battery life is actually a huge deal for us. One of the few esports that plays all day, every day. 4 days of gaming on one battery, that's insane.
This headset is everything that you can ever want and dream of. Without a doubt, this is the most comfortable headset that I've ever worn. I hate headsets that kind of like clamp on your ears or feel like they're pinning against the side of your head. This headset feels really, really good around my ears while I play.
Quality of sound from the Alienware Pro headset is perfect for shot calling in intense situations. At the race, there's a lot of distractions, and sometimes I just need to be able to hear what the guys are doing in the middle of a boss fight. So after using this headset, I don't think I can use a different headset again. This headset is what you need.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
No, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
You want to see something really cool?
Where else can we go?
This is the Honda Prologue. We can go anywhere we want.
Check out how cool MyBlue is.
Mine's way better.
Think your blue can beat ours? Prove it. Complete quests to get points and customize your blue. Maybe you'll see it featured on the leaderboard. Join MyBlue now.
Hello, everybody. Good morning, and welcome back to the Team Liquid Race to World First. Huge shout out to our sponsors, Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, DungeonDojo, and of course, our charity partner, the Pasadena Humane Society. We're still raising money for them. We are very close to that $20,000 donation goal where we will be opening TCG cards. Zyra, I hear you're very excited about that.
Kraken packs is fun.
Ah, yeah.
Smell of the new cards, the new card smell.
Yeah.
You give it a good sniffer?
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe without the A.
Oh, okay.
Just a sniff.
A little sniff, okay.
Perhaps a whiff.
I was
A
gonna
whiff.
say, a little whiff.
Yeah.
I'm excited for it. I haven't opened cards since like Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day.
Ooh, yeah, that's old.
12, 15 years ago, something like that.
Pokemon
But you know
cards were banned at my school. I was never allowed.
That's why we picked up Yu-Gi-Oh, because they banned the Pokemon cards.
Same, yeah.
And we're like, well, this is technically different.
Yeah,
Move
no,
on
it's
to Magic
true.
the Gathering afterwards.
I did a little
Yeah.
bit of that, not too much.
My school started doing Magic, yeah. But no, we weren't allowed to have Pokemon cards. They were banned in my school. Didn't have a Game Boy. Didn't have cable, so I didn't have the Pokemon show. So I'm just like, anytime anybody talks about that, it's over my head. And and I feel like a fake gamer. It's bad. It's bad. But anyways.
There's all kinds.
There's all kinds, of course. We could talk about that, or we could talk about the state of the race right now. Of course, as you guys may have seen, unfortunately, they heard we were coming on the desk, and they were like, you know what they would love? They would love to cast some splits.
That they would. The first shift of the day historically often gets a lot of split action, but it also makes sense because they want to play to their strengths. They understand they got to wake everybody up. And we had a few pulls yesterday when they were working on the Sprocketmonger kill. Did not go as planned.
Yeah.
And they were noticing that, hey, we got to wake everybody up, make sure everybody is going to be on point. And so why not do so while also talking about some strat adjustments they might be making to Mugsy.
Most definitely, as we know. We did get to 6 out of 8 last night. Echo 6 out of 8 a little bit this morning here in LA. I don't know, nearing the end of their day right now over where Echo is rating from. But we can take a look at our Coinbase leaderboard and kind of the state of everybody else. We've got Method also following closely behind. They got Sprocket down recently. Hot Pot Hero 4 out of 8. Instant Dollars 4 out of 8. And just, you know, the race is ramping up. It's ironic.
Yeah, still surprising that there's only 7 kills on Stickspunk Junker.
Are you surprised?
Yeah.
That boss is still really hard, isn't it?
Especially after the nerfs, I'm kind of surprised.
that's
I
fair.
suspect, like, in the next couple of days, we'll probably see a ton of kills on that boss.
Okay.
We'll get there with more gear, figure out the strat. Because it seems like it's more of just a strat boss now instead of also being, like, a ridiculous DPS check.
Yeah.
XD, North American Guild, though.
True.
Getting the NA 3rd World 7th kill. That's
Well
pretty impressive
done.
for that guild.
It is very impressive.
Yeah, that's a step up from them for
yeah.
recent. That's always been a, you know, pretty obviously a really good guild, but this is high for them.
Oh, yeah.
They've always been a guild that's been wanting to push themselves further every single tier, and I think I'd be very fascinated to see their composition because it might be a nice intersection between really good compositional planning as well as the strategy involved, execution that is going to be involved as well. So great to see.
Well, maybe someone from DungeonDojo can provide us with a clip from that.
Are we leaking best poll?
Sounds like it.
All right. Well,
we did not do that, so hey,
it is the boss
43%.
progress. 6 out of 8. Ah, yeah. So it did push live to RaiderIO. So don't worry. It is their fault. No, just kidding. But yes, the information I guess was released publicly by the guild. And ta-da!
Hey.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually watching some of their polls last night, so.
Oh yeah.
It was very interesting. I don't want to talk about what they were doing. I'm sure we'll see in a few minutes
Come on,
here.
Zyro. Give us a little tea. Come on.
A little bit of
something.
A little bit of mage shenanigans happening.
They were free healing, weren't they?
Initially, I think they were. I didn't see if they swapped.
Okay. Man, this tier is killing me
Poor
with these
Jack.
3 heals. This tier is killing me with the 3 heals.
I'm sorry, Jack. Jack is down bad. Well, here's a look at a boss web, and of course, the bosses that we have down and the one that we are currently on. We've got Mugsy, head of security, and then, of course, that final boss, Gallywix. Both of these will definitely be a little bit of a step up in terms of difficulty, especially when you compare One-Armed Bandit. I mean, I know this is a boss that we got to, Zyro, on the second week with second week gear, but that one just like seemed a little bit more simple, maybe straightforward.
It was very straightforward.
Sprocketmonger?
Yeah, very straightforward, very strat focused.
Yeah.
I'm a little upset we didn't see that week 1 because I think that would have been a fantastic boss. That would have been insane in Rage, but it kind of seemed like the first time they got to that final phase with everyone alive and, you know, didn't have people chain feed deaths to the final phase mechanics, it just fell over.
Right. And I think that's just the biggest challenge right now is that you had such a confluence of insane mechanics going on at once. We had Yips even raid leading a little bit for Sprocketmonger and saying, hey, everything is happening. And when our bandit at the end of the fight also just has this massive mess of mechanics, notably having to dodge coins all over the room in the final phase there can get so nasty.
Honestly, just a crazy phase. But again, we saw them yesterday. They had a 2% wipe like really early on in the day.
Yeah.
And then unfortunately, Trill came down with some sort of sickness, maybe reacted to food, something. He's had an issue with that in the past. But
yeah,
obviously, I think he's back today feeling better.
Yeah.
That's really important. So they had a little bit of reprog when they got splat in for a third Warlock, which is still good for the fight. But obviously, Windwalker's kind of the main character of the tier. And losing one of those main characters definitely hurt their progress a little bit. Took them a little bit of time to get back into the last phase, get more comfortable with the strategy. They were wiping to the ads a little bit, hitting those sort of pseudo 30-second enrages on the fight. The boss would detect some frauds if you didn't kill them off in time. But they got through it, got it done, got a good amount of pulls. I think they had 24 pulls on the boss in a couple hours.
Yeah.
Got a lot of strat work in. I think we're going to see the fruits of that labor today. I think we're going to see a lot of phase 2 prog today. And also, we did have some nerfs about 15 minutes ago to just overall damage on the fight. Now, uncontrolled burn, of course, is the damage on the fire side of the room. That stacks up over the course of that phase. And then the...
this is the opposite side. This is the electoral side. So...
Well, no, the other one, actually, the spell that doesn't have a name, that's just the... that's the damage that's done whenever you swap sides.
Yeah, the phase transition.
Yeah.
It's called Elemental Carnage. That's what it's called.
For some reason, they don't have the right spell ID for that.
Yeah. Refresh my memory. The uncontrolled burn is just stacking damage on the right side of the room, or is that the debuff that you get once you trigger the phase? Because you trigger a phase, and then don't you get a debuff that stacks damage? That's what I thought. So it's like you go into a phase, he does a big AoE, you heal through the AoE, and then he places a debuff on the raid, which causes you to take ticking damage. And then it lasts like a minute or so, and then you swap to the next phase. I think it's a 2-minute debuff. So you have to let that fall before you go back to the red side.
Yeah, it's the damage that he does when he goes to that phase. But it does stack every time you go back to the red side.
Yeah, and so I think you're able to drop the stacks, at least on heroic difficulty. I believe you're able to drop the stacks in time.
Maybe you're not on this difficulty because the thing about Mythic Mugsy, which is different from heroic, is that in order to actually deal with the mechanics on this fight, you need to use mechanics from the other side of the room. So, for example, the cages that you have to break yourself out of, you can't break yourself out of them by just killing off the goons anymore. You have to do it by either hitting them with an ice spear or hitting them with one of those mines from the blue side. So it's a little bit more difficult to deal with the mechanics in the fight. That's just one of the different ways the different sides interact with each other. And we'll see how they plan on stratting that out. A lot of it is going to be the dance between the blue and the red side of the room.
Yeah. Well, what I'm really worried about, full disclosure, I haven't watched any pulls. I was in bed last night when they did it. I didn't sit around. I haven't asked anybody. I'm very worried that this might be some kind of 3-heal shenanigan type encounter. And the way that they're nerfing the fight by reducing some of the ticking damage that's happening, it's either the uncontrolled burn is the ticking damage, Elemental Carnage, which had no name to it, that was just the raw spell ID, that is the phase transition damage. Really worried that we're going to have more of these 3-heal type encounters because they can't do enough damage to the raid where you don't get one shot outright.
Yeah, we've seen that problem in Mythic Plus as well, right? Where you kind of run into one-shots at the higher key levels rather than just not being able to do enough damage to kill the key. That's more of like a full-on game design thing that they're going to have to fix in the coming raids and in the coming seasons. But let's take a look at the mechanics for Mugsy here.
Yeah, head honcho, of course, is the side swaps that they have to go through, which are also activating different mechanics. So if we're starting on the right side, for example, we have the Earthshaker Jail, the Gowl. I think that's an old-timey reference to a jail. These are the walls that are trapping players in with one of the goons. They have nice little fuzzy hats on them as well. They do a couple frontals around, and you need to make sure you kill off the goons inside in order to break out of the cages. The Frost Shatter boots are also happening on the right side of the room, and they cause you to slip and slide across the room as you're placing that Frost Shatter spear, which you need to have either hitting one of the mines or one of the walls of the jails. Notably on Mythic difficulty, you keep on slipping and sliding until you touch the Hot Mess, which is a rocket which comes from the, what are we calling it, the blue side?
It's from the blue side. So it's the volunteer rocket guy that
crashes down.
It's the AoE soak that you immune in heroic generally.
Yeah, so from the very beginning of the fight, you kind of have to activate the left side first so that you could have a Hot Mess so that you could remove any of these Frost Shatter boots. And so notably, left side, you got to deal with the mines.
Yep, and the mines are simple. It's pretty much the same as Heroic. There's more soaks, if I'm not mistaken, from what I was looking at last night. So a little bit more of an actual difficulty, making sure everyone's spreading out and getting those AoE soaks as you trigger the mines. The Electrocharge shield on the Mythic difficulty on the ads that spawn on the blue side needs to be broken out by that frontal cone from the boss. Otherwise, it takes significantly reduced damage and is a pain to kill. And then, of course, in the final phase, or in the intermission, I guess.
Yeah.
There's a nice little one-shot mechanic that they add into the encounter. Just don't go across the line.
That's right. You are locked into whichever the sides that you're on, which is going to be a pretty big deal since you have to make sure you're aiming the charges from the boss as he's doing his big bullet storm, flying around, shooting off laser beams and bullets all over the place.
Yeah. So it's this phase, and of course, a couple other mechanics as well, things that you need to interact with on both sides. We covered most of them.
Yeah.
But again, the major thing that we're looking at is when they're swapping sides, how often they have to swap sides, how many stacks of the damage buff they're going to be getting on themselves because of it, just to deal with those mechanics. And we saw they actually got a pretty low pull yesterday, 43%.
Yeah.
Yep, phases at 40.
Did you see that one?
I was about to say.
I mean, they're really close to seeing the second phase. I did not see that pull, by the way,
Okay.
so I didn't see what it was they had to do to get that far. The other thing as well in Mythic is all of the mechanics ramp.
Yes.
So there's more of them as the phase goes on. So the first time the jails come out, there's 2. Next time they come out, there's 3.
Yay!
And so on and so forth. So there's a bit of a soft enrage on phase 1. And it's pretty hard to deal with.
Well, and the fact that they're almost able to get to the intermission just from last night's polls is going to make a massive difference throughout the rest of the day, because then it's going to be very precise. We must do this, and then this, and then this in the final phase, because all these mechanics are coming out at once. You don't really get a choice of how you want to order them or structure them. Here they come, and and then you have to find a way to deal with them.
Good luck.
Something I'm really interested in seeing is if the ramped mechanics keep going into phase 2.
Yeah.
So, like, if you get the 2, then the 3 in phase 1, and then you get to phase 2, and
You
the
get
first
4?
time the jails come out, you get 4. It's like, oh my god, how do we deal with it?
How is it that you get into phase 2 again?
You just phase the boss at 40%. He does that intermission where he charges around, spins around a little bit.
Yeah.
You get a little bit of, like, free damage on the boss. You got to dodge during it, but for a lot of the classes, that's fine.
Yep. And you have a lot of control over where the boss is going for the bullet storms as well. So I'm sure they're going to be looking at how well they can keep the boss in that area of the room, make sure it's super easy to dodge, super consistent to dodge. And that'll be a fun part for really most of our session today, our shift today, is seeing can they get into phase 2 and what are the combos, what are the ability combos going to be looking like for them.
All right, guys. Let's hold hands. Give me your hand, Jack. Together we pray. Okay.
Should I lead the prayer?
Sure.
The holy priest. Let the holy priest lead the prayer.
No one gets sick. The servers do not get DDoSed. What else? Anything else?
No Gingy EMP.
Nobody gets sick.
Yeah.
Yes. No getting sick.
No illness.
Everything must
Did
go.
you all wash your hands before we held hands?
Yeah, I washed my hands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Before or after?
Before. No, after we started holding hands.
I wash my hands a lot.
I bet in the bathroom.
What do you mean?
It's too late now. We're
Before or
already holding
after?
hands. We're already holding hands. It doesn't matter.
Okay, just making sure. You
All
never
right,
know.
wait, shh, we're praying. Okay.
Sorry.
We have 10 Mugsies.
You close your
We
eyes.
have
God?
12 Gallywixes.
Is that you?
Okay. Amen. Okay.
Amen.
All right.
All right.
All right. I think this is going to be a good day. This is amazing.
Have we gotten any go packs in these heroic sprocket mongers?
I don't
that's what we're
know. I
looking
mean,
for.
yeah, we are here in the splits. That's something else we should talk about. So what are we hoping for? Why are we going back through splits as well? Because that's also a question that I've been seeing in chat. They spend an entire day doing it, a lot longer than people anticipated, and yet here we are again in split hell.
Ooh, Mr. Pick Me Up.
I don't think that's that important. As you can see, nobody's actually rolled on it. We are at the triple dot.
They already have it. They already have it.
That's a transmog angle.
No, it's actually kind of interesting because Sprocketmonger drops a very rare cloak, which means it comes fully upgraded, right? So it'll drop at 665 item level, which is pretty nice.
The guy who needed on it.
The Feral Druid one.
Okay. Was that Shay?
That's Shay.
That little Scottish.
Oh, I thought it was Isengard. They were like, they're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah.
dun. The hobbits to Isengard, to Isengard.
I'm glad we're getting references now. We're on the same page.
Oh, please. That's a deep cut internet reference. I feel like I'm better at those ones.
All right, I'll work on it then.
Okay,
Good.
well, in the meantime, woo, we are back to splits. Atlas has got something to do also. It's the it's the time of the tier where, like, the poor DK, man. Atlas just wanders around aimlessly, tier after tier. Once we start locking in the compositions for the final couple of bosses, he just looks so bad. Oh, the DK.
Were you guys on desk yesterday when they were doing heroic Galliwick splits? I guess this was Tuesday.
No. Tuesday.
It's Thursday, right?
Today's Thursday. Okay, yeah, it's crazy.
It was Tuesday they were doing heroic splits, and I think they had a bunch of DKs in the splits. And one of the DKs, I think it might have been Shakib, was like, guys, I thought I was playing the class incorrectly, but then I scrolled down and all the DKs are here.
Yeah.
They were all famously below Scott on his Prot Warrior.
We hate that very much. I mean, you had that experience the other day with a Holy Pally healer in your group, right?
Oh, you were rashing out.
Okay, hold on. There were two different experiences.
Oh, okay, okay.
There was a raid Holy Paladin.
Oh.
That was lagging everybody.
Oh, right.
That's what I was crashing out about.
That one's understandable.
Okay.
But I did Mythic Plus with a Holy Paladin player who's like actually really good.
Yeah.
But the class is just like
sucks.
It's just not good.
Yeah, you could press all your buttons correctly, and then you're just not doing as much healing in a 5-man, and even in a raid as well. We had that too. The Pally had to switch out of like Virtue because he had like 5 or 6 figures worth of hits for his beacon ability, and so many hits of these spells was just overloading, I don't know, I guess everybody's details or everything like that, even when the update interval was super low, and lagging everybody.
Yeah, it's just game occurrences.
Yeah.
So healing occurrences happening is lagging everybody. It happened a lot on Siren and Athreus back in the day when the ads would spawn.
Yeah, with Earthen Wall Totem, there was so many hits of the ability that was triggering insane amounts of lag for that, and for a few other damage abilities too.
Now imagine how much worse it would be if Holy Paladin was actually good and you felt like you had to play them. They were still lagging everybody.
The only solution would be to have some big rigs from Alienware themselves, because that has been an absolute lifesaver for me personally when I've been in my own raids.
So true.
Everyone's like, I have all this input lag, and I'm like, I don't. I don't want to say that to my guildies and everything.
No go packs, unfortunate.
Yeah, go packs that's a good cloak option that you have with a really bad movement speed increase.
It kind of baits you a little bit. You look at that item, it's like 150% movement speed?
Yeah.
Wow, but it decays over 1 second.
You literally have a rocket jetpack on yourself, and you're like, whoa, this is going to be cool. And then it's like, yeah, please buff.
Yeah, make it like not decay or like longer.
Let's have fun.
Make it a rocket jump.
Yeah.
You know, make it like a goblin jump. That'd be sick.
Useful in some way.
Be thematic too.
Please, yeah.
That's right, literally.
Absolutely. Yeah, I thought someone was trolling with that.
There's been a lot of good effects, though. Been at least nice to see.
Yeah, that's true.
I've been actually getting quite a bit of loot. I'm very excited. I've been getting quite a bit of loot the past day or two with our second round of splits.
Oh, wow, look at this guy over here. Humble bragging.
Well,
okay.
you know, finally, healer get a little bit of loot. It's always week 2 where we roll around and we start picking up the items. I got 4-piece.
Okay.
Yeah, all the important DPS players are like, you can just go ahead and toss that to him. I don't need that anymore.
Yep, literally.
You're like the younger sibling. Like, you get all the hand-me-downs and...
I know that well. I know that well. Youngest of 4.
That's not an IF Kazan. You can toss that to the disc priest.
Yeah, actually, that's what happened. I got a reverb radio, and they're like, oh, I have IF Kazan already. I don't need that. Yay.
You're the youngest child of 4?
That's right.
I'm the oldest child of 4.
Yeah, you know what? I can kind of... It makes sense. Yeah. I am the oldest of 2.
Of 2? Wait, so you
I
have
have
one
younger
sibling?
brother. Yeah, I don't know how we're... Yeah.
Nice. Does he play WoW?
He does, actually. Yeah, he watches the race.
What's he play?
Oh God, he's gonna kill me.
Wow.
I think he plays. I know that he used to play mage, but I don't know what he's playing now. Oh, I feel really bad. I don't know anymore.
Damn, dude.
I know. Sorry.
Bad sibling. That's
Text me, Dean. I forgot what you play.
My brother watches my stream sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's working on his doctorate. So he's working on his doctorate, and I play games, so we both make our parents proud. But when he's bored watching, grading papers and stuff as he works on his doctorate, he tunes into the stream from time to time.
Wow, busy guy.
What's his doctorate for?
He is studying some obscure history around like Finnish, Russian-American relations or something like that. Yeah.
Wow.
They offered to like have him work on his doctorate overseas in some like remote area of Scandinavia in like the deep north where the sun's out for like 2 hours a day.
Is he in like Longyearbyen?
No, he's in America right now.
Oh, I thought he was in. Okay.
He got like offered, but he was like,
He said no.
Well, I think he's angling for something different.
Okay.
He went to Helsinki to give a talk.
That's cool.
At one point, I think that's in Finland.
That's really cool.
Sounds right.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be a professor, I take it.
Yep.
Someday.
Smarty.
Okay.
It's funny when I asked about what he's getting a doctorate in, and you said, "Oh, it's some obscure thing." I'm like, "Yeah, it usually is."
Yep, that's true. That's true. But he loves that stuff. He's traveled a few different times. He's gone to a few different Baltic countries as well, as they had some other like part of the story that he's worked on for his doctorate. Because it seems like the doctorates are, from what I understand, you're kind of like filling in the blanks of like nobody's really done like a full write-up about this specific topic or something along those lines, putting all the information together. So he's kind of trying to lead the charge on it.
This is a funny comment. I bet Jack's parents have an easier time explaining what his brother does for a living to people than Jack.
Somewhat true. My parents have decided to simplify what they tell to their friends.
Yeah.
And they're like, he's in business for himself.
That is very simple.
And then they don't answer follow-up questions, I don't think.
Okay.
About, well, what is it?
Yeah.
Does he sell houses, or?
You guys just don't tell people you're influencers and let them draw their own conclusions about them?
Absolutely not.
Not really.
As a woman, absolutely not. There's a lot of weird influence. Yeah.
I tried to tell them I was a camboy one time, and it didn't work out too well.
Jack just went straight to it. No, I've tried a lot of different answers because I don't really like just saying exactly what I do because there's like then a lot of fault. Like,
I feel like influencer is a cringe term.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Plus, I don't really think it's accurate to what we do. But I don't know. I say I work in the video game industry and then let them assume I'm a dev or something like that. I'm cool with that.
I mean, we could influence the chat right now.
Yeah, we could. We
Just
could
sign up for
influence the chat.
Coinbase.
Hey!
Oh my gosh, so true. You know what? Let me just influence y'all a little bit. TL.gg/Coinbase RWF. Using that code TeamLiquid20. Ooh, indeed, Coinbase. Yeah, $20 will be yours if you sign up for that app. And you can win a Team Liquid signed jersey. God, I'm already losing it. This is so bad. Ending in EU only also, you can have a chance to win the grand prize of being flown out for the next Race World First here in the Alienware training facility.
Hey, you get to see a full behind-the-scenes perspective. And all you got to do, of course, sign up for Coinbase. And they have that form at tl.gg/RWFBTS.
Yeah.
Fly out, get some amazing meals with the Raiders, get to meet everybody, get to see behind the scenes where all the magic happens.
So nice being here.
It is.
I just realized, so this is the first time I've been here in the morning. There's so much natural light in here.
There is.
It's not there when I'm normally sitting.
Yeah. It's a very different perspective.
Wait, this is your first time being on the morning show?
No. It's just been a few days.
Okay, all right.
I know, time goes by pretty quick.
Yeah.
See, that's called vitamin D, Zyro. If you didn't know what that was.
I get that all the time. Just not during the race usually.
Okay. Does your guys' like computer room have a window?
Mine does not.
At
No?
home? Yeah. Uh-huh.
What do you mean yours doesn't? Like it's a windowless room or?
It's like a theater room that I repurposed into a home office.
Oh, that's sick.
Okay. That's depressing. Man.
I mean, if it's like a cozy room.
It's very cozy.
I do like leaving my office and then going and looking outside, but I don't really like my view of my apartment right now. Like the garbage can, the dump.
Yeah.
And then like a dog park that's all like dilapidated because all the dogs will like dig up all the grass.
You don't get to watch dogs though? Like run around?
Sometimes.
Like, kind of a fun view, to be
Sometimes, but like there's trees and stuff, so sometimes they're kind of like zipping in and out of the foliage.
Like an awesome view.
It's okay. I'll take a picture sometime. I'll show it to you.
Yeah, now I'm really curious.
Yeah. Well, I used to have like a really open view at my old place.
Yeah.
Where I could see like the entire sky and
Yeah.
like, you know, there's like an executive airport nearby, and you could see like planes coming in and like nice private jets and stuff, but you couldn't hear them, which was good.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Please have a view of a big mountain.
Okay, I like it.
You just like you unlocked thought in my head.
Yeah.
Oh.
Remember when you were a kid and like, you know, you were at recess in school and a plane would fly overhead and you would hear that plane fly over?
Oh yeah.
It'd be loud as hell.
Yep.
That doesn't happen anymore.
It's true.
They're quiet now.
Technology.
Wait,
These
that's
days are
so
just
true.
deprived.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Unless they're like about to land, yeah, you don't really hear them too much. But yeah, I would remember at recess, they would be really high up, and then you would look up and you'd be like, wow, that plane, that's
Wait,
cool.
That's crazy. I haven't thought about that.
Yeah,
Same with
engines get more
bugs.
efficient.
Bugs are gone too. They're no longer on your windshield.
They're
Bugs
gone in the
disappears.
city. If you're like traveling on the highways between cities, it's still pretty.
I feel like there's
pretty
less
prevalent.
bugs though.
There definitely are less.
Less bees, for sure.
Well, bees aren't bugs.
Well, yeah, but they're
They're friends.
I'm just adding. Yeah, you're right. They're friends. Bees are friends. Yeah. You guys ever live near a train?
No.
Not really.
My dad
Horrible.
did.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad like lived next to the train station at one
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, that was before I was born.
I used to live near a train.
Yeah. But he was like literally in the attic, like basically like right next to the train station, and he was like, I worked here when I was broke, and I was like, dang. I can see why you moved us out to the suburbs. We're really, really quiet.
Yeah. No, I used to live in a place that was next to a train. You could hear it on my stream. That we had an emote. We'd spam it every time you heard the train. This was before sub-trains, of course.
Yo, can we swap to the fired up POV?
Yeah.
Step trains?
What are you doing?
There's a warlock in the raid that has a really interesting say message whenever he presses tyrant.
Oh yeah, it's that guy again.
We had him in the raid before.
Yeah. Yeah, that name. One of the names of all time.
Yes, I know the name.
Yep. But it should happen in about 40 seconds, 20 seconds now.
Every minute.
What's Tyrant's cooldown? Yeah.
Minute. Let's see if we can see it.
All right. I'm ready. I cannot quite see. Hang on, he's coming in range.
Yeah.
He's coming in range.
Waiting.
Waiting. Pause.
Pause.
Hold.
Still waiting.
I don't know how many of those emotes we have, but definitely spam them, chat.
He might be next to THD now. Hot swap THD. It's coming. Yep. Here it is.
Anticipation.
Lock in.
Oh,
Lock in.
okay.
Lock
Oh,
in.
God.
We don't have beta launch for a while, do we? Yeah, we're chilling.
Say the phrase.
Say the word.
Do it. Do it.
Okay.
Tyrant sponsored by Coinbase.
Oh, wait, that's so
Love that.
Oh my gosh, that's so based. Don't give them ideas. You're gonna be like, hey, can you get the players to get some macros where every time they use a big cooldown, they can shout out our
presenting sponsor.
Our presenting sponsor, yeah. Yeah, let me know, Coinbase, if you need more ideas.
They should just name their characters after Coinbase.
Oh my god. Coinbase, THD.
That would mess up his perfect naming scheme, though.
You're right.
THD log, then THD log A, then THD log B, then THD log C.
Coinbase THD log. Okay.
I don't think that fits.
Yeah.
Probably not.
You could do like a THD
CB.
coin and a THD base.
Yeah, that's true. There are a lot of options, for sure. We can workshop it. Well, if you're just now tuning in here, we are doing splits. We did have a little bit of prog on Mugsy last night. I don't think they didn't do any pulls this morning on it, did they? They just went into splits. Yeah.
Started on splits.
Just started immediately on splits, which I mean is a good way to warm up. Also, something that we were touching on a little bit yesterday is like sometimes it does take them a little bit of repetition before they kind of get into the groove. So I mean, definitely not a bad start to the morning, not a bad way to waste their time. Obviously, it is important that they want to get some gear, of course. I have been seeing that it seems like Echo's a little bit higher in eye level than us at the moment.
Yeah, Echo and Method have had higher item level, and I'm not really sure what that is because all the guilds have done pretty similar amounts of splits, and we even saw on Tuesday Liquid splits were very, very good. I mean, they got a ton of heroic Kazans. They got 7 heroic Jaster diamonds, so it's not like those normal items are going to be weighing their item level down anymore. The only thing I can think of is maybe Gilded Crests haven't been sent yet for Liquid.
Yeah, possibly. That'd be strange, though.
Yeah.
I mean, what else could they be waiting for?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
You know? That'd be the only way I could think they could kind of justify it.
Because that's a huge difference.
Yeah.
2 eye level.
Well,
usually it's not that much, like at this stage.
There's also, I mean, there are extremely strong items from Mugsy that they could use crests on.
Okay.
There's a lot of weapons. There's obviously the jug.
True.
They could definitely still be waiting to see if they're going to upgrade weapons from that.
So for people that aren't familiar with the gearing system quite to the extent you are, do you want to go over crests, why they're important, why maybe that might be contributing to the lower eye level?
Yeah, so essentially every single week you have 90 gilded crests to spend, and of course crests of the other types as well, but they won't really need those at this point. It's just the gilded crests we're worried about. And gilded crests are specifically used to upgrade any item over 658 item level by either 3 or 4 item levels per tier. Because you only have a limited amount of those upgrades, you need to be very particular about how you spend them. And obviously there's like a tier of where you want to spend your crest. So number 1 most important is weapons. Usually number 2 most important is trinkets. And then after that it's like high stat items like chest, head, legs, things that have a lot of main stat on them. If there's still bosses that have weapons and trinkets on them, they could just get those weapons and trinkets at a higher item level, meaning they don't have to use as many upgrades to get them to a higher item level, and then they can use those upgrades on other items, like some of those trinkets they have. So they're just trying to be as efficient as possible to make sure by the time they get to Gallywix, they have the highest item level across the raid they possibly can.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, they might just be waiting for certain bosses, since if you think about it, they haven't really hit any hard DPS checks just yet. I know Mugsy did have a hardened rage, but they beat it by like 8 seconds. When it comes into Mugsy, we'll see how the DPS check kind of goes as they're still working on getting into the intermission, get to the final phase of the fight, and see what it's going to throw at them. But it might just be that that happens. But also, the gearing's a little different, too, for special items. Certain pieces, like the Seer Circlet, are best in slot for some classes, and that is the 0.7 patch ring. So for some classes, they still like that. The other side could be like lower item level trinkets or Jaster diamonds that they couldn't find a heroic version of. And maybe somebody's sitting on that, but I would think with all the splits, they would have replaced those.
Yeah, so something else that you can talk about, which is why we're probably doing these Sprunkenmonger kills right now, is there are very rare items as well that can be very strong. So for instance, the cloak that drops off of this boss, even though the boss usually only drops 550 or 655 item level gear, the cloak that drops is 6 out of 6 heroic track upgraded. Fortunately, didn't get one of them here. It is a very rare item after all. But yeah, if they're able to get one of those, it could be pretty useful for them.
Yeah, they had some Mr. Pick-Me-Ups drop, which is most healers' best in slot trinket, but at this point, they've really gotten all of them they could.
Yeah, I don't suspect many of their healers are going to be needing the trinkets from this boss. I'm pretty sure it's going to be only cloaks that they're looking for. We'll see, though. They could potentially use them. You can see a lot of this loot is just going to pass, though.
Yeah. Maybe they're getting some tokens and rolling for some leech.
Maybe.
It's about all the loot, useful loot we've seen thus far.
So to translate, not good uppies just yet.
Not good, but it's good warm-up, though.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, like, they've noticed that they're not having their best pulls super early on in the day, and if they know that there's some other weak aura adjustments or some other ideas that they wanted to experiment with, they want to let the analyst team like cook or something like that. Maybe that's a good way to just sort of delay while still being somewhat productive in the morning.
That's true.
Just to give you an idea of how geared up a character can get if they actually send all of their stuff. At the start of Mythic Clear, Fired Up was 654 item level. After taking his weapon from his guild vault rather, and sending all of his upgrades, plus all of the cloth items that he got from the Mythic Clear, I believe he's closer to 663 now.
Sheesh.
Whew. So yeah, you can get very juiced up once you start to send everything that you've been sitting on. And I'm pretty sure we'll be able to see that across the raid here, especially once Mugsy dies.
I saw Echo doing Mythic, Mythic Plus, or Keys, sorry.
Maybe there are still some chase items they need. Maybe they need some wrist wraps on their mages still. Mage seems to be, once again, the main character of the raid, so it wouldn't surprise me to see 2 or even 3 of them.
I thought it was Windwalker.
Well, Mage is getting there.
Ah, okay.
Windwalker is still like the main DPS. Windwalker's kind of like the side character that has like a really cool power.
Yeah.
That they're really good for, but the Mage is still the main character.
Did you see which dungeon that they did? Do you know?
Oh, I didn't see that.
No, because I was just listening.
Okay. Maybe they're doing Priory and trying to do like signets and try to do like a signet group. I'm not sure if that's going to be optimal for casters.
I think they would be in a very bad spot if they needed signets, because House of Cards kind of fills that same role.
Okay.
Right? Maybe if you're unlucky enough to not have a House of Cards, you could go for a signet. I know for a lot of casters also double passive is actually BIS, so things like Jug plus Eye of Kazan is actually going to be your BIS thing for Warlock, potentially, for a lot of these fights.
Makes sense.
So we'll have to see. I would guess that it was probably something like a Operation Floodgate for the Volatile Bomb.
Right.
Very good agi trinket.
That could be good.
Anyone from chat know what key they were doing? Want to know? I'm waiting for somebody to say, but I don't think anybody knows that.
I mean, they could just say any dungeon right now.
They're all watching the Team Liquid stream.
That's right.
Yeah.
They would never.
They were locked in.
They would never.
Show this morning.
Oh yeah. Who was your person of the day? Actually, don't tell me. Can we do it? Can I do it?
The Honda MVP of the day?
Oh, we didn't do a Guess the Guilty.
You didn't do a Guess the Guilty?
Okay.
I did a segment instead on BlizzCon Survival Guide.
Those Guess the Guilties look like so much fun.
They are fun, yeah. I think we've only got like one set more.
Okay.
I think it sounds like the guildies get bad answers. Like
they like to
fun
deceive
answers.
us.
Yeah.
Quite a lot. They even will sit there and watch us try to guess the guilty.
Yeah.
But you know who our Honda MVP of the day was today?
Who was it? Yips.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right. He was doing a little bit of raid leading, helping out.
Yeah.
Everything is happening.
Yeah, everything's happening.
Hey, I honestly.
I think it's a great comm.
Yeah. What else are you gonna say? Like list all of the mechanics out? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Clear communication, straight to the point.
Yeah.
Just do everything at the same time.
I thought his pronunciation was very clear. He wasn't using any weird slang, you know, like balls or other such words.
What's wrong with that?
I mean, you know, sometimes it just throws me a little off guard, and I don't know what they're talking about.
Chat figured out Sprocketmonger Mythic way before Liquid.
Oh,
They found out really early on. Blue balls equals bad.
Yeah.
True?
Okay. Yeah.
Can't be having those.
that tweet this morning.
I did not.
I gotta find it. It made me laugh. And I guess it's so funny on Twitter. I want to read it. I want to do it justice, so I gotta read it out loud.
See.
Why is Zalatath making me eat my teammates' balls?
Whoa.
It's an interesting question.
It was a good question. I mean, you know.
I'll get back to them.
Yeah, needs more data. Yeah. Not quite sure. But yeah, that don't make a sense. What a queen.
She's been working on a bunch of quick tips and everything like that.
Yeah.
Especially for Mistweaver, but also for everything else.
Yeah, love her guides. Big fan.
I guess that still has my all-time favorite WoW twit.
Yep.
Oh, I know exactly the one.
Yep.
I do not support all of you WoW players. Some of you are very dumb.
Yeah, you know.
Banger.
My favorite is like, you know, the drama is happening when that one gets retweeted again.
That's right. And often it's not even by her, just other people.
Yeah. You just gotta go, oh, something's happening in the WoW world. You gotta go retweet the Megaset tweet.
You gotta go out, gotta go to it, gotta unretweet your recent
Oh, yeah.
retweet it again.
Retweeted it a lot of times. Yeah. Okay, well, here we are on Heroic Splits. Also, just as a reminder, like I was mentioning, we are still raising money for the Pasadena Humane Society. We are $20,000, almost to that $20,000 goal. And if you want Zyro to have a great day and do some TCG card unboxing, definitely head over to teal.gg/RWF-donate. We've had a lot of great donations so far. Send in a message also. We'll have Tiltify open here if you want to say something nice, say something encouraging. You can make fun of us too if you want. That's totally fine. Whatever you want to say. Just give our charity some money.
I think Kalamazi Dranos and I all really want to do that, so I'm sure all of us will do some of it at some point.
Yeah.
We'll like crack some of the packs. I was kind of thinking, how can we make the pack cracking fun?
Is it not fun in and of itself?
Well, it's certainly fun to watch us open the packs, but what if I were to like accidentally tear a card before looking at it?
Oh no.
Just pick one card out of every pack without looking at it, look at the back of the card, just rip it in half. And then we can see what it is after the fact.
Do people do that?
No, not really.
Oh, but
that'd be horrifying.
That would be crazy content though. If like you ripped something that was super rare.
You put it back together, get the code at least.
Oh,
if there was a code.
People are saying flip and rip.
Yes, sir.
People do that. People do that, someone says in chat.
Do they? Oh, okay.
I could see it being like some really good rage bait. Like really good rage bait.
With our luck, it would be something very valuable.
I don't think there's really anything that's very valuable in the WoW TCG anymore.
If it was, then maybe it'll be devalued soon.
Yeah.
Rip Feldrake.
Chat, you're sick in the head at Zyro. Terrible.
Sounds like it's working already.
Oh, someone chat, I ripped a $400 magic card.
I believe it.
On purpose? Or on accident? Tell us more. I need to know.
Well, the thing is, with most packs, you know where the rare card is, right?
Do you?
Yeah.
First one.
It's at the bottom, right? Or you,
so, yeah, like when you open a pack
of
of magic cards, depending on the set, usually the first 11 are commons. Then there's 3 uncommons and 1 rare.
Okay.
And the rare is always in the back.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's like a promo set, and there's like a token card and like a rules card.
Okay.
But you can almost always know where the rare is. But if you're doing the flip and rip, you shuffle the pack up first.
Right.
As you do.
As you would. All right, we got a couple donations here. I don't know if we've skipped any, but they're both pets. $50 with a link of their pet from, I'm not going to read this out loud. Nice name. Sunny, we've got another link to their pet. Sounds like a tripod. Tripod Pico and his little brother Gibbon. Very excited for that. $35. Anonymous, $11.98. And I think that's the only ones that we've gotten today. We haven't really been shouting it out too much yet. So keep them coming. We are close to $20,000. We're only at $18,505.69. So if you're going to donate, don't donate any change amount. We got to keep that 0.69 there. Thank you, chat.
Thank you, chat. Yeah, no, people
Don't
are
ruin it.
definitely really mad about the flip and rip.
Can you blame
That makes me want to do it even more, though, to be honest with you.
Sire likes to watch the world burn.
Yeah.
Apparently.
And honestly, the thing about the TCG cards is that most of the value's in the codes anyways.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. That's where like some of the mounds and stuff came from, right?
I mean, how much are Swift Spectral Tigers worth now?
I don't know. How do I
It's
check?
got to be like in the close
Like
to the
the
5 digits
card?
now. Just the code. Just the code for the mount.
I've never looked this up. What do I do? Shopping? The shopping tag?
I don't even know where it would be.
So, not the card, right?
Well, you need the code. The code
Does
is
the code come with the card?
No, no.
These are only $100.
Those are definitely the code's
Yeah.
already been used.
Okay, so this is $1,500. World of Warcraft.
That sounds cheap.
I don't know. I've literally never looked this up. I don't know.
Oh man, I remember. Do you remember when Ben Brode finally left the Hearthstone team?
No.
And he was talking about on Twitter.
Uh-huh.
He was giving away like crates of Blizzard memorabilia.
Oh,
like,
whoa.
card packs and stuff he had. He wasn't giving them away. He put them
Okay.
up for auction. There was probably some insane stuff in there. Probably some
Oh, I bet.
packs. I wonder how much this actually sold for.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Chat's saying 8,000 for a Swift Spectral Tiger.
Wow, that's crazy. Don't worry, it'll be on a Twitch drop eventually.
No. Could you imagine? I would actually love to see that.
You stop that.
I would love
Because you want to see the reaction of the
Yes.
community? Dude, people would lose their
Yes.
minds.
I want to see people go crazy.
Lose their minds, dude.
I know in China they had a promotion for it a couple of years ago.
Really?
They made it fly too, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's... Oh, okay.
For the Midnight expansion, or Last Titan expansion, of the big finale
Huh.
of the World Soul
I
Saga.
think it's all the cool WoW promotions. Pretty sure they have like a China theme park there. I don't know if it's like an officially Blizzard sanctioned.
Oh, I have no
to be fair,
idea.
though.
They do kind of get all the cool things though.
They do.
And they have really cool esports hotels.
Oh, yeah. I think they just do esports better over there, to be honest. Some of the stuff, or video games.
Except for here. At the Alienware training facility.
Of course. I mean, that.
Nobody does it better.
No. Just there seem to be a lot of WoW fans, so I'm definitely glad to have them back.
Yeah.
The WoW player base as well as the WoW guilds. You know, Hot Pot Hero doing great this tier. Last year was their first year back though, not this one, right?
Yes. So
Yeah.
we saw a resurgence of a lot of the Chinese scene last year, not only because they finally got their servers reinstated, but also that prize pool for them is still up for grabs, right?
That's right.
The Chinese scene. Who was it who actually was sponsoring that again? Do you remember?
It wasn't Skyline, was it?
I don't think it was Skyline.
Yeah.
But there's a large prize purse for the first Chinese guild that takes an in-boss world first.
And it continually increases every season.
Yep.
That's Skyline, right?
No, I think it was somebody else. I don't remember the exact name.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was Skyline combined with somebody.
There was definitely some collaboration.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But basically, they would give a big prize pool. I think it was over 100,000 US.
That sounds right.
Something around that ballpark, but it increased by like 10 or 20,000 US every single season that did not happen.
Yeah.
And that's still going.
Is it really?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it only happened like a year ago.
Like that 5 months ago.
Yeah, I guess you're right because it's not been that long since the Chinese servers were reinstated.
Apparently NetEase.
Oh, NetEase did it. Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Hotbot Hero is the closest guild to it right now. Obviously, G10 Hong's been around for a long time. Something interesting with the Chinese guilds, though, and this is part of the reason that I still don't think they're quite on the same level as like the Liquid, the Echoes, and the Methods yet, is they are still a little bit behind in like strategy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can see that very clearly if you go to the Race to World First page and look at the amount of polls it takes them to kill the bosses versus the top guilds.
They kind of like brute force their way
brute
through
force
stuff.
everything.
Yeah.
Styx Bone Junker, they got the world 4th kill on that boss. It took them 340 polls.
That's... Well, what was it that they got after like 5,000 polls, one of the Chinese guilds?
Was it Tindril? Like
I think it was...
Like 1,000
It
polls
was
or
definitely
something like that?
in the 4 digits, yeah.
Yeah.
It was the same thing for last year for Queen Anne Sarek. A lot of the top 4 Chinese guilds had somewhere in like the 700 to 1,000 poll range on that boss.
Yeah. And we meme about, guilds, particularly Echo over the years. They would always be, oh, hey, like, let's do one pull and then, like, take a 45-minute break as we talk through everything that we're going to do. And, you get, like, memed on, but it's very efficient for, the attempts to make sure that you figure out what needs to be done, how you're going to adjust your strategies. And, yeah, brute forcing is a strategy, but we've kind of just seen it consistently happen, and the Chinese guilds not been able to overtake the top 3 yet.
Yeah, there's 2 different ways to do the strategy, right? There's the yin and the yang. There's the bin and the bubba. There's the bin who just goes, I want to pull the boss, and there's the bubba who wants to talk about strat for like 15 minutes.
Yeah. You have to
And
find
you
a balance.
have to find a balance in between the 2.
Yeah. All right, well, let's take a look at some of the pets that we've had submitted to us. Oh, got a little out kitty on a little leash. This is Samson, submitted by New. I love gray cats. They're so soft.
Oh, apparently we got a go pack, by the way, so that's good.
Oh,
yay!
Nice. Amazing.
Oh, Samson is cute, though.
Samson is cute, or is excited about the go pack as well. Look at this little guy. Very soft. Gray cats are always so soft. Is it a tiny little lem that I see? I think it might be.
Maybe he's just mewing.
Could be, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
All
no,
right.
I get that.
Thank you.
Got the bell on the collar so you know when they're coming.
Yep.
Oh, they're snuggling.
Aww.
Argo
Truck's such a cute cat.
You think the cat is Truck?
Yeah.
The dog is Argo?
100%.
Yeah.
Dude,
100%.
I hope that that's the case.
Yeah. I feel like Argo the dog would just be very gentle walking around everywhere, and
Oh, probably.
cat just is the terror.
That cat is the main character of the house for sure. Yeah, so we did get confirmation.
See?
Argo
Nailed it! Right?
is the cat.
Yeah.
That is amazing. I love this. I love cats and dogs being friends. It's very sweet.
Some said it never would be possible.
Yeah, there it is. Thank you so much for submitting your animal. $35 and a link to an image hosting platform of a picture of your pet. Does not have to be a cat or a dog also. We'll take a look at it on the broadcast. Here is Loaf and Peachy.
Oh.
That's so cool.
Loaf ain't loafing.
This is big cats.
Those
Yeah,
are big cats.
they're big boys.
There's also a third cat underneath. You can see.
Oh, yeah, very
Secret bonus cat.
Yeah, good. Good.
Is that like a
spot.
cookie jar?
Yeah, something like that.
It might be like a cat
Diaper
cookie jar.
changing table, doesn't it?
It kind of does.
I don't know.
Maybe
I have no
it is.
idea.
It could be. And it's one of those.
Like little ledges.
Well, you like repurpose it.
Yeah.
Once the kid's old enough or whatever.
It's not that anymore. It's a cat bed.
Yeah, it's now a cat bed. You're right.
Furniture's expensive.
You're correct. Yeah, sustainable. Yeah, we love
Some
that.
say it was always a cat bed.
Yeah.
Probably.
All right. Well, thank you so
I
much
believe
for
it.
your submissions. $35, and you can send a link to your armory. And we can take a look at your transmog. Don't submit a full set, or I will freak out. It will be a 1. I will not be nice.
So you
Submit
should
if it looks
actually
good.
submit full sets.
Nope, don't do it.
Only full sets.
Submit if it looks good.
Don't do it. I'm gonna be mean.
Yeah.
I warned you. Here we go.
Hey, Mr. Pick Me Up. For alts. For Chinese 4th monk.
Yeah, this is Sang's 12th evoker.
Yeah.
Ooh, here we go. Some transmogs on the left.
Hey, I like
looks
this.
cool.
The
Double shielded up.
blood-soaked wraps.
Mm.
Very, very nice little mog action. Nice. This is kind of like a Fallout kind of mog.
Yeah.
You've got the buckler. The type
Yeah.
of shield that they've got on them right now, and then like a big mug.
I kind of feel like this is like a Delver sort of deal.
Yeah.
Could be that too.
Do you guys have a
Down to the
delving
delves.
transmog?
I don't have any transmog.
Oh, okay. I have a delving transmog.
I've been putting off making a themed mog for this tier. I need to.
You gotta make a delving transmog.
I like this.
Yeah, me too. It's like a beer mug in the the weapon there.
Cams would like this too.
Yeah.
I give it a 9.3.
Okay. I'll give it a 9.
Give it like an 8.7.
8.7. Wow. Thank you for your submission, Lucky Light. Teal.gg/RWF-donate if you'd like us to take a look at yours.
Those legs are probably nice and firm.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's a good soundboard.
That is good. That's a good one. Yeah.
Cams was spotted having an affair with Zachary's last night.
Oh.
Zachary's?
We had a hunter mog pop up that he was a little too excited about.
Oh, okay.
The cartels are always hiring temp workers to
Oh, I
pick
thought
up
this was a
odd
soundbite for a second, but it's the tier.
This is
Big
exciting.
friendly
It looks like we're
standard.
getting into the mythic grade.
Oh, okay.
It looks like
You're
it.
right.
People
Yeah.
hopping on the mains.
Dude, I'm fired up. He's warming up. He's doing some drifting.
Skirt.
Yeah. Skirt. Dogs are barking. We're excited.
Everybody feels that the temperature has risen a few degrees in the race.
Yeah.
Everybody is nice and warmed up and ready to go.
Absolutely. All right. Here is Maeve Shock from Disconnect, an enhancement shaman. I like this. This is very thematic.
It is.
Very shaman looking as well.
Turn that sucker around.
Yeah.
So it's what, Doomhammer plus, is that also Doomhammer? Is that a different version of it?
Two versions of Doomhammer? It's definitely the main hand Doomhammer.
Yep.
I don't know, is that Lightning X also Doomhammer, chat?
Either way, it's sick.
They are kind of cool.
Sick by my standards. Whoa.
Oh, okay.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Dude, but actually get like kind of scary fast.
Yes.
I like the full mail, I guess is the best way I would say it.
Yeah.
Like the arms and the legs are just all chainmail and it's plain. And then the emphasis gets drawn to the tabard and it gets drawn to the cloak.
Yeah. No, we've got some sweaty transmoggers
It's drawn to the weapons.
today.
Yep, and the weapons as well.
Big Alliance vibe going on here. Yeah, match that up right next with the Alliance icon there.
Yep,
Perfect.
that is definitely the Alliance icon.
Yeah.
9.3 again.
9.1.
Yeah, banger.
I will give it a 9.5. This is
Excellent.
really good.
Excellent.
That's really good. I feel like they listened to me. No full sets this morning. I like it.
Is the door stuck for them? Can they not click the door?
It's the Fury of Stone Mother.
I like the Zandalari trolls a lot. We never really see them that much.
Yeah. Wait, does it got a third toe?
What?
Let me see that third toe.
No, there's only two toes.
Hold on, turn it
You
around.
get a big whiff. I don't
Turn it
want
around.
a small whiff.
Oh
my.
Wait a minute. Yeah, there it is. Yama! Tastingo! 10 out of 10.
That's like a heel bit.
Are you
No,
in
that's
the trolls?
third toe.
In
Oh, I am a
OnlyFans?
troll.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Horde shield, looking good. Let me see that. Let me see that sword. Let me see that blade. I like this. This is
so
really good.
cool, actually.
Yeah.
Dude, these transmogs these morning are actually sick.
They're very good.
Do you guys get all the good mogs on the morning show?
Dude, for real. No, it's not usually like this.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Usually we get a lot of sets.
Yeah, a lot of sets.
8.9.
Yeah.
Banger.
9.5.
9.1. I'm feeling generous this morning.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on the Zandalari troll. What are the racials of the Zandalari troll? I don't know.
They get the regenerating, where they just heal themselves up to full.
Oh.
They have to channel it though.
Oh. Is that useful?
If they take any damage, then it interrupts it automatically. So
yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, it's like a niche thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, it seems like more of an out of combat ability.
Fired up. That's a wall that you're running.
I was really curious. Yeah, I saw him running straight for the one-armed bandit in the back, and I was like, is that actually a little slot you could run through? That'd be sick.
Was it Nathria that he kept running in and out of the maw because he couldn't figure out how to get to the area where you made your
Been there, got lost in the maw.
Dude, it was such a good bit. I don't.
Oh no! Wait, the door is actually closed.
Uh-oh.
They can't get through the door. I just saw Fired Up hover over the door.
Yeah.
Door's stuck.
Open the door. So how do we blame Gingy for this one?
Gingy door.
Gingy's holding the door.
Gingy lock. Gingy threw away the key.
You know that old CS clip from like the 1.6 days where somebody's standing behind the door keeping it closed?
Oh yeah,
The guy's like, let me through. Door stuck. Door stuck.
Oh man, this is
dude.
We've really just had like a series of small things continuously happen. Well, some larger than others. But
We didn't pray hard enough. We didn't pray. See, this is the problem. We didn't include this in our pray this morning.
We really didn't.
Can we get some amenos in the chat? This is getting out of hand. This is
rough.
actually getting out of hand.
Well, after the DCs last night with the server instability,
Yeah.
then that reset their instance and they had to clear trash once again. Now we gotta deal with this. So
This happened in Vault of...
Yeah, you got it!
Dude, that was so fast.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Our production is unrivaled.
Wow. Sound guy got good sleep last
man.
night. He
Oh,
is
yeah.
on one this morning.
This happened in Vault of the Incarnates too. Remember when they there was a wall they couldn't get through?
Yeah, there's like the gates under Hungering Destroyer and Darkfane, Inerva Darkfane. Yeah.
Okay, what do we do? Like, what's going on? What do we do? Oh, TL.gg/RWF donate. Show us some pet pictures. Maybe we could just take a look at some cat pics or something in the meantime.
I want a Blizzard GM to turn into a goblin,
Yeah.
bust out some, like a blowtorch, and
Yeah.
then just like blast the door down.
Someone get Zorbrix in here. We need the flying turnip to help sort this out.
Turnip, please.
Come on, get in there. Open that door.
Oh, Lil Flip.
Lil Flip.
We've had Lil Flip before. This is a new mog, though.
This is
amazing.
You know what they're trying to do, right?
Average World of Warcraft player. I don't.
They're trying to be Blitzcrank.
Oh.
Show us the front again.
Turn that sucker around.
Yeah, look at that face.
Turn that
They're
sucker
Blitzcrank.
around.
Huh. It's a Blitzcrank mob.
There you go.
That's amazing. 10? What do you give it?
Wow, that's something. 9.9. No
Little
notes.
Flip. Hit that skip.
No notes.
No notes.
Salty meat.
Yeah,
Excellent.
9.5. What did Cam just say?
It's very salty meat.
Oh.
Dude, poor Cams. That's like a very regular sentence if you're talking about food and then it just gets clipped out of context. Ooh.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ruin.
Whoa.
This
is sick.
is a druid mog. Tattles, take notes.
Have you guys seen the new thing that they're doing on the After Dark show?
No.
Just, I want to let you guys know this if you ever get asked to go on After Dark.
Okay.
You usually don't because you do right.
Yeah, we're rising and racing.
Cam's is doing like a 30-second recap of the day.
Okay. Oh.
If he hits everything properly, no problem.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You did a good job. Good job, Cams. They'll give him
Okay.
like a Liv Moss bong or something.
A what?
Liv Moss. Yeah.
Oh.
I thought you said something else.
Not that. That's the bad. You don't want to hear that.
Oh. Okay.
If he doesn't get it done in the first 30 seconds,
Yeah.
they have a wheel spin.
Oh.
And
Okay.
the wheel spin is either less seconds for your next attempt,
Okay.
or you hit the beans.
The beans?
The beans.
The
Does he get bamboozled or
Yes,
whatever?
you get
The-
bean boozled.
No.
Oh.
We got bean boozled last night.
What, did he get a good one or a bad one?
Well, we both did two. Fiz also joined us. He did
Okay.
two as well.
What'd you
I
get?
think we all got one of each.
Okay. What was your nasty one?
I don't know what it is, and I don't want to know what it was.
Ooh.
Oh
It
gosh.
was nasty.
It almost makes it worse, like looking it up.
Yeah,
Right,
knowing what
right.
it is worse.
Yeah.
Knowing what you're eating.
Yeah.
You know that somebody's job is literally to design and taste awful flavors, and they're like, "Yeah, this slaps."
Ugh.
Yeah. I mean, this mog also slaps. I know we got kind of off
I was
track.
gonna
with
say
it.
we gotta rate the mug. Let's see.
Oh yeah, Bruinkin. Well, we're giving them more screen time.
We are.
That's true. Yeah, they can't be upset about that.
It's a nice mixture of like some of the Frost incarnates from Dragonflight.
Yeah.
With some like I don't know earthy themes. What would you call it? With some of like the brown
I'm
type
not sure.
colors.
This is kind of nice though.
I like it a lot.
Like a bear vibe.
Yeah, big fan. I would say
They're also on all fours.
8.9.
Hashtag all fours.
8.9.
I feel like it's like a volley bear mug. Kinda. Look at the League of Legends mugs.
Hashtag all fours.
I'll give it an 8.5. I like it.
You're like an 8.3.
Yeah. Thank you so much for your submission.
Door open.
Door open.
Oh, door open. Thank God. I missed it. What happened?
The door opened.
It just opened on its own.
Open the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
They found the keys.
Good. Okay, good. Yeah, that would have not been good.
Yep.
All right. Well, we're at $18,650. Thank goodness. Everyone's listened to me that it is still 0.69. Yeah, they heard of it.
Literally, our call to Blizzard in the morning.
Amazing.
Yep.
That's such a good TikTok.
All right, here is Musubi.
Ooh. He's got a little. Oh, he's got the little like wand. Oh, that's cute. He's got a little wand.
Wait, the little star one. I love the little
Yeah,
star one.
it's like the more you know star.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if we're gonna go for a cutesy Tauren one, we got to do the little flower in the hair. We need the flower in the hair.
Adorable.
It's the best barbershop option in the game, if you ask me.
I would say a 7/7.
I'll give it a 7. I'll give it a 7.
Give it a 7-3. The numeral.
Yeah. It's cutesy.
Apparently he had the...
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh, it's right there.
On his right
I'll
temple.
bump it up, 7.5.
On his right
That's
temple.
very cutesy. Okay, it's very nice. Yeah.
Very nice, thank you, Wizard. We got sneaky teeth.
Oh,
Rogue.
show me the toe. Show me the third toe. Let's see it.
Stop.
Get in
Is it
there.
third toe or is it
Gotta see the third toe.
Heel? It's a heel.
Look at that
It's a heel guard.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that third
small
toe. Does dingo. 10.
Nobody
Is it 10?
passes without permission.
Those are some nice third toes right there.
And you don't
Chat,
got
behave.
permission. Ain't that right, Mug? You got it, see.
Yeah. It's considered polite if you see a troll in the wild to ask them to show you their third toe.
Is it?
Yeah, you gotta ask them. Yeah. Sneaky teeth. A assassination rogue. This is very cool, actually, and it's got teeth. It's coming out of the little hood thing.
It looks very reminiscent of like an old school Zandalari troll, or just old school Kurabashi troll.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I like
say.
the blue.
Is it the blood trolls?
The blood trolls aren't.
Well, there's another name for like some of the troll tribes are doing like blood rituals in one of the dungeons. I want to say it was the Kurabashi.
Okay.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
I'm sure if we're wrong, chat will let us know instantly.
That's right. That's the best way to get the right answer.
Exactly.
I like this.
Just to send it.
I like this.
The best thing to do is to like say something as a fact.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know it's wrong, and they'll
Yep.
just be like, actually.
Hikari. That's what it is. There it is. Good job, chat. Big fan. Because they worshipped Hakar, the blood god. Yep. There it is. It was right in front of me.
Huge. We got a little bit of that in the other side.
Yeah. Banger.
Yeah. Good dungeon.
Can't ever take down Hakar.
All right, I give this I already give it a 10 actually because it's a troll.
8.3.
Okay.
Banger.
I'm not as big of a fan. I'll go back down to like 7.1. It's okay.
Very nice and wide.
Nice and wide.
All right, who's sitting? Look at him.
Oh, they submitted mine. Wait,
You submitted your draft?
Yeah, but like I'm not in like but I'm not in people form.
Yeah, we did
who submitted mine?
Dude,
we did
you
the
look
visage
so
form.
Yeah, but I look. Yeah, I know, but when you log out.
Loincloth on.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Dragon Mogs. That's the problem with the Dragon Mogs. When I'm in people form.
Stop it.
Oh, that's a good.
Get
belt.
out of there.
No, when I'm in like people form.
Yeah.
It's the WoW anniversary setup. I'm not ready to submit my Transmog yet.
Okay. Well, yeah.
Well, let's rate his dragon then.
Rate 10 or I cry.
It's like a 1.
Rate 10 right now or I cry.
I kind of vibe with the gold with the tiger stripes. I think it's okay.
I have clothes, guys, but it's just not in the people form.
Yeah, the clothes don't
Don't
fit
believe
the dragon.
you.
Yeah, the clothes literally don't fit.
Chat, what are we thinking?
Chat, stop this.
4,
Dude,
2,
look
negative
at,
10.
I'm sorry.
1.
It's the dumbest looking.
I wish I didn't have to be a dragon. I wish I could have been a void elf,
You gotta
okay?
be-
So ugly,
Wait,
bro.
you got a beak? Yo, he's got a beak.
Yeah, I got a snout.
You are not built
Beaked
for
up,
speed.
bro.
You need to be
Yeah.
beakless to be built for speed.
I wish I could be a void elf.
You know, maybe you go and you screenshot yourself in your visage form, and you could send it to us. Zyronic and I can fill for a bit if you want to go do that.
Yeah, you wanna
go log
go
in real
submit it?
Wait, I didn't even submit this.
So?
Wait, how do you change to like normal people form though?
No, I don't mean in Wowhead. I just mean like in game.
I could take a screenshot of it?
I mean, I don't know. I kind of want to see you in visage form now. If it's so cool.
I didn't submit this, chat. Somebody else did.
Yeah.
But I mean, nobody said anything about my title.
Wait, did we turn the sucker around yet?
Oh wow, what a cool title. Oh my gosh.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know what the title is.
Why are your jetpacks clipping into your wings? Why do you need both?
Because usually I'm not in dragon form. I'm in people form, and the jetpacks are sick.
Okay.
Chat, how much aura is Jack losing right now?
You guys are killing me here. Yeah, I'm in permanent people form, but when you link an armory or you show your dragon in the login screen, it's a dragon.
So stupid.
This is so messed up.
Cereal
Oh, what are we
tiger.
rating this?
What's the frost? You look like the frosted flakes.
I'm just gonna go to a void elfin anyway and just say screw it.
Oh man, is this like a 1 or a 2, man?
Oh,
This is not a good look.
Y'all are
Yeah.
so rude.
Listen, there are about
Y'all
15
are
different
so
pieces
rude.
of gear you have to show off in a transmog, and I can
Yeah.
only see 3 of
I
them.
can't. I literally have full clothes on.
3 divided by 15
But the stupid dragons.
simplifies down to 2
This
out of
sounds like a
10. So I'll
skill
give this.
issue, dude.
This is just the stupid dragons.
Okay.
This
What
is
do
my
you give yourself then?
this is my Joker form.
Maybe Steve just started as a villain.
Jack, you can rate your own mod.
Dude, the
10 out of 10.
The person that submitted this is definitely getting their $35.
They actually are.
I'm sure they are laughing so hard right now. Well, name yourself. Show yourself. Who submitted this? This is great.
This guy's...
Hey, we never said you had to submit your own. If you want to make fun of your favorite streamer's Transmog, you can also do that.
Yep.
Please do it.
Got Stephen M., the dwarf mage from Game Over.
Oh my god. Dude.
They might have about as many pieces as Jack's character have on.
Yeah.
Crazy, bro. What is this? Amazing. This is so good. These Transmogs this morning, except for Jack's, are so crazy. They're so good, dude.
He's looking good.
Oh my gosh.
He's got those clasps around his thighs.
Yeah.
Little freaky naughty.
Yeah. All right, sound guy, clipping that as we speak.
I would grip him. I would give him a. I would give him a hand.
Cheeky grip.
What? I don't know the context of that. That wasn't me.
That was definitely you.
That was definitely not me. Nope. All right, this is a fire mage. I think that's my only complaint. Doesn't look very fire magey to me.
They got the frost mog on.
But it is a good look. It is a good look.
Shout out, Queenslayer title. They've killed Mythic Queen Ansarek.
Yeah. Very cool.
Shout out.
All right, this is like an 8.
Yeah, I'm in that same vibe. 7.9.
8.5.
Very cool.
Ricked up.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
well, yeah. This dude is definitely.
Oh wait, because he's a dwarf. He's got the.
Holy monk.
Holy monk.
This is kind of hodgepodge. Not gonna lie. You have like the heritage set on the chest and legs, belts, cloak, part of the gloves.
This guy looks like he goes to anime conventions with his shirt off. It's like walks around.
I bet he looked pretty good.
Greased up.
This guy looks like their characters like straight out of Mulan.
Yeah.
You know?
This is strange.
I like it.
I don't know. The green, the monk green, very much clashes with the red gold of like the blood elves.
Yeah, they're supposed to do that. It's like complementary colors on the opposite side of the color wheel.
I think they're clashing colors, to be honest. There's too many colors as well.
Okay.
You have red, gold, black, and then the bright green.
That's fair. That's fair. I kind of like it. Personally, I think it works. I give it an 8.
Like 7.7.
7.7?
It's green, red, and gold, chat. They're all like, you can have green and you can have red and green, but you can't have green, red, and gold. You get like a 6.5.
All right. Okay. We got Lip doing some time walking here on Stank. Doing some boomkin stuffs.
Yeah.
It's a classic character. That character's been around for like 10 years.
Gnarly Chi.
Band-Aid Solutions. The supervisor. Yes, chef. That's the soup achievement, right? From the what?
I forgot that Skolamance was in the game in Mop.
Oh yeah.
As like a dungeon.
Little time walker.
Yeah.
Isn't it Mop Dungeons right now for time walking?
Yeah.
Yes.
I gotta get in there.
True, I gotta get in there too.
All right, what do we give this?
You know, pretty simple for a 6.5.
What is the weapon? Is it just a rock? Or what is that?
Yeah, can we get a side profile of the web?
I like the little glasses.
Oh, it's like a ladle. It's a soup ladle.
Oh, it's a soup ladle.
I like this.
He enchanted his soup ladle.
That's good.
He's also got the rolly on.
He's got the rolly, yeah.
Yeah, very important.
It's a very rich soup guy.
He put on his Sunday's best to serve soup. I respect that. Man of class.
I'll give this like a 9.1.
Yeah, I'm going to give this a 9. I like it. It's good. Creative. Nice.
This would be a sick Mythic Plus dungeon, by the way.
Yes, it would. Oh my god.
Bozo, 10 out of 10.
Wow. That is a nice, tight bodysuit.
10 out of 10. No notes.
This is crazy.
This is like one of the goons a supervillain would deck his goons out in. Sunglasses and a tight bodysuit.
Jesus.
You'd be like 50 of them guarding his palace.
It's horrible.
No guild, no title. Just some bozo.
Just a bozo with a cleaver. Yeah. 9.3.
Wait, can we zoom in on that? It looks like a blue goatee and glasses.
Yeah.
Dude. This guy looks like he goes to anime conventions with his shirt off. Yeah. 10 out of 10. Hell yeah. That's a good look.
Chat saying no bulge.
No bulge?
Yeah. Never mind.
All right, well, if you want to submit your transmog, tilde.gg/RWF-donate with a link To your armory.
Get your heads out of the gutter, chat.
Heads out of the gutter, chat. You say something a little weird, and they just lose their minds.
You think Lip is ever going to pick up the Gallywix quest?
Someday.
I don't know. It's the same thing with Yips and his collection notifications. It's driving me nuts. Keep meaning to go over there and get rid of it.
Oh, look at this Mog.
This is cool.
Okay, I like this.
Wow, look at this. Look at the guild name.
Mog on.
Yeah, what is that from? Is that from The Office?
From The Office.
Yeah, Threat Level Midnight.
Michael's movie that he makes.
Yep, the action show.
This is so good.
Would actually really like this Mog.
Me too. This is really cool.
Like the one ponytail coming
Yeah.
over the shoulder too.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite hairstyles for Blood Elves, yeah.
8.9.
I will give it a 9.
I'm gonna go like 9.3. I like this a lot.
Yeah, this is nice. Let me make it work. Dude, I'm not even memeing. These transmogs are crazy this morning. They're so good. Very creative.
Thanks.
Yeah, except for you. What is happening?
We're turning that sucker around.
Oh.
Steve.
Oh. What is it?
Turn that sucker around.
What are we doing? What's happening? Oh. Okay. That's great. Production, I think, is bored. What would you guys
They're ready for Mugsy.
They're ready.
They're ready for Mugsy.
Yo,
They're
let me tell you
disrespecting
about
all the
Joe
people
Nick.
that put their hard-earned money in for this transmog.
Can you put the missing Gallywix quest on Lip's forehead?
Okay. Yeah, put it right there. Yeah.
Plaster that bad boy.
There we go.
There
we go.
is.
There we go. Poor
there
guy.
it is.
He doesn't even know what's going on, bro.
So this guy competes in the Olympics in something with Murloc tubing.
Yep.
Yeah. There's a little floaty hat. Like that.
Honestly, I've seen some
Christmas tree.
stupid-looking transmogs. This might be the most ridiculous one I've ever seen.
Crazy hodgepodge.
This is a crazy hodgepodge of transmogs.
We've got like a Vinthier Blood Elf sort of vibe going on, and then they're just wearing the dumbest things imaginable.
6.9.
Nice.
6 point. This is like a 5 for me.
I'll go a 4.20, of course.
It's definitely like the most interesting transmog I've ever seen. I've got a Christmas tree. I didn't even know that existed. Where's that from?
Probably from Christmas, if I had to guess.
I mean, yeah, but like I don't recognize it. I've never seen it before. It's crazy. Here's Moist Veil.
Oh.
Simps for Zalatath.
Is this the same moist that we had last night? No, that was moldy. Never mind. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
We've got a Mistweaver monk. It's giving Mistweaver. You don't think so? I mean the belt. The belt gives monk. The rest of it, I guess, not so much.
The belt.
But the belt
The
saves
belt
it.
is the only thing that I think that's even telling us that's a monk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really like this mug.
The rest of it is just like, I'm a goblin.
Yep. 2.2. Liquid's currently discussing strategy for Mugsy and summoning people. So once they get into Mugsy pulls, we'll show some action. That's why we're just doing some transmog submissions right now. Never fear.
I don't know. I'll give it like a 3. I don't think it's that good.
Yeah, a little rough.
I'll give it a 7. You give it a 3?
Yeah.
Whoa.
You gave it a 2.
Jeez. I'll give it a 7. No, you know what? I'm going to bump it down. I'm so sorry. It's like a 5.
I would love 10, man.
Okay. Well, thank you for your submission of your transmog. Here's the next one. A Blood Elf Havoc Demon Hunter.
Flame swords.
Very cool.
Crisp. Nice little crown, too, to go with them.
Yeah, okay.
I wonder if you can make blue tattoos.
You can, yeah. I don't like the
Yeah.
color of the tattoos. It doesn't really match.
Yeah. The blue tattoos would go really hard versus the fell ones. I mean, I
Yeah.
get having the fell eyes, but having like the fell tattoos with like the blue and the cobalt colors,
Yeah, missed opportunity there.
not really vibing for me.
Yeah.
I think they tried to make something else fit with the eyes. I think the eyes being the only green thing would have been totally fine.
You can cover up the eyes, though.
Well, that's the thing. I think it's fine to have them. It's just that and the tattoos isn't doing it.
Yeah, there are other eye appearances you can use.
Because it's like a reminder. You
Yeah.
know, it's like a reminder that they're a demon hunter, but they have, you know, class.
We're getting messages
style.
in chat from the previous transmog.
Oh?
Saying that's one of the officers in my guild. I was hoping you would roast him.
Oh, that's a good way to do it.
Wait, somebody submitted their
submit your enemy's transmog so we can roast them.
That's crazy.
That's elite
so
level
messed
hating.
up. That's so...
Elite level hating.
Dude.
Hey, bud, you know, the caster saw your mogs today and everything.
Yeah.
Hated it.
Yeah, I mean, I did say favorite streamer, but it could be your least favorite guild member. Could be anything. There are no rules.
I think as is for this Mog, I give it probably like a 7-ish, 7.5.
Yeah.
They had the blue tattoos, I'd probably bump that up to like an 8.5.
Understandable.
It's like a 6 for me.
Okay.
Demon Hunters don't have blue eyes, but you can cover them up with some. I'm answering a question from chat. You can cover them up with like a bandage option. There's a couple options in there that I think would work better with this, if that's what they were trying to do. Oh Jesus!
Freaking dragon.
Question from chat: how do they go about submitting the transmog?
Oh my gosh, well, if you go to teal.gg/rwf-donate, as you can see here on the screen, and submit a link to your armory with $35, and in that note, in that Tiltify note, you submit a link to your armory, we will take a look at it on stream here. This is Ibar.
Yeah, if you're confused about, how to actually do that, you just use any image hosting site. Imager is one that people use a lot, IMGUR.
Oh, no, that's for pets, though.
Oh, that's for pets.
Yeah.
For armories, you have to link your WoW armor.
Yeah.
For pets, you need to use an image hosting service.
Yes, please use an image hosting platform. Yeah. Good comms. Yeah, if an Instagram link or a Twitter link or something, it's
Yeah.
You're making their life hard.
And don't just give us your character name.
Please don't.
Literally give us your WoW armory or like your name and server.
Yeah.
It makes their jobs a lot easier over production.
Okay, here we've got a Drakthir. I'm so sorry, I just hate Drakthir. 3, I'm so sorry, I hate it. Ugh, get it off. Give me the ick. Jack? Zyro?
7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay.
What did you say?
I said, I forget, a 3?
I just don't get Drakthir transmogs.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm raiding the dragon, not the Mog.
Yeah.
I'm preparing to race change now.
To be fair, I think Drakthirs are the most customizable race. So it is a fair amount of work to make everything coherent. But that being said, I hate Drakthirs, so.
Yeah.
I feel like with Drakthir, you almost want to make them look as stupid as possible just to lean into it. I don't know. But.
Oh, let's go.
Quick rate.
Mugsy pole.
7 on the Drakthir. 2 on the Goblin.
Pharma rep.
Yeah, real quick. Pharma rep. Is it the heirloom stuff? It looks like the heirloom stuff.
That's funny.
I thought those didn't even exist anymore.
I'll give it a 5.
I'll give it a 6.
2.
Thank you, Pharma rep. Very nice.
Let's go, Mugsy poles. You can already see right away. Got the first set of goon cages down. And we're swapping over already instantly, less than a minute into the poll.
Oh. They barely got it too. Yeah, that was very tight timing onto it. Every phase transition on the encounter is going to be launching another round of damage onto the raid. There's uncontrollable carnage, and there's an elemental carnage and uncontrollable explosion, something like that. They have 2 different names, but basically they launch massive amounts of damage out onto the raid. And they're, fired up, got hit by a mine that spawned in melee. Triggers more soaks, triggers a big knockback, and negative heal absorbs on the entire raid.
I think it was supposed to soak there, but maybe 2 people soaked at the same time.
Could be.
That could happen in Heroic as well. You can see it's very quick compared to Heroic. Everything happens a lot faster, it seems.
Important update. I want to talk about this before we move on. The Demon Hunter said, "Okay, casters, updated my tattoos and covered my eyes."
Hey.
Look at us, people taking our feedback.
All right.
Awesome. Ooh, we're already getting some weak aura updates between these polls.
Oh yeah, they've been doing this constantly. They were doing this all last night as well.
Yeah.
Just to make sure everything works properly.
Bart gets here super early. I think he gets here at like 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Like he works really long hours.
Yeah, it also makes sense. He's from EU. That kind of fits with his sleep schedule a little more.
Yeah, that's true. Because I think he's raiding or raid leading. He has a guild.
Does he also have his own guild?
Yeah, he has his own guild, but I know for the last couple of tiers, he doesn't raid at all. Like, he doesn't open the game, but he just, leads the guild.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do either of you guys have a ring or a watch on?
Yes.
Re-equip it. We're being told to re-equip our gestures.
Oh, yep.
Okay.
Yep, got it.
Yep, thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
We're good.
Appreciate it. Re-equipped.
So you didn't put it on your same, you put it on the same wrist?
Yeah.
You gotta swap wrists.
No. They just put it on and put it off.
Actually, I'm told that my left index finger is the best finger for my ring.
Okay.
It's the most accurate.
Well, we got the message to go away, so.
Okay. Yeah, so it worked. It worked. We're good.
Yeah,
we're good.
Good job.
Okay. Good stuff. Is that your whoop? Your whoop?
My whoop. Yeah.
Your whoop.
My whoop.
Dude.
Do you think it's worth?
I don't know if it's any more worth than other fitness stuff.
Yeah, I just got an Apple Watch, so I was thinking about it.
I like the app.
I thought about getting the ring thing.
Yeah, the
but
ring. That's what I got.
I've literally like never worn rings in my life.
Yeah.
So I feel like that would just like drive me insane.
You get used to it. It was a little like when I started wearing it at first because it's kind of bigger.
Like chunky.
Yeah. But I like it because it's got really. I mean, it knows when I sleep on the plane. Like it can tell when I'm taking a nap sitting up.
That's pretty sick.
I really like it.
Well, right now, whenever I am using my treadmill at home on my desk, I have to put my watch in my pocket. Otherwise, it doesn't track my steps.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And so I was like, maybe the ring would do that better.
I don't know. I'd have to see. It's more of like a wellness thing rather than a fitness thing. Like it does track exercise, but if I'm like going on a run or something and I want to track it, I put on my fitness watch.
The one thing that this does better than the Apple Watch that I will say is it does everything automatically.
Oh yeah.
So like you know when you go to work out with your Apple Watch, you have to start the workout on.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that with it. This will just auto track that.
Yeah,
that's nice.
Hey, you started working out at X time and ended this time.
You ever get bullied by your fitness whatever, and it's like time to stretch, time to take a walk?
I turned off the time to stand thing, but it'll send me updates. It's like you're only walking 4,000 steps a day instead of like 15,000 steps a day.
Yeah.
What happened? Yeah, and I'm just like, I'm sorry, man, I'm working.
When I started playing hardcore, I kept getting warnings that was like, you have elevated levels of stress.
Oh yeah.
Gee, I wonder why.
I get that during casts sometimes where it's like your stress level's elevated. It's like,
yeah.
Gee, I hope so.
A few of those during this event for
That's
sure.
how I know I feel alive.
All right, well, if you're just now tuning in, we just got our first pull of the day of Mythic Mugsy, our best pull. So far today, obviously, because that's our only pull that we've seen. But do we want to kind of go over some of the Mythic mechanics here, the difference between Heroic and Mythic, and maybe our expectations for how difficult we think this fight is going to be, Zyro?
Yeah, sure. So generally speaking, on Mythic, the main sort of deal with Mythic is that most of the mechanics need to be resolved by hitting them with a mechanic from the other side. So we'll see a lot of swaps every minute or so just to make sure they can deal with those mechanics. Things like the walls for the cages need to be broken out by bombs or by icicles. Or when you get targeted by an icicle, the only way to remove the slip and slide debuff is to go into one of the fire puddles from the blue side. So we'll see them, using those mechanics back and forth throughout the fight just to make sure they don't have to deal with too much damage over time on the raid. And just makes the fight a little bit more extra difficult and hectic to deal with. But like what we can see last night in the first 20 pulls, they already got the boss almost to phase 2, 43%, 3% away from phasing this boss and seeing what that final phase would look like. And I expect that to be a very, very hectic final phase.
Absolutely. It's a good sign that the first phase, they're able to properly take advantage of the counters for the various abilities, but I think the final phase is going to be another bear entirely.
Dude, can we get some W's in the chat for Oh No Not Again? We got 20 gifted subs.
Love that guy.
20 bomb?
Dude,
let's go.
20 gifted subs. W in the chat. Dude, we got some big pumpers today.
I know that guy. W.
You guys can't see it, but she's doing like the peekaboo hand motions
I'm doing the
right
peekaboo
now.
thing. Yeah. All right, here we go. Second pull of the day. Best pull being 43.7%. We got that last night. We're looking to get some more Mythic progression this morning.
Let's take a look at this right away. We got the jails coming out. They were doing some interesting shenanigans with this last night, but they decided not to do any of that. They were using like gateway strategies to try to get their characters outside of the jails, but decided just dealing with these the natural way is the best way of doing it instead of trying to cheese them. Don't enrage them this way as well. So you can see they've only got a few melee in each of those jails dealing with the Galagio goons. They'll cleave them off. Everyone moves in between the jails so they can spawn their icicles in between them, making it a lot easier for them to break themselves out. Just break the walls of the jails, but you can see they're still sliding. You keep sliding forever.
With the way that this fight went, I would have assumed you would have started on the Cobalt side, the blue side first, so that you would then be able to have a hot mess constantly to deal with the slip and slide the second it comes out, but it's not that deadly. It doesn't really deal a whole lot of damage to you, and it just causes a mild inconvenience more often than not. So instead, they're just going to deal with it for a while and then wait for the mines to come out and then into the next rocket explosion to clear.
Now, it's important to mention as well on Mythic specifically, it doesn't swap phases until all 20 players are on the opposite side. So yeah, everyone needs to be over there to swap. And they can kind of wait until one person at the end is there. You can see sometimes there's some soaks over on the red side as well from soaking those bombs. And finally, our sliders will be able to get rid of that slip and slide debuff as they can soak this fire pool and actually start to run around normally again.
That's got to be insanely grating to have to go through that first phase with the slip and slide on constantly. But thankfully, there's not too many mechanics they have to worry about as well, so that's a nice positive they have access to.
You know, if they had some DKs, they could just press Death Advance and just saying.
If DKs were stronger, that would be nice.
Negligible. But, you know, we could just throw more monks in if we want ever. We can want to do that option. Want to get in a 6th monk, you know?
Look at that pile of gold on the edges of the room. That is an insane amount that they've already got clumped up there.
3 jails.
3 jails. Here it comes.
This is the update that we saw this morning from Echo, right? I mean, they were trying to cheese the actual cages and, like, jump over the walls and just kind of negate that entire mechanic. And then Blizzard, I think, sent a hotfix between polls that added another cage.
Well, no, this is just how the fight works in general, right? Everything ramps up over time.
Oh, that's so cool. They all position themselves by the hot mess, so they instant cleared their slip-and slides.
Yeah.
And then that way they would be able to more easily run their frost spears into the walls. That's so cool.
I think they're standing just in between the jails right there, right?
Yeah.
Just so they have an easier time getting. They still have to run back into the fire after the fact to clear the slip and slide, I think. 'Cause we did see a few players running afterwards.
I wondered if they were just late and they decided not to. But yeah, I'll watch for that next time. That's really cool, though. Full energy on the boss,
full energy, didn't swap over.
What was that then? Because I was listening.
So that's a really fast...
Like a podcast, and no, I'm talking about the Echo thing.
Oh, okay.
Because they got surprised by a third. They were trying to ignore the mechanics, and then Blizzard sent something out that just made it so that they could not ignore it anymore.
Not sure.
And I thought it was the 3rd cage.
It might have been like the Enrage or something like that for the goons, and they like come out of their goon cage and start just blasting everybody.
I think if there's nobody inside the cage, they enrage and start breaking free and meleeing people.
Okay.
And they were doing that last night as well. But they might have actually done something to make them a little more lethal, would be my guess.
Yeah. If no one in cage, they enrage. But yeah, you're right.
But in regards to your healer question, Jack, I think you were right. I think they started last night with 3, but they're back up to 4 now.
Good. I was worried.
Okay,
I was very, very worried. There's some of the concerns throughout a lot of this tier where they only have so many healing over time, or the damage over time effects they can stack onto people without you getting wombo comboed by the damage ticking on the raid and like a big burst of AoE. But it's been a strange tier, especially after seeing like 7, 8 healers on heroic Gallywix, and then you have like 3 or 4 straight bosses where you can just 3 heal. It's been a very, very strange setup thus far, but it's cool to see that they're back to the 4 heal comp.
I will admit I'm a little surprised to see triple Warlock here.
What do you think they're like strong at?
They're strong at 2-target cleave. And I guess you can get Havoc to proc on the boss from Mayhem if you're inside the cages. So maybe you're getting a little free 2-target cleave in. I know there's also some mage shenanigans where you can like blink in and out of the cages to get your ignite to spread to them. Getting a fired up POV would actually be kind of insane for that. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird because there's a lot of line of sight things that happen inside the cages, and I'm not sure exactly what works and what doesn't. So if we watch like a THD POV for one pull, then like maybe a fired up POV for another pull, maybe we can get a better idea of what they're doing, if at all, to get extra cleave onto the boss.
Chat is asking if Jack is aware that Echo is 5 healing this right now.
I did not see that.
They actually did a few pulls to 6 when they're 6 healing it. I think they were just trying to get further into the fight to sort of figure out how some things worked. But yeah, I guess they are 5 healing it now.
I like that because it allows you to pop mines a lot faster. Every time you pop a mine, it knocks the player who soaked it back, and it triggers a raid-wide negative heal absorb. So when you have the stacking debuff from the boss, well, every time you switch into a phase, you get a debuff that does like very light ticking damage. But you have that ticking away in your group in addition to the negative absorbs. The more healing cooldowns you have, the more you can kind of muscle heal through mine clears very quickly. Which, if you noticed on their last Cobalt side, they spawned mines, cleared them, had Frost Shatter Spears, rammed them into the walls, and then had to swap sides once again. It was like a very fast sequence. And just having more healers allows you to better just get through that faster.
It looks like this is right now just a very intricate dance with mechanics coming at you non-stop that they have to figure out the exact positioning for. And they've done a pretty good job so far of mapping out the first 2 or 3 minutes of the fight. Nothing really changes in terms of like you know, what is done. It's just kind of who gets targeted by things. So that even goes forward to the jails here, right? Normally, I think you would only really want melee inside of these jails, but you can see 2 ranged were targeted there, Malarkus and Sang on his Evoker. So they're going to have to focus down these goons while the rest of the raid is just going to focus on doing as much boss damage as possible.
Really cool. Hey, you got a little pip in the top right. You can see Yips running out his gold debuff. There's even more stacks of gold, if I'm not mistaken, on Mythic difficulty.
Wouldn't surprise me. Here we go, dealing with the Frost Icicles. Very clean. Everybody able to get out of that mechanic. Of course, those 4 players will be slipping and sliding for the rest of the fight until they get to the molten lava, of course.
Yeah, for quite a while. Hey, you even have Siri right there, who is taking the finger gun and had to deal with the slip and slide. So it was a lot of damage onto him as he had to make sure he survived that.
So something I noticed as well that they didn't do last pull, and I'm not sure if this was a mistake from them or something they're doing on purpose, is the shield on the Electro Shredder. That has to be broken out by the finger guns, if I'm not mistaken, in order to break that shield and allow you to kill it off. They didn't break it last pull at all.
Because, I mean, where's the next finger gun? It's going to be away for a while. They have a spray and pray, but that's different. That's not going to break it out. And the mine didn't get soaked, I think.
Boom.
That's the thing. They have to go so fast with this mine clearing sequence, and they have to deal with the Electro Shocker just sitting there the entire time.
Yeah.
And just notably
zapping people.
Yeah, notably that arcing zap is doing like a chain lightning effect, and at the end of it, the last target that gets hit takes the most damage.
Yeah, it's like 10% extra per chain, right? Also, this Rocketeer, even though it spawns at like 30% HP, it's channeling disintegration beams on individual players, doing a lot of single target damage to that player. So there is incentive to burn off these ads as quickly as possible. And we're kind of wiping at the same point here, right?
Yeah.
They've gotten through this a lot yesterday, but of course, still beginning of the day. Maybe they're doing a couple.
Oh, that's copium. It's 1 p.m., Zyro. Come on.
It's still the
early in the day.
Early pulls of the day.
Okay, fair.
We're less than an hour, less than 2 hours.
You're right. You're right.
Some people take a little longer to wake up and get used to things. Listen, we can't all be on Rise and Raid, guys.
That's true, and we can't always meet our morning shifts and stuff. How's Kalamazoo doing?
Yeah. Wait, you got to tell that story, Zyro, that you were telling us. It's so funny.
It's
just jokes.
It's just mostly jokes. But like we were looking at the schedule last night because we had an early night, right?
Yep.
They were done very early. They went dark for Mugsy pulls. I did the After Dark with Cams. It was fun. We had Fiz join us. We did Beat Boozled. It was great. But I got out of here like 11:30, and Kalamazoo was sitting there like stuck. He was looking at the schedule. He was looking at his phone.
Looking a little disappointed.
He was about to go back to his hotel room. I'm like, hey man, you're not going to order Taco Bell tonight? He's like, no man, I want to live Moss, but I can't. I got the early shift tomorrow morning. I looked at the schedule. I'm like, I can take your shift. We can swap because I had the second shift.
Yeah.
The second I told him, yeah, I'll take your shift, and he was like, you sure? I'm like, yeah, I'll take your shift. Pulled out his phone, looked at Dratnos. What are we ordering, buddy? What are we getting?
Yeah.
It's time to live Moss.
I can't wait until he gets in the building. I'm going to ask if that messed up his stomach or not.
He doesn't get his stomach messed up by Taco Bell because he approaches it with pure intentions.
Yeah, I think under normal circumstances that would work. However, this is Kalamazoo we're talking about. That man likes to eat like crap and then wonder why he feels like crap.
3, 2, 1.
Entire bottles of Tabasco sauce at Chipotle.
Okay, but that one made sense.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
It absolutely does not.
Do I need to explain the cost of goods sold to you? Will you explain accounting?
Go for it.
Okay.
Go for it.
So they have hot sauce as part of like their freebie offering.
Right.
And they have to pay for it.
Okay.
And then they calculate how much of the hot sauce gets consumed, even though you don't pay for it directly with your food order.
Yeah.
And so part of your food order is also paying for the hot sauce and the drinks and the cups and all the other stuff.
Right.
Oh, so we got the fired up POV here. Did you notice what he did?
One more thing. You technically already pay for it, so if you want to grab the hot sauce, you can grab the hot sauce. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Those aren't our ideal gold positions we're wiping here. But he pre-altered before the cages came out. Went inside the soak, got his ignite to cleave onto the goon, and then altered back out of the cage.
Ooh. So it's just like, is it the dot coming from the boss?
You spread off the boss, it spreads to the goon, then you can alter back out.
I think monks can transcendence out of it too, right?
Yes.
Be able to, yeah. We
In
should be able
theory?
to do everything out of it. Anything that doesn't require line of sight.
Yeah. Let's see. Transcendence.
Do you guys have
a time?
Do you guys have a sauce drawer, like a packet drawer?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah. I do.
I keep the bonus spicy ketchup from Whataburger in there. I try to get as much as I can.
I got a lot of taco.
They sell it at the grocery store.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I don't need to keep the extra because I just buy the bottles of it.
But if you have the opportunity, you know. But sometimes you gotta take something to go. So it's nice to go into the sauce drawer. Have that on hand. I don't know. I can't explain it. The spicy ketchup from the grocery store from Whataburger tastes different from the one they have.
It does. It is a different.
Yeah.
A different like texture to it. I don't know what it is.
They're both good. It's just different forms of good.
So I take it you have a sauce drawer then, Zyro?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
What else do you do with the extra sauces? Throw them away?
Yeah, it feels wasteful to throw it away, and they come in handy quite often.
Yeah.
I mean, every time you go to Taco Bell, they give you like 20 of them.
Oh my god, they really.
That's right.
You ask for like one, and they'll put their whole hand in it.
They load you up.
Hook you up, absolutely.
Well, that's the nice thing. I'll keep all those sauces, and then I'll just grab them later if I make tacos at home.
No, you're absolutely right.
What's your Chick-fil-A sauce order?
Just the Chick-fil-A sauce. Yeah.
Just Chick-fil-A
That's
sauce?
usually just what I get. They don't really have anything. Do they have anything spicy there?
Buffalo sauce.
No.
Oh yeah, that's solid. That's not my favorite, but
I know a lot of people like the Polynesian.
I've never tried that.
Which one is that? Like more sweet?
Yeah, it's more like kind of sweet and sour.
Okay, yeah,
Sort of.
that one's good.
I just get honey mustard.
I'm a Chick-fil-A sauce kind of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah. I like the sweet and sour sauce at Wendy's. It's pretty good. Sweet and sour sauce at McDonald's, kind of meh. At Wendy's, it's got a little spice to it. It's good.
Okay.
Yeah, tastes more like a Thai sweet chili sauce. It's good.
That sounds good.
Yeah, it's tasty. Yeah, I like that. I like that those places are starting to get their sauces in the grocery stores. But you're right. Sometimes they're different.
It is really good that they add those. 'Cause
Yeah.
There's a lot of times where people are just like, give me as much as you can, and then they'll just keep it at home.
Apparently, Echo have seen the transition now, so they might have pulled ahead just a little bit here.
Ooh.
Which,
Boy.
obviously, we would like to see Liquid win, but also what we like to see is a close race.
Yeah.
Makes it way more exciting.
Yeah, I want to see Echo get ahead for just a smidge so we can steal strategies from them, and then we have the rest of our raid day
All right, well,
to get even further ahead.
An insight into some of their strategies, we're going to throw to a Monster Energy Listen It.
Ooh.
Can we drop a feasible way?
I don't think there's really that side of the room.
What we could do as well, too, is on the very first one, we can put these, because we're doing this, right? Like, try to picture our last phase positioning. Like, you would definitely want to have these, like, would legit putting these on the wall be bad?
Are the tanks going behind it right now?
No, you don't have to. I can go to this side.
Also,
it's
could we
fine.
put, no, Moon's a good spot. The tank debuffs from these first jails will go away before the hot messes later. All right, let's go.
And it's on.
Also, there's 1 minute between the jails, the mines, the jails, the mines, the jails, every single time. If you have 1 minute cooldown, you can press it every time. So Dark Pact, I assume, can be pressed on every single jail, every single mine.
3, 2,
That's right.
1.
So many W's. Okay, jail's here. 3 seconds. Oh, wait, where were we going? Wrong markers,
Oh,
right?
what the fuck? Why did I pull them off?
Things deep breathing out. We could make one of the goons way easier by doing better fire mage stuff too. Just specifically one of them, like the one close to the boss, right? Fired up.
Let's get the mess stuck in the wall. Yeah.
Okay, good positioning. Everyone should be, boss should be across though, Scott, is the only thing. We're gonna have to do this. Just, that always goes to the entrance, good. And then everyone should be on metal. Okay. And we can just probably just do the mines here. We're here, we're chilling here. Get a good spread, get a good spread.
I'll park in there.
All our mines spawning.
Open the 1 a million.
Good. 2. 3. 4. Good soak, sorry. Holy shit. Hot mess, everybody but the immunities and the hot mess people get in there.
Remember the Z-axis.
No, you don't know. Yeah, you have to go all the way up. Yeah, W.
Sang Colrose.
Dirt. Okay, spray and pray.
Dirt is your friend.
Everyone should be dirt. Everyone should be dirt. W dirt. W dirt.
My time, gonna grind them to dust. Have at it, Mug.
Okay, jails. Look at your assignments.
Front left.
Don't have deep breath. Actually, no, never mind. It's exactly 2 minutes. Nice.
Oh, that also means you can get picked twice in a row, too. Okay, tank knockback here. Good. And frost boots, everyone get in position. When you guys get picked with frost boots, you just have to go to skull. Be on skull now. Go to your spots.
Watch, one is gonna be
Debbie's
really awkward.
Yeah.
It's because I ported out.
Fine. Good finger gun. Whoever has it, aim it at the bots. Everyone get away from the bots so they can aim it.
Actually, you hit both now. Done it wrong.
Do the fucking around the world. Holy fuck. Hit the close one. Everyone metal. Metal now. Metal. Range kill the far one. Range kill the far one. And we have to pull the boss to the other side of the room, tanks.
Yeah.
Full speed. Do not stop.
You have to pop first.
Good. We're doing the crawler mines here. And then it's the immune hot mess. If there's 5, only pop 4.
First on the boss.
Good. Everyone personal here. 2.
And smack survival.
3. 4. Good. Group soak now. Group soak now. Immunities.
And tanks.
We wanted to pop this here. We're gonna have to pop it with the tank debuff.
It's fine.
Yeah. Pop it with the tank debuff. Everyone get ready to soak this ad range. You're gonna need to go help. Donkey Gary needs to get the fuck out. Oh, watch your HP, watch your HP, watch your HP.
Always request.
We got to go.
Res heavy, res heavy, res heavy.
Come dirt.
Everyone dirt now. Everyone dirt. Everyone dirt.
Autorize Scott.
Dirt, dirt, dirt. Mark. Okay. We're resing Shaq in 25. Remember, this is 4 jails. Know your assignments.
Watch yourself.
Should we lust for progress?
Yes, lust right now. Lust right now. We should have lusted on pull. Okay, we're doing the bottom right is Wolf Disco Exile and fired up. Nope, wrong spot. It's fine, fine, fuck it.
Remember the personal.
Personal.
I'll get first kick. Impact. Sure. I'm stuck here forever, so.
Same.
Break out.
Same, also stuck.
Oh, no void?
I used it on the last set.
I got picked 3 times in a row.
I don't have kick yet. 2 seconds, 1 second.
Keep going, keep going. We might need help on some of these jails. No one's breaking out this jail. Hey, finger guns. Aim the finger guns.
Have to break that one.
Metal. In here. Like this is.
Just pop the metal.
Metal. I got it actually. Fuck it.
Metal, 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 metal. Good. Killing all the goons.
Let me pop first on this set, Scott, if there's 6, so we have more time to get them. I'm popping first. Then you do.
Nope.
6. 5 pop.
Another stain on the carpet.
You guys are insane for even soaking as long as you have. That's good.
I think everyone should make a port reminder.
So I want to actually double check. Did our assignments work correctly for that? So someone went to the wrong spot. That's probably why that was fucked.
Front right and back right.
And back right went to the wrong spot.
Yeah, I just saw someone there, so I just went to the other. I had front right though, but yeah.
Yeah, if you're not actually assigned in the note and you get the jail, it'll just put you in whatever like group doesn't have a jail yet, if that makes sense. So
we get jails here. We're just missing. Oh, we're missing one of our jail killers. That like definitely mattered here. But like this person was supposed to be back right. Wolf Disco. He stayed front right.
Yeah, I just figured it was easier because I was already there.
Okay, well we need to decide. We are all going to go to the one that we're closest to, or we're going to go to the hard assignments.
No, just
and
follow the assignments,
mixing the two is really bad.
Sure.
Are these in like outside of like the assignment? These in the correct position, right? Or,
yeah.
like the rough locations.
I believe
there's just no markers for the other ones.
Both of these two were moved forward. We should have like this one here and that one there. We definitely want to like conserve room, right? Like, so like look at this POV later, like later in the fight. Like last phase, right? This is still, we'll be able to rotate around this. We basically gonna want to do main mechanics here and main mechanics there in the last phase at this point.
Not a problem.
Is the what?
The Jocker in the jail not a problem.
Yeah. If we
try to, like, you know,
I mean, we wouldn't have the shocker, but we get a shocker in last phase, so yeah. It would be a problem.
You have to scoot those gels higher up against the wall.
Yeah, that's all.
We should do like a trapezoid on this set, I think.
Maybe that's why they placed their deals to the side, because it's...
Like, I think like
the
square
cycles
and
happen.
X, there's a lot of room for square and X to move up, and then you can move those, the two that are
Yeah,
up there.
basically you would just do this. You'd basically move these just here, right? And then just move these like this.
Do you think it's...
That works. This works.
Are you cutting out? Do you think it's good to do just like those bottom ones against the wall?
Like
what do you mean?
Reverse the trapezoid, like make the top
like,
small and the
just-
bottom big. Yeah, like that.
Yeah,
you actually need the ice to hit him, right? So you
like,
can
like
do
that.
this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I didn't get assigned with.
How do you
You're cutting out KSP.
how do you like bait the icicles and stuff?
I mean, the same, right?
To the right and to the left,
Just
like
go
at the
behind.
wall.
Like,
You just stack left
you,
and
you,
right,
you,
yeah.
you
You
have
don't need to
two
break
walls
them
each.
anymore.
Yeah.
You don't need to break the wall. Like, yeah, I mean, you basically just have two
take the
people on
boots
each
and
side, and then it's
paint
fine
them.
because it will cross the walls.
Max, put the boots down and then show it, like, because it's like pretty obvious that you can just go left and right, right? Like,
Yeah, it's just two left to right.
we don't need to break the back jails. We just use like the far right, far left jails.
Oh, I wasn't thinking about. I completely forgot we don't need to break the jail ever.
Yeah.
But also, everyone should make a reminder for like when you're going into the jail, you should press Dark Pact every single time, and you should.
Don't have that.
But you're not like always assigned to the jail.
Well, should we
the
do
people
that
that are
here,
hard
too?
assigned. And I think the monks should press fortifying plus karma
we have
every time.
space, so...
Yeah. And save the fuse, right, for like the mines. Like I think that's better. Or what do you think is better?
I don't know if
Either
you
that or the frost shutter boots.
you might want. It's worth holding.
Cutting out.
Cutting out heavy.
You think it's worth like waiting to kill the goon until the frost shutter boots are out? Because I killed my goon, then I poured it out, and then I got the boots instantly, and it was awkward.
Well, you
Go to
just...
the mess, or you just place the port in the mess. I guess you can also do
Yeah,
that.
you should do that. You should put the port where the mess goes, in my opinion.
I think
or
we
like
can
right
wait.
in front.
Like said, you can also wait a little bit.
Would you run into an issue where the hot mess would be overlapping inside the top jails, or no?
I think you would. You'd have to put our hot mess in a totally different spot. But we also need. So look at our damage there. We had people dead for a while, but like, question is, we phased here at 48%.
We also
with
didn't
all,
last pull.
Yeah, last ball would be good.
with all DPS alive. Do we make last phase here with Lust on pull and everyone alive?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah. It's
Yes.
yeah, I think so. 10% more damage is, I think, pretty easy to
All
do.
right, Doravan, is the last phase possible without Lust? He's muted.
If people do less cleave on the rocket guy, I get infinite boss time.
Well, assuming... I don't know
Oh,
if it's
that's
like...
smart.
Because he has an
I mean, it's the same for all the warlocks, so we're all cleaving him. Well, yeah, but like I'm pretty sure the windwalkers are like targeting it or some shit. Looks like. Are they? Yeah, I guess there's a lot of rocketeer damage. It looks like Trill did at least. It's probably some other classes too.
Okay, yeah, okay, but we need to make some major. I mean, this is going to be like a major change, right?
Yeah, especially the placements.
Yeah, we're gonna have to like find a completely different hot mess spot.
I think it's completely fine. Like, look at our markers in game. It looks completely fine, you know?
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Yeah, I sent you something. I sent you something
Oh, yeah,
identical.
I was overthinking it. I was thinking like X and score. Okay, no, this is fine. This is fine. So, well, we need to change the weak aura, right?
No, you just bottom. I mean, I feel like it's obvious. Like you still look.
Yeah, bottom left.
Bottom left
Okay.
is star. Bottom right is orange. Top left is blue, and top right is cross.
Could we put moon to the like left of diamond then, or would that be bad for healing?
I think we should.
Like you want
this?
to put it here.
Yeah,
that,
there, like there. I think we should do that.
Can someone stand on moon? I'm gonna stand on green so I can heal people from green. It's 40 yards, so you're fine.
Yeah, was it 40? I'm guessing it was 40 or
It was. He gripped him, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so probably gonna have to replace markers in the last phase.
I think we lost pull, by the way.
Okay, good for now, yeah.
I think we lost pull and just see the intermission.
Do I need to change anything?
No.
Do you actually want Frost Shatter?
On the ice ones, it should just be left and right always, I think. Because we're not breaking trails.
Well, I mean, because we don't care about breaking them.
We just want them to stack.
Yeah, yeah. Frost Shatter boots just need to be just left and right since we're porting out of all jails.
Should I actually assign them? Because you still don't want like 3 or 4 on the same side, right?
Yeah,
you
still want 2 left, 2 right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
By the way, if you haven't swapped since last boss, leech instead, like avoidance instead of leech, probably better.
Any of you guys looking to crack an early morning M? I got that new blue Hawaiian shit in my fridge.
Double check.
I'll hand deliver you a fucking new one if you guys want it.
Okay, can I get one then? Yeah, over here.
Alright, one for Sang, one for
work on everything on this boss, including the dot, according to what I have at least.
Okay, are we going to avoidance then?
Yeah. So
I need a promotion.
I mean, you
in
leech
guild,
quite a
please.
bit.
Okay,
yeah, I mean, you are leeching quite a bit, of course, but
I leech like 10 mil less pull.
If I get the second jails and I want to be porting out on the third jails, should I just sit in the second jails and get broken by the spears?
I mean, you can, but you have to
3 times in a row.
Watch yourself, like, because you're gonna get clamped when it dies, but maybe you live that with cloak.
I have to cloak the soaks. I'll just. I have Crimson Vial will keep me up, man. It's fun.
I feel like you just call for rescue, and then if you can't do it, you just void off, and if you get picked again, then it just fucked. You just die and we res you.
Okay, that's W. All right.
Let's pull. Let's go.
And yeah, I can try to rescue first. And if I'm not picked, I guess it's bunch of combos there.
You rescue first.
You're saying why don't you just like get out? Like go Og, play Warnstone, bro.
Yeah.
This Wernstone would be sensational in this fight, by the way. It would be so good.
I don't know, maybe leads is also good. I don't think there's a big difference between leads and avoidance.
I'm an avoidance adorer.
Y'all hear that shit?
Yeah.
Bang.
And where's mine hand delivered?
Bro, you're across the world.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from that Monster Energy Listen In. We are progging on Mugsy here, 43.7% being that best kill that we actually got last night here on pull number 30. Trying to get some prog, trying to learn kind of the early stages of this, trying to work through some of those mechanics that we're seeing.
You can see they've got a lot of positioning figured out for the mechanics they want to deal with. It's just a matter of making sure they have the proper healing cooldowns allocated to some of the damage events in the fight, things like the bombs being exploded, making sure they aren't doing too many of those at the same time. We saw during the listen in there one of our first attempts at actually breaking both of the shields with the spray and pray, which looks like it's actually quite difficult to do. You need to have a pretty tight arc around the boss to get both of them off. But still learning more about the fight. Remember, we're still in the first 30 pulls, so even though they've already almost seen phase 2, the consistency might not quite be there yet.
Yeah, there's a very big difference between let's just try to live even if a bunch of people are dying, just to get as deep into the encounter as we can, versus let's be as consistent as possible to make sure that we get to the transition with everybody alive. Notably, Echo's gotten to 40%, so they've just seen that intermission. Now, it's going to be a big moment for Liquid to, make sure they're nailing down their strat as consistently as they can, and we're going to be able to get a good chance to see that intermission hopefully a little later on.
Double whammy on Smack there. Going to get stunned up and then have to move out of the group with that fire circle. We're going to get another set of jails here very soon. Here's the spray and pray. Want to break the shields with that. Dryny does break the far one, not breaking the close one. Okay. Should be okay. Swapping back over to the dirt side now. Going to get a new set of jails here very shortly. Now this time there will be 3 of them instead of the 2. We've seen how... I like the positioning that, Jack, you've been pointing out here. They put one of them on either side of the fire puddle here and the third one kind of off away from the group, and they will all stack up in between the 2 next to the fire. We even have a weak guard telling them where to go with these. But yeah, look at the positioning for the frost boots here. I think that is brand new. For the frost shatter boots, they're all going to stack up in the fire, so we think they're like instantly cleansing the slip and slide debuff.
Yeah, that'll make sure that they're not being too inefficient as they're placing down any of their spears. They get into melee really quickly. They make sure that they're not slipping and sliding. Then they get the chance to aim their spears at the walls, break the walls. And were there 2 walls that got broken there? And then
looks like, so that was actually really weird. It looks like the exact same wall was chosen by both of the Frost Shatter, even though there was a second wall in between both.
Yeah.
Because the one wall was already like taken, the second player just died instantly. I don't think that's how that should work, if that's what happened. Fortunately, it was Impact, so we could just onk and go again, but that's something that they're going to have to worry about in the future. Now, we still do have these electroshockers, that the shields aren't broken on them.
Yeah, notably, they've been ignoring them, and, well, I guess every time they kill one, basically another one spawns.
Yeah, I don't know. To see whether or not they're just going to continue to leave those up throughout the fight, because like you mentioned earlier, the chain lightning casts that they cast do quite a bit of raid damage. Every time those chain lightnings chain, the next chain does 10% more damage, so something they're going to have to be worried about. We do have another set of, another lava pool on the ground, so they'll probably use this to break their next set of jails out. But you can see this like tip of the room is a lot harder to actually spread out in perfectly, so I think breaking the walls with the Frost Shatter boots is going to be a little bit more difficult here.
Yeah, notably, they have to wait for the lightning finger gun in order to break out the shock drones. And so they have to wait a really long time, and they have to be on the red side in order to get that finger gun going. So I love what they're doing by having the boss in the middle of the room.
4 jails now, by the way.
Yeah, this is really insane right now. They got 4 jails going down. They have to have a very, very specific DPS cooldowns assigned to make sure that they're going to be able to kill these off. Also gets really insane for healing. That might be why Echo is 5 healing it, to be a bit more consistent at this point, because you have to have everyone alive throughout all of this damage. They even have the same strategy they did before, making sure they clear off any of their Frost Shatter boots, and then they make sure they can run the spears into the walls.
I like what they're doing with the boss positioning here, though. For all of the Frost Shatter boots, what they're doing is they're actually positioning the boss right next to where the melee would want to break out their walls. So melee actually are getting full uptime here, and we're on pace for a new best pull here. Should very shortly. Oh no!
Oh, caster curse.
We enraged. Never mind. Yeah. I was wondering why the boss HP wasn't moving at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why we enraged. That's okay. Still a great pull though. Great concept. It looks like that's going to be the enrage timer in order to phase it into phase 2, though. They just need to get a little bit more efficient with the boss damage.
They do, and notably, they... Oh man, they have a lot of DPS that's required to break out all of those jailer goons and make sure that they're going to be able to get out of that spot fast.
Got a raid warning message. Boss needs to start on Skull. Okay.
Good talk.
Update.
What is that?
That's Atlas.
It's just a little guy.
What is that?
It's a silly little guy.
It's a little guy just running, being really upset. If I'm not mistaken, the actual emote in the Discord is that's an Atlas emote.
Like from his stream?
I don't remember what it was from. That's like an 8-year-old emote at this point.
You should know then. That's back in your day, isn't it?
Knowledge just gets lost to time, Aya.
Oh, sorry.
Need a good historian.
Yeah, that is Atlas Reborn.
Oh.
Atlas Reborn. Okay. I would love to know the lore of that.
Yeah.
Oh, we got Trill back here. He's looking like he's feeling better.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, glad to have him back.
Hopefully feeling a lot better today.
Yeah. Yeah. Go show some love to Trill.
Honestly, it's probably mine and Kalamazi's fault. We probably took a lot out of him with those PvP battles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You really pushed him to the edge.
I looked brutal for a bit there for Trill.
Did you? The first time they showed it off on stream, they only showed the first 2. Did you guys get to see the third one?
No.
We only saw you playing Shaman, getting obliterated really quick, and Kalamazi casting Rain of Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That happened a lot. Well, I figured him playing against Double Warlock wouldn't be fun, so I played something else.
Makes sense.
Double Warlock probably would have been better, to be honest, but that's
running
not.
away.
I don't think that's really
Double
what
Warlock,
we were
you thought that would have been too easy for Trill or something?
Yeah, just kite him.
Yeah.
Just kite him, bro.
Well, you heard the comms that Kalamazi and I had. I'm like, yo, Kalamazi, you've got a really good button for PvP. It's called Fear. You should press it.
Yeah.
Like, no, brother, we ain't pressing that button here.
No, nary a fear was seen in those matches.
Well, I don't know if there's like a bonus third 2v2. where he got bored of beating us on Monk, so he hopped on Rogue and beat us again.
Oh my gosh.
It was just as bad. It wasn't as flashy because he didn't get that nice little double leg sweep off on us like he did both times on the Monk. It was fun.
Yeah, Kalmazi was freaking out that his pet got parried. He was really upset about that. More upset about his pet getting paralysis by Trill than he was about letting Zyro get killed.
Oh my god, we saw the funniest thing last night. Just reminded me of Kalamazi. He was doing sticks progression.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And you know the clips that we've seen of people rolling in circles around the trash?
Did he do that?
Happened to him.
Of course.
I need to send that clip
Oh my
to
god, please. I need this immediately because
I have the clip.
Wait, did he got put in? Because I saw that he got benched.
No, yeah,
He got put in eventually? Okay.
Hold on.
He was real disgruntled about that. He got benched originally. Okay, well,
probably for
Zyro's
McMuffins.
getting that clip in.
Fize, it's going to be in your DMs in about 20 seconds here. Okay, maybe a little faster than that. There it
I
is.
have a question here. I've got the Alienware laptop. Why is this UI so big? I've been sitting here for a little bit trying to figure out why
Whose
it's
UI?
so big. The Twitch UI.
Oh, control minus.
It's control minus?
Did that work?
Oh, that did work.
Yay!
Thank you.
Technology.
I was trying to do control,
Control scroll wheel,
yeah,
but there's
it wasn't
no.
working.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Playing with a trackpad.
God, I thought I was losing my
mind.
mind. Okay, thank you. I'm spying on Echo. Don't tell anyone, chat. Don't tell anyone. Shh.
Don't do that.
I'm not doing that. I'm not hate watching them at all. Of course not.
Now, based off of the wipe, they didn't actually get into phase 2, right?
Right.
It has to be sub 40% to go into phase 2.
Yep.
The Drinester is back in, though. We love to see that.
That we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
He better get his hug this time. Win or lose, he better get one.
Fortunately, not on the Holy Paladin.
That's right.
Not lagging the raid out.
He is notably running Chi-G. Mistweavers have recently been swapping from Invoke Yulan to a Chi-G build, and it's been pretty interesting. I think it's a lot more mastery focused. It does involve some talent swaps. He is running with Jadefire Stomp, which usually is run in a 5-man environment as well to further empower your damage abilities to produce more healing. So I haven't been able to see on the cooldown trackers that like Fired Up has for Invoke Chi-G because he was only tracking Yulan. So it'll be interesting to see how we can kind of nail down when they're using some of these major cooldowns. I want to see a good pull with Dryny healing here and see how it works.
I certainly do as well. Well, before we get to this next poll, let's look at a couple of these pet pictures that people have been sending in for charity. We're nearing that $20,000 goal. Look at these guys.
Aww.
Pico and Gibbon.
I'm glad that it's a universal problem that cat trees just like don't hold up. Look at that thing.
Is it falling?
That's
or?
shedding. No, it's just the scratching post. Like it's all over the floor.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
well worn.
That just means they're using it.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
You're right. You're absolutely right. These are some very cute kitties.
Yeah.
Very sweet.
Actually, both looking kind of at the camera at the same time. That's
Yeah.
I don't know how you managed that. You must have had like a bag of treats or something.
Make weird noises too. Sometimes works. Yeah. Or yeah, I don't know.
Very
Cats
cute.
kind of stare at you. To be fair.
Yeah.
They tend to do that.
Yeah. They're
So.
interested.
Yeah, they're cute.
Yeah.
Yes. Very sweet.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Suni.
much.
Thank you.
$19,520 and $69.
Yeah, thank you, chat, for respecting me and keeping it 0.69. I really appreciate that.
Quite nice.
Yes.
Can somebody donate negative $100?
Nope. Please, no.
Wanda.
Don't get rid of that.
That's an angry
Oh
cat.
my gosh. The Wanda is such a great name for the kitty. This is so great. Is that a, what do they call these?
That's a cat.
Isn't it like a something blue?
I thought this was like, it's, oh my god. It's like what everybody
Maine
wants their
Coon?
cat. Yes, a Maine Coon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want a Maine Coon.
Everyone with like a long-haired cat's like, it's part Maine Coon, but like, no, you don't really know, you know?
Yeah, if I got a cat, that's what I would want.
I was
like
thinking-
a monster cat.
I
Big
was
one.
thinking Russian blues, but they're this color, but the hair is short.
They are, yeah, yeah. This cat looks very disgruntled.
I think it's a cat.
Let's caption this cat. I feel like like me when I don't get PI'd.
Pathetic.
Where's my second breakfast?
Me, I'm gonna do this in Jack's voice. Me when it's not a 3 or when it's a 3 healing fight.
Is that true?
Me when I accidentally rip up my MTG card.
when my co-casters interrupt my rollout.
Ooh, actually, this is wrong.
Facts.
This is a
Facts.
This is a Nebulong cat.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Hold on, I've never heard of this in my life. Sometimes I forget cats have breeds, and they're not just like domestic short hair or something like that. Well, that's very cool. Well, thank you so much for submitting your kitty. Here is the poll.
Hey,
poll
right.
number 31 here. Let's do a
Sweet.
poll. Also, that's new. They've been saving it, I thought, for a little bit later. I don't know. I don't know when they did that. When they started doing that, but
There's big news though.
oh,
by
is
the way.
oh.
Big news for guilds that are stuck on 3 of 8 Mythic. Styx Bunk Junker has been nerfed again.
Oh!
A second nerf has hit the Styx. Territorial Bombshell's nerfed by another 10% HP.
Wow, that's huge.
And
What do
now
they do?
Now they're broken out when they get to 80% HP instead of 75.
Nice.
That's it. Those are the nerfs.
Huh. Pretty good.
That is, it's actually quite substantial.
Oh, that's right.
It's crazy that we are 10 days into the tier and still only 7 guilds have killed that boss.
Yep. My guild is going to certainly appreciate those nerfs.
Ooh.
We got another raid coming tonight. Ooh, okay, so here we do have Shayloon's going off, and he's pairing up his Shayloon's gift with his Celestial Chi-Ji. And since he's running the Xiao Hao's teaching talent, it's causing an empowerment, and it's a rotating empowerment every time that he casts Shayloon's gift. It's allowing him to further buff up his Celestial, and so every time that he is dealing damage while his Chi-Ji, his crane bird, is coming out, his damage is producing Mastery Healing, and he's getting to cast Enveloping Mists cheaper and a little bit faster as well. Oh, that was a little bit too much for the mines.
These mines explosions do so much damage on this difficulty. It's crazy. Because they have to get through the healing absorb too before they really want to pop the next one off, right?
Yeah, that they do. They really want to be able to stack a lot of healing in that window to just burn off all of those. Oh, and he's even looking at the he's looking at the breakdown. Let's go.
Drinester popping off.
I'm eager to see what's going on. And I wonder if he has a stat weak or I don't believe so.
A what?
A stat
score.
weak.
I think he actually does, but it's behind his chat blocker. You can see like the bottom.
Oh, you're right.
Oh yeah, dude, Driney is so weird. He puts his chat up in the top left.
Yep.
Which is disgusting.
Pretty-
He makes, production has to put that little blob up there to hide what he's doing here.
Oh my God!
More
Wait,
update.
that's the Cam's pick when I got pied by JPC.
Dude.
The reason he doesn't have his glasses on is because he was supposed to get the pie.
Yeah. I thought you were you upset in the moment? Be honest.
I was
real mad.
No, I was upset in the moment.
But then you look back and
I look back
with
on
joy.
it fondly. It was a fun time.
Okay.
As long as he doesn't have it again.
Well, Chad, at $30,000, we're gonna no.
Apparently, according to Makes, there are Russian blues that have long hair.
Yeah, my brother's girlfriend's mom has one.
Okay.
Very cute. Russian blues are very cute cats. Very sweet. I forget what that one was called though. It was a weird name. I'd never heard of it before.
5, 4, 3.
Mugsy probably a peon compared to Galliwix. Going to be interesting to see him on Mythic. That's the hope.
Yeah.
Final boss is really kind of our everything in a tier.
That one hasn't been touched though, right? I mean, not that it could. Like I don't know.
We haven't seen
no
anything
one's
about
touched.
Galliwix,
No one.
right?
Yeah. No one's pulled it, so that it'd be hard to adjust. But
We also know next to nothing about it.
yeah. Thoughts on the mythic phase?
Supposedly is starting in a intermission phase. I think it's like the Giga Coil phase is when it's supposedly going to be beginning at.
Like you pull the boss and it's just already popping off Giga Blasts everywhere.
Literally.
That would be crazy.
You guys, what do you guys think the mythic phase is going to look like?
I think you're going to need to hop on your G99 Breakneck, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Your Ridge Racer.
Okay.
You're going to have to do perfect drifts around the boss.
Hell yeah.
If anyone knocks in, it's a pillar accidentally or bumps into something, it's an insta-wipe. Everyone blows up.
Okay. I think that's good.
Also, you need to make sure you're honking your horn on cooldown.
Yep.
Right.
You need to get the debuff telling you know what you did. That's the one. And having that debuff will actually give you a damage buff for the boss. Yeah. That's the strat right now.
Okay. All right. Well, write that down, chat.
Blizzard, if you're hiring boss designers, I'm available.
All right. Well, here we are on poll number 31. Currently 80% have already committed a couple of battle reses. Impact's still down. Oh my gosh, I've just been handed a...
Oh my gosh.
Wait, is this for the live week or sounds that's coming up at $20,000, which we are
think
almost
so.
close to?
Yeah.
Okay, wait, what is this connected to? Should I do like a little sample?
You gotta do it when you have really
Oh,
bad
we already hit. Oh, yeah, the TCG.
We already hit that.
Wait, did this already happen? Did I miss it?
I think we already hit it, but we haven't done it yet.
Okay, we haven't done it. Okay.
Good timing then.
Honestly, I can't tell the difference between that and the sound you just made.
Yeah, same
It's actually really good.
We just have that on site too.
So, did Impact not have Onk, or is he just saving it for another pull?
He might not have an Onk. He used it pretty recently.
Yeah. The 30-minute.
Yep, no Onk. Thank you, production.
Wow. Look
He
at
will
that.
need to re-equip his Jastra though.
Listening to me.
Unfortunately.
True. Yeah. And oh well, does he have the Gallywix quest though? That's the true.
Ooh.
Dude,
Not
this
sure.
is welded together. Do you see how this is made? Somebody welded this thing together. Where did this come from? It's got like a C-clamp on it also. Oh, because it probably goes on a bicycle.
It probably does go on.
Okay.
Yeah. It was funny. When I first looked at the charity incentives for the race, production
Yep.
had their own little notes in there.
Oh.
About what they wanted to do.
Okay.
And it was like, buy cheapest xylophone we can possibly buy.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. That is an important thing.
Uh-huh. Can you do that?
Not too well.
All right, well, how are we feeling about this pull so far? I mean, Impact's still down. We got Siri down as well. Looks like we're still going to push through. I mean, at this phase, you know, at this early stage of early progression, it's just kind of about getting as far as you possibly can, even if you're going to limp there, just so you can learn as much about the fight as you possibly can.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
Have a group soak coming out. Theoretically, nobody should still be slipping and sliding from the previous ones because they have that old fire puddle they're dealing with. Looks like they're using immunes on this second soak.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
same as heroic.
Same as heroic.
This one's just for
That's very nice for no extra raid damage. Fired up, also getting the double shot here. Gonna move out of the group with that fire circle.
Oh, he even had sack on him too from the tank.
Died with a sack. That's crazy.
Yeah. What are the main things that we're looking to troubleshoot at the moment?
Probably just living the busters on this fight. There's a lot of damage that goes out on non-tanks in the form of both the double shot as well as the spray and pray that they're going to have to use a lot of healer externals on just to keep them alive. The fire soak as well. The AoE fire soak does a lot of damage. The cages spawning does a surprising amount of damage too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the burst from the cages spawning, and then if you get hit by any of those frontals, that also deals an insane amount of damage as well. It can be absolutely a clown fiesta when you're trying to make sure that you can kill all of those and not die in the process.
Zyro's intrusive thoughts just won. Like, mid-sentence, I see him just, like, lock in on that thing and go... Burr, 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 burr.
I wanted to see if I could hit the double honk.
Oh, here we go.
This is the Kalamazoo clip.
Oh, no. Oh, I need a small one still. Oh, no. It's 07. It's over. It's over. It's over. No. Nobody saw.
Oh, chat moving so fast. Nobody saw it. Sorry, Kalamazoo.
Streamed at 4K.
So good.
It was funny because I was sitting over his shoulders, backseating him. I'm like, dude, you need to pick up those hyenas. And he's like, nah, I got this. Should have picked up the hyenas, Kalamazoo.
My God. I don't think Kalamazoo realizes how funny he is. Sometimes I think he holds himself back by being a PvE WoW streamer.
He is very funny.
Well, he's not going to cast Fear, so...
Yeah, true. Oh, I don't mean he should do PvP. No, definitely not.
Oh, was Tettles saved, by the way?
What do you mean?
He said he said they kill one-armed bandit or he casts from the floor.
Oh, right. I think he has to cast on the floor.
A what?
Yeah, he was like, if they don't kill one-armed bandit on this pull, I will cast from the floor. And
What
then
does
they
that
did not.
mean? Like he's going to sit down?
Like sit on the floor.
Yeah.
That's going to last like all of 2 seconds, and then he's going to lock in and he's going to stand up.
True.
So he's going to have to pin him down. Wow.
I like that.
Oh, here's some more pets. Are these
These are
what do they
ferrets, I
call these? Ferrets?
Yeah,
They're so cute. There's 3 of them.
They're
Snuggling.
they're long rats.
They're so cute. I've never held one of these. I always see them at like Petco when I go to get like resupplied.
Oh, yeah.
And I want to
Wiggly.
pet them so bad, and they're so cute. Look at these little guys. 3 Musketeers. Charlie, Ginny, Molly, Fred, and Georgie. Oh, wait, there's 5 of them. I thought
That
it
is
was
a
like,
lot.
oh, my God. That's a lot of ferrets. Okay. Wow.
Very soft.
They look very soft. They look very snuggly. I want to boop all 5 of those noses. I hear they kind of stink though.
Yeah, they're very smelly.
Oh, so you know?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Here is Pippin. Just over there. This is a void. It's not often you see void dogs. But we've got a void dog. Very sweet.
What kind of pet did they have there? Oh, we got multiple pictures.
Honestly, it looks like a poodle. I'm gonna say this is a poodle with W.
I wanted to know what toy they were holding in the previous picture.
Okay. Got a pup cup though.
Yeah.
Look at this
little puppuccino.
guy. Look at this little guy. His nose. He's so cute. What a good boy.
What are we getting bonked for?
I don't know. I think the production might just be bored. Yeah.
Oh, they're bonking to skate main.
Yeah.
I vibe with it.
Oh, this cute guy. Oh. Dexter. This guy looks like he's been rolling around in some mud or something.
Oh, yeah.
Having fun at the park.
Maybe a little bit of curly hair, too.
Zooming around. Very sweet boy. Dexter's a good name. Do you think it's named after the show? This dog is 16 years old,
That
apparently.
looks like an old dog.
Dexter had red hair.
Okay, I never watched the show.
Does he have red hair?
You never watched Dexter's Lab?
Oh, that Dexter.
Yeah.
I'm a little dude from her.
Oh, that? Okay, from Cartoon Network.
Yeah, there we go.
Ah, good one.
Isn't that kind of messed up? Because isn't it Amelie au fromage?
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, this is a poodle also.
Yeah.
Dude, all these based poodle owners.
You found
He's a
your
little
people.
awkward because he's a country dog getting used to the city. Oh, wait, that was Pippin. That was the last one. I can't find... Oh, Dexter, my little old man. Very sweet.
Oh.
Love Dad. What a great guy. So cute. I love when you guys send in, like, facts about the pets.
That is true, too.
Yeah.
Or their favorite food or something.
Yeah, it's nice to know. Thank you. Thank you so much for your submission. So cute. I think this is also a poodle because of the dog tail and the body. Looks poodly to me. Sometimes it's hard to tell when you don't go with a traditional poodle cut.
Thanks for the pets.
Yeah,
if you
thank
want
you
to
so
also
much.
submit your pets or your UIs or your transmogs for us, you can do that using the link in chat, teal.gg/RWF-donate, raising money for the Pasadena Humane Society this time around.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a local LA shelter. They got affected by the LA wildfires. They've also been helping out people affected by the LA wildfires by, fostering animals and giving them temporary homes for people that lost their homes in the fire. So they're doing a lot of great work, as are all of the shelters in LA. They kind of all need help, to be honest. So teal.gg/RWF-donate. Thank you so much. Your guys' money is going to a great cause. We know how much every single one of you is an animal lover. So if you'd like to help out a great organization, definitely head to that link. You don't have to submit an Armory link also. You don't have to do anything. You can just say something nice. And I've got Tiltify pulled up here. I'll read it off. If you've got something you want to shout out your guild, roast your guild, roast your guild leader, whatever you want to do.
Submit your guild leader's armory so we can roast them.
Yeah, and we are so close to hitting that 20K goal. You guys would make me and Jack and Zyronic look really good if you helped us get to 20K within our block.
Yeah.
Which we're nearing the end. We're about 30 minutes. So if you want us to get rehired next year,
Please donate.
Please donate.
Please.
Our jobs.
Cyro and I need this.
Our jobs are on the line. It's getting tough out here in the race rules first world. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up at this point, but
A question from someone in chat.
Yeah.
From, Mommy Alex. Do you still show yesterday's donations of pets? If we haven't shown it on stream, yes.
Yeah.
And, if you donate near the end of the day, right before the end of the stream, and we don't get your donations in, we'll show them in the morning.
It's
and
also,
if you've submitted any pets and everything before, we always have a little collage, a little grouping of all the pets from yesterday in our Rise and Race morning show.
yeah, it's also highly possible that you just didn't see it. This is a very long broadcast,
right?
and I'm sure that people aren't glued to it the entire day. So if you missed it, I'm really sorry. But I don't think it'd be really hard. I think for us to skip one. Production is kind of on it.
Did the secret 17,000 stretch goal ever happen? Hasn't happened yet.
It hasn't happened yet. Me and Mix were just like casually talking about it, and then it somehow became like an official thing with like a mod command and everything. I don't know at this point when we're gonna have time because we're on the second to last boss. So if anything, I haven't talked to Mix yet. Maybe it'll be a next tier thing or like an after the race thing, depending on how our flights work out. I want to do it. We have the intentions to do it, but it happened so fast. We don't have a plan yet. It became an official thing before we had a real plan. But
Mix offered up me and Cam's also joining you if we hit 23,000.
Okay. Mix is just piling it on.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right.
Just getting into it.
Cool. Make sure you guys have cowboy hats, boots for it as well.
I will probably not have those.
Yeah, we'd have to go. We don't really own those. Well, I have cowboy boots, but I unfortunately did not bring them to an esports event. But maybe they have ones we could borrow or something. I don't know.
Unfortunately, I got all that out of the system. You know, when I was in school, a young lad in Texas.
Yeah.
I got my first horse when I was 5 years old when I had to start going to kindergarten.
Yep.
We had to ride that horse to school uphill both ways.
Of course.
In the snow.
Yeah.
It was brutal.
Yeah. I think one tier Tettles got somebody sent him a cowboy hat.
That's not.
Oh, that's right.
Like a fan sent it to the Complexity Center because we were in Texas. It was a nice cowboy hat too, if I recall.
Yeah, wasn't that the origin of the Tettles cowboy emote?
Is it?
Yeehaw. Yeah.
I don't know. Is there? Wait, can someone put any Tettles subscribers in the chat?
I think I got it.
They use the Tettles hat, Tettles with a cowboy hat on as a transition slide in the MDI all the time.
Really? That's amazing.
You like spin it onto the camera and then spin it off.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. Or meowdy. One of his favorite words. Wait, did somebody put it? Oh, there we go. That's
Jack's got us.
Oh, you're a Tettles subscriber.
Yeah, many years.
Wow. Okay, no, that's a good one. That's a good one. I wonder if he still has it. It looks like a nice hat. It's good.
Somebody took offense to me talking about riding horses, saying I'm Mr. Moneybags. No, we didn't buy it. That was a government-given horse to every child in Texas. It's just one of the
standard issue.
Standard issue, of course. Yeah. Same thing with the cowboy boots on the hat.
They have like programs you could do where you go on like a guided horse tour thing.
They do, yeah.
Yeah, I've done.
Those are fun.
They are really fun.
Yeah.
My friend growing up had mules, and we'd ride those around. That was fun, actually. They're like half donkey, half horse.
Interesting.
Yeah, take them on little hikes. It was a good time. All right, well, here we are. Poll number 33, 65%. One battle res available. Nobody dead at the moment.
Yeah.
But we're starting to get into that tricky part of the fight where we may see things falling apart. But I mean, at the moment, they've got everything kind of lined up nicely. They've got, their pools. They're setting off to the side of the ring here. And we're seeing this is a new adjustment, right? We're seeing them go to the outside so that they can clear the slippery feetsies pretty quickly, right?
Well said. Yeah.
Isn't that literally what it's called?
I mean, that's basically what it is. I don't remember the exact name. It's like
slippery feetsies. I'm gonna have to look it up.
It's like ice boots.
Oh, that sounds right. You know what? It's called frost shatter boots.
There it is.
The actual mechanic is definitely not called slippery feetsies. However, I prefer my version of the word.
You know, slippery feetsies would be a very interesting mechanic name.
Yeah.
So again, another huge. Oh man, I was about to talk about this. These mines appear to be like one of the big make or break portions of the fight. It's just so much AoE damage that they have to heal through. Not to mention the healing absorbs also.
Right. The stacking damage and also how quickly they have to clear them. You need to just instantly have the entirety of your raid helping to soak all of these mines all at the same time. And, of course, making sure that they're taking care of those soaks as fast as they possibly can. It really gets out of control very quickly. Especially because the knockbacks, you can kind of easily be knocked back into another one. And then the unintended consequences of that.
Part of the reason being a Drakthir is quite nice, because you can hit that mine, get knocked in the air, and just kind of glide to wherever you want to go. I think Drakthir, even though it might be a damage loss for a lot of classes, might honestly be like one of the best quality of life movement things you can do for any class in the game right now that can spec that.
There's so many knockbacks in this raid, and also in the M+ environment too, to be fair, that just being able to double jump against it gives you so much more breathing room and makes it a little bit easier. You always have a little mini sprint on hand to help you along the way. It was very helpful for my own Rick Reverb kill and everything, and I'm sure it's going to be really big when I get this Sprocket Monger.
Yep, a lot of repositioning, very, very strong. I was good on Queen Answer too for so many classes as well. Obviously not this current tier, but I'm sure it'll be useful for many tiers to come. Again, it's like a slight DPS increase. We're talking like 0.2, 0.3%. So definitely something you should consider if you want to have a little bit more agency over what your character can do when they're in the air.
Right. Make sure you don't fall off any platforms either.
Oh yeah.
Can we go over how the tank swap mechanic works on this?
So it depends on the sides. On the fire side, the right side, one of the tanks gets knocked back with like the golden knuckles, and they have a debuff, and it has like a number attached to it. And every time that you take a step and you're not standing on piles of gold, then you're dropping gold piles beneath your feet. So you just have to constantly run it along the wall to make sure you're dropping all these puddles, and then the puddles stay there, so future tank busters have to get knocked into a different direction and drop them in a different spot. Real estate's at an all-time premium.
What changes about that on the blue side?
There is no golden knuckles on the blue side, and I'm honestly not sure what the tank... Well, there is the double shot that you have to deal with, where the tank steps in front of it, and then any unmitigated damage gets dealt to the target, which is like a DPS or a healer. So that's one of the busters that they have to make sure that they end up soaking.
Yeah, I was trying to think about, like, I don't think there's like a big tank debuff on it that they're worried about. It's just the molten knuckles, and then the tank has to soak things for ranged players, like the spray and pray and the double shot. So, yeah.
Dude, every time I tab over to the Echo stream, I have a Taco Bell ad.
Live Moss.
They know.
They do. Well, it sounds like they did just have a 33%, thank you, reduction. A 33% kill at 33 polls.
Oh.
Interesting. So they saw the start of phase 2.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Sure did.
That's good information for Echo.
Yeah.
That's fantastic information for Liquid.
Yeah.
Starting phase 2, considering they have the rest of the day to progress this boss.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of unfortunate timing for them.
What time is it over for Echo right now? It's like 9:30 for them. I think it's like an 8-hour difference.
I just have to Google it. I don't do
like 9 or 10 hours, something like that.
Okay, it's 9:37. I don't know when they're going to end because they've been getting up early because their reset was at like 5 a.m., but I'm assuming they're not getting up at 5 a.m. every day, so I have no idea when they're going to end. I don't know if anybody in chat does. But
it wouldn't surprise me if they ended right now.
Yeah.
Or if they said they were ending right now to go dark for a couple of days.
It would actually probably be smart. I would not be surprised as well if they did that.
Chat says they just ended.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Chat.
Ended. Quote unquote, right?
Yeah, let's start spreading conspiracy theories.
Chat, can I get
Let's
W
do
in the
it.
chat for yourselves? W yourselves, chat.
So selfish of them. What's the point of the race one person you can't even watch? Shaking my head.
This one's just for you.
That is a joke. I would like to clarify. Both guilds go dark.
Man, it would be sick if they went dark all the time, and then we just got all the viewers.
Oh,
and then
yeah.
Stream. That'd be sick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good.
What if we just have like a Mexican standoff where like we go dark and then they go dark, but no one wants to go undark because we don't want to reveal our comms to each other and then we're just infinitely dark.
That would be the race 7 years ago. 6 years ago.
Listen, there was a time when the only things you had to follow the race was the front page of WoW Progress and a very obscure thread on MMO Champion.
Right.
And that was it. We are a far cry from those days.
Ooh. Now I'm watching an ad, Gains for Gamers.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's Gingy's fitness program.
Yeah. I'm paying attention. I'd like to get some gains.
And these guys like to get their frosty boots off of them, so they run into the fire, they dip in. Thankfully, none of the ticking damage really does that much. Then this allows them, of course, to aim those frost shatter spears at any of the walls, which are going to destroy those walls when they do collide. Here we got the finger guns going off. They can use that to break off the shields. Hey, they adjusted the tank position a little bit, so they don't have to spray around and move around the frontal at all, and they can hit both at once.
Yeah, that looks clean. Only had to stand in one spot. No moving around of those spray and pray finger guns. And yeah, clean break. They're going to kill off that ad quickly, but of course a new one instantly spawns. But at least they don't have to worry about two of them on this side, cleaving them down. This is where we saw them wipe last pull, so we need to make sure they're properly topping off the raid before the next mine is popped. And of course it's made more difficult on this difficulty. There are more of those puddles to soak, and there are more mines as well.
Thankfully, the mine damage when you soaked is like almost nothing. So they just need to make sure, even if there's multiple players soaking all at once, that they just have somebody in each of those fields. They've done a really good job of staying alive at this point. This is incredibly impressive. They do have to watch the boss energy because it is going to wipe them out if they let the boss get to full.
Yeah, they're going to try to milk it as much as they possibly can here. It'll be after this spray and pray cast. Hopefully you're okay there, Jack. Sorry about that. Yeah, they're going to milk this till the last possible second. Swap back over to Dirt 98 Energy. Love that swap there. And maybe we can see a push here. We want to see this boss push before they have to swap it back over to the metal side. Of course, this is now the most difficult part of Phase 1. All of these mechanics have ramped up almost to a point of being undoable for of those jails are going to go out now.
Yes, this is
Tons
insane.
of AoE damage that they have to deal with when those spawn. Okay, everyone lives through the AoE hits here, but now they have to cleave down 4 of these Galagio goons, kick those pay respects casts, dodge the frontal shakedowns, and then also the Frost Shatter Boots will be coming out here shortly as well.
Everything at once. Everything at once.
The Yips call has been made.
Yep, they're the boots. They have the Frost Shatter Spears. They got to aim them really quick. Not all of the Galagio goon walls are taken out yet. They have one of the goons left remaining in the cage on the right to fire it up's POV, and they need to make sure they kill that off. But I don't think they have anybody in that field. I think they have like 2 players in there. Okay, they did.
Chopper was still inside of that X marker here. We are going to get one final swap over to the metal just to try to push the phase. The boss will push at 40%. It looks like we're finally going to get a look at what phase 3 looks like. There are no tanks alive, but I think we'll at least get to see the transition, and you can see a look at what that middle line looks like. That magnet is up. If you cross that line, that is instant death.
That's right, they have to bait these static charges, make sure that it's going in the direction they want it to. If they baited it across the line, then they would basically instantly die because they can't cross that field, and the boss is just going to spin around and AoE them.
The line spins!
There's so many. Oh, yeah!
That's disgusting.
Oh my gosh, the baits are going to be ridiculous here.
They have to bait like all the way over to the red side here is what they want to do.
The gold, the Molten Knuckles also has to be even cleaner to give them more real estate right now. They have such a narrow corridor to actually dodge everything here. This is amazing.
Wow, the mobility that's required in this phase specifically is brutal. I mean, you're basically, not to say it again while we're on Yips' screen, but everything literally is at once in this final phase. And this is proving to be really difficult. But, I mean, 33% is the kill that Echo just got, and we're nearing that number right now. So we really have a race on our hands.
Information is important here. All we want is information. They're not going to pop any of these mines because they want to see as far as they possibly can into the fight.
They might have to because they don't have any walls to trigger against. So they
can put the icicles into the mines.
Yeah.
So they're going to freeze them. They're not going to pop them, though. Okay. Oh, my God. The jails carry over.
How many jails?
Well, there are 3 right now.
I see 4. I think there's one in the back.
There was a 4th one.
Ew.
There's 4. There's 4 jails in the last phase.
Okay, and the other thing as well, on Heroic, this final energy bar that Mugsy has, if it gets to 100, the fight's over.
Yeah.
Do we think it's the same on Mythic?
Probably. It's looking like it. I don't know how you would even do the fight at that point.
That looks like it's going to be a wild final phase to this boss.
Huh.
Oh my.
Okay, what was the Echo poll? 33 something?
33.27.
Wow, we're 33.95. I love when the race is like this. I hate it because it's stressful, but I also love it.
That is a massive pull.
That is a massive pull. We just shaved off a significant chunk of health on the boss in one pull.
Get a progress in the chat.
Yeah, let's get a progress in the chat, absolutely. All right, well, here's a look at a replay as well, starting at 35%. So just the final moments of all of those mechanics colliding on top of each other at once, Iro.
Yeah, so we're trying to figure out what the actual cadence of the spells in this final phase is going to be, if it's any different from Heroic. It looks pretty similar for the most part. Get the bombs coming out, the mines are there. You're probably going to want to pop a couple of them beforehand, but of course with only like 5 players left alive and almost no healers, they weren't really trying to actually do the mechanics. They just wanted to get timers on a lot of this stuff. The boots are going to have to go into those mines there. You can see none of the jails on the ground for phase 1.
Whoa.
Jeez.
Oh my.
Whoa.
That was loud.
That startled me.
Thank you for your POV for that, Scott. So boots will have to go into these mines. They'll freeze them. They'll leave them in place. They can soak them later on. 4 jails, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we have 4 jails.
Yeah,
that's 4
jails.
It's
a lot of cleave they're gonna have to do.
Yeah.
I think that
they're just gonna save damage cooldowns the entire time just to kill off Galagio goons and have nothing to do to the boss.
Yeah, that's.
Oh no.
It's doable though.
It's doable. It can happen.
The other thing as well that's important is the turn rate of that middle beam. You can kind of start figuring out, based off of what they've already seen, where certain mechanics are going to have to be placed. So even though they didn't get the boss that low this pull, they got a lot of information, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them actually not pull this boss for at least like 10 minutes while they figure out what their strat for that second phase is going to be.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. We're going to see a couple updates here. We're going to see a couple week or updates at the very least, for sure.
Might see Atlas Reborn pop up again.
Yep,
yeah,
perhaps.
could be.
Yep.
I think that's such a key area, as they found the crux of phase 1. 4 jails, break out of those while popping mines, while taking care of their Frost Shatter spears and boots, making sure everybody's going to stay alive, and then they're going to be able to get in. Oh, they have another pull coming.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I thought
proving us wrong?
It was going to be exactly like you said, Zyro, that they would just sit there and kind of talk through it a little bit. But maybe they just want to see it again, get a little bit more information.
Yeah. They're hungry this morning. They are locked in. Here we go. Just got our new best, 33.94, and they are almost immediately sending it once again here on pull 35.
Yeah, I mean, if the pulls are going well, maybe you just don't want to stop your progress, and you can let the analysts still do their work behind the scenes while you get more and more familiar with this phase. It wasn't the cleanest push into phase 2 that they just had. There were a few players dead from that set of 4 cages right before the transition phase. So they kind of want to get there more consistently with 20 players alive. That's the idea here. So maybe they're not too worried about the phase 2 strat right now. They just want to keep working on getting there consistently, and then by the time they're there consistently, they'll have figured out what exactly the strat is going to be. Because that phase is going to be very quick, right? It's not long at all. You're saving your bloodlust for that phase, ideally when you start going for kills. So they just want to keep getting there more and more consistently. Now, for the time being, they're lusting on pull, just to get back there consistently, to get more timers, to make sure they're doing it every single pull so they can see it more often. But I'm pretty sure by the time we're ready to kill this boss, that lust will be moved to phase 2.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. Just kind of working out some of these kinks, especially cleaning up phase 1 also. I mean, you know, just because we did see phase 2 doesn't mean that we've got phase 1 nailed. There's still a lot of optimization that we're going to be seeing as we continue on with progressing this fight. But right now, kind of like Zyro was touching on, it's kind of just it's about getting back into phase 2 and continuing to learn as much as we possibly can so we can set ourselves up for success for the end of that fight. Because do we expect there to be a tight damage check, do you think, Zyro?
Oh yeah,
very tight.
Extremely tight. Again, you only have 100 seconds once you transition into phase 4, or phase 2, I guess.
Okay.
At 40%. I'm thinking ahead of myself again.
True.
Happens to the best of us. You only have 100 seconds, 0 to 100 energy, to burn the boss down before he just hard enrages you.
Yeah.
It's not like, it's just like it was on One Arm Bandit. It's a cast that kills you.
Right.
So you can't really live through it, you can't really extend it. They just need to beat that burn. And I am assuming that that burn is going to be a lot more difficult than the One Arm Bandit one was.
Yeah. Oh, I would believe it. Having very limited time to not only do enough damage to the boss, but also do enough damage to the Galagio goons. When you have 4 cages out at a time, you have to attribute so much damage to those and really make sure that you're able to survive too, because you can't break up all of the healers perfectly to make sure everyone's safe.
Yeah, so they could be messing around with different positionings as well to make sure they're getting good cleave onto those goons, like maybe better cage positioning so they can cheese some ignite spread onto them, because there's some, you know, alter time shenanigans mages can do to actually get free cleave off. You can also break the walls of one of these jails here and multi-dot it while the player who dropped the cage is still in there. So there's a lot of things you can do to actually gain extra damage, maybe not necessarily have to kill off that ad inside the cage. So you're using that spray and pray to break out both of these ads, so they'll be able to cleave them down, remove that damage reduction shield on them. They've got that positioning down. I like the optimization you were talking about last pull.
Yes.
They moved the boss over to the side so they could just cleave them down with one cone instead of having to move it around all over the place. Looks like that's helping melee positioning out a lot.
Yeah, and the damage uptime of everybody, including the healers, where Mistweavers are some of the highest healer damage you could possibly get, notably like miles higher than a lot of others, besides Dispriest. It's going to make a world of difference, and it's going to have a really huge impact as well as they try to get a little bit later into the fight.
Yeah, these mines, from what we can see, have been probably one of the most difficult mechanics of the fight, especially the second mechanic that comes out with the second group soak here. This is the one they're using the immunities on to soak that group soak, so the immunities aren't too worried about living. But as long as they're able to heal through the soaks plus the mine explosions, we can see them get through that. Now, we did lose to Nrako earlier on in the poll. We've already used our battle res, so we're down 1 DPS, but we can still make the push here. Remember, we're trying to push the boss to 40% before the next phase gets to 100.
Oh, they got full energy.
It's not going to be this pull, as not every player in the raid swapped sides to trigger the phase change, so it's going to be an enrage. We'll go again.
On our best pull, I am very curious what the boss's energy was before it pushed to 40%.
Yeah.
because that might trigger a delayed bloodlust. If you think about it, if they have, let's say 40, 50 energy and they push to 40%,
yep.
They might say, hey, maybe we could get away with not using lust on pull, and we might use it a little bit later on down the line. But I don't think they're going to make that change for quite a while, if it happens, because there is going to be such a big emphasis on making sure they can get through the crux of those 4 cages cleanly into the phase transition.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I didn't actually see what the energy was at when they phased on that last attempt, so maybe they do have a little more time. Again, they had a few DPS dead going into this.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the cleanest, and that's probably why we're still seeing the pulls just keep going here rather than waiting for the analysts to tell them exactly what to do in phase 2.
Do you guys think that they're done with splits?
Is there anything?
Go back to anything?
Is there anything else that could get in?
I don't think there's a lot. We saw them already doing Sprocket Monger kills today for potential go packs. I think they got a couple of them, so some cloak upgrades are kind of nice, but like we're talking the tiniest of actual increases to their character power. There might be some super marginal increases for their characters.
Wow, look at how close that energy was. They were about to hit max energy as they phased. That is obscene.
Yeah, that was actually crazy close. So they probably should have wiped there, but you can see the fact that they actually had like 3 players dead when they pushed there and they were still able to get the push off shows that this isn't as tight as they thought it would be. Now,
true.
That's with the lust in this phase.
Yeah.
If they start actually moving that lust off of this phase, they might actually have to do another transition here, which would be kind of crazy.
Could we go back one more time? Because there is the stacking buff, or debuff, I should say, for the damage on the group.
When you swap?
So I want to see maybe a few percentage points before they transition. So just before the boss hits max energy, I want to see those stacks that they should have for the debuffs and Scott in the top right corner. See where that's going to be at. Oh, perfect. Because I don't think any of those stacks are going to be dropping or anything like that. Let's see. And then as we continue the process, let me see if we can hit maximum energy. Okay, so he triggers full energy, electrocution matrix, and then he pushes. So any of the debuffs that the boss, okay, it's actually the buffs that he has on himself that last 10 minutes. Every single time that you're phase transitioning, you take a little bit more ticking damage, and it stacks throughout the encounter every single time that you shift over. So the argument would be, if they're not able to lust on pull anymore and they would need it later on, that would also mean that they would have to have another stack of this carnage debuff to have 3 stacks of ticking damage from left side, 3 stacks of ticking damage from right side, and have to deal with all of those.
Yeah.
In the final phase.
Question.
That would be insane. That would be really insane.
Yeah, I have no idea. I think for the time being, I think you keep the lust on pull.
Yes.
Try to phase the boss, get more familiar with phase 2. See if you can get through the entire phase and maybe potentially kill it without lust. But man, 40% to 0 in as little time as they have, that sounds pretty brutal to try to get through without lust. Are we doing transmogs right now?
I think we're looking at some transmogs. Here is Kaylee.
Okay.
Teal.gg/RWF-donate if you'd like us to take a look at your transmog. Here we go. This is kind of cutesy.
Got the pack on.
It's like streetwear. It's nice. I like it.
Got the goggles.
Got the choker.
The goggies.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is interesting. Yeah. It looks like real clothes. This is kind of
Yeah, it is.
Looks like she's about to go to Coachella.
What's
It
that?
actually kind of does.
It's like right? It's like a music festival. You never heard of Coachella?
No, I'm just.
Oh, okay. I was like,
Just pulling your leg.
Okay, that's a good one. I feel like I wish the staff was something that wasn't a staff then, if we're gonna keep on feet.
It's kind of a cane more. More than a staff.
There's like, I don't know, are there staffs that are something else?
Got the jewel up top.
Yeah. Okay, I give this a 9. I like it. I think it's clever.
I'll go 7.
7.
All right.
All right.
Awesome. Let's take a look at the next one. Dude.
Furry totem.
I hate this.
This is
5.
everywhere.
This is a 5. Oh god, it's a Volpira, a 4.
This is 2 transmogs.
This is a 4.
Which one do you want us to raid?
Oh my
the
gosh.
left one or the
Yeah.
right? Okay, there we go. All right. Oh wait, no. So we've got Ragnaros on this side. We've got
the inner wolf. You know those memes like you have two wolves inside of you.
I don't know. I'll go like 4 left side, 6 right side.
Yeah. And then what is the middle? Is this like a Murloc skull?
It's just like purple.
That is some hodgepodge. 4.4.
Show us the wings. Turn that sucker around. Okay, whatever. Yeah.
Glorious hodgepodge.
All right. Thank you, Fairy Totem.
Yeah, thank you so much for your submission. Teal.gg/RWF-donate. Send in a link to your armory in that Tiltify link if you'd like us to look at this. This is Weenus Mobile.
Whoa! That is...
You don't know what a Weenus is?
I know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
It's this muscle right here.
Well, this is the Weenus Mobile.
You can't point to that there.
This muscle right here, Jack.
Place of business.
Right there.
This is a sight to see.
This is so great.
That's a big orc. He's got the Barnacle Boy pants on.
Barnacle Boy.
Yeah.
All right.
Danger! What is the? What did they say?
Excelsior? Is that what they say? I don't know. Something like that.
Evil!
Evil! Yes!
Okay, this is a 10.
Yeah, it's like a 9.9.
This is amazing.
9.6.
This is peak performance right here. Peak World of Warcraft.
What is their catchphrase? They have a catchphrase.
I thought it was evil.
Away!
Yeah.
I think it's away.
Okay. Let's take a look at the next one. Here's Dizzy Dicks. Oh, also, wait, I gotta make sure. There's somebody in here that said, please roast all these people because it's their guildies, but I don't think it's any of them. Okay. Dizzy Dicks.
Dizzy Dicks. Well, monks do get dizzy. They spin a lot.
Yeah. Is this a... Oh, it's Mogaro Orc.
Mogaro Orc.
Okay.
Well, that's smart.
I'll give it like a 7. I feel like the belt is...
7-1? These are like snakes.
It's kind of got like the farmer
It's like snake weapons.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, snake weapons. Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, it's all right. That's
it's like they hollowed out some snakes and put spikes into them.
I'll look 7.3.
Huh.
Oh, their catchphrase is up, and away.
Okay.
Away.
Yeah.
You haven't moved anywhere. Away.
Away. This guy looks like he goes to anime conventions with his shirt off. Yeah.
Real?
Real and true.
All right, true Loki. This is not match, sir.
Buddy, what
This,
are we doing?
what do we got going on here?
Chad, what's going on right now?
Are those like where did the oh my god.
Oh, they've got the Revan
Turn that
back.
sucker around so we can flame the rest of it. But the fox is very
fox
sweet.
Is very cute.
No, they donated to charity. It's the Revan pack. It's a 10 out of 10.
It's cute. Okay, fine. I'll give it like an 8. Just because the little fox.
6.5.
Real cute. Little cutesy. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Thank you so much for your submission. All right. Let's take a look at the next one. Patronus.
Fun guy.
From Fun Guy, yeah.
Are they supposed to like be a Patronus charm or something?
Perhaps.
I would be terrified of if that was my Patronus.
Yeah. I don't like the guild tabard or whatever.
Shouldn't
I
it
don't
be
know if
like
that's an achievement tabard or...
A ghostly Mog if it was...
Yeah, a little spectral.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, he has the Fun Guy title, and he could have gone for a fungus-related transmog, especially as a druid.
Oh,
you know?
Fun guy.
Match very well.
Yeah, this is
It's like a 6.
There's an add-on. It's called Transmog Roulette, where you can randomize every slot, and I have a feeling they might have used that add-on.
I like it.
Yeah.
We're being told that the tabard is very rare. It's the Argent Dawn tabard.
I don't care. It doesn't match.
I mean...
I don't care.
If you have all kinds of like very rare items, you can slap them all on together all at once. But like just having it on its own, I don't know.
It's like the attitude of like wearing something that's really expensive, but it not necessarily being good taste.
Also, they're a Moonkin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Moonkin L.
I kind of just want to kick Moonkins downstairs.
Damn. Okay.
5.3.
Yeah, I think
like
that's fair.
4.2.
Yeah, well, hopefully he's a fun guy and has a good spirit on this. Well, thank you, Patronus, for your submission. All right, let's take a look at the next one. Next transmog. This is... Wait, is it wearing a shirt? Oh, my gosh.
He looks like he goes to an anime convention.
Machschleven. Yeah, see? This guy could... See what I mean? This is like a 9. This is great. I love this.
This guy's big.
Yeah. Clip that. Clip that.
Oh, I like the Void Sword, too. That's pretty cool.
The Void Reapers.
Yeah.
From
That's a sword?
from Kaveza, right?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Oh, yeah. Chat says like a Birkin bag, Aya?
Well, like, yeah, if you were to own one, yeah, but naming your character one, that's supposed to be funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'd give this a 6.9.
I'd give this 7.1.
Does Chad think I own a Birkin bag?
It's true, I saw it.
Rating.
Sorry, 9.
Thank you. 9?
Yeah, I like it.
But they go to anime conventions with their shirt off.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
bad thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you, McSloven.
Yeah, thank you, Mugsy.
Oh,
Ooh,
Jack made a mistake.
Oh my gosh, stop.
Oh my god.
I didn't fix my transmog. No.
It's here,
I did not fix my transmog.
None of the
Stop.
items
Oh my
really
god.
work together.
Stop. I didn't fix my transmog.
You've got the challenge mode weapon on.
Yeah, I had the entire challenge mode set on, and it worked perfectly with the Cloud Song Glaive.
Heard it all
but
before.
I went into an alt run last night, and then slapped some gear on, and then logged off, went to bed. Stop.
Heard it all before.
This guy's stop. You're killing me, Smalls.
Slayer of Ansarek.
Yeah.
It's a good title.
Listen, the blade and the orange-blue worked perfectly, and now chat just looks up my armories for all my characters and starts scuffing it.
Appearance item thing?
Yeah, it's the WAD challenge mode
Saw
weapon.
it the other day.
Yeah.
I'm learning.
Can't get it anymore.
Give it like a... Dude,
Guys are
like a 7?
killing me here.
7.
I'll give it a 6.9.
6.9. Nice.
This is
All
so
right.
mean.
All right. Ooh. 10.
Autonome.
So cute.
Wow.
This is so cute.
This is like
This is so girly pop.
extremely girly pop. That's exactly what I was
love it.
gonna say.
I
Go
love
fix
it.
all my transmogs.
They
so
actually
slay.
hard nailed this too.
Oh my god.
The iridescent bow kind of fits.
It does.
They got the sort of flower tiara deal going on.
This is so cute.
I wish the wings were not pink. I wish they were also blue.
Are there even blue ones?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
There's a little bit of light blue there.
Yeah, it kind of goes. I feel like the bow ties it together in a way. It's so cute though. I didn't know if this came in blue. Is this new?
It must be.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay.
9.3.
9.3. I'm giving it a 10.
9.2.
Zyro?
It's up there.
9.2.
A 9 is good. This
All
is a
right.
good mog.
Let's take a look at the next one.
Nobody ever links Zyro's characters.
Yeah, because I don't try for my mogs, and I would just laugh at my character.
I made a mistake, okay? I didn't finish my transmog before I logged out.
Morivana, the Blood Elf Windwalker monk, drinks and knows things. Oh.
Drinks and knows
A
things.
Tyrion
Okay.
fan.
There you go. I don't know, 5.5. Not a whole lot going on here.
Ooh, can we turn it around? Oh, thank you.
That sucker.
Yeah, turn that sucker around.
I do like the fishing net.
Yeah, the fishing net is cool.
Yeah. When somebody said they like wear fish nets, that's not what I expected.
What did you expect?
Where's the horn? There we go. Thank you.
Tettles says that is bad. You want to honk it, Tettles? There you go. All right. Oh wait, I didn't give it a rating. I'll give it like an 8.
Yeah,
7.9.
6.3.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, we're into polls again though. They
There we
pushed a
go.
couple week or updates. Hopefully phase 2 stuff. Maybe new positioning for the cages as well, so they can get more efficient cleave on those. Because really, you're just trying to do as much boss damage as possible to push into the last phase. Possible. We did lust on pull again, so not moving that anytime soon.
Yeah, that makes sense. Until they get to a point where they're really reliably getting into phase 2, I don't think there's any really reason to change that up at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, you sort of have to, once you get used to a strat, it's really difficult to sort of backtrack and readjust because you're changing the rhythm of everything, and you can potentially regress. Like, sometimes it's worth it, but sometimes you just got to make it work.
Yeah, they just need information right now.
Yeah.
I'm assuming this final phase is going to take a while.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, technically, it could just fall over like one arm bandit.
Yeah.
No. It seems like this is a little bit more of a tight EBS check, though.
I would have to assume it would be, especially with the energy levels being what they are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is interesting. Fired Up gets this group soak here. He's also part of the next immune set as well. I'm pretty sure that he'll be fine for that.
Smash died twice now. It's been a tough pull for him.
That's a rough one. That means they're down a healer for a while too, right? Oh no, is he the?
No, actually, I believe
he's
he
one of the
is.
Windwalkers.
Yeah, he is Windwalker now.
Well, no.
They have Sevi and Dryny healing, right?
I think Sevi's Windwalkering.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're right. Now I see it. Yeah, sometimes they have nicknames. I get it.
Yeah.
And they hit for energy. Yeah, probably did it on purpose.
Yeah, probably.
Nice.
Wipe it up. Get a good pull in. Go again. You be that way.
You certainly do.
Better to make the mistakes now.
Yeah, very true. And they're about to get their food buff. And we know that they do well after their food buff.
What's for lunch today?
We can smell it.
Italian sandwiches?
Italian beef sandwiches?
Italian beef sandwiches?
See, the problem with the Italian beef sandwiches is there's a certain way you're supposed to eat them, right?
Yeah?
You know about this?
I don't.
If you go to an Italian beef spot in Chicago, which is where the Italian beef is from,
okay,
you have to lean up against the counter, right? Put
Yeah.
your forearms on the counter.
Oh.
And when you lean up against the counter,
Yeah.
spread your legs, because there's good. Yeah, because
You
you're
got a
gonna get
man
some on the
spread while
ground.
you're up there?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And you just lean. That's how you eat it.
Oh.
Eat it leaning against the counter.
Okay.
Because you're expected to be messy. It's a messy sandwich.
I see. Do you not have like a plate? Why is it going on the ground?
Yeah, eat it out of the wrapper.
That's horrible.
He's got the stance.
Chat, back me up. If you're from Chicago, I'm 100% right on this.
Is this? This is such specific lore. I don't know if I can believe you or not. I mean, I believe you, but.
Was the legs part necessary?
Yes. Yes. You don't want to get.
You gotta get a good
drippings
stance
all over your shoes.
You gotta get a good stance.
Guys, this is how it works.
Okay.
Thank you, chat. 100% correct. I know. I know. Every single part of that is necessary. You do not want to just spill a whole bunch of beef drippings on your shoes. Because the thing with Italian beefs, right, is the correct way to get them. Now, this is
His
controversial.
fingers in the air as he's saying this, by the way.
You got to get it dipped.
Ah, in like an au jus.
Means, yeah, which means they're gonna make the sandwich, and then the whole sandwich, bread and all, gets dipped.
Is there au jus over there?
I think there is. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Based. Very nice. Well, I do want to say something. We're over our shift by 6 minutes, which means we are nearing our time to make that 20K goal, or we might get fired. This is real. I'm telling the truth. We are at $19,855.69.
Nice.
So we are really, really close. Nice to that 20K donation goal, where we will be opening some TCG cards live on stream and also raising money for a great cause, the Pasadena Humane Society. TL.gg/RWF-donate also does not have to be a transmog. You can just help us get there with a simple monetary donation of what's 1,000 minus 855? 145. Okay, 145. 145.
145, chat. We need 145, and then we can finally go.
Yeah, then we can do it.
Set us free.
Yeah, just get in there.
Actually, I could just sit here and watch Mugsy pulls all day. So
that's be my game plan until raid.
Oh yeah, that's
basically.
What do you do? Hey, what do you do as a caster? What's your day-to-day like? What do you do between pulls? Oh, I just sit at my computer, and I watch the other guilds. I watch this guild, and I watch the other guilds.
I watch the broadcast that I would be watching anyways.
Exactly. Yeah.
I do type in chat a lot more when I'm not casting.
That's true. You do. Yeah. You're a good chatter.
Thank you.
You got some good bits.
You're a good chatter.
Can we get a yo? Chat?
Yo.
Yo.
Let's see. Yo. I'm gonna type it in. Got my thing up here. Yo. Wait, it's an emote. Gyro.
Yeah, of course.
The hell? You turned it into an emote.
It's been an emote. That's why you put the @yo part.
Well, now it's just the. What? It's a little kitty.
Yeah, it's a cat going yo.
Oh yeah, the fist bump.
Yeah.
Ruined my
That one's a great
chatting
one.
experience.
I dream of
With
a
all your
world
emotes.
where we have enough 7TV emotes that there isn't any text in chat.
There is no text. Yeah.
It's just emotes.
Don't speak that evil. It's almost like you have to learn a second language. Like I'm not even joking. To like learn what the hell people are saying in this chat sometimes.
Well, you can mouse over it. I mean,
I don't want to mouse over. I want to just read the sentence with the words.
Boomer. Back in my day, you couldn't mouse over the emotes to determine how to say them. I didn't even know how to
Back in my
spell
day,
Kappa.
didn't exist.
They're like, oh, like, how do you make the gray face? Oh, it's just gray face. No
Gray
space.
face, no space.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
That back in my day, you had to know.
Okay. I hate it.
Why?
I don't like it. I want to read the sentence. I don't know what people are saying. I don't like to have to mouse over the words.
I get a little more culture shock when I see a word that I'm not used to seeing because there's an emote there.
Yeah. Well, that's the challenge. It causes you to learn. It causes you to grow.
Yeah.
I'm good. I like my words.
Well,
the words.
You did stop growing before the rest of us.
Like my height?
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
You're right. I did. That was such a I was like, what are we talking about?
Just flaming her height for
talking about puberty now? Do we want to get into that? I stopped growing, I think, at 13. I remember the doctor.
Wow.
You know, when you went and got measured at the doctor?
Oh, yeah.
I was like 13. I got measured, and he was like, well, that's it for you. And I was like, damn it.
Can you check our Tiltify? Because I just saw a message in chat from Dark STRX saying there.
Oh, let's go. We are in Void next tier. $20,000, $20,025.69.
Nice.
We did it, chat. Well done. Thank you so much to Dark for the $145. We also got $25 from Anonymous. Dark says, love the casters, love the race mode verse. Tell production I want a Turn That Sucker Around remix.
Ooh.
Okay.
Production does love a challenge.
They do love a challenge. They're very busy with the other charity goals, but
true, they do what they can.
Maybe we could convince them. Maybe
they do what they can.
Be really nice to them. Oh, now we're plinking. See, I'm okay with the plink because that's not a word that people use in sentences.
Do we have plink 182?
I like that one. I'm a big fan.
Turn that sucker around. Turn that sucker.
Yeah.
Turn that sucker around. Turn that sucker. Turn that sucker. Turn that sucker around.
Oh.
Front left.
Oh, there's a dash in plink 182. Thank you, chat.
Oh, plink 180.
Is there a way to have your Twitch chat show 7TV emotes?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like on the app.
Phone.
Oh okay, yeah, on the phone.
Use
on the phone.
ChatSend.
Yeah.
ChatSend.
What's that?
It's an app. Look.
Oh.
ChatSend. I just found it.
Oh.
Ethan told me about it. It's really
on
cool.
the App Store.
Yeah, and it shows all the emotes, and it like has you can preload the emotes.
Oh.
Like it'll guess it for you.
How
It's
is
really
that
good.
spelled?
Just chat S-E-N.
Chat.
ChatSend. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I need
so
that.
it's like someone from Forsen's chat.
Because it's like I know 90% of these, and then sometimes I throw out one. And
Oh yeah, no. It's really good. It works really like way better than the Twitch app. But it's just chat.
Good to know.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's an important part of the chat experience.
It really is, yeah. Yeah, and then also the race world first. A lot of people during like a traditional esports broadcast, it's pretty unlikely that people are going to be the casters are going to be interacting directly with chat while they're live. But not here. No, we're amongst the people.
Amongst friends.
Here at the Race to World first. Yeah.
All we had to do was speak friend and enter the door earlier today when it was locked.
I knew the reference.
Yeah. The door, they couldn't get past the one-armed bandit door.
Oh, that door.
Yeah. Oh, you meant the front door. That would have been funny in a not-so-haha way.
Like, wait, how do you kick into the facility to do your job?
We're just doing the morning show and just yapping the entire time. They could see us an inch from the door and just not open it for them.
I've set the alarm off a few times here at the facility by coming in, being the first person, and the door is armed, and then I like panic. I know the code, and then I panic, and it goes off anyways. I've set the alarm off so many times.
I did that when I lived with my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scary.
Had the sheriff knock on the door, and I was like, oh, I live here.
It's so scary.
Yeah.
It's really loud.
We might be getting an ending gift to our shift here, guys. We might get a good pull here. One last set of jails going to be coming out. All 4 jails are going to spread those out. They have their positions.
They've assumed the position of the Italian beef sandwich.
He fired up his spread his ignite into that jail, but then he alter times back out so that he can keep hitting the boss and keep trying to push it to that sub 40% damage phase. And it looks like you only have to have been in the jail at some point for your ignite to spread to that ad. It does look like, though, with Hadcoon breaking out, we're going to be wiping here. Yeah, that's going to be taking out people one by one. A little unfortunate.
I wonder if it's even possible to temporarily tank it. Can you even live a couple melee strikes as a tank? It doesn't look like it.
I don't think so.
Yeah. Those guys are huge. I think they go to like 3 times their ordinary size.
I mean, either way, we have seen quite a lot of development this morning. Obviously, we did get that new best a couple of polls ago, 33.94%. We've learned quite a lot about Phase 2. We weren't quite sure how we were going to tackle that. Still not quite sure yet, but the good news is the timing is pretty good. Lunch is happening soon here. It looks like a lunch break did just get called, so 31 minutes. Oh, God.
That's a good
we have
timer.
to, yeah, there we go. That's
my
Atlas Face about
Lord.
to be with the au jus for this Italian sandwich.
This is from the hot wing challenge back in Boston.
Yeah.
The Sofo race.
Oh, thank you, production.
And he splashed milk onto his face.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. My God, that was a good tier.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I feel like Atlas might be...
Oh, please, can we show Draine's POV too?
Yeah,
this is a great screenshot too. Oh, the quad angel.
Oh, there you
yes.
Okay, well, give us the context of this one too.
Oh, this was a bit
Rygalon.
from when Fired Up and Shakib were on a team with JB for MDI. Every single time JB would die in Holy Priest, they'd take a picture of his angel.
Right.
Yeah.
And they'd say it was a rare angel pick.
Okay.
So that transitioned into the Sofo tier where they were playing a bunch of Holy Priests. Onto Rygalon where they were playing 4 Holy Priests. And they got the quad angel pick. This is a rare quad angel pick. hold on to this one forever.
Good. Yeah. For context, this is the week or update that you see pop up, and also the timer all have, this is all Ciori's doing, just silly pictures from inside jokes or things from the previous broadcasts. There's a lot of stuff in there. You got to kind of, I still see new ones every once in a while, and new ones are getting added all the time as well.
Oh yeah,
and,
it's a constant work in progress.
Likes to have fun. So
I was gonna say that's the exciting part about a week or update is you never know what emote or screenshot or picture of somebody is gonna pop up.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, it looks like we're going to be heading off as well alongside the Raiders, getting some lunch ourselves. Ooh, it looks pretty good today. Ooh, Meg has her hair up. That looks really cute. All right, MyBlue, of course, is one of our amazing sponsors of the Race World First. Would not be possible without them. MyBlue is doing a daily giveaway called the Daily Dirt. Congrats to today's winner, Agglomeration. You win $50 in Team Liquid store credit, so you can put that towards any of the Liquid or Race to World First apparel. And if you want to win $50 in Team store credit yourself, all you have to do is log into MyBlue and complete a quest daily to be entered for a chance to win. Additionally, 10 lucky players who complete all of the challenges can win a swag kit. It can be a signed jersey, keycap, and a Sherpa. That's that anniversary Sherpa.
Yeah.
So very
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yes, go fill out all the things. Go do all the things, and you can be a lucky winner of some of the amazing prizes that MyBlue has to offer. We also have community rewards with more players that complete the MyBlue challenges. The bigger the loot for everyone that participates. So play WoW, watch them race, win some stuff. We've already completed the first 2 community rewards, and we're currently working towards the next one. If you're watching the race and you haven't joined Team Liquid's MyBlue event, what are you doing? You get free points anyways. You may as well sign up. teal.gg/bluerwf.
Sign up today.
Sign up today. And with that, we're going to head out. Thank you so much to the rest of our amazing sponsors as well. We've got Coinbase, Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, of course, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you in a bit.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
Oh, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
How about this to celebrate our spring championship?
I celebrated by getting a new Honda Civic Hybrid. With style, power, and fuel efficiency, it's next level awesome. Get in.
Why didn't I think of this?
How do you return a billboard?
Max, hurry up, they're behind us.
Just a few more tweaks. Hand me that tool.
This better be worth it.
Almost done.
It's beautiful.
We gotta get out of here.
Don't forget the PC.
This is Max, and here is the exact moment he saw a custom plush toy we made of him from scratch.
Wow, it's got, okay, so there's a lot going on here.
We here at Team Liquid have spent months turning all of our friends, family, and any famous people we can find a public address for into their own custom plushes based off our mascot, Blue. Which means we had to make one for everyone's favorite raid leader and WoW streamer, Maximum. The first thing we have to do is give Blue some facial hair. Using some fur and this deep, longing photo of Max, we remade his scruff 1-2-1.
It's got a crazy beard. I was certainly looking that homeless during the last race.
And Max's face would be unrecognizable without his glasses. important for raiding and seeing. Then we realized he was still without clothes, so we made him decent with a custom jersey. And at this point, he looked a little less Max and a little more Seth Rogen in a t-shirt, so we added some memorable WoW items, Ramornia and the Gift of N'Zoth, both 3D printed and painted to match the game. Finally, we delivered it to Max to capture his reaction.
Look, he's real cute. He's got my little Harry Potter glasses on. I get to keep this, right? You can make your own. You just gotta go to tl.gg/myblue and you can customize it however you want.
Yeehaw.
I love their sound.
Max, Throne of Thunder Institute of Technology.
The Airbender, Lockmodan Youth Learning Center.
Shoot, University of the Hills.
Scott Brexit, Braveheart.
Minion Lover, 5 Big Boons.
I'm Goop, Gallywix Pleasure Palace. That sounds weird.
Briny 4, Do Not Healthbot. Nyx Priest X, Exodar Tech.
Passion W, Dead Minds.
PH Demon, From the Den of Mortal Delights. Sign up to Coinbase or blow up.
Hello and welcome back to the Alienware training facility, home of Team Liquid. And a huge thank you to our presenting sponsor in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Labs, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo. Hello and welcome back. I am Jack, joined by Kalamazzi and Dratnos as we're getting ourselves ready to dive into more Mugsy attempts.
Yeah, Boss is seeing about 35% progression, I think, last pull, give or take, getting to that phase 2. But that phase 2 looks insane, Dranos.
Yeah, the damage check on this fight looks pretty serious as well. I mean, you're going to have to do a lot of stuff during phase 2, a lot of mechanics during phase 2, while not losing any damage to have any hope of killing that boss, I think. So we could be in for quite a bit of progression. This might be another one of the ones where getting it to 20%, getting it to 15%, we could see in the next couple of hours, and then it may take another day to actually take it all the way down to 0.
Yeah, this would be very interesting as they've already gotten into phase 2, as has Echo, not to mention. And now it's going to be, how are they going to deal consistently with the 4 Earthbreaker jails, both at the end of phase 1 and multiple times, we think, in phase 2?
I think it'll be just one. I think the boss kind of casts every ability once in P2, and then if it's like Heroic, it's going to cast every ability once, and then it's going to do like some crazy thing for the last 20 seconds and then enrage and kill you. So
and not much time either in phase 2. Once it reaches max energy, it just wipes out the fight.
Yeah, so on Heroic, it kind of does one cast of almost everything. And actually, I think it does do everything.
I think it does 2 rounds of mines in the final phase
That's
of
true.
Heroic,
Yeah,
and only 1 cage.
The last set of mines are like way more mines as well. So
yeah.
Maybe on Mythic, we'll get something even crazier at that spot in the cast sequence, and then it, wipes you 15 seconds later. So you got to have a lot of damage to get through there. Now, Liquid are playing just the 4 healers, which I think is an advantage compared to Echo, because Echo reached this point in the fight as well, but they've been playing 5 healers for their initial progression on this fight. That's going to mean that they'll have to adjust and adapt to probably cutting down to 4 to make that damage check.
They did a little bit. At the very end of their day, they actually dropped down off of the 5 healers into 4 to make sure that they could actually reach into the intermission phase without it, because the damage check, like you mentioned, is insane.
Now, Liquid are also going to have to do some adaptation, because I suspect that Bloodlust is going to have to move
they're lusting a pull
into
right
P2.
now,
right?
And right now that's being used, because P1 also has a damage check, right? You also have to push out a P1 in time, although you can milk a little bit more time in P1 by making sure that you're always shifting at 99 energy, which it's actually kind of easier to do on Mythic than it is on the lower difficulties, because you need all your players on either side to change the polarity of the boss. And so they just have one person who's that last person, Malarkas usually, to swap from side to side and actually trigger it. So if he can make sure that he lands it at exactly 99 each time, they can get a couple more seconds, and maybe that can make up for Bloodlust moving into P2, which we think probably needs to happen at some point on this boss.
Right. Yeah, we'll be watching, and it's been fun behind the scenes to kind of see Sevi, Max talking with some of the others as well about what they might do, and we can't, of course, spoil any of those things, but it's fun since we're here and behind the scenes to see it. And you, too, could be behind the scenes at the Race to World First if you wanted to join our giveaway going on. If you sign up and make a Coinbase account at tl.gg/Coinbase, use promo code TEAMLIQUID20 and fill out our form at tl.gg/RWFBTS. That is for behind the scenes. Then you can be entered in to win our grand prize if you're NA or EU. We will fly you out to the next Race to World First here at the Alienware training facility in LA. And you'll be able to meet the Raiders, meet the casters, and see all that goes into the Race to World First.
Yes, very exciting.
And you could go live Moss with Kalamazoo.
We have ordered so much Taco Bell. Yeah, ring the bell, please, production.
Oh, they'll work on it, I'm sure.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. We have ordered much food.
There
it is.
There's food on the way right now. Yeah, and we're
that's
base boosted.
That's Taker. Let's take her. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's a great time. So if you haven't signed up, please be sure to.
Oh, we hit our.
Be sure to do so, and be sure to tune in soon because we got the WoW TCG unboxing we just unlocked on our last shift.
Oh, did we?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I think I'm.
I made a last desperate plea to make sure that we would be able to hit that last charity incentive before our Goblin music video, which I believe has finished production.
I've seen a little bit of, secretive people in rooms working on that video, so I can't wait to see the final product. I think only Cams knows what it looks like right now. The rest of us in the dark on that one.
Cams was very excited about it last night.
Plays a key role, I heard.
Yeah. After hours, he was like, man, I'm so excited. I can't wait to see it. So we're close. Less than $5,000 away.
We'd love to see it, and we have it all recorded. Now, the song is already done, and they've given us some hints about what the song is going to be. Then we're recording a music video to go with it. So it'll be very fun to see what we have in store. TL.gg/RWF-donate if you'd like to contribute. $35 is going to be our requirement for submitting your MOG or any of your pet pictures or anything along those lines. Get it featured on stream, and we will have your pet pictures featured every morning on our Rise and Race, brought to you by Honda as well.
I was on there a few days ago too.
That's true.
I wasn't a pet picture though.
We had you on the Guess the Guildie for the rare curveball caster guess.
Yeah, I was surprised to put me on there.
Yeah,
I'm not really.
They put Makes on as well.
Oh, was that easy to guess?
I got it. In fact, it was. They went step by step with the predictions. It was like first DPS, and we're like, okay, well that could be anybody. Second, favorite game, not WoW, TFT. And I thought, like, that could be anybody. And then I was like, well, maybe it's Makes, and then ding. It was her. So she's been on a roll. We haven't done a Guess the Guildie yet, and we haven't gotten in any Mugsy pulls yet, so don't fret, because they are still kind of just having some conversations about what are the strat adjustments or what might they be changing going into these future pulls.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're debating moving Lust possibly, like Trent mentioned. There's a DPS check in Phase 1, but you can milk a little bit with the actual Malarca swapping that threshold at 99 energy. In Phase 2, though, there's all those mechanics at once. You also have that mythic conduit in the middle of the room just spinning around for the whole phase. So
very cool. Basically just a room or space denial, but it's not fixed, so you can't just leave one side of the room clear and then pollute the other side, which is what I thought would be the strategy from reading that ability in the Dungeon Journal. It's a rotating laser, so you basically will have to be really clean, put everything towards the edges of the room, and you kind of want to make sure that there's like, oh, we need to make sure that there's some hot mess in this spot in the room, because when the laser is putting us there, that's when we have the Frost Shatter boots, and on Mythic, you need to clear those in the hot mess. So it all kind of feeds back to how you want to place all the abilities in P1. You have to have a really solid through line for the whole fight. But were they playing 3 mages recently? Is that I see, because I can see their comp switching around, and I think they might be adding in a 3rd fire mage to this encounter with Dranako potentially on that, which could be potentially. It makes a lot of sense, right? If you look at this fight, those goon cages with the goons in there, they are basically impossible to hit with anything from outside except for an ignite. If you can prime an ignite on them, and yeah, you can see here we have that 3rd mage. I'm not sure how long that's been in here, but it looks like I think it might be a post-lunch adaptation, because I think Dranako was on the lock before.
Yeah,
he was. Yeah,
they are swapping that 3rd mage. We were talking about it a bit during lunch. I mean, our Warlock seems good on this fight. Destro's fine. You can cleave those cages. You can Demonic Circle out of the cage to avoid some of the damage. Get a little bit of milk damage in and help the soak, and then get out afterwards. But yeah, the profile's not bad, but Mage has been pretty solid, like you talked about. That spread cleave, right?
Yeah, the Ignite.
Cheating cleave, right?
Blizzard has some like smoke bomb stuff going on where you can't target into the cages, but the mages are cheating and are able to still do that with Ignite, which, obviously fire mages cheat in some different way every tier, but this time around I think there's some, you do some work to make sure that you actually prime an initial Ignite on them, and then it will continue to get updated based on the Ignite that you have on the boss, which is nearby, and that will stay a massive Ignite helping you kill off those adds. So that's definitely a big thing to look out for on this boss. Those fire mages really carrying and once you handle that mechanic, that lets everybody else focus way more on the boss damage as well, right? Which is a really valuable thing to be doing.
It is. We saw them kind of blinking in and having ultra time to further get out so they could spread the ignite and then kind of jump out once again. Still add a lot more boss damage, which also seems like it's going to be a massive priority onto it as well.
Yeah, I don't know if we're sure how like ahead or behind we are on boss damage necessarily, but I mean, if you can find a way to squeeze a bit more in, like making that mage swap, I think it's definitely worthwhile doing early on here. There's also a clip of Max. I was linked in my Discord. You know, so it's public, it's out there. Max said if there are no raid buffs, you play only Windwalkers this raid. They are just that good.
Whoa.
Which, I mean, barring some fight restrictions, Windwalker has been the breakout class, I guess, spec of the raid so far, compared to thought, for the most part, I'd say.
They have always gone down on the number of Windwalkers that they started with on any of these fights.
Yeah, which is interesting. I mean, there are a lot of variants. There is a lot of variance in damage profiles this tier, but I think as far as like raw damage is concerned, they're probably the strongest, right? I don't know.
They definitely do a lot of damage. I mean, the single target is very good. Their cooldowns are great. It's also a spec that is pretty survivable, mobile, right, which are two characteristics that are often tested on these mythic fights. Mage is also highly survivable and mobile. So yeah, Windwalker is kind of that melee mage this tier. No surprise that we're seeing a lot of both of them.
I mean, they're mages. They're Blizz's favorite.
Yeah.
I don't see it. Yeah. The sky is blue.
This is how it goes.
So is mage actually perfect. There we go. Yeah.
This is how it goes when there's not 3 warlocks in the raid.
It's like when your parents have you're the favorite only child, and they have a new child, and you're like the outcast, like being a warlock. Now we used to be the favorite. Now we're just like pushed to the side, and we're getting neglected.
I feel so bad for you.
Well, you used to be a rogue. You know how it feels too, right? Like
the rogue is. This is one of the most endangered that rogue has been since it got atrophic poison. Last time before this that you had a tier where you could sit a rogue for a fight, which they did sit one on Styx Bunkjunker. It was like Castle Nathria was a tier where people didn't play rogues, but that was before atrophic poison. This is definitely a one rogue tier, which is unfortunate. This is a fight that's also not particularly conducive to rogue. They don't really get to cheat in any cool ways.
Yeah, they're not able to like get out of the cages or anything like that.
Yeah.
They're just kind of locked in.
Yeah, I wonder, you could maybe buffer a grappling hook if you were outlaw, but you know, that would require you being outlaw, which is something that we very rarely see outlaw rogue in the Race to World First. Even when it's pretty good, it's a spec that just, you know, it's very different than the other rogue specs, and there are a lot of inherent strengths that assassination and subtlety have that it doesn't. Assassination is usually you see assassination. Usually assassination is kind of the Race to World First spec. This tier around it's subtlety,
mostly, right?
Yeah. Assassination has the kind of inherent strength that if the sim DPS is the same, assassination, a lot of their damage can still be done if they have to go run away for 5 seconds and do something because they've got those bleeds and poisons ticking. This time around, assassination fairly undertuned. It got a little bit of a buff a couple weeks ago, but still a little bit below the curve. Yeah, subtlety is the spec of choice for bringing that atrophic poison.
A bit interesting, we didn't see any class tuning post this week as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which we usually do for the underperforming specs.
It's weird, you know, we've only had a couple of races here without the heroic week, right? I think this is the 4th tier with no heroic week. All the Dragonflight tiers also had no heroic week, and then, of course, it returned for a brief period in Nerebar Palace, and it creates an interesting texture where, you know, there's not really a good week to do that last-minute tuning and balancing because everybody's already kind of started committing to their characters, right? Not just in the Race to World First, but guilds all over the place, right? You've already started, you know, kind of locking in what your main's going to be. There's not a great opportunity for them to do that heroic week tuning pass that historically happens on those heroic weeks. Now, in Dragonflight, we did see some tuning passes on the Fridays of the first week of Mythic, but I think the perspective from Blizzard is probably if it's not turbo broke, don't fix it for these first few weeks and kind of actually see what the lay of the land looks like as we really get more of this information from Mythic. But I am kind of sad that some of the underperformers haven't been buffed at least. I don't mind leaving the overperformers in a good state here because it would obviously suck to be gearing one and playing one and then have it get nerfed out from underneath you. But, you know, stuff like Holy Paladin, like the rogue specs, like Assassination Rogue, Outlaw Rogue, Survival Hunter. You know, there are some specs that I think it would be safe to give a little buff to even here at the start of Mythic progression.
Buff Affliction.
Yeah, poor Warlock, of course.
Warlock.
Only all 3 of their specs have seen play. They're only playing 2 of them here with no raid buff in the Race to World First.
I know.
Yeah, clearly. And they would be playing the 3rd, except probably Dranako. Dranako was the swap from Warlock to Mage, so I'm not actually sure that they have a way to play 3 Mage, 3 Warlock. They can play 2-3 of either configuration, but I'm not sure they can even do 3-3.
I don't think you want 3 here either way.
Yeah.
I think third mage is better than third lock.
Maybe you'd convert like Sang into a third warlock if you had the access to it. Although I guess the rescue is nice.
Yeah. He's like the evoker overlord. You can't do that to him. Come on. Like that's all he does.
That's true. Yeah. I wonder if you're getting great value out of time spiral or spatial on this fight.
Not really. I mean, there's always a way you can make spatial be very valuable at least, but I mean, time spiral might be good for like the large move they have to do when they go from the entrance of the room.
Yeah.
They have the hot mess there, and then they're shifting to the other side after they deploy mines. That could be.
How does it interact with ice skates? Like the frosty wants to go out, which you freeze the bombs with or break the walls. Is there any like trickery you can do with that?
I think it carries your momentum a good bit with the ice skates.
Right.
So if you like rolled, then you would continuously slide at like a similar momentum level.
Okay.
Which is nice, but they're
usually trying to get rid of that
they really clear it
as
instantly.
fast as possible, yeah, with just being in the hot mess like as it's spawning.
Okay.
Which is pretty cool. When I saw that mechanic, I thought, oh man, it's going to be like Heroic, except you have to keep sliding for longer, but you actually slide for less time than on Heroic, because you can get that frosty, slidey, slippy effect removed before you even have the Frost Spears fire.
Yeah, I remember testing it on PTR, and we started on like the Cobalt side, just to make sure we get the hot mess deployed from the beginning.
Which is what they do as well, yeah.
Well, they start on the right side. They've been starting on the fire side, so that way they deal with the jails, and then they have about 20 or 30 seconds of people being on the ice skates, and they have to just sit there and deal with it until they get that first hot mess whenever they phase transition. So it's been pretty interesting. They have to deal with it a little bit at the first part, and then afterwards it's gone almost immediately.
Yeah, definitely an interesting boss fight, because I do wonder if you could do it the other way, because starting on this side, you of course are going to get more of those jails to deal with as well, but if you start on the other side, you're going to have those zappy ads, more of them to deal with, and you're going to have mines right away that could be kind of annoying. So it's a weird fight as well, because clearly they want you to break the walls with the mines, but it's so much more annoying than just having everybody escape with their class abilities and with effects like rescue. Even Void Elf Racial is getting a decent amount of value in this fight we've been hearing.
Yeah, Void Elf Racial notably deploys pretty quick and moves very fast. You can sort of set up an after image to teleport to a little bit later on. But, now looks like we're going to be getting into some polls at long last. Get to see how Mugsy is going after all of the conversation about strat adjustments.
All right, here it comes. Poll number 38 of Mugsy Heads of Security. Liquid currently 0.6% behind Echo on our Coinbase leaderboard, but Echo have gone to bed, so now it's Liquid's chance to pull ahead.
Yeah, we do see less being committed on pole here. And starting on, they're calling this the dirt side.
Yeah, dirt, mud, I hear it called.
Yeah, the brown side, dirt, mud, that works. Similar to Heroic, both Goon Cages coming out here early on.
Yeah, and this one's kind of done natty, right? This is this is a set that you can handle without having to do any sneaky stuff. That's because it starts with just the 2. The next set will be 3, and all future sets, it looks like, are 4. We don't know if there are any 5 sets, but it doesn't seem like it is. It seems like it kind of caps out at 4 of these cages if you get them. Then we get these, the Frost Shatter boots, the Slippy Slide effect. Unlike Heroic, this doesn't go away until you get some fire going there. And then the Finger Gun comes out here. Now, ideally, Finger Gun would be... the Finger Gun is really useful because it clears the shield from these ads that are spawning on the metal side. But of course, that first set, there aren't any. But yeah, you can see these Electroshockers have the shield. And these ads are going to live for a long time, because they will only go away, they'll only get that shield broken once we get to the next Finger Gun, which is in like a minute and a half.
Yeah, it's a very long time, and once they kill off that wave, another wave spawns almost immediately.
You pretty much have full uptime on at least one set of these Electroshockers, and it puts these little circles around people, and that just is like an AoE around them that you just gotta get out if you can. It's not the end of the world if you zap your raid a little bit, but it's not great either. Now here comes that hot mess, big soak, being cleared, and that's removing everybody's boots. You can see they have a nice big new cleared weak aura, letting you know when you've got that removed. And then we take that circle from the tank circle to one side, the spray and pray to the other. And all is well so far. All 20 players still alive. We have had to commit our battle res, though.
Yep, so no res available for another 2.5 minutes here, give or take. Swapping back to the dirt side here, and this is where you're going to see those ramping cages coming out. There should be a 3 set here, I believe, in that next overlap, which we're going to see momentarily. I believe it comes in the like cadence-wise next here, Dratnos, correct? Yeah, so here we go.
Yep.
So you have 1, 2, 3 being spread pretty evenly across the room. One actually heading back to where that metal side of the room is. Now, the cool thing about this, and the reason we're playing 2 Warlocks, is you can indeed DPS these cages down, leave the goons inside, and teleport out before they explode, helping soak the actual mechanic a bit, doing some damage and getting out before the actual damage from the break comes in. If we see one goon dying here, the cage being broken in a moment with these boots spawning in. It's going to be a bit of an odd... Ooh, can he get out of there with that?
The side door opened. It should be that he could get around, but I think there's just too much damage going out. Yeah, that was surprising that he... I guess he almost like canceled his knockback and then didn't break the wall.
Yeah. Well, the wall only breaks... Oh, yeah, okay. What are the abilities that break the wall? It's the mines and...
The mines, the finger gun...
And his AoE, I believe, right? When he essentially dies, correct? It shatters parts of the wall.
Right, and it knocks players back.
It knocks them through the wall. Yeah.
Knocks them through the wall.
Because I think there's a mythic change there where I don't know if you can reliably break it as easily here. I think that may have been what was going on there.
Yeah.
Why all 5 of those walls stayed up.
I think he might have just double jumped, canceled the knockback, and then jumped into the wall. And then that didn't break off his section. Then he had to just like walk around it.
It definitely looked unplanned the way that he was still, the 2 of them, in fact, were still inside that particular cage. But yeah, now we are down 3 players as this group soak goes into the wall. You do still have to alternate groups to soak this. That one's got some immunes going in. Yeah, that's unfortunately.
I think they were just missing an immune.
Down a player, yeah. So this could be another big prop paladin advantage as well, having that spell warding potentially for the initial target. And then letting the other players have immunes in there.
So, you mentioned as far as the Gal cages are concerned, you get that 2, 3, 4 cadence.
Yep.
Like we see right here, right, Jack?
Yeah.
So we have this 3rd cage coming in here, and I believe when this knock goes out, I don't know if the knock actually knocks you through the wall anymore. So, pay respect's being cast here. When this goon hits 0, it'll begin the knock, but I don't believe it actually breaks the wall, like Dratnos was talking about.
Let's see, yeah. I'm curious how because some of these walls did get broken.
Yeah, there's the Gal break coming in right there.
Yeah.
So he's in position to be knocked.
Yep, just doing some last Demon Hunter things.
Yeah, I don't believe it breaks walls. It doesn't.
It looks like it just knocks him up. Yeah, a little...
Oh, is it based off where the guy was facing that it knocks out those walls?
I don't...
If you look, it was like the front.
Let's watch the other one.
Yeah, look at the one on the right. It looks like it was a frontal. Keep going. No, keep going.
Yeah, so there's one up over on the right top of the screen, now just the very top of the screen.
So it should knock the back ones.
Well, I don't think
cage.
I don't think it does on Mythic is the thing. I think you have to break it with other mechanics to actually get the walls broken.
That was weird.
I mean, the Frost Spear or the bomb should be the things that break them.
Yeah, maybe the Frost Spears still do.
Well, the Frost Spears haven't even launched yet then.
Yeah.
So how are people...
There are no walls broken, right? See, all the walls are still up on all the other ones.
Yeah. So how are they supposed to get out?
Well, yeah, that's
great
question.
Yeah, that was the thing that didn't make sense because we've seen them come out before, though.
Well, yeah, that's why there's such a heavy emphasis on the Void Elves on the rescues and stuff like that, is because you don't have a great way to get out otherwise. You're supposed to keep a mine alive, I think, to go and run it into the walls, but that seems pretty unrealistic. So here's that next jailbreak. We've got THD's perspective in this one.
So he
and
ports
he's just
out.
circling
Okay.
out.
Yeah.
Right.
Interesting.
And then we can keep maybe playing it for another 5 or 10 seconds, and we can see how they deal with this. Because I think the
3rd gal's still alive.
Spikes should get in there and break the wall. But let's see if it does, or if it just intercepts them. So Malarkus there over on our left side of the screen is being shot by that spike just in the hot mess there.
Yeah, we see Splat and Boomy in that jail.
It's firing in 0.2 seconds
now.
or so. There's the wall. So that still breaks the wall.
Yeah.
So you can still break the wall with these spikes, but you might have to leave people in there until then, unless you want to circle out, to Void Elf out, to rescue out, or you could kite a mine into the walls from the metal side, but I think that they've decided that that is too cringe.
It seems unreal.
Yeah.
Based on their spawns, right?
Yeah, I think it's too cringe as well.
Well, eventually they go CC immune, and then you can't do anything to sort of better control what they're going to be doing.
It's something in PTR testing I was trying to make that work, and it did not seem like something that was particularly workable. So it's one of those spots where that seems like maybe how they were imagining doing it, but the actual strategy is just Void Elves are better.
Yes. And so right now, we also have some codes to give away, courtesy of Blizzard. If you type #Undermine in chat right now, you can win a Grizzly Hills Packmaster, an Auspicious Arborworm, or the Winter Witch Bundle, and it's open to NA and EU. So all you have to do, type #Undermine in chat to be entered for a chance to win, and keep an eye on your DMs for the mods so they can give you the code if you've won.
I need all 3 of those. I'm actually entering.
All right. Good luck. Make sure you keep an eye out.
I want that Winter Worm. Auspicious Arbor Worm, whatever it's called. The Winter Witches Bundle. I don't have all 3, as we can obviously tell here, so.
Not a big Transmog guy, Kalamazoo?
I'm a big Grizzly Hills fan, but no, I don't have any of them, actually.
The Packmaster's actually really cool. I think it's like a bear with a repair mount on it and stuff.
All kinds of food in that pack, right?
Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
Taco Bell in there, yeah.
Got some good eats.
Optimizing. Optimize.
All right, we're getting ready here for another pull. It looks like they're still not at the pace where they're chaining pulls, which I think is good. Definitely still a lot to learn from these early ones. In particular, you have a lot of combinations of players that can get targeted by those jails, and you really want to kind of nail down exactly what everybody's going to do under all of those different permutations of, okay, I'm targeted, okay, this person's targeted, so, you know, like if my evoker is targeted, maybe that griefs my ability to get rescued, all of these sorts of things that sort of have these second order effects based on who's targeted by all 3 and then eventually all 4 of those jails.
Right, definitely a fight where a brief Discord bot review can be exceptionally helpful. Like Styx to a similar extent as well in early prog we saw.
2, 1.
All right, pull is now underway. We've got Dryny M in the raid. Something that he was not thinking was going to happen this tier.
The rare triple Windwalker double Mistweaver finally came to.
That was one of the ways for him to get in the raid, and it's happening.
Yeah, he wasn't very happy about it yesterday. He said, I'm riding the bench until into the tier. We had a double overlap there, but the spread worked out. Okay, so these are the normal cages you see on Heroic for the most part.
I think we may have gotten a few fewer people into the cages than intended, though, perhaps.
I think
looks like it's going to be okay.
Yeah, we should be able to get both down here. The left one's a little slower, it seems, possibly. Actually, both are broken here.
All fine, yeah.
Yep, we're coming out.
And then we just
Frost
transcend
Shatter
out
Boots
stuff.
also coming out now as well. Yep, need to be brought to the walls to break, to essentially negate that spear. And these then need to be brought into that big fire nova that goes off in a moment here, which is soakable by half of the raid.
Yeah, so let's go through the raid frames that we can see over on the bottom left, and we can talk about how each class can escape one of those cages, right? So obviously your 2 tanks don't need to worry. Your 5 monks all have Transcend. Your 2 warlocks both have Circle. Your 3 mages all have Blinks and Altars to get out. And then we've got a few classes that are a little bit less good at it and are maybe playing Void Elf, or we've got Sanghelios rescuing both himself and somebody else can get out quickly with something like that. But I think those last few players are going to be in a lot more difficulty. You might be able to do something like buffer a Heroic Leap, but I don't think that there's a lot of great options for a lot of the other players to get escaping from those jails. So that's where stuff like that rescue might go a long way.
Yeah. As far as these bomb soaks are concerned right now, so have you noticed the pattern they're staggering them in? Is it just like simply as Heroic, they're staggering them like one at a time to break these quickly? Because you mentioned those can be used to break the triple Gal cage, correct?
They can be, yeah, although they're not being used that way, but that is a mythic mechanic. Ooh, unfortunate for Shaq there, Demon Huntering into that big circle. Yeah, the bombs, it looks like their main goal is just to do them swiftly. So there's a problem, which is if you do all 5 of them at the same time, it's going to be a lot of raid damage. Each time you pop a bomb, you get like a second dot on everybody. That's pretty nasty. But it's not so bad, and one of the things that's true is that if you can do something like that really quickly, you can expose more of that damage to defensives and to externals from people, which means that you can actually, it's kind of safer to do it really fast.
Right.
Because then it's going to last through a personal from the people that are actually in danger of dying, or you can have a disc ramp going at that time, keeping everybody alive, a Mistweaver ramp as well. A Resto Druid ramp. All the healers love calling it a ramp, which is basically just when they're healing.
It's their time to shine.
Exactly.
Yeah, let me ramp. I totally understand it playing a demo lock. So we do see Zevi stuck in that far left cage there. I believe they can transcend out once that goon is dead, which looks to be, yeah, Nick, they're all back there, yep. We're actually left
Fired Up's going to go help finish it off there with the last little bits of damage. You don't want to leave one of those goons for too long, because then they will enrage. They also can start casting Pay Respect and shielding the boss if you leave them alone, which is also not good. But yeah, Fired Up doing a really good job of moving over and targeting that. And then they shot these 2 ads with that finger gun cast right at the end of the dirt phase, but now we're in the metal phase again, so we are spawning 2 new ads that will be shielded forever. Well,
forever until a new finger gun comes out, basically.
Yep, and then the next one's will spawn, and you basically are always there. So, okay, we can look at those mines like you said, and the goal is just to kind of do these 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. You can leave that last mine. So there are a couple of things that the mines can be used for. You can have your Frost Shatter boots spikes go into them. You can also have your tank line go into them. Both of those are, and you can also run them into walls. All of those can be used to break the mines, but it's a little sketchy. Liquid have decided instead that they'd rather just pop them all themselves and deal with those mechanics other ways. Impact does go down there after soaking that, or after getting hit by that tank effect. Does Onk back up?
Yep, should be seeing that third dirt swap here, which is going to be bringing all 4 Gal cages at this point too, which is going to make things very tough, difficult to navigate. But let's see if we can get through this cleanly here. The boss is at 47%, about 7% from that phase 2 push here as well.
Yeah, next set of cages coming out.
Little miscommunication.
Little oopsie. You can't stack these, of course. That will cause them to immediately enrage, but you could see there was just a case of not realize, like 2 players kind of in the same spot, one of them blinking, unfortunately, onto another player that was also there with the cage. So, yeah, that's just an oopsie. The boss now shielded by that pay respect, 45.4%. That pool was looking quite good until that point. We did have the 1 death for Birez, 1 death for an Onk, but it all was still playable until the incident on those jail cages.
Right, 33.94 being our best percent. I'm surprised that we are this low in progression this early into the boss, but there's also that angle of it being like Silken Court, where everything's sort of telegraphed. As long as you have a pre-planned, just like, pattern that you know, it might not actually be as difficult as we may think until that 40% when the boss just goes nuclear, essentially. Right.
Now that also may be faster. It may be some fairly fast progression this week because this boss might be, objectively quite hard, and it might have been 250 pulls if we reached it last week, because last week they might have gotten it down to like 4% and then enraged and then had to keep optimizing for another 100 pulls.
Right.
This week that might not happen because we're pulling this entirely in week 2. So the pull count might be a lot lower on this boss than it would have been if Styx Bunk Junker had been a reasonable boss. If Sprocket Monger had been a little bit easier as well. Right. And then they'd reached it last week and had a lot more work in pulling it. But yeah, you can see the replay here of the incident on these cages.
Oh, that was odd.
It was a front left and front right. Assignment
so
there.
I think that that assignment may have been which one for him to go into if he hadn't be the target, but of course he was the target there. I'm not sure if that's a private aura or not. If it is, then of course you can't know if you're being targeted unless they did a macro press, which there's not enough time for there.
Right.
So that weak aura might just come up and remind people where to go in general, and then they have to adapt if they're targeted. If it isn't a private aura, if it's actually possible for weak auras to read that information, then yeah, it should. Either it was played poorly or the weak aura needs to be adjusted to actually have that. Now, it looks like they're not actually doing the formations that the weak aura says, which means I suspect they've adjusted the formations and the weak aura is just lagging behind a little.
Yeah, they are bringing that 4th cage to melee there. I mean, theoretically or realistically, when they're doing it in the 3rd cage as well, one is basically the boss.
They're doing like a line rather than a square with a corner missing.
Right, yeah. I assume just for less movement from melee, a bit more uptime on the boss, a bit more cleave when the cage is broken there as well.
Also maybe placing the cages closer to the walls, right? Having all of them against the wall rather than some kind of more central, because they are going to need that space during the last phase of this fight. You have to use the whole room. You can't just crowd up the dirt side and then play it all on the metal side in the last phase, which I think initially that was my expectation for how the last phase was going to work, was that you had to play it all on one half of the room, but you still have to do that, but then it's a rotating half. It keeps, that laser keeps spinning in the middle of the room. Very cool, very mythic end to this fight.
Yeah, and even when they break those walls down, they still have an earthquake field that is left over from the goons, and that's going to be really difficult if the room is going to be filled with that as well. I mean, they could even be worrying about some of like the static charges going into those a little bit later on down the line. So they have to watch out for that, just like you have to watch out for ads. And so if you don't want to have any ads throughout the rest of the Race to World First, see if you have a Twitch Prime sub. It's totally free, supports the Race to World First, and if you wanted to give some subs to your friends, that would be amazing as well. We are running ads at the top of every hour, so if you don't want to have to deal with any ads, all you got to do is sub.
I got a Prime floating around, actually.
I use mine for you, actually.
Wait, is that a monthly thing?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're not tier 1 sub to me?
I mean, thankfully, a Prime sub is equivalent to a Tier 1 sub.
Caught. Exposed.
What?
Chat.
I give it to you every month.
I mean, it is. A Prime is equal to Tier 1 sub, but I have Tier 1 sub to you, which automatically renews.
Well, I tune into your stream so often so that I never forget and to make sure that you always get my Prime.
So now you're lying to chat.
What? I do. You want to see how many points I have? I probably have like dozens of channel points too.
Like 24, 36 maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That would be dozens, yeah.
A bit, yeah.
You call yourself a Kalamazoo fan? I'm loaded on channel points. I highlight every message.
I do highlight every message to him because it's my resub message.
If Dranos even follows my channel. Okay,
well,
so
that's okay. He didn't sub to me for a while.
It's okay. I'm subbed to him on
neither did you.
YouTube.
Oh, thank you.
Well, that's you know, you win some, you lose some.
That's right.
You know, it either happens or it doesn't.
It was like last race, I think, where you subscribed to my YouTube.
I'm
literally
oblivious.
I saw him do that and then immediately go and mute it.
Yeah.
I actually don't mute them because I don't really read them in the first place. Like, any channels.
That's
messed up.
Well, you know, I will
That's why your primes are best served on the TL channel rather than Kalamazoo's channel.
Exactly.
Understood.
We saw Dryny diving into a little bit of a death log there. It looked like some of the just raid damage on this fight is still pretty nasty. Now, this boss actually took a hotfix nerf earlier today to some of that raid damage, that elemental carnage, and that was still on the death log pretty significantly there for one of those deaths. So
each time you swap phases is adding a buff to his own character to radiate that damage, and it stacks every time you swap, and it carries over into phase 2. So as a result, they had 3 stacks of dirt side, 2 stacks of metal side radiating on them when they were entering into phase 2, both of which got 8 or 10% nerfs.
I think it was 8%.
Yeah, but 8% to each of those buffs that the boss has on them, which just does some ticking damage. And when you have that, in addition to the mines doing damage and having a negative heal absorb, which must be healed off first before you can push up people's health bars, it gets really insane.
That's what you're referring to when you reference a phase 1 DPS check in a sense. Is that stacking buff a bit as well, Dranos?
Yeah, you want to be able to beat the boss before having to push to the other side again and cast another one of that elemental carnage or the equivalent on the other side. You also just don't want to get that last set of cages if you can avoid it, right? You want to be able to push through. There are just mechanical overlaps that you want to avoid as you are pushing this boss. Now, those timings may change as a result of moving the lust as well. We might move into a world where it's like, okay, we actually can do another 30 seconds of this phase if it frees up our bloodlust and our cooldowns for the start of the last phase. Maybe we actually even want to stop damage to get through the last phase after a favorable set of time where there's not a huge amount of casts and we can sort of recover and prepare for the last phase. But yeah, it's going to be something to look at for sure. A pull timer is coming out once again. Big smile on Firedup's face. That's what we like to see. The vibes are good. Let's see if the pull is as well. This is going to be pull number 40 on Mugsy. I think everybody's kind of hoping that this boss gets around that 100 pull mark, somewhere in that range. Would be a little disappointing if after Styx and Sprock, this was a 50 puller like
well, this one
Bandit.
Should also be pretty interesting, as it's not only going to be about how many pulls total, but also how long you have to spend on the encounter.
True.
Because it feels like this boss fight does take a long time to be able to get later into the phases, and a point of, like, the crux of progression is really the end of phase 1, and then we're probably going to have like 2 or 3 different major areas in phase 2, which will stymie teams.
Yeah, I'd venture a guess it's probably around a 9-minute boss fight, give or take. Not double lust territory, but definitely double pots. Like we talked about, maybe pushing that lust back to around that phase 2 transition, but both phases have that DPS check of sorts. Phase 2, basically the Hard and Rage. Phase 1, that's stacking damage increased. Second set of 4th Gal cages. And I think the 34% being our best on the board is a bit deceptive. You will probably see, like you said, a significant amount of pulls getting into phase 2 and then trying to find the DPS check or meet it. Look at the mechanical overlaps. How do we address this? Like we talked about, I don't think any of us expected that big rotating beam on the middle of the room. I thought it was just one side of the room you're stuck on and that was it.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking, so one of my thoughts on how it was going to work is that maybe it cut the room in half and you had to have half and half on each side and like Mug in the middle, or Mugsy in the middle. Mug on one side, Z on the other.
Yeah. It's all coming together.
Yeah, but it turns out that it's actually just a kind of rotating laser, and it means that if that wasn't true, what you could do is you could stack a lot of mechanics on one side of the room and then just play on the other side in the last phase. But instead, it means that you have to put all of this stuff on the edges of the room because you're going to need all of the...
Right, so you're
360 degrees of the room.
Right, you're planning for that phase basically from pull, right? Dropping Gal.
Yeah, exactly. That's why we're seeing all of this stuff on the wall, is because we know that we are going to need the whole room in P2. So we want all of this ground pollution to be as pushed against the wall as possible so that we have as big of a circle at the end of this fight as possible.
Yeah, very interesting. It's a cool way of approaching the fight, too. Yeah. I didn't expect it to be that way looking at how it was on PTR testing, but we do indeed see them crossing back over to that dirt side for the second time here. A couple static buffs coming out here. We're going to see the triple Gal cages spawning in here, like we talked about, keeping them stacked pretty close to the wall here, not in the fire or the gold drops there. One left, one right, one more near that fire pool.
Oh, there's
there's the rescue, right?
It's not just rescue, it's also light.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I think maybe even 2 of those effects were triggered on impact there. So yeah, he is one of the shaman. He's the only shaman here, and shaman not known for having a strong mobility suite. Does need the help of the evokers to get out of that.
Ooh, pre-baiting boots here in the fire as well.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's really punishing if you don't. I mean, we have, who was that monk who was just trying to get in a position? It was Trill. Fantastic job using his entire kit to make sure that he was able to get out of that rough position.
Yeah, we're doing this grinding here. We have no res available. We can push on for a bit longer.
Yeah, down a healer's going to suck. And Splat and Suri going down there. Maybe one of them was the target of that finger gun. Dryny on that Mistweaver as well, but with that Holy Paladin history, maybe a little bit of the most likely healer to triage somebody, right? To spot heal somebody as they're going down. And that being gone could have been the result for those deaths.
Part of the challenge, I think it might have been Trill's positioning there. Since he was not on top of the fire, what Dryny was really expecting was to be able to, like you mentioned, be able to spot heal, be able to watch out for people for healing since he didn't have the Frost Shatter Spear, but it was baited further out than he expected by Trill. He didn't see it behind him, and then bam, you were able to see it bring him down.
Okay, so let's watch this. This is how the mages cheat on this part of the fight. You saw him alter time, and he's blinking forward into this cage now.
Oh, that's crafty.
So yeah, you need to apply an ignite, or you need to be in each of these goon cages to actually be eligible to damage them. So he's getting this initial tag now on this one. Now it's got an ignite crafted on it, and we can add that further.
Yeah.
Now we can tag this goon.
Wait, so how does he get out here?
Yeah, so that's the thing I was wondering about, because you can only alter once, right? So I don't know how he managed to do that. He's not a Void Elf, I don't think. I think he's still a Dwarf, because I can see Stone Form on his
bars. Yeah.
On his bars. So yeah, I'm actually not sure what ability sequence is allowing him to get out here, because I would have thought Alter would have just let him do one of those 2 jumps that we were seeing through the walls.
Chat was saying displacement?
Displacement. Oh, okay, that's the talent that...
Oh, does it give you...
What does that talent even do? I thought it gave you your blink charge back when
It's not 2 altars, right? I thought it was a blink charge too as well. It's not like 2 altar charges, correct?
Displacement, Wowhead. Let's investigate. Teleports you back to where you last blinked from and resets the cooldown on blink.
Oh.
Only usable within 10 seconds of blinking. So he's got the altar outside, and then he can go blink forward, displacement back, and then take his altar back out.
That's crazy.
God, mages are such cheaters.
They really are.
I can't believe they get away with this stuff.
Priests can't even go into the cages. Ah, darn. I just have to sit back and... We'll also see if we can get a little clip of the grip that was being used for impact later.
Ooh, yeah, that could be nice as well. Yeah, on the second set of cages, depending on how long it takes them to pull this boss a second time.
Oh, jeez, I just can't go in.
That one up.
I can't go in the cages.
How does the grip work at impact there? Is it LOS with the...
So...
that I'd like to double check.
You need to be gripping as the cage is coming out.
Right.
Because once the walls go up, you're in jail.
Okay.
But if you start the prison break as the walls are going, it's a well-known thing, right? You watch any of these these prison break movies.
Right. True.
It's when they're being moved to prison, right? It's not when they're in prison, but you get them like that prison truck as it's rolling along, and that's the equivalent to when those cages aren't yet up.
Yeah.
That's when you start the heist.
That's how Richard Kimball, got out of prison.
What about Shawshank? The best. Okay, I'm almost old.
Well,
I'm dating myself here. I'm old.
Yeah.
All right.
That was a good one as well.
Break the what was that? That show was like in the 2000s.
It was Prison Break, right?
Yeah.
It was like Jailbreak.
Although that was when the guy had the whole prison map like tattooed on him.
Wasn't that like 7 seasons?
That's good tech. That's the equivalent of going Void Elf for this fight. Pre-tattooing
the full back tag.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. We can explain this for you even if you. Well,
don't play WoW. It will as long as you watch a lot of pop culture.
Yeah, and also as long as you don't. As long as your brain works in a very, very strange ways, this might help you understand it.
So basically all of us in chat included got it perfect because we're all watching day 10. It's day 10 of the race as well.
It is indeed.
Yeah.
Day 10.
Time has flown by.
Yeah, these last few bosses have died a good bit faster than most thought, looking at Styx and Sprocketmonger as well. I expect the one-iron bandit to be double that pull count, if not higher. And I thought Mugsy would be probably 180, 200. What?
I mean, what if those are the hardest fights? What if everything else is just less, you know?
I think there will be a discussion about tuning.
Yeah. I think there's a world where this boss is still less pulls than Styx and Sprocket, and it's fine. Like, if it's 100 flat, it could still be a great fight. Yeah. And again, sort of like Silken Court, this is one of those fights where Liquid can maybe just make it have a really low pull count because they've done so much prep. But yeah, here is a look at the wipe, I believe.
I believe it's a Relu Splat with his finger gun.
Yeah, the finger gun just coming out. And yeah, you can see the end of that pull. We've got Scott's perspective here, but this is the writing's already in the wall here as we've already lost 2 players.
They also are really far out of position for swapping with the energy level.
Yeah, it's at 98
so,
here, basically.
Well, this is when they're swapping
okay.
into the metal.
They did.
So
yeah, they
what's happening here is Malarkus was standing in the dirt until it got to 99 energy, and then he is the last person to move over. Because unlike Heroic and Normal, on Heroic and Normal, Mugsy's side is determined by where the majority of your raid is. On Mythic, you can only swap it by having your entire raid on one side. So what they were technically still in the dirt phase there, even though 19 of their players were on the metal side, and Malarkus was the trigger for it to switch to the metal side. He stays back because he's on that hunter, and he can very easily be the person to be looking at the boss energy instead of his 2-button Beast Mastery Hunter rotation and move at the perfect time.
You a little biased here, Kratos?
I'm sorry, 3-button rotation. My bad, Hunters. I didn't mean to slander you guys there. 3-button rotation.
That's right. Put some respect on their name.
All right, well, we are indeed back into phase 1 here of Mythic Mugsy. As we see...
Let's see.
Okay.
Where's him back doing? So in the first one, he's not going in. Not in the goon cage.
Yeah,
staying out here.
I think he's only getting the rescues or the life grips if he is the target.
Okay.
Yeah, the plan is those rescues and life grips save people who are being targeted but that don't have movement abilities, and then the only people that are going into other people's cages are warlocks, mages, those people that have their own abilities to get themselves out of jail free.
Yeah, there we go. We do see this first set of frost spears coming in here, which can be negated using those walls. You're going to have this debuff, the sliding ice, until that big fire explosion comes out, which your raid needs to soak, but it should be coming out momentarily here as well after this finger gun cast.
Every single finger gun or spray and pray cast as well, you're going to see that assist ping going on the player who has it. That's because every single player in this raid has a macro that will both assist ping themselves and also glow their raid frames for healers to put an external on them. They can call for those life cocoons, which are... Life cocoon is a very powerful effect against that sort of incoming damage. It'll basically help you survive, and otherwise you would need to pop your own personal. But they have other spots in this raid where they need to use the personals on everybody, so you'd rather just use those externals on the players being targeted by that. Now we have had a player go down, the res was used, and now more players are going down. This is already looking cursed. We are down a lot of healers.
Yeah, this was really where Dryny's Chi-G Celestial was planned to be used, and it does take a decent amount of setup to get all the healing rolling. They need to make sure that they have their Jadefire Stomp down, which is a 15-second buff, and they can also refresh it with Thunder Focus Tea. And so it's very important that he sets that up in advance, gets that healing rolling, activates his Chi-G once he has a few stacks built up from Tiger Palm, so his Blackout Kicks is going to attack more, which is then going to give him the stacking buff for your Celestial and Chi-G to give him faster casting and more efficient Enveloping Mist, which also triggers Enveloping Breath, because that's all these other talents affecting all of the different pieces of the kit. And so what he's trying to do is kick up a bunch of damage and healing at the exact same time. And when he got killed, rezzed, he wasn't able to set up his healing quite as fast, and that was leading to just not as much healing as they were trying to pop mines insanely quickly. Like you mentioned before, Dratnos, they want to pop them really fast to lean into people's defensives and lean into these healer cooldowns, and when that sequence gets disrupted, it can lead to those wipes.
Healers talking. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, that's
Listen,
right.
This is all the science behind how we keep you alive.
You got to line up the breath of the orange bird with the green
chicken.
It's a red bird. It's a red bird.
It's a chicken running around between players.
Yeah.
You guys.
Heals. All right. Hey.
Wouldn't last 2 seconds. Wouldn't last 2 seconds.
He's using Punch of the White Tiger right now. That's really going to help set up that future Thunder Focus coffee.
Don't forget the Black Ox. Very important.
That's right, yeah.
Not just a Brewmaster ability, yeah.
His name's Dave.
Yeah, that works too. Dave's pretty cool, yeah. Going back soon, Pandaria Classic, right? See him for...
Yeah, Mob Classic.
Y'all don't know. No. Don't know how good you have it.
I just appreciate keeping me alive, Jack. So
I do my best.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely though a very intensive setup, like you're saying, right? And getting disrupted by a death, very tough. Some classes get more griefed by deaths than others, but healers tend to be among the ones where, like, if they've already started going, then it's really bad to die.
Ooh,
so you can see here, even just stacking those 2 blue circles from these Frost Shatter boots, that actually does a pretty sizable amount of damage to people around you.
That was very scary.
Sliding around, has to do all this movement to get his Demon Hunter damage up, keep that momentum going. It looks like playing momentum rather than inertia or any of the exergy, whatever the other stuff is. I think on this one, actually, I'm not 100% sure.
I don't think momentum was being played for a lot of this raid tier, from what I understand, but it might be a thing.
Yeah, I know that their trees have changed a little bit since I was last playing a lot of Havoc, so I know there's a couple different builds with it that you can play right now.
Right.
Havoc, Demon Hunter, Wowhead.
There you go.
Let's take a look, because I saw that momentum icon, I think, is the one in the middle of the screen here, but
they got
I think that's now no longer a choice node with the inertia like it used to be.
Yeah, so we need to see this big fire group start coming out here. This will also clear those ice gates that most players have on here. Once they step into that, yep, clearing that debuff there. So having to maintain that initial ice sliding effect for about a minute, give or take, past this first set of Gal Cage Spears that come out. But we do indeed clear that, have that tank mechanic coming out here. We're going to be swapping back to dirt side momentarily as well. Boss approaching 90 energy after this finger gun cast has concluded. Swap to dirt in 95, yeah. About 98 swap there, so not a whole lot of wiggle room left there. Milking as much damage as we can between phases. Heading back over here, a bit of carnage being cast. We're going to see those triple Gal Cages coming in here too. Like we talked about, most classes that are heading in here on purpose, unless you're targeted, being the lesser mobile classes, have ways to blink out. Circles, transcends, blinks, alters, so on and so forth.
Okay, for anybody wondering, it's called Exergy now. It's not momentum anymore, that icon Demon Hunter had. So, and it is just, you basically just have to press hunt and vengeful retreat, and you get a 20-second damage buff, so it's a lot less zipping and zapping around than it used to be, which is really important on this fight because, especially if you ever got that Frost Shatter boots on you, you don't want to be forced to Fel Rush quite as much as you used to.
Yeah, look at how they baited all those Frost Shatter spears.
Yeah,
they're all in the back.
They're all in the fire as well, which has a double benefit, right? The first benefit is if you're in the fire when you get that Frost Shatter boot applied to you, it will immediately get cleared. And the second benefit is that everybody knows where all the spears are coming from, so there's no danger of somebody accidentally being in the path and getting shot by it before it hits the wall.
Oh.
But unfortunately, that was
energy.
Yeah, so that was Malarka's probably failing to move at 99, and that's the tough part there, because if you move at 98 instead of 99, you don't wipe, but you lose a second of DPS. But if you move at 100 instead of 99, you do wipe. So there's some incentive to kind of play it a little bit safer, but I suspect they really want to maximize that damage, and so they're telling him, go at 99.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? And you know, if you go at 98, it's also bad. It just doesn't instantly wipe us, but it's probably worth it for them to have him practice and learn that full 99, or maybe somebody else was accidentally still in the mud as well.
Right.
You do, of course, need all of your players to swap sides to switch Mug to Z and vice versa, which is a mythic change on this fight. I actually really like that type of change, though. I like how much control it gives you, precision on that kind of swap.
I was going to say, I feel like it's better since everybody else can just get into position early.
Exactly.
You can say, oh, okay, you can stand there whatever you want, but everybody has to be over there by the time that, you know, at 95 energy, so that one final person can cross the line.
Right. It is cool. It gives you a bit more of like a, you can almost like choose your cadence in a sense at which you want to play the fight out. For the most part, you'll swap at 95 plus, right? But I think it's cool. I wouldn't even mind it being a thing on Heroic, honestly. It changes the fight in ways that you might not have thought initially if you want to maybe swap earlier or later.
Yeah, it gives you the choice to do it on your own. You just have to make sure you're there before 90,
yeah,
95.
I mean, if it was still like Heroic, you could still do it precisely. You would just have to have a planned, okay, U10 are on this side,
right,
U10 are on this side, and then you still have somebody being the trigger person.
I doubt much changes based on just the boss's energy and needing to milk, like, you know, before that 100 in each, like, half the room phase, right? But, Jack, I want to harken back to your discussion about Mistweaver and Brett and Disc, actually, after this replay here.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, so this is just that full energy cast. We could even go back a little bit before it starts, because once it starts,
you see
it's
his
already
cast
too
beginning
late.
here. Right, yeah.
Yeah. What was your question?
Jack, so what's the difference between Disc and Mistweaver ramp?
Are you
punished as much as Mistweaver dying in a ramp, or is it more Disc is...
They both kind of are. Okay, so...
He's sitting up in his chair. Here we go.
Yeah. Yeah. So Mistweaver has just an insane amount of stacking modifiers. It's actually just kind of a mess. If you look just above his health frame, There's a sort of like reverse L where you can see that like red crane, and then to the right there's a couple more buffs. And then there's one that's like white and red, and it is just above his health where it says 10.7 million. That red buff is a rotating buff called Xiaohao's Lessons. And basically when you activate a big AoE heal, it gives you a buff and it cycles to the next one over and over again. There's 4 different kinds of buffs. They increase your healing in a variety of different ways. Some of it's stats, some of it replicates your healing. You can see it's active right now as it's kind of shining. He has to activate that in advance, hit his Celestial Chi-Ji in advance, have his Jadefire Teachings up in advance.
Right, with that stomp that you can see on the ground, right?
Yep, that's the one. And then he has to start doing a whole bunch of damage, which then allows him to cast his Healing Over Time effect, Enveloping Mist, faster and for less mana. When that triggers on somebody, that triggers another Healing Over Time effect, which also increases their healing taken. So he stacks a million different modifiers and then basically just damages and then casts a really heavy heal on somebody. And there's a lot of setup, pretty akin to a disc ramp, but the difference is that a disc ramp is a lot spikier in nature. It's insanely good if you have a ton of damage for like 6 to 8 seconds. Whereas Mistweaver's kind of sustaining their healing over about 25-ish seconds or so.
I can see that being the case.
So you don't have as high of highs, but it is a longer and more sustained period of time, which is why he has it activated for the phase transition, which deals damage, and then it carries over into the Mind Soaks.
Got it. Okay. So too complicated for me, but I appreciate it.
It's a lot of buttons, and if you die, you get screwed. When you play a disc ramp, you have about 15 or 16 seconds before damage goes out.
I do know that. Okay.
Where you got to apply all your atonements. Yeah. You extend their duration, and then you start weaving between shadow and light spells to do a lot of damage. And, you know, so that will take 25 seconds to complete the sequence, and you're doing really strong healing for about 6 to 8 of it.
Okay. So yeah, very strong against certain types of big damage that you got on these mythic fights, right?
Right.
Like
so you
one big hit and then another big hit, right? And you need to heal up between them.
Yeah, so while Dryny would set up his healing for the phase transition and the mines, Suri would just set it up for the mines itself.
Right. Bomb pops, right? Okay.
Yeah, he is just like pounding Smite and Penance into the boss back and forth on repeat with his, I believe he's running with the Oracle Hero talents. I don't know if we can do that like comp graph.
Oh yeah, with all the hero talents. I know that there's been some use of Void Weaver by some Disc Priest on some fights, but
yeah,
I suspect this is an Oracle one as well.
It's been a really big point of contention with the community, but basically what I've seen has been there's a lot of overheal with all healers these days, and Oracle allows your atonement healing to be more efficient.
Right.
So when you have healing on everybody, some people might get top faster than others based on their defensives, all that fun stuff. And
you saw THG there
man, he's going
pinging
crazy.
Shaq. So Shaq was like flying over there for one of those spell rushes or eventuals, and THG just cracks a big grid and starts pinging him. That's a Warlock moment here. Yeah. Kalamazoo, do you want to explain the Warlock rotation here at a similar level? Oh, he's casting Chaos Bolt. Oh, he's casting another Chaos Bolt. Oh, there's going to be a Chaos Bolt.
Whoa.
Watch out, Incinerate.
Conflagrate coming in here.
Another Chaos Bolt. Oh, that's
Shadow
good.
Burn. Yeah, put up a Havoc.
Could be time for some Chaos Bolts if we don't. I'm just saying, oh, it's time to walk a little bit, and now maybe some Chaos Bolts. Could I interest you in another Chaos Bolt here momentarily?
Possibly.
Whoa, that's so complicated.
Yeah.
It is.
How do you keep
well, the core thing, unlike a Disc Priest, is that Warlocks want to cast Chaos Bolt because it does a lot of damage. And so they'll mostly just be casting Chaos Bolt.
You know, there's a little
possible.
bit of Havoc play here, too. See that Electroshocker ad in the back?
That's true.
That shield's broken by the finger gun. If you point it at the ad, you can then Havoc and
actually
2 Chaos Bolts. It's very...
Whoa!
Even when it has a shield, it's not a full immunity shield. It's a 99% DR.
But you wouldn't really waste it there.
So I've seen Havocs going out on them just because it generates more resources, right?
That is true.
When you conflagrate a target and then you have a Havoc out, you get twice as many soul shards, which is crazy. And each of those means more Chaos Bolts.
It does.
And anything that means more Chaos Bolts,
more fuel,
we're happy about. By doing all of this, THG can move to position 10 on the damage meters, below all of those cheating mages and windwalkers that...
We are doing some Gowl damage, hopping
That's
the
true.
cage a little bit. Yeah,
That's true.
We can be a little mobile if we need to. We can't just blink and alter 10 times in 2 seconds and then mass shield the raid and then Viz and have 3 cauterized and 4 ice blocks and 5 cheat deaths like mages can. It's okay. We'll get there eventually. Classes will catch up at some point between classes. Yeah.
All right, quick pull timer this time.
They've been pulling really fast these last few pulls.
Yeah, well, because something that's been true of the last few pulls is that the wipes haven't been to interesting new stuff. It's been to much more kind of things that they've already solved, so there's not really much learning to do from them. It's making sense to just keep the pulls going with this nice cadence. Because, again, there's not much to learn from wiping 20 seconds in anymore.
Yeah, I would assume, I mean, the progression point's going to be that phase 2 at 40%, right? When they get those, I mean, when you hit phase 2, you get that basically that electric pillar spawning in the middle of the room, 4 Gal cages, I believe 6 to 8 bombs spawning. I think there's frost spears almost as well at that point, which you can freeze the bombs with, but you want to use the bombs to break those cages. It just all hell breaks loose, and that's going to be the next choke point getting through. And then maybe moving that lust out of phase 1, which we see being committed here, to phase 2 at some point, but
yeah, again,
still before we get there.
We all expect that will be necessary.
Right.
But so far, they're not making that swap. Now, that might just be because Phase 1 is still not locked down and clean enough, and they want to just get to P2 and see the full sequence, right? Because they still don't know the end of that phase.
Yeah.
Neither Liquid nor Echo have actually seen the end of it, so once we do that, maybe we'll actually move the Lust there once we start moving in for the kill. But also, this might be a fight where they look at it and they're like, actually, the hard part is getting to P2. That is still what we should be using Lust for. And once we get to P2, maybe actually the damage check is not that tight. We have that extra week's worth of gear that the fight may not have been tuned around, so maybe we don't need as much.
Ooh, entirely possible.
Yeah, we talked about that stacking ray damage on each transition just can be pretty brutal as well. I mean, I think there's likely time to milk without Lust, but we'll see when we get there. Maybe later on tonight, this evening, if we make some solid prog in phase 1. We do see this soak coming out here, which they're going to move over here and soak with those frost shatter circles around players, which will instantly clear those ice skates they have on. Moving out of that quickly. Heading back over to the iron side, getting ready for that dirt swap number 2 here once that tank beam is soaked with that 1 DPS being selected here as well.
Yeah, those other blue circles you can see aren't the Frost Shatter boots. I can understand your confusion as it looks very similar if you are a viewer as well when you see those. Those blue circles that we have now are the lightning ones. The ones that Kalamazoo, as you mentioned, were the frost ones being cleared. But it's weird. I don't like this part of the fight that there's just 2 blue circles because they do look so similar.
I thought we were actually clearing frost.
Yeah, we were.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, okay.
When I say your confusion, I mean like if you're a viewer and you're confused by that.
Got it.
You of course were perfectly describing what was going on.
A rarity.
But yeah, because one of them was like, oh, it's a blue circle that didn't get cleared. But
They're
actually,
darker blue circle.
Yeah,
it's odd.
There are 2 different blue circles that are on this fight, and they are very similar looking to each other. But yeah, the lightning zappy ones are the ones that are still there from those ads on the metal side. Now they're moving in here and instantly clearing any of the frost blue circles before they even spawn. That's for the rest of the fight. They should be getting any frost circles cleared instantly, but those lightning circles are going to persist forever. As these ads, there's always going to be 2 ads up pretty much for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, the moment you kill the first 2, which the shields should be breaking right here with this finger gun, you're going to get 2 more spawning. Super low. He's able to keep alive here. He's a mage. He's got 10 lives. It's okay. No problem. Shield being broken on that back ad. There's, I believe, 1 remaining, which still burned down here. But this swap will indeed, I believe, spawn in 2 more. Yep, as we see, there's 1 right there, which is shielded, which needs that finger gun mechanic to break that shield later on in the encounter.
Yeah, exactly. Basically, as soon as you get the finger gun, you then immediately get another ad set. Now we're spawning these mines as close to the door here towards Gallywix as possible. And then we're going to be putting the next big soak right up against that door. Again, getting as little room space denied as possible. We have still got our B-res as well, all 20 players alive. As that soak comes out, Dryny's not allowed to be in this one. Of course, just like Heroic, you can't soak twice in a row. You have to alternate soaks. And now we've got Shaq actually being targeted by that tank shot.
Oh, the rate isn't so insanely low right now, but they are managing to muscle through it. I think they have another round of healing cooldowns coming up at this point.
Yeah, and this is actually now a little bit of a chill spot here while the boss is casting Spray and Pray. Not too much other damage happening, but they need to prep for this swap to dirt here. This next Elemental Carnage cast, which does do more
damage here
than that first time. There's Barrier.
Ooh. All right, we'll make it through. Yep, we're back on the dirt side here. So this should be that 40% push once. Actually, yeah. So we're. Okay, yeah, so we do still have dirt side triggered here with these Gal cages.
And our weak ore has changed now. The formation is different on those cages now, more accurately mirroring where they actually want these to go. As we do have a lot of damage on the raid. Trill, Zevi, and KSP getting very low. Is Zevi going to go down? Yip's now also in some danger there on that tank. We've killed off most of these goons. They do have 2 B-reses, so we can get Zevi up, but now we have these spikes. Ooh, and this is bad spot for this spike to spawn.
We can make this, maybe.
Yeah, but maybe it's going to kill somebody else. Oh, yeah, and the gold is there. So I think they wanted to be done with this and then be baiting in the fire as those frost boots came out. We might still be able to see a push here. The boss is at 41%. The swap to metal here is what they're hoping to beat. If we can beat this swap to metal, then we can beat an extra set of damage. But that double-minded Fury cast is going to go off there, meaning that the boss has stayed for too long on one side, and we are going to see that enrage. Unfortunate. Things were looking good there until 50% or so.
They really were, and you have a couple moments where you're seeing everybody getting dropped low just before they go into like another mindset, for example. And since you have 3 out of your 4 healers with an insane amount of setup, and we've already talked about them so far, we also got to talk about one more because they have that Resto Druid helping out.
Oh, that's right.
Well, we haven't really talked too much about.
Yeah, Nick playing that Resto Druid. Actually, he's played a lot of Resto Druid over the years.
Right. That was notably his main before Disc Priest.
Right.
And then Disc kind of went on like a 6-year tangent of being
there was sort of
miles better.
This period of time where if you were a Race to World First Raider and you were a Resto Druid main, no, you weren't, right?
Yeah. You were finding something else.
You either played something else or you were, you know, on the bench, and then I think Liquid had a great Resto Druid main that just never saw play and then ended up basically leaving, and that was sort of the thing that would happen to you if you were a Resto Druid main or a Mistweaver main, actually, for the last, like, 6 years.
Yeah.
But now Nick getting to go back onto that ancestral main of his.
It's been really cool, especially since it's kind of filling in the gaps between the healers. You're having Disc and Mistweaver doing enormous amount of like ramp healing.
Right.
And while Druid has it with Convoke and Flourish, it's not as spiky as either of them, and it's a lot more sustained. And when he's taking advantage of that abundance talent, when he's spreading around his rejuves, he also is casting a lot more efficient regrowth, which is his single target healing over time effect and single target heal effect, which is allowing him to kind of even out everyone's health bars before some of that incoming damage. So let's take it on over into a Monster Energy listen in and see what kind of strategizing they might be doing right now.
Can there just be a glow for it? Like, is there a debuff on them that I can just put a glow on the people that are big?
There's not a debuff, no. Well, I mean, there's a debuff once they're in the jail, obviously, but that's like too late.
It's always going to be like me and Brill, I think.
Oh, it's me.
Could we also just like send in extra people? Like if either Wolf or Exile had their Void Elf here, like I feel like they could also just go in and just like help kill, just get out of
these markers. It's really bad for me to do that in my cooldowns, but
I should be able to go in and soak the initial hit at least and just leap it. That helps a bit.
Oh,
yeah.
Why?
There's this tank mech. It's like really cringe. You can't taunt during it, so.
This is where the like aiming the jails to make them always look the same would be good.
Like TG looked his directly into the wall. This person looked like to the right, and it put this corner here.
that was mine. I don't even know where I looked. Let me double check.
I mean, it just goes where you look, right? So you looked exactly right there, apparently.
Maybe just
or you could have been looking at boss too.
1 yard to the left just to make it like.
Yeah, just put green just a little to the left just to make it easier. But we do need to figure out how to keep these people alive in the.
Ben, you also have your revival here. This is your revival.
I mean,
you're revivaling first mines, then you're revivaling here.
I mean, if you're asking about like keeping people alive,
it hits heavy, like it's in Zevi's deathlog, but just not enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're asking about keeping people alive. We were just healthier in other pools. Should be fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need spatial, sorry. Actually, I don't know. It's so bad for me to take it, but like my Tranky's getting canceled by the lightning, and I just don't have CDR, so I'm behind my cooldowns.
Would you normally have Trank there?
No, I'm just tranking for CDR, but it keeps getting canceled by lightning. I'm just saying.
I think we just go. I think we just go again. It's just we just need to make sure the mass barriers hit. I think that will help a lot, and the monks just need to have. Can the monks always have fort, and then you karma once you're in there?
If you taunt before this hip, so I'm gonna try and soak with
It'll also help you kill the enemy. Right?
We're having. I'm having to use the.
Yeah, I think I might just die, but
random stuff. Not. Like,
where are you guys having to karma?
I can move it there. I just need to be in the jail.
If you're like doing during mines, if you're like soaking a mine, you're like without anything. Like a lot of the time, I'd like soak a mine and then
like right here. I mean, it's like the whole raid kind of. Like when you're popping the mine right here, the whole raid is
like soaking the mine takes so much damage. Also, if you ever see a tank in your circle, can we just like tanks should never leave the circle, and I think if you see a tank in your circle, you can probably leave. Because it actually does a lot of damage, like the soak itself.
I'm
never soaking circles unless it's the last one because I'm popping.
Yeah, I am hard rooting in every circle I go to.
I think
you never have to be worried.
I think we will just be healthier on future pulls. It might just be a healer needing rep things. Let's go.
I am not getting assigned to soaks. Like Barda did in the vault. Like it doesn't tell me to go soak back left or back right or whatever. Like
Bart's not here right now. We can't do anything.
Yeah,
And let's, I mean, it's easy. You don't need, you are always soaking.
Yeah, I know that, but it helps because it's a little bit of a
yeah, I mean, it's just a, okay, also, I'll just,
Oh, soak on, wait, which soak do you mean? Like the cages?
Yeah, like if you don't get a cage, I'm not getting assigned to
I don't know
circle.
why it's doing
Pretty
that.
sure Scott's jump scared splat.
Hopefully you will see some auto calls.
Full 15.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, we have the glow for grips and rescues?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Ooh, I'm hyped. Do I need to reload?
I love a big maybe.
Ripping that.
Do a reload, Zoe. If you can send one.
I already ripped one.
Oh.
Oh,
Fuck
yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Back into load screen.
Max loves that one.
Looks like it was like for a fucking Deadpool shoot or something.
Dude, Max, when he did that face, he must have been so happy.
Dude, the boss would, without death, that pull would have been at like 42% when the jails went out, by the way. We would have had to hold DPS forever. We're definitely going to be able to take Lust out of P1 when we get good.
Hit him. Stopping DPS.
It's
gonna go hard, the spatial
trank. Oh,
I've been saying it for 2 tiers, man. 2 tiers in a row.
No, it's fine.
Finally, Gibbs.
I know. The prophecy.
5, 4,
Yips.
3, 2, 1.
I'm back in prison again.
Doing Blaze.
It is what it is.
Are you healers getting Sarmar quests though? I feel like I'm like hardly ever getting any.
You're lowest.
Monk bows. I only get Zoe and Nick.
Well, Monk City is a minute 15, so.
Yeah, but Sack and Barg is 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean even like, with me getting at the bottom, like
you should just
cast
it on people.
This is scarily close, right?
This is perfect.
It would be good to send on Zebby, right?
Fine, I think.
Since he's
Yes.
We let a
They
cast
always on cooldown when they get there.
Whose kick is that right there?
I was monologuing and just zoned out.
You were monologuing.
Not talk
Okay,
too
boots
much.
boots here. Might be fake news, but I like the idea of melee uptime right here. Like Donkey Gary can like hit for a second and then get out. I don't know.
The monkey goes so crazy.
If it's fake melee uptime, we can just move it earlier. It's fine. Finger guns to the entrance.
Dude, I love when Shaq has the
he's not moving. He's not moving.
Actually impossible to have
I do think it's nice if we can move further here.
Watch the
because
lightning. Watch
melee are
smack. Watch
cleaving
smack. Watch
each other
smack.
way
Move
more
over.
here.
Metal.
Like
Metal.
this,
Metal.
yeah.
Metal. 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 Good.
Renewing Blaze.
This is way better than having it on the line.
Circle is really weird to see with the boots.
Yeah. Mines. Bait in. Bait in. Bait in. Bait in. Frost mine or frost shatters. Watch for mines. Be careful.
I'm soaking mine.
1, 2, 3, 4. Hot mess.
Oh shit. I don't do that.
I
Hot mess, boys.
have
All
boots
immunity
in the
soak
middle.
except for KSP and Dranako. What Fired did there was perfect.
He cauterized.
Well, no,
That's perfect.
Well, no, his positioning was perfect. Cauterizing was not his problem.
It is his problem.
Fired up what you did there was perfect, man.
Everyone
You
go
got a lot
dirt.
of mechs there. But every time.
Dirt.
Mark. Dude. Sorry.
Oh, you're right to call him out for that. That was good. Hey, Jill.
Front left.
Okay, tank knockback here, and then frost boots. Nice. Get in position for the boots now. Oh, boss is super far. Just get there. Sorry. Why am I apologize? All right, that's weird. W.
Good.
Okay, finger gun baits range. Be careful. Finger gun now. Good, blast this one. Watch trill. And swap to metal, everybody. Kill the far one ranged. Boss movement.
I'll handle these punks. Be my guest, see?
Okay. Damage is over. Okay, bait mines now. Try to blast these mines. Okay, 1. Soak. 2. 3. 4. Holding 5. Try to hit that with the hot mess if possible. And then we're immuning here. Root it. Move it up so it hits it. Root and immune. And soak. Good. Now the tank mechanics alone. Okay, Impact has shift. And then put this to the right. Spray and pray to the right. Spray and pray to the right. Okay. And then everyone go dirt. This is barrier darkness. Get the circles out. Circles out.
My fourth on the sprint prey. I'll do external call for my
Circles out.
thing.
We stayed in with one there. Be careful. Good jails now. Just stay healthy for the jails, boys. Just use everything we can on the jails now.
Rally light left.
Okay.
Front left.
You're ready.
Back left's gonna be there. Trust it.
Full how to do Zoe.
The boss might enrage. You might need to.
I'm gonna take it around.
Yeah. The boss gonna have to go around. It's fine. After the knockback.
Try and path it around you.
Can't DPS the buff at all, by the way.
Okay. That's fine. Nice.
Fine.
Everyone get to the hot mess. Hot mess. Get rid of your shit. W. Finish those ads. Get kicks. Good. Res fired up in shack. Res fired up in shack at the boss in position. We need to push.
You didn't
Finger gun and break. Finger gun
my
break.
timers.
We're gonna have to swap sides. We're gonna have to, everyone go dirt after this. Everyone dirt now. We're gonna have to do a swap.
Can't we just push?
If we
Can we
swap
push
to
shift for enrage?
Wait,
Just do
I
the
mean,
enrage push?
I don't think we
No.
we wouldn't have made it.
Boss
I mean, I feel like
of everyone
Oh,
for...
we're wiping either way though, right? Okay.
Yeah.
our damage was really low that pull.
Oh no, it's
Well,
because
he
the boss
was LOS.
We didn't
boss
use
line
it
aside
to hit
50%.
minutes.
Oh, we were holding C's for last phase.
No, during 2 minutes and 4 minutes, the boss was unhittable.
Oh.
Yeah, the
Oh,
jails
that'll
can't
do
be
it.
close enough. Like, they can't be too
Yeah,
close.
the yellowness.
I mean, I was
put them
standing
onto
on on the marker.
Do we just need to move
Just
the
move
markers?
yellow, like, here. Like, just up and over a little bit.
And green, right?
Yeah, and green. Just, like, up and over a little bit.
Otherwise,
just...
that was a good pull though. We did all the
Yeah.
we did the jails. We did
Jack
like
also
let's
needs
just
a
look at the
little bit of
jail
love.
healing there. That looked a lot better.
Yeah.
And that was like with a cursed. That was with a fucking cursed boss too.
I think Shaq got like sent to the Shadow Realm on the hit.
And okay, we're here.
Fine, I just didn't have the thing to get up.
I mean, we.
Oh.
Why was triangle so slow? That's or that's not. That's one march triangle. So that's which one is that? Which one's the one at like 50% right here? This one, front right. I mean, it has Boomy and Splat in there.
I mean, that's fine. Doesn't
And
that?
Rainy.
Wait, is this?
There's no ignite.
It's me,
Yeah,
Splat.
there's no ignite, but they have an entire extra DPS in there.
Are you guys coordinating Tots of Death in your deals?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
We can just send him on
Started
every
at the
set.
right time, right?
With the talent.
If it died at
Okay.
the right time, we're chilling. It's
Both.
fine.
What actually is the right time?
I mean, when the Frost Shatter boots go out, basically, you want to kill it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
mine's died shortly after.
Yeah.
I think
Alright,
ours
cool.
died
That's
like
fine.
maybe 5 seconds later.
So
or
the rest
something.
of it looked good though. Like the goons were dying, we were alive, and then we just missed the damage check because of the like weird LOS stuff, and we just fixed that with the markers. All right, go next.
It was a good call, Sevi. I think now like you're fully safe because Johnny just like got enveloping on you.
Yeah, it felt way better at this point.
Is it just Sevi that's scared there? Like in Smack Tots someone else on that set? Like it's going in a jail cell?
I'm talking the initial from jail cell, so I got kind of dunked, but I'm not saying.
Yeah. It's mainly Sevi, I think. Maybe Trill as well.
Boss goes to Skull.
I was okay that pull.
Left.
At the trust here. Mages are a
The
vibe.
rescue thing did not work at all, by the way. Like I didn't see anything for Mark.
Yeah, right now is Halo. Right.
Okay. Everyone in position for frost boots.
By the way, you
Melee.
should always pre-move forward during this. If you pre-move, you keep your momentum.
Dude, what a W call. Frost spears and then finger gun after.
You know,
Like
Senar's
2 minutes
tactics.
ago. Almost said exact same.
RP2 tactic.
Finger gun.
I see the display from here. It's in Scott's room.
Okay, everyone on metal now. We have, what, 2 melee, 2 range? That's ideal, I think, for frost boots, for soaking. Be really careful, Impact and Zevi, of your feet.
Moving a little bit.
Yeah, I see my Karma hero got scared.
French actually stuck in the mod.
But everyone should be soaking this next thing except for Dranaco and KSP, by the way. Everyone.
I thought I wasn't doing it anyway.
You are soaking it, and then we're
first.
Yep. 2. Oh, we popped 2 really insta. Okay, 3. 4.
Where's me?
Flat, you're sick. Red grinding. We did that down a healer too. Get here. This is gonna be really tough. This might hit really hard. We'll just change the weak aura for hot mess. Okay, make sure that Rocketeer boss gets on it. Okay, that's fine. Nice dirt, everybody.
My time gonna grind them to dust. Have at it.
Okay, look at the markers. They have been shifted slightly. Are they still too close?
Front left.
Orange is gonna be a little slow, whoever's in there. Okay, tank knock back here, and then get ready for hot mess positions now. Hot mess now, boys. 3, 2, 1. Should already be there. W. Okay. Finger gun. 3, 2, 1. Finger gun now. Get away from it. Let him spin. Watch him. No. Can we res him before the jails? How the fuck are we gonna kill that one jail without him? We're gonna have to. Someone should just like go in there and die, maybe. I don't know.
I can stay in. I have avoid
necessary. Yeah. Everyone get into bait here. Get into bait. Get into bait.
I can. It's
going in.
1,
2.
Just let me go. I just need the
3.
healing.
I'll hot you.
4.
Nowhere to run now.
Good. Hot mess now. This is the immunes. Immunes you just soak with the debuff, if that makes sense. Right, it doesn't affect you. Nice. Okay, and this is tank soak. We're popping this mine. It's not rooted. Watch out. Soak.
This one's just for you.
Very scary.
Can I find that mark?
Okay, everyone go in mud.
Watch mark.
Just kill the Rocketeer so it doesn't kill Mark. We're fine. Everyone mud. Everyone mud, 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 mud. Nice. This is Barrier Darkness. Get out with the circles. Okay, and then jail positions. Someone needs to go into Zevi's soak. Which one is it?
Bottom left.
Bottom left, yeah, okay. Good. Fucking blast these goons, boys. Okay, tank knockback soon.
I can res him.
Where's Zevi now? Someone to the left. Okay, get frost boots. This is frost boots 3, 2, 1, now.
Their kicks.
Bad eyes full care.
Or did you kick first?
Just on healing potion. Anything you have left.
I can sell empty, bro.
And the boss, we won't be able to phase it, I don't think, with the death. You're right.
Metal.
I mean,
shit.
We're not in that phase.
I mean, Zevi was dead for a long time. So two things. So Zevi, we had no externals, I'm assuming.
I beat
We
it.
did.
Call.
We did.
I didn't press it. Can
Okay, that's
we?
fine.
double used on someone before that.
That's why I wanted it assigned before proc automatically.
Can we just hard assign a sack on every frontal? Isn't it up for every frontal?
It's up for that one every time, yes.
It's up for every single frontal every time.
For both sides, isn't it?
Yes.
Ready for both sides. So
it should just be
always sack.
So then we just always sack it, and then they don't call for an external, correct?
Hello and welcome back to the Alienware training facility, home of Team Liquid and Huge thank you to our sponsors for making all of this possible. Our presenting sponsor in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Labs, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo, as well as our charity partner in the Pasadena Humane Society. Hello everyone, I'm Jack, and we're not going to miss any action for those Mugsy pulls. Don't worry, I'm joined by Kalamazzi and Dratnos, as we have been seeing quite a bit of progression and enjoying Mugsy.
Yeah, a couple of pulls here that almost made it to P2. We were in these enrages, 1% off. So a lot of these pulls where it's like, oh, if this person hadn't died. There was one pull where we were like the boss's line of sighted by these stupid walls from the cages, so we weren't able to damage it, and then we don't make the intermission push. So all of this to say, I wouldn't be surprised if we start getting some serious looks at P2 at some point over the next few pulls. I think that they are really starting to lock down these things that are keeping them from consistently getting there.
I agree. I'm just really concerned about Lust in Phase 1.
Yes, that's going to be
Phase 2.
And there's always a little bit of a worry of reprogression being needed if you then take the Lust off of P1 into P2, because sometimes if you're at the end of a reset, what you can do is you can just say, all right, we're going to Lust for now, and then next reset we'll have more gear, and we'll take the Lust off, and that's kind of like the, ripping off the big Band-Aid and putting on a smaller Band-Aid, right? And it's like, okay, it's still there. But this time around, there's no gears coming to help them. I mean, I guess there are some upgrades maybe that they could still send that they're waiting until after this boss dies, that they could send a few of those. They could push the Vantis Rune, but that would be catastrophic to do this early in the week.
Yeah,
so they're basically going to have to just find the way to do more damage. But these pulls where they've wiped have been a lot of stuff going wrong. So I suspect what will happen is that a little stuff can go wrong, and they can Lust, and they can still make the push. And then once they take the Lust off, nothing can go wrong. But they can probably still make the push, right? I think they'll have the numbers if everything goes perfectly.
Yeah, we've seen that sort of incremental progression on a number of different fights. We even saw it on like Onzarek, where they would slowly move around their Lust to make sure they could kill off the next wave of attendance time after time. It's a really cool thing to see, not only just as a viewer when you're watching, but also kind of like for our perspective behind the scenes to see it. And you can too if you win our next giveaway we have for Coinbase. If you win this ultimate prize, you too could get flown out to the race to world first, just like us. And you can do so at tl.gg/Coinbase using the promo code TeamLiquid20. Fill out the form at tl.gg/RWFBTS. That is behind the scenes. And if you're NA or EU, you can be entered to win that grand prize. The winner is getting flown out to LA to see the race to world first and get a behind the scenes look at all the magic that happens.
I'm excited. I'm going to win that.
Yeah. Well, it's one way to guarantee you'll be back.
Yeah. Probably the only way at this point, but hey.
Hey, you never know. You could have like, what if you get hired, you could have like a friend come.
Maybe that's true. I mean,
just have a little bud.
Well, there is one little problem with that theory, but
no, don't say it.
We are, however, on a break timer here. You can see one of the greatest gifts in the arsenal there on somebody's break screen. If we have Nick's perspective as well, that's my personal favorite break reminder thing is on his screen right now. It's a very
Scott
good
Churchill.
Image. Yeah, exactly. It's very, very, very good. I love the break images and GIFs that they have. But yeah, we put up an 8-minute break timer a little bit ago. That gives you guys enough time to sign up for that Coinbase giveaway. Sign up for Coinbase, get your $20, and also get your entry into those jerseys and getting flown out here. So once everybody's done that, they'll get back in and keep pulling. So do that now.
That's the nice thing. It literally takes about 5 minutes.
Yep.
And so, we have 5.5 minutes. So you have 30 seconds to
go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Draw out the sentence.
Pop an M.
Pop an M.
Pop an M there.
True.
Right.
I got a little bit of. I got a little bit of tea.
Okay. All right.
I got a little bit of tea.
There you go. There actually is tea monster.
I had one
coffee flavor.
You might have noticed behind my left shoulder we have a lot of yellow M's.
That's right.
I've slowly been building up.
That's you.
All of the yellow M's.
Here's
so real quick, one step at a time.
Yeah. Scott Churchill.
There we go. And now if we could show, I have a little side of just yellow monsters in the back.
It's
and those are
right
all mine.
There.
Wow. And the ones in the back there. I've been slowly building it up.
I've pretty much been on the white monsters the whole way. I've tried a couple of the other flavors. They're good, but all reliable. I keep coming back to.
I just kind of think of it like the olden days where like you would have different towers for different like barons, and that would be like their tower as like part of the ramparts and everything like that. So all the yellow. There's even another tower in the back that is also mine, and I've just been building it up.
I should put my Aussie Lemonade in there that I stole from the display.
Mine are just, there's like 2 or 3 stacks.
I'm responsible for a few of those, the white monsters in there, although I'm not the only enjoyer of this particular flavor
they're very
on
good.
site. Yeah.
I like them.
It's a good wind down.
I think if you could only have one monster flavor in the fridge, it would be this one. I think this is the most popular one.
Probably, yeah.
Probably is, actually, yeah.
For good reason. Very good.
It is very good.
After last race, they shipped me like 6 crates of this.
I heard.
Yeah, I got like 3 of the strawberry lemonade and like 3 of the coffee as well. And then I sent it to a buddy of mine who's not a gamer. And he was like, what did you do to get these? And I was like, oh, I could just bring you one if you want. And so I went to his work before I left.
His job?
Yeah, I went to his job and I dropped it off at the front desk. I'm like, this is for Devin. And they're like, what? And like, I've been there a couple times and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you'll know what to do with it.
That's good. I got a couple Aussie Lemonade cases at my house. I didn't even drink them all. Now I think they're a rarity.
I have
collector's item.
I have half a case left.
Like me, I'm old.
Yeah. Unlike you, though, that might appreciate in value.
Or be appreciated. Also unlike me.
Also unlike you.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate you. Don't worry.
Thank you.
Okay, here's a quick replay of the last pull. Yeah, you can see what happened here. They were pulling the boss. There's that soak of the hot mess over there, and then the spray and pray over to the side. Things have slowed down a little bit here.
Is it going to be that...
Why are we on slow mode now? And fast mode
there we go.
Now? Okay, yeah, this is the Elemental Carnage. There's the Barrier Darkness combo. Very potent combination.
Love those.
My favorite personal 2 CD combo is Spirit Link Darkness.
I was about to say.
Back in the day, it was more OP than it is now because they nerfed some of the interactions there, but it's still... Nobody has ever died in a Spirit Link Darkness.
That's right.
Actually, factual. I've checked that before.
I had only a darkness for, if you remember, the Guardian of the First Ones in Sepulcher. And it was the last AoE, and it only saved healers. The entire raid.
Do you guys remember Star Augur Atreus, where Serenity just kept pulling the boss over and over again until their 5 darknesses saved enough of the raid to kill the boss?
Yes.
Such a good strat. But yeah, you can see here that boss was kind of between the cages there, and a couple of those spells didn't land on it, which may have interfered with their ability to be doing good damage there. Good baits on those Frost Shatter boots, though, that last set. Oftentimes what's been happening on that particular cast has been that they've been so overwhelmed and behind with mechanics that they haven't been able to get everybody into that hot mess, and then those boots are coming out in bad spots, and people are getting those spears through the raid as well. But this time around, that was working pretty good. And then that finger gun cast is coming out, and you can see the energy is now approaching 100 on the boss, just from the bottom of the screen there, incrementing upwards. They need to get to 40% before it gets full energy. You actually can milk a little bit. You can do the start of the Double-Minded Fury cast, but this particular one, you can see that cast goes up and actually finishes before it reaches 40%, and so Mugsy gets to do this big AoE plus the finger guns plus the spray and pray that will basically guaranteed wipe you in extremely short order. So yeah, 0.5% off the push that time. Maybe a couple of boss line of sight issues would have been the difference, and a couple of players getting randomly killed as well would have made the difference on that one too.
Right, and the more familiar you get with Phase 1, you only have 45 pulls here, right? The damage will come out passively. Just when you learn how to move a bit better, a bit more micromanagement of CDs, you'll find more damage. Is it enough to pull lust off for Phase 2? We'll see, but I mean, we're not sure if we even need that technically. We're assuming so, but I mean, Lust is being used as a progression tool now, and it might be moved later on if you need to. But we're still getting into that Phase 2 at this point, right?
And part of that is just figuring out how consistently they can make sure they're dealing with the Earthbreaker jails. One of the things I'm really curious about, Dratnos, I don't know if you noticed, so four jails going out before they get into that transition phase.
Yeah.
The Frost Shatter Spears are going out. Now, I'm curious if the players who were in those jails and find a way out are actually able to be targeted or selected. Things like mages, for example, if they blink in, displacement out, and all that stuff, they put the ignite out, and then they're out of the group as Frost Shatter Spear goes out. Are they? I assume that they're eligible to be targeted.
I don't have a perfect answer for you, but what I will say is I've seen players even in the cages getting that frost circle on them.
Okay.
So I think you can. I think there can be unlucky overlaps if you're not fast about getting that dealt with, about getting out of those cages. Because if you got one of those spears targeted on you and you're already in one of them, or you've just blinked out and you're in the middle of the raid, either of those wouldn't be great cases.
Yep.
There is a decent 10-second window for you to resolve your movement abilities before that all comes out. So I think it's not the end of the world. Like I think that once we get a clean pull, everybody's going to be in that hot mess already anyways.
Yep.
But yeah, there might be some ugly pulls if they're kind of barely getting to P2 that are going to feature some spears in weird places.
I believe Shakib died a couple polls ago from actually getting a Frost Shatter spear in a cage. But speaking of Shakib, let's take a look at the current raid comp here.
Yeah, so the big thing that I think one of the only changeable, actually there are two changeable hero talents of the people that are kind of on the screen right now, in my humble opinion, and those are on Zapdos and Suri Priest. The Oracle versus Void Weaver discussion is one that I think the Oracle one is very likely to be what you'll see on most of these fights.
I agree.
But Zapdos playing the Flame Shaper, there is definitely an argument to be made for Scale Commander on some of these fights. This one, though, doesn't really feature a good opportunity for Mass Disintegrate, unfortunately, which is, I think, the main draw of Scale Commander. So he's instead opting for that Flame Shaper instead. Now, one of the nice things about Flame Shaper is that when you press your Renewing Blaze, I believe you can give your nearest ally a 50% effectiveness Renewing Blaze as well, which could potentially be used as an extra external if you want one for somebody being targeted by those finger guns or by that spray and pray.
So they made a change recently to disc. So our 4-set bonus was basically, or our 2-set bonus was basically not applying the insurance buff. It's a healing over time effect that triggers an instant heal when they drop below 50%. To make a long story short, based off how Atonement works, it was only ever applying it to you. They just fixed that, and so now our 4-set bonus, where if you have insurance or an absorb on a target, you now do a bunch more healing to them with your Atonement healing. Now that they fixed that, it also means that you're going to have varying levels of healing on people and significantly more on certain players over others. And when you're putting that together with a disc ramp, what's really happened over, I guess, the past year and a half is that disc has lost a lot of value in certain raid seasons when the damage is not as evenly spread out onto everybody for healing, and you produce a lot of overheal. And when Oracle succeeds at is it gives you a sort of Velen's legendary trinket effect where it redirects 70% of your overhealing to your allies. And what we've seen is that it allows your Atonement in general to be a lot more efficient, and it allows you to make sure that you're making the most value possible out of those ramps you have each time. Whereas Void Weaver mathematically will do potentially the most. If you're always having a set amount of overheal, then the Oracle is making up for slightly less healing, couple percentage points less of healing, but you're also significantly more efficient.
Yeah, I just know that I remember
yes, that sounds cool.
Last season we had those Void. I remember how like visually stunning that Void Rift is.
Yes.
So I'm kind of sad to not see that here. But the good news is you see Shadow Priest using it pretty often. Although actually the Shadow Priests have also been swapping between Void Weaver and Archon. We actually saw a split 2 of one and 1 of the other for a lot of one-arm bandit prog. So another cool spot. I always like it where there are 2 viable hero talents on the same class, or the same spec, which usually there's one that's kind of like superior in any given season we're going to expect, I think. But it's nice in the cases where that's not true. I think even Resto Druid, actually, Keeper of the Grove. We've seen Keeper of the Grove and I think Wildstalker on some of the easier fights, maybe just for more dam.
Yeah, I saw that he was taking good use out of like Heart of the Wild early on in this encounter, which is your class talent, of course, to make sure that you would add a little bit of extra damage at the very beginning of the encounter, since it's like a 5-minute cooldown. And so he was spending a very large portion of the beginning of the fight just pounding extra damage to be able to assist the team. You can see his cooldown is in the bottom right near his tooltip. And so I do expect him to probably just get a Swiftbend out, get a Convoke into Flourish out, get some of his abilities
he's already
rolling,
hearted.
hits his heart, and then he starts pounding damage the entire time. So Druid has an interesting sort of niche on the fight where they're spending... he got THG pinged.
He accidentally gatewayed and then THG pinged him. That's a classic.
So Nick's kind of spending the majority of the fight kind of doing the maintenance healing, or lifting the heavier weight of the maintenance healing, since you have really cooldown dependent healers in the Mistweavers with their Invoke Yulan, or the Disc Priest with their Evangelism Shadow Fiend ramp. The Druid is there to kind of fill in the rest of the space. They have their Convoke and Flourish, which is a solid cooldown, but not nearly as spiky as the other 2 healer specs, but they do have really good sustained healing. And notably, they got to change to their Mastery so that they're doing more healing at lower healing over time effect stacks. So the more hots you have on your ally, the more healing that you're doing to them with your Mastery.
and now they made it so you're doing more healing at lower stack levels, and a little bit less if you max stack some buffs on people.
Yeah, that actually was a really interesting change that I want to flag that one actually because it really matters for how. I think that's part of the reason that Wrestler Druid has been good in healing in raids again is because they sort of buffed its raid healing, and that did come with a sort of nerf to how much you could giga heal one person, right? So basically it used to be if you had a certain amount of mastery, you'd get 5% more healing, for example, per hot that you had on a target. And now it's like, okay, your first hot, you're maybe getting 7% more healing, and then the next one 6, and then 5, 4, 3, right? Something like that. That kind of reduced value beyond the first, but they increased the value for the first, and that means that if you only have like one hot on everybody, they're getting much more healing than they would have under the old mastery paradigm.
I think the breakpoint now is at 4 hots, you're doing the same amount of healing, and at 5 hots, you're doing slightly less healing. But everything below 4, you're doing more.
Which is like almost always in a raid situation, right? Except for like if you're responsible for healing a tank or somebody who's in tremendous danger. But you know, you've got Mistweavers with Life Cocoon for that situation. You've got Enveloping Mist on them, and that's Renewing Mist, and they're hard chilling.
Yep, there's a lot of different scenarios where it's just a lot better for the spec. So
I think
not
it's
only
almost
doing great,
always better, yeah.
Yeah, and not only is it just doing great healing on its own, but it's also your Mark of the Wild buff.
True. And that's something that they've dropped all of the other druids here. We've seen some Moonkins. Moonkin really shone on Styx Bunk Junker, but aside from that, it seems like you're kind of weighed down by whatever druid you're bringing on a lot of these fights, and some guilds have chosen different options. We've seen, for instance, on Sprocketmonger, I think there were guilds that are like, okay, yeah, we can play a Moonkin or a Feral, and that lets us play double disc, double Mistweaver, right? Or we can play the Wrestler Druid, and then we don't get to do that, but we don't have to bring a Druid DPS, which was not particularly exciting on that fight. You had either the Feral Druid, which has to be melee, or you have the Moonkin, which does very little single target DPS.
Yeah, I feel like it has been a tier where, without augmentation being part of the raid, which I might have missed on one of my later comps, it's okay. It is what it is.
Yeah, these things happen.
Yeah, it feels like this tier there has been a lot of like niche. So unfortunately, another wipe here pretty early on. Is that an energy swap?
It was a swap at 100 instead of 99.
Yeah. A lot of niche profiles have been a lot more relevant. You've seen 3 Warlocks in certain fights, 3 Shadow Priests, 3 Boomkins, which having no Augs in the raid, or that Aug requirement, does open up a little bit. Interestingly enough, in this fight, we're actually seeing 0 Shadow Priest, which, I mean, mobility-wise, they can't play Void Elf, but profile-wise, not necessarily the strongest, not really able to proc Twist the Fate a whole lot, barring hitting a Gown, a Goon, every once in a while. And yeah, the profile seems a little subpar on a fight like this, comparatively to like a Destro Lock or a 3rd Mage. But yeah, I think as far as like class variety is concerned, this has probably been one of the tiers, probably the most diverse tier we've seen in a long time, since probably like Shadowlands, I'd venture to guess. Probably?
Yeah, I mean, the Shadow Priest is definitely great overall this raid. It just seems like this fight in particular, it's not particularly well suited, right? But they did start with one. I think they cut it for going up on those extra mages and locks, yeah. Which, you know, like we've been talking about, truly exceptional on this fight.
It makes you wonder what they might bring for Gallywix as well. So they've, like you mentioned, they've had a really wide diversity of specs.
Yeah, right.
And even having people play 2 different classes entirely for this World First Progress.
And Gallywix is going to be one of the ones where there's probably going to be the most experimentation because it hasn't been tested at all on PTR, Mythic, or the lower difficulties. And Mythic is also probably going to be quite different from the lower difficulties from what we can see on the Dungeon Journal, which is not very much. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they start Gallywix with kind of one of everything that they might use, and then they can start seeing what's good, and whatever's bad gets swapped out for more of whatever's good.
That only makes sense, right?
Yeah. That's right. More expert analysis.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I deserve that.
It's funny timing because you were already saying it. Somebody already typed it in chat, but they just said, did Dratnos' rate go up this tier?
More expert insight coming in. They're going to play more of what's good. Back to you, Jack.
Appreciate it. Oh my goodness. There we got the next round of mines is where basically they're stacking all their healer CDs on top of each other so that they can pop as many of these mines as fast as they possibly can, get them all cleared up out of the way so that when they have the rockets coming in, they'll be able to soak it without anything else coming up.
Yep, got that big raid soak coming in here, which will indeed clear these remaining Frost Shatter Boots debuffs here, which we see the raid stacking in already. Getting raid, the moment that pops, the debuff is indeed cleared. And right after this, you're going to see a swap back to that dirt side once this tank line is soaked here and split. And this is going to trigger that second set of Gal cages, which is going to actually have 3 in the raid, unlike the first set, which has 2, and the last sets in these phase will be 4. Also, a bit of a fire blast gun before here as well. Sorry, forgot about that.
Cannot be forgetting about that there.
No, forget about it. Different from the finger gun mechanic. But dirt swap coming up here, swapping at 99 energy. We should see those triple Gal cages coming out. Once again, being stacked along the wall for as good a placement as possible, saving room for that phase 2, which is going to be much more area of denial-esque. Dropping 1 left, 1 right, and 1 back behind that fire pool as well.
Oh, there's the grip too. Great POV there on the grip right as the jail lands.
Perfect.
They have a second before the walls come up, and they're able to grip impact there. Oh, so good.
Yeah, it needs to be pretty precisely timed, but absolutely beautifully done. Now, those 2 cages are a little bit separated from each other, which maybe impacted their ability to get the ignite maintained on both of those goons. It is a fairly tight range that is needed for that, but they're still able to get through all of these goons. And now we have the next set of those Frost Shatter boots dealt with beautifully. We are into back on the metal side. Now, we haven't actually swapped to the metal side mechanics yet, as Malarkus is still chilling. Actually, it's fired up this time. Was the person triggering that swap from mud to metal. We finish off these first set of shockers just in time for the next ones to spawn with a shield.
Yep, being broken by that frontal finger gun ability. We're going to get to the corner here.
Because Malarkus was dead, of course.
Yes,
Fired up was not. Fired up took over that swap responsibility.
Able to blink across quickly to trigger that phase transition. We are up against the wall here to bait these bombs, popping them one by one, not overlapping debuffs. We're going to have, I believe, a raid soak coming up here momentarily as well. Once again, trying to just have as much area relevant for that final phase. We see it coming up here, right in the back where those 2 Armageddon soaks are. It overlaps in a way where that is A-okay, though. Can't soak them the last time if you soak the first one. We do need to have that Rocketeer spawning in right here, and that Electro Shredder ad in the back putting out those 2 blue debuffs as well until the shield's broken and they are killed, which is going to be done by the next finger gun cast, which is coming up in a little bit here.
Yeah, spray and pray ending this metal phase. Everybody making sure that they are over on the dirt side. Somebody is going to be, it looks like Dranako is going to be responsible for doing that final swap to switch. And yeah, here we are now in the dirt phase with 2 players dead, 3 now, one of them being a healer.
And this is going to be those quad cages.
This is going to be ugly.
Yeah, they're not gonna have a healer for one of the jail groups that they have at the moment. It could be really deadly. There's not that much damage radiating on the players in each of those groups, but the time is gonna take for them to get out of that cage and also be able to get topped off before the next.
Look how long they have, though, before those boots, like you were worried about, Jack, right? There's definitely enough time for all of these people to get out of their cages and spawn these lances if everything was going well, which, of course, on this pull, it was not.
Yeah, the problem here is that the boss is at 46% health. They are wiping now, unfortunately, but you have to beat that 40% push before the boss needs to transition again. Well, at least they're trying to here, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to be the DPS check in phase 1, which it seems like they're pretty far off here with Lust committed, but with the entire raid alive, it might not actually be as tight as it may seem. 45.72 being the best here, but I think it's important to note on they're more and more consistent now. Right? They're getting to this choke point. It's just that quad Gal cage overlap with the actual fire soaks coming, or I guess fire pool being clear with those Frost Shatter boots coming in, and then finding enough damage to get through that. With 1 player down or 2 players down, it begins to spiral. Those Gal cages take longer to kill, which means the boss has less damage on him in general, and it is looking to be a pretty tight DPS check in phase 1, even with less being committed.
Yeah, that surviving that final overlap of this phase with even any players dead, even 1 or 2, looks like it's prohibitive for seeing progression here. So hopefully they're going to be able to get there with everybody alive, because it seems like if they can get there with everybody, they can swap to those cages, get them killed quickly, and then they can be in position for the boots, and everything is so much cleaner. But if one part of that falls apart, all the rest of it does as well.
Yeah, I think the fascinating part of this encounter is how well they have to execute to get through these 4 jails. The time it takes to make sure they have enough damage for it, how they are finding inventive ways to spread damage. Is there anything Warlocks are able to do? Are they just jumping in and then using Demonic Circle to get out and just put up, I don't know, what, Havoc or something?
You used to be able to Havoc the actual ad and the boss on PTR, so you could get a bit of like Chaos Bolt, Shadowburn Cleave in the cage when you were LOS basically, but that was fixed, I believe, day 1 of the patch. Now, we talked about mages being able to alter, displace, blink, and do a million different things at once to cleave both ads and then get out of the cage. Not everyone is as skilled as mages are, so we are stuck to just doing a single target rotation, but hey, you know.
And a Summoning Stone comes down here. I wonder if somebody is swapping gear or talents or something, or if we are changing our composition. We have Scott looking at Zasevi's Windwalker build. So maybe they're thinking about doing something different here. Not sure what you would swap around, though, on Windwalker on this fight.
Yeah, it's a bit tough because some, like you mentioned, some classes and specs can navigate out of these Gao cages easier than others. We do have some grips and recipes available, but it does limit what you might be able to swap to a bit more spec-wise, depending on what you're looking at utility-wise in the raid.
There are some Transcendence. I mean, you can do some interesting things with Transcendence, but just default Transcendence is enough to get out.
Yeah, I mean, like Monk versus like swapping in like a Warrior or a Hunter, exactly right.
Yeah, and the Monk's just doing a lot of damage as well, right? If you look at those damage meters, only Fired Up is ahead of the teal sea of three monks
that's good.
there.
Yeah. Wow. That's nice. That's like almost as good as on all fours. All fours.
Hashtag all fours. Maybe swapping some more players to Worgen to get this boss killed.
What if the whole raid went on all fours?
That could be good.
You just roll through the Yao cages? That'd be good. Yeah, we can make that work.
Doesn't look like they've actually used this summoning stone for anything. Comp remaining unchanged, but also no pull timer to be seen.
Sounds like a great time to let you guys know that in the free time, you could sign up for Coinbase at tl.gg/CoinbaseRWF to be entered into a chance to win a great giveaway to be getting behind the scenes at the Race to World First. We also have a number of signed jersey giveaways we're doing after every new boss kill here by Team Liquid.
And you also just get $20. No need to win a giveaway for that.
That's like 10 tacos in any state but California. It's
that is
here.
Yep.
Yeah.
1.5 at best.
Yeah. Well, you know. Yeah.
That's a quarter of a meal for Kalamazoo.
Don't leave food on the table, chat. Be sure to sign up. TL.gg/CoinbaseRWF. Lock in.
Lock in.
Let's get locked
in. Lock in and live Moss. All right.
that like hangs up in your kitchen.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy a neon Taco Bell.
You need that. Yeah. Like instead of live, laugh, love, right? Lock in and live Moss.
Over the bed.
Yeah.
Well, you'll have a couple of them. You'll have one for the kitchen, and then you'll have like another what they call them, affirmations, hanging up in like your bathrooms. You see them all the time.
It's one over the toilet for sure.
No. You'll have it over the toilet, and it says, "Don't leave food on the table."
Oh, goodness. There we go. Yeah, see, all kinds of great things are thought of during the Race to the World First. You could be here. You could be part of that.
That's right. Sure, they can hop on the couch, get mic'd up, and be ready to go.
I think I heard Taker again, yeah. Look at my, also.
Oh, true. You got some nice swag on. So I have the derp shirt on. We have the Cauldron of Carnage setup going on as well. Oh, I'm falling off the tree.
Yeah, TL.gg/RWF to get some of this cool merch.
Leaned back and almost spilled out of my chair.
You're tall. It happens, you know.
Ugh. I'm accumulating mass with you.
Cultivating mass.
Cultivating mass, excuse me, as I live moss.
All three of us are cultivating mass.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, hopefully it'll be in the right places so we can rock those Murloc swim trunks.
Yeah, summers around the
corner. Beach
season's
season's coming, that's right. We're all going to Kalamazi's place. We're going to go suit up, go to the beach.
People can come over. It's fine. Yeah, we can have a good time.
I'll see you there. See you soon.
I've never had a visitor once in my apartment, so it's make it a first. Let's go.
I'll be your first.
Cams is here. Good morning, Cams.
Hey, Cams, you want to go to the beach? He said sounds good. He said sounds good. Let's go.
That's tough. We've got the drive cam over on our Coinbase leaderboard now. If you need some Subway Surfers style action during these breaks to keep from getting too, understimulated. Here it is, the WoW equivalent to Subway Surfers.
Important question for both of you guys. Are you all drivers or passenger princesses in the raid? Do you
I drive.
Okay, do you hop in someone's car or just like...
Born to be a passenger princess, forced to drive.
I ride my regular mount around.
That's good because you don't get dismounted.
Yeah,
so
I do that too.
For some of the trash skips, I do that because obviously I'm the tank, so I do not get dismounted. But yeah, it sucks that you do instantly get dismounted in the raid if you're on one of these cars and you get into combat. So
it's like 3 or 4 good drivers in a raid, and everyone else just hops in the over them.
Get the whole squad in there.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, carpooling is just efficient.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Carpooling out here.
Yeah. I will say, I wish that there was more highway in the Undermine.
Yeah.
If you guys remember, Kazan actually had some highways that sort of went up and over
the Goblin Zone?
Yeah, that was the Goblin starting zone. And
never actually leveled there.
The Undermine doesn't have, it like sort of looks like it does, like those pipes up in the air, but you can't really drive on them. I feel like the zone would really benefit from like a nice highway without buildings around to crash into that you could just like zoom around. it's pretty hard to just drive around the Undermine without bashing into stuff.
Yeah, I feel that way about IRL as well.
True. Yeah. Ooh, we've got one of our transmogs to look at here. If you donate $35 or more at tl.gg/rwf-donate, we can,
Whoa! This is a big donation here. It's $100.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Marky Poo the Insane. Wow.
So
apparently this is the person who sent in this mog, sent in their guildie and wants to get them roasted.
I mean, insane title suiting. This is insanely bad, actually. So.
Oh, man. I mean, I want to roast this really bad, but getting the insane title is tough. I never saw my college roommate for weeks because of it.
Was it you or them farming it?
He was farming it.
I see.
Yeah. I was too busy raiding and being a...
I'm going to be honest, you can't rock that robe without the helm. I don't know what you're doing with your life, but if you don't have the helm, like, it's just not complete. I don't know what to tell you here.
Does this guy know that you can also change the color of your beard to match your transmog?
Apparently not. He has no eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is Mechanome.
Well, dead eyes I hear about.
Like many warlocks, he is often blind to the mechanics around him.
I see. Yeah, that's a good excuse actually for a lot of the maneuvers I've been seeing out of you in Raid Kalamazoo.
Yeah, I was about to say, it seems like you might have that affliction too with how you're rolling up trash.
Yeah. Okay, that was the last ball of the night. Nobody saw it.
Show the clip. Yeah. We showed it earlier on the morning shift.
I might have featured it as a clip on my stream actually. I give that mog a 3.6. That's pretty low by my standard.
Bad mojo. Oh, this is Aya's favorite. A lot of this is a set though. Just to say, I like it a lot though.
Yeah, it's a Legion artifact weapon, elemental artifact weapon Mog here as well. Kind of interesting color as well. It doesn't really go with much in the Mog except for the gloves have a similar accenting to them, I think. So
it's a cool shield, but does not match at all.
It is a very cool shield. I think almost all of the Legion Mogs are pretty great.
I give it a 7.8.
I give this one a 6. I quite like it.
8-1. 8-1.
I feel like Troll Shamans have a lot of great looks available to them as well.
Yep.
This is definitely pretty good.
They have a wide swath.
Here's Phantom. Trash Master.
Yeah. He's got the special characters over Phantom as well.
That's good. Every good demon hunter has some alt codes in there.
This is the same guild as Marky Poo.
Oh.
Man, this must be this guy's submitting multiple guildies.
Could be.
Because I don't know about this transmog, but
I like skin here.
I like the horns and then the back horns from the helmet. You got like sort of a 4-horn setup thing.
Oh, the 4-horn special. It's like that dude from Avengers in the first one.
Yeah.
What?
Loki. He's got the horns, right?
Oh, well, yeah.
This is like a Loki mog. Yeah, dude. He's got the dogs out, though. This
Kinda.
Any dog
like Loki did. Yeah, Loki had him out, too.
Yeah. Anything with the dogs out is nothing. It can't be above 5. Like, it just scares me.
I like the swords. I think these are the Zereth Mortis swords, but I like the enchant on them as well.
Yeah.
I like a lot of the pieces of this, and then I kind of hate the whole ensemble.
Yeah, sort of the whole is less than the sum of the parts.
Yeah. Philosopher.
4.6. I don't know about this one.
4.7.
I don't like Demon Hunters.
I'm gonna give it a 6 again. I'm feeling like I'm gonna give out a lot of 6s today. I feel like it's one of those sorts of days. You know, day 10 here of the race.
Doesn't feel like it, but it is indeed.
Here's Stab 'em. Now, I don't know for sure, but if I had to guess, I would guess that Makes would be annoyed by this name.
I'm pretty sure that the B-looking icon is like a double S sound.
She'd be like, no, yeah.
It's Stassum.
It's
Stassum.
Yeah.
I think it's Stassum.
Yeah, there we go. Stassum. Thank you.
I was right. Let's go.
There you go.
High school German
I don't
off.
like the hat. I don't think it matches. Like, maybe it's just me. Can we see the cloak?
You gotta ask for it the right way. You gotta turn that sucker around.
It's one of those gross BFA leveling cloaks.
Yeah, it's a Tal Dazar one.
It's also I think it's just an artifact weapon in the hand there as well.
Yeah. This is, if this was a movie, it'd be a very goofy movie.
That was good, Jack. Very nice.
Thank you.
Very good. I give this a 6.9, I think.
I'm gonna go with 4.
4?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the 4.
Okay. Turbo Drake from the guild SMH.
It's tough. Let's just say, as an evoker, it's going to be very tough to get a good grade here.
Yeah. Give you
Interesting. Okay.
I give this a 3.
You see the offhand?
I actually do like this. How do you get like a chest piece to show on an evoker? I thought evokers only showed like belt and shoulders.
You can have like a certain male
ones?
cuirass,
Okay.
cuirass, whatever they call it.
Curious.
Yeah, you can have that show in like the barber shop.
Draknir?
Yeah.
I see. Very
Yeah.
well. Okay, so I came out at these. Those aren't really dogs. Those are Talons. So Talons are different. I can't.
Talon.
Yeah, Talon does not put you in the 5 or below scale. I don't think this is a great Mog.
I like it. I think as far as evokers go, this is quite good.
Not as good as Calamar.
I like the color scheme as well. The like black and blue. I think that's a cool way to make a dragon.
7-2.
6.
7-2.
Yeah, give it a 6.
All right.
All right, pulling happening once more. We are now over halfway to 100 pulls as pull number 51 begins. Been a little while since we've seen progression here. Sort of a bit of a plateau here in the afternoon. But all of that is about to change on this pull.
Yeah, should be. So we're getting that group soak over here to the wall, which should be spawning in about half the raid. I was going to say, how did that change?
They made an adjustment. They started on the metal side.
Yeah.
So technically, Malarkus is the only one still holding
he's keeping it metal.
Right, he's keeping it metal.
Yeah.
We have a strat change now.
So what we initially saw was them starting on the dirt side, spawning in those 2 Gal cages, but we have decided to change the cadence of this fight, which is going to initially be that fire soak coming up with other mechanics.
And
now, unfortunately,
5th healer.
We've failed to swap to dirt here in time.
Oh.
But yeah,
You're right.
And this might be a progression thing where it's like, okay, Giuseppe, can you heal for a bit while we try out this new strat? Or maybe it's like, okay, we actually think we can make it all the way through here. I didn't see if they lusted, for example, but if they didn't lust there, maybe it's like, okay, 1 extra healer, 1 less lust. Let's get through, and then we can lust the last phase. But this, I will admit, initially when I was reading through the mechanics and like looking at the cadence here, I thought that starting metal would be the way to do this. I think it's cool to see them adjusting and trying this out.
Due to having like more time between that last Gal?
I just don't like the idea of having Frost Shatter boots for a really long time without a hot mess to clean it up.
Okay.
And this spawns the hot mess before the Frost Shatter boots.
Right.
So I thought this was going to be the way to do it.
It also is really good to reduce some of the other raid damage, because then that means that you can have drones spawning at the same time that you can actually
the
finger gun destroy them.
Well, you're always going to have that overlap, right? Like you always are getting the drone spawning right after you've swapped sides. This time you are going to start with drones rather than getting them late in the fight, and they still will be shielded for their whole lives.
I think there's a bit better of downtime, because I think they had it at a point where they swapped sides and they constantly dealt with it, rather than being able to destroy them before the 4 jail combo, I believe.
I think either way you're going to have you're always going to have 2 of them alive, and with this strat you're actually going to have 2 of them alive from the start of the fight instead of starting 2 minutes in. But I'm not 100% sure on that as well. There might be a different spell sequence.
Well, what I'm thinking is specifically they'll have downtime for the jails, but I could be wrong. We'll see. We'll see.
Let's see. It looks like they're mostly here starting on the dirt side. Maybe it defaults to starting metal if they're not all 20 on, because obviously it has to do something.
Right.
True.
So let's see which side it starts on if we're not all on the same side. Z is taking charge, so this is indeed the metal side. And yeah, you can see those ads spawning right away now, and they're not going to have finger guns until a very long way away from now.
Right, we are lusting on pull here still with those 5 healers in.
Okay.
It very well might just be trying to change the cadence of phase 1 and see if it works out better for that phase 2 push in a bit. The first mechanic we should see here are these bombs spawning, being popped and soaking these actual effects coming in here. Next should be that fire soak we talked about, though, correct? Being placed against that wall?
Yeah, we'll put the hot mess against the wall
the
here,
hot mess,
and then what this is going to do is that we can just have Malarkus swap from metal to dirt, and we will have we can do this entire first dirt phase up against the dirt wall here, right? Farthest away from the middle of the room, and just fill it up with cages and stand in this hot mess for those first Frost Shatter boots.
Yeah, so you put 2 cages on both sides of that fire.
Yeah, that's and they'll already be there at the start of this fight. So this is something that I think looks really good. Here's going to be that swap to dirt. Behind our screen there, Malarkus walking in now.
Yep, so we should be seeing both these Gal cages spawning in momentarily, likely being placed on the left and right sides of that fire pool there as well. And we'll see how they end up changing this, if at all, coming up right about
Yeah, so maybe what we'll be doing is we'll be doing the far dirt side, and then we'll play the next phases on the far metal side, and then we can sort of play the ones near the middle of the room, near the swap point.
Yeah, so both goons spawning in here. Both should be killed relatively easily, as long as they're killed within time. Yep, those Frost Shatter boots should be coming out momentarily as well. Now, you can clear the sliding effect in the fire, but the spears do indeed still fire, correct? Which need to be brought between the cages, the walls themselves.
But this way, they're not going to have all of these, they're not going to have their shoes
Right
on
there.
for a while. They've got those Frost Shatter boots off immediately.
Perfect.
Now, Smacked has gone down here. That's one of their healers. The B-Res is available. and it is going to be used. Here come the finger guns, and that's going to clear the shield from these ads that have been alive for the whole time now. But we are about to get another spawn of ads joining the party here after Malarkus triggers the swap to metal.
Yep, should be triggering it right about now. There's that next set of shielded ads coming in. The first set being burnt down now, not a lot of health in them, so pretty trivial to meet that DPS check there. However, we're going to have mines being baited momentarily, being dragged up against the wall here to negate those spawning too far back. Should have a handful of pops coming up, and I believe after that there should be a group soak in about 8 seconds coming up here also.
Yeah, so my guess is they'll try and get this all the way to the metal wall now, but maybe they'll still be doing it at the stairs like they used to be. But if I was guessing here, I would guess the strat's been adjusted. Looks like no, it's still going to be the stairs. So it'll be stairs here, and then it'll be door will be the last one. And then maybe they can play the start of P2 over by the metal wall, and that area is going to be pretty much completely clear.
Oh, so what they're doing is they're actually starting like a point 0, if you think about it that way.
Yeah.
They're in point 1. And that's where they drop the hot mess, and that's where they're going to set up for jails. And then they're formerly
and then it'll
point
probably
2.
be go over to the door. And that'll be nice because the way that P2 starts divides along this middle line, which means that they will have a pretty big safe spot to start P2 in and to do those charges in.
Yeah, so we should be seeing that 3 set of Earth Shadow.
Yeah, this is going to be 2 on circle side and 1 on diamond side would be the way that makes the most sense given this. So yeah, the 2 are going to be up there on circle side. Ooh, a little bit of a last second blink there from Fired Up is going to work. And we have these goons, and you can see the Ignite is updating on both of these, which is perfect. Huge hits of free damage onto both of these goons, now ticking for almost 1/3 of a million damage per tick off of that Ignite.
Right here. Yeah, easy clearing this actual pre-soak before, so just clearing those out, need to bring spears to the walls, but already negated that first half of that mechanic right there.
Unfortunately,
the wall broke.
2 or 3 spears, I think, went through there. 1 broke the first wall, 1 broke the second wall, and the 3rd broke Fired Up.
A bit unfortunate. We can keep pressing on here, though. That finger gun's coming out. Actually, no, that was not a finger gun. I lied to you.
There was a finger gun there.
Was that a gun? Okay,
yeah,
sure.
and that's broken these ads, but of course now it's going to be time for another spawn of ads. You never get very long without these. In fact, there are currently 4 of them alive. Dryny and Fired Up are both dead. Now, we will be getting another battle res here in 15 seconds. My suspicion is that since they're 5 healing, they might want to res that DPS player instead to actually still make this push. But maybe they are overvaluing the healer for this and will instead go with Dryny. Looks like it's going to be a non-issue as a missed catch of the bomb debris, it looks like, has taken them out here.
So I like this a lot more.
I love this because this delays your goons as well. So
exactly.
You might not even get that set of 4 goon cages in this. And the only downside is that you have ads that you're dealing with that are zapping you for extra time at the start of this fight. But I think that's fine.
Yeah, I don't think it's been a huge issue, like HPS-wise for the most part. They're present for most of the fight regardless when you're on that dirt
It's
side.
really not that bad to get zapped, especially if you bring it out of the raid. But even if you don't, it seems like it's pretty manageable. Very cool, though.
Yeah, I like this adjustment they're making. It seems like it's going to have a lot more space to work with. They might even be able to take an entire section of the room for Phase 2 to deal with their jails, and then it kind of sets them up to be a bit more efficient and basically push all of the gold piles, goon cages, hot messes into a corner from Phase 1, and then the other side of the room they can just dominate for Phase 2.
Plus, it also feels like you're arguably getting more damage into the boss without having these gal cages spawning in 15 seconds into the fight, right? You're getting all your CDs on pull. You are lusting pull still, but that might be moved to the Phase 2. But this could also make that Phase 1 DPS check, if you say, hey, okay, we've seen enough of Phase 2, we need lust here, that much easier, because you're not dealing with gal cages half a minute into the fight when CDs are still rolling, right? You get all your damage in, gal cages spawn, and then you start handling the mechanics a bit more disruptive, right?
Yeah, I think the downside here might be maybe the cages are going to be spawning right after everybody's opener, or maybe even interfering with them, or they're going to be spawning at a time when you don't have CDs to, maybe you don't have combustions rolling to kill them like you did with the other strat. But it looks like they're not having too much trouble killing off those cages, so I definitely like this, at least from my perspective. This seems like a better way to do this boss than starting in the dirt side. Even though 19 of them are on the dirt side, it's technically starting with the metal mechanics by keeping Malarkus there, anchoring the raid in that metal side.
So it makes it sound like whoever's on if they're the majority of the team, wait a minute, now they're swapping.
It's it seems like if it's not,
so it's like
maybe it's majority to start, and then from then on you have to swap with 20. Yeah.
Yeah. So I wonder if they're just saying like,
or maybe it just defaults to metal if it's not all 20 on dirt at the start, because it looks like they are starting, almost everybody on dirt. But I think last time they did this, Z still took charge, which is the metal phase.
Right.
5, 4,
Here we go. Let's see it again. I'm sure that they're going to be trying that at least once more. Yeah, Z taking charge. And it is just being anchored by Malarkus. Currently Nick also over there on the metal side.
I like that a lot because there are a couple moments where they had soaks or a couple other mechanics. I mean, what happens if Malarkus gets targeted or something like that?
Right.
That gives them kind of like another anchor of saying, okay, somebody else can be responsible if
that makes
Malarkus
sense.
gets
Yeah,
targeted.
maybe it targets one melee, one range, so they know that keeping 2 ranged over there means at least one of them will get to stay there and keep anchoring it. Of course, not something that they'll have to worry about. Actually, yeah, because they don't even get the goon cages right now, right? Because they won't get the goon cages until they go to the dirt side. So maybe it's just in case this group soak went on one of them, right? The hot mess.
Yeah, hot mess being dropped against the wall here for that raid soak coming in. Like we talked about, we're not getting gal cages until we transition with Malarkus and Nick being back there. When they head over to that side, it will then trigger the dirt phase, and those gal cages will begin spawning in.
All right, there's that spray and pray, meaning that it is almost time for us to switch to the dirt side. Malarkus going to be doing that as the boss gets to 99 energy, ideally. Really want to be careful to not accidentally do it at 100, because that will immediately end the pull. But we are now in the dirt phase. Mug taking charge, punching away with those golden brass knuckles.
Yeah. And here we go with these gal cages spawning in. And not actually a mistake there necessarily, probably as a mage setting up altars and displacements. We have both
displaces back, and then altars back out, and now we've got ignites on. Oh, unfortunately the altar was maybe inside this cage here, so a little unfortunate turn of events there, slightly late potential press of the first altar.
Oh, how's he gonna get out?
Maybe he can get enough air to be able to get out. Nope. Okay. So he's just gonna have to wait. He's gonna have to wait until the boots break him. He's in ice cold right now, which otherwise he would be taking huge amounts of damage there. But yeah, that was definitely not how that was supposed to look like. But well recovered by Fired Up there.
Yeah, we made it through.
It actually looks like Smacked here is still slipping sliding as well, maybe not able to clear on that previous hot mess and just waiting for the next one at this point.
Yeah, not too bad here. We're going to see, once again, a phase swap coming in. The first shields on those electroshockers have been broken. The next set spawns in, still being shielded here, but once again, we've changed the cadence here. So we're going to have mines spawning in now. Right after these mines are popped, you're going to have that hot mess soak against the wall, too. Like we talked about on the side previously, you're setting up for those gal cages being dropped later on to clear those frost shedder boots quickly.
Oh!
There was a missed mine soak or double pop?
I think there was a missed mine soak onto that one.
We can keep pushing here.
Siri gets his res.
Yeah, so
we're down a DPS, which is not great, but it's potentially still possible to see progression. It's unfortunate because we're kind of down 2 DPS because we're 5 healing.
Yeah, they added the extra one, I think, because they had this period right around here where the ticking damage is just ramping really heavily, and they were getting close to losing people because they were just chaining cooldowns together to make it easier to clear mines, but then they just really lacked a lot of output in between phases. It's weird to think about, but clearing the mines was actually one of the safer parts most of the time because they had so many cooldowns stacked on top of each other that I was even seeing Nick's POV, and he was just fighting and so stressed, burning all of his mana away just to make sure that he was able to stabilize, because each side, every time you switch a transition, buffs the boss and makes them radiate ticking damage.
So I guess that might be one downside of this strategy, is that for every given set of jails, which is kind of a scary time in this fight, the boss does have more of those stacks of Moxie that build up over time. So maybe that was sort of a benefit of doing this the other way, is that maybe you had less average stacks on that mechanic. We'll see, though. Looks like a push has been done to their add-ons and weak auras here. So the reload's coming through. Maybe they've got a new map for their cages or something.
Yeah, a little update coming through.
Well, it's true. We didn't see the updated weak aura yet.
Yeah, I mean, the cages probably have to slightly change positioning given that they are, in a different spot in the room here at least.
They're also getting those cages around that 120 mark. Like Drat mentioned, we don't have 2-minute CDs there. So, I mean, unlike a more positive end of the spectrum, you're getting a bit more free time on pull to DPS without having to split the raid in between gal cage soaks. But like we talked about as well, if there is a bit of a DPS check there, not having CDs, 2-minute CDs, 1-minute CDs at that point could be a bit problematic, but it didn't seem like it was that bad there. But the 3-set and the 4-set of cages are going to be what's really telling later on in the fight, depending on those timestamps and that cadence as well.
Absolutely. Looks like no timer coming out. In fact, a G-Bank being requested. Somebody needing to grab something out of there, maybe some new consumables.
Augies.
Augies, yep, they are auging every pull. This is a boss where you augment rune every pull if you are a Liquid Raider, because the extra help on killing those cage ads is going to go a long way, even if you're not at a position to actually be killing the boss, and the DPS check being super relevant on that.
That's so much gold, too.
It is a lot.
Yeah,
That's what gold is for.
Yeah, that's true. Do you guys aug every pull in your guild right now?
I use my infinite augment rune from last expansion.
Oh, there you go.
unless we're getting close to a kill, and then I start busting out the real ones.
Ah, there we go. Making progression harder than it needs to be.
That's right.
Here, pop our...
I have a lot of ways of doing that. Don't worry.
Me too. Me as well, as we've seen.
Oh yeah. All right, Mugsy pull number 53. We've got Impact's perspective here. Hopefully he gets targeted by the first cages. Of course, that's not for a minute or so, but we can see once again that beautiful life grip or rescue. Oh, soaking all of those mines. A couple of those barely caught in time, but nice work here. The nice thing about this strat as well is you get those mines right on pull, so you can have a bunch of CDs rolling and actually the lust to help heal through it for basically for free.
And defensives earlier too, if need be. Also.
That's right. Just got those defensives on CD. One thing that you don't have here, you have no Holy Priest, so no Symbol of Hope, which is something that historically, I think this is the first tier since Symbol of Hope was added that we haven't had Holy Priest on every fight.
Yeah, I think a big reason for it has been, one, just the strength of output of Mistweaver, both in damage and in healing. There's been a lot of tight DPS checks, and Mistweaver is doing somehow even more damage than Disc Priest does, which when Disc got revamped in Season 3 of Dragonflight, it just started doing obscene amounts, like way more than ever before in raids, and nobody really thought it was going to stay that way. And then they just kind of made another healer do a ton of damage on top of it. You know, Nick is notably hitting Wrath.
He's casting a lot of damage, yeah.
He is casting a lot of damage at the beginning of the fight using his 5-minute cooldown.
Heart of the Wild.
Heart of the Wild. There we go. I was about to say Call of the Wild. There we go. Thank you.
That's a hunter ability.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
That's true. That is your Call of the Wild. Thank you. He's hitting Heart of the Wild on pull at 5-minute cooldown, just blasting as much damage as he can. The Mistweavers, all three are playing what is most commonly been seen in Mythic Plus. Now it looks to be the dominant raid build as well, with the Chi-Ji, Celestial, and the Jadefire Teachings talent. So they're constantly doing damage and healing at the same time. Those are that little jade-colored explosions that you keep seeing pop up under the floor of the boss. That happens every 15 seconds or so.
Wow.
Quite a lot.
Yeah, you can see that stomp animation as it comes down and then immediately disappears for everybody except for Dryny, which is nice. It's nice that you can see where it is, but then you don't have to keep having the ground be cluttered up by it.
Yeah, it allows their attacks to basically hit additional times. And so they want to make sure they're standing in that field so that they can hit the boss more frequently, do more damage, do more healing as a result, play a lot more efficiently.
Yeah. Speaking of quite a lot here, quite a lot of crawler mines.
Oh, they missed one!
We did, we missed one. I think on the far left there.
They're basically going to survive, though. Impact just has to onk, and they're chilling.
We can.
The power of 5 healers.
We have made it through the hot mess soak at the wall. We have to get over fast here to soak that, though. We do make it through. Zevi's low, but he does indeed find some way to survive. No battle res available. Impact did commit that onk, and we can continue on a bit further here.
You have one B-res expended, one reincarnation expended, so we are out of ways to recover from deaths for the next 90 seconds, but hopefully won't be necessary as the boss is approaching full energy and we are swapping to the dirt side once more. This is going to be the set of 3 goon cages. They'll be taken on Circle, Star, and Diamond over now off to the right of our screen. Those targets going to be coming out momentarily. It's Malarkas, Sang, and THD. Fired up, pops the altar, pops the blink, takes the displacement back into that other cage, and then we'll take the altar back out. He's got ignites on both those goons now, which will now be empowered by his ignite onto the boss and spread back over to those ads if possible. It looks like the ignite spread didn't quite happen on the ad over on Star, so maybe if they could get those cages a little bit closer, that Star ad would die faster. You can see the Star ad actually going to take a little bit longer to die as a result because it didn't get that juiced up ignite. But luckily, so far, everything has been okay. Those Frost Boots and Lances still worked out as the next finger gun going to go on Exile. He's going to aim it at both of these ads, removing those shields, and these ads can now get killed. fired up, and the Warlock's largely responsible for blasting this far one, while the melee and the cleave meat grinder basically take out the one under the boss for free.
Yeah, there we go. Malark's making the swap back over to the metal side there, triggering the start of metal once again. We're baiting mines against the wall here for a bit less spread on them. Soaks right afterwards, and we're going to have that hot mess soak coming in about 10 seconds. Now keep in mind, this is like, I believe this is the last phase we're going to see here. They don't want to swap back to dirt again here.
It's
they
true,
want
yeah.
to push the boss to 40 before they hit that max energy coming up.
We've got to get all these mines taken care of before this hot mess. One last mine here.
This is going to be a crazy...
A lot of catches happening. Suri dropping super low, able to survive. KSP as well. There's the immunes in there, and that could also have been a spell warding potentially, or maybe the person being targeted had an immune. You need at least 4 people to soak those, I believe. But yeah, they sent in 4 immunes to handle that set. Really nice way to deal with it, and it means very few people are going to have that irradiation debuff going into the next phase. But here comes that spray and pray, as we've now lost a lot of the raid here. Just ticking damage, bleeding out here. Will they be able to push before this full energy cast finishes? No, they will not. The double-minded Fury once again taking them out seconds from being able to push into P2.
That seems rough. Those 5 healers, I mean, that DPS check with 5 healers is rough. We're alive for the most part until the end of that phase there, and we're still 3% off roughly.
Yeah, and Dratus had pointed it out before about like the little mistakes that you're going to be able to overcome with the greater amount of healers, but there is a limit to it, right? Especially when you have that tighter DPS check as well to really be overcoming onto that one. It's a huge challenge that they have been experiencing this far throughout Mugsy progression, and I like that they're making these adjustments as well to the strategies, because they're already thinking in advance about how they're going to start shifting around their positioning a little bit later, really, into the boss fight.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if this change was made both to optimize around damage as well as maybe some healing CDs later on. That'd be more of a Jack area of expertise here. But I mean, I like this strategy more. It does seem like when they optimize it, it looks better for movement. You can also drop every single hot mess to have those ready for those Frost Shatter boots. You can just clear them instantly every time versus having to hold the first set for half a minute, roughly. Right. It makes things mechanically seem more fluent, and it flows better, but a little bit of tweaking and tuning is needed to get it back down.
You know, that's such a good point. The rating is a lot better when the fight just kind of flows. And just like streams are a lot better when they just flow and aren't interrupted by any ads. So make sure to use your Twitch Prime sub right now if you've got it, or if you wanted to give some subs to yourself or friends so that you don't get any ads whatsoever for the rest of the race to World First. I want to give a very special thank you to our presenting sponsor in Coinbase, as well as Honda, Secret Labs, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and DungeonDojo for presenting and helping us make this event possible, as well as our charity partner in the Pasadena Humane Society. We're going to be taking it on over to a Monster Energy listen in and swapping over to a new round of casters.
I popped like right when the drills went out, but didn't really do anything.
Yeah, but you're also both popping, so it kind of like...
Yeah.
So are we going to move someone's CDs to the
I think we should just try. So Sebi just move his stuff to the mines.
Yeah. We don't need my other ramp on the trails anymore, right? I could also move that here.
In your obby.
So.
Yeah, but it's the only obbies you get. We're also gonna need it in last phase.
Shouldn't. With Lust, we'll beat it for progression's sake, but if we ever want to move Lust in the last phase, we could get that jail set and play it and then get rid of the mines and like push with all of our 2 minutes and stuff.
Oh, that's so rough though.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like if you're pushing in 5, like 4
5
heals
is fine. I feel like
is better.
5 is fine, but I feel like 6 is.
Shouldn't we just do this strat for heal?
No, I don't think.
No, maybe not.
So the reason for 5 heal is actually like because it makes it so you see the last phase more consistently, but also I don't think you want those jails. I think you leave the chakras up. I think you push at like 520, like right before those jails come out, ideally. And
but you are going to get the 6 stack though.
Correct, but you also reduce the number of Moxie stacks you have going into the last phase by like 8 or 7 compared to if you heal the 5
yeah,
stacks.
actually, that's a good point.
But do you get your second 2 minutes that way? Isn't it going to be 8 minutes fight?
The phase is longer than we initially thought.
2 minutes 50 or something, right?
We currently
that's with the intermission though, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you if you pop at 4.
We're gonna have to phase to the other side, but we're just not gonna do the 4 jails.
You're not gonna get them again.
Also for now, just Lust on the 6 mines, I think. Although I'm pretty sure if Zevi's CDs are there, we are going to be alive. let's go.
Don't I get to go over real quick and then?
No,
No, we're good. Done.
Oh, just Blossom Mines now.
Yes. Specifically, we need like more sauce around the. Actually, I mean, like, I feel like he should go early because, like, honestly, the earlier we heal off the initial debuffs, the faster we can go, which is better for his ramp, and it means like we're getting more mines consistently in more of the stronger cooldowns. But also, like, if we do them at the same speed, we would want them to be like kind of tailing off a little later, so it lasts for that one that we do after. I think with the 6 set, you're definitely going to do one after. I think popping all 6 is then, unless like we're way higher. 2. Waiting for 3. Missed a soak. Die.
I wonder, Siri, if it's not better that you ramp like late, so that you events when we hit the first mine and Sevi just presses instantly. Because you sometimes surely lose 2 globals in your ramp because mines are not consistent, right?
Yeah, I'm expecting them to be popped earlier and quicker, but it's kind of random.
I'm just doing it when I know we won't get a 2-stack. I can start slamming some 2-stacks, but I feel like that's sketchy.
We can revival the first stack, and then maybe that helps you like delay your ramp for the second, so you're like literally eventing on the first stack and then start.
So
I can do that, yeah.
Why do we have 2 people baiting farm mines? That doesn't make any sense, right? We should have only Nick out there and not Mark.
Yeah.
I think this first phase is just Nick is on the metal side, have less chance of baiting one there. But if one does get baited there, range just have to help back up. It'll just be a call. Mark, you are not phasing us at the very beginning. Only Nick is.
Sounds good.
That way the hot mess isn't a cringe, and you can also hit the boss. Okay.
Nick, you need to start on that side.
We all have to go on that side to phase. Right? Shaq, what's the head honcho right now?
Oh, let's see.
He has a blue energy bar, so.
See right now. You can see by looking at the head. It's the left head.
You mean the right?
5, 4.
Oh, if you're looking at him, it's the left.
2.
Guys, I am drinking out of this monster water bottle like a child, bro. I spill it all the time. It's so bad.
Me too.
W.
I take showers with it.
Same. Bait mines in.
You want to rally on these first mines now? We kind of stopped when we were last.
No.
Okay, popping 1. 2. 3. 4. Was that fine, Suri, or even faster?
I could do it even faster, but
okay. I'll do it 10% faster than that until we start dying.
Yeah, I think it's fine, right?
yeah, I mean that was okay.
It doesn't matter for the set of 4. It's about getting in a good rhythm, so you can quickly do them on the 5 and 6 sets. So you're just safer. That's why it matters. Yeah. Okay,
My
you'll
sack
phase us at
falls
98
behind on this mechanic because it's not 1 minute. It's like 58 seconds.
Phase us, Nick.
You guys thought I wasn't gonna do it?
I mean,
the sack
when it wasn't,
it's not exactly a minute. It's a little it's slightly less than a minute, which means that I can't do everyone.
If we want to double up revival on the 6 stack of mines, then the people that are pressing revival should do it here. Like, we should have Sevi's
I have
extra
no idea
here.
what I'm supposed to do. Okay,
We shouldn't get those ones, right?
In the hot
We
mess.
are getting the 6.
Get in the hot mess, guys.
Oh, that, okay. I'll keep the jails.
And 3, 2, 1. Dub. Hold it for finger gun.
What
happened to Smack?
Press smacked.
Press smacked.
Gotta get over it quick.
Don't cleave us.
Watch frontal. Good range kill far.
I'm gonna flip it.
Metal.
Play that, it's fine. Just a bit
Range
more
kill
damage.
far. Range kill far.
I like going down here and the range just killing far makes a bit more sense.
Yeah, I like that better. Bait mines close. Bait mines close. Bait mines close. And now watch your feet. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Popping 1, 2,
Revival.
3,
4.
There's 1 range.
I'm coming. 6 to 6 is far.
Holy shark.
Miss a soak.
Dead.
Let's agree on something with the revival. So like Sevi's doing the first cages, That means that he's doing the third mines.
They should be revival are just hard assigned, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Agree on
since we moved in, like, and we swapped the rotation, right? So like.
How did we die to the soak here?
Missed it. Also, dry knee. You can do first. You can do first mines.
Revival.
Yeah, and then first mines, and then you're doing second cages.
It's right under the boss.
First mines, second cages. Okay.
And
Spawned
Smack
right.
can
I'll show you where it spawned.
Second,
I saw it as
first
soon as it
cages.
fucking blew up in our face.
And
Is there any
third
way
mines.
Right there.
LR reminder can get changed for our strat we're doing now? Because it's all fucked up.
The what reminder?
The
Just has to go
liquid
back.
reminder.
Oh yeah, we just need to swap it back whenever Bart's around.
Wait, what do you want to change?
We have to swap the liquid reminders back.
Timeline's like backwards.
Oh, sure, you're starting in a different phase.
Yes. So what happened was it spawned on.
Are you still doing 5 or 4 phases?
Right now we're doing
5 or 6, yeah.
Wait, 6, right?
We're getting 6, but we're beating the jail. So the soak happened with it was on Scott, and I think he just like moved the boss after, because it was like under him kind of, and then I think right there you can see it.
Not that easy to see with the hot mess circle as well.
We assign one person just AFKing below the boss.
It should be yips on this. If I ever grab
yeah.
the boss, it should be yips.
Can it just be any DPS that's not very mobile? Can you just make sure during mine pops you are always directly under the boss, and no one else has to think about it?
Because you don't have to go to the soak anyways.
I mean, the fist paper should all be like under the boss to heal, so it should be Mr. Vermont.
Yeah, it's just like you guys are all doing this. So, well, someone who is your mobile, John.
What killed Smack?
Just the miss soak. I just.
Well,
at the start, no, it was like, I don't know, our head was really slow, and I was scared to transcend because the spear's about to go off, and I think I had it in a bad spot, so
Where's a safe spot for all the monks to transcend here so that never happens?
With a gate, the warlock.
Put it like in front of Skull.
Just here?
Maybe it gets better.
Okay. Also, by the way, your ad, when it hits 10%, it's dead, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to wait until... Okay.
I think it does technically in rage, but it still does.
Yeah, it'll blow itself up.
Let us go.
I don't think I can be the person to stand under the boss to get straight soaks because I'm popping mines.
It's swapped. We gotta go back.
We gotta go back.
Everyone over.
I can
Everyone
do
over.
like the last soak, but the other one's like...
Everyone over. Wait, and we're good. Only Nick is on the other side.
Fort. Oh, so many toys. Don't die too quick, okay?
Okay, baiting mines. 3, 2, 1. Now.
The first mine's trying.
Watch the ground. Watch the ground. Popping 1, 2, 3, 4. I think one thing, Yips, is like 2 and 3 are gonna be really, really close together. I think from the way it looks right now. Like I almost can't even comment in time for how fast you should pop it.
You'll always revival the first mine from now on.
Me?
No, trying to do it here.
Roll this
now
to the
you're doing
left.
the cages.
3 left,
then...
frontal right.
Just for you.
Frontal right. Karui chopper. And then Nick will phase us.
The Karui chopper is Nick.
Maybe Smack, can you just try to sit on your revival? I'll call it.
Yeah. Okay, Jails.
Left.
Here, Sevi just does his revival for fun.
Boom.
Okay. This is boots coming in 10. After the frontal. Good. Everyone get in the hot mess. It's like all the way in the wall. Be aware of it. Hot mess. 3, 2, 1. Be in it. Go. Okay. Ranged, you're just killing the far one. Finger gun here. Finger gun ranged. Ranged are killing the far one full.
Nick.
Ranged on far. Full time or else it won't die. Everyone be in middle.
I'll handle these punks. Be my guests.
It'll die. Nice. Okay. And mine's in 10, guys. Mine's in 10. Just be aware, someone just needs to stand directly under the boss's hitbox.
Smack first mine here.
After you see the mines, okay? Baiting mines.
Yep.
Watch your feet, watch your feet. Popping 1, 2.
Yeah, it's...
4, 5. Watch THD. This is everyone. Obviously not immunities.
Oh. Weaker lied to me, okay. I didn't fit in.
Yeah, I said that was nothing probably.
The Weaker not get fixed? I thought it did. Fired up is working. This is everyone needs to be in dirt after this frontal. Frontal.
I think
You probably got picked for the first one, right?
Yeah, I got picked for the
get
first one.
changed. You know,
Yeah,
it
right.
needs to get changed.
Yeah. Okay. Dirt. Good.
You caught me, sir.
Okay. This is Jails. Okay, big Jails coming out. Be ready for rescues and grips.
Trying your revival here.
Okay. Tank knockback is after soon.
Do you want P4 after the jail's going?
After. I mean, if we had topped anyway.
Okay. Frost boots in 4, 3, 2. Just a jump is all you need. Jump. Good.
Soviet's dead.
Okay.
I'll call
And
it
finger
earlier
gun
next time.
soon. Finger gun, guys. Finger gun.
Like,
Finger gun. Right now. It should be sack if it's up. Nice. Probably just getting barely delayed every time, right? Metal being metal.
Yes, I'm trying to like pre-fire it as fast as I can.
I'll handle these punks. Be my guests.
Okay. This is
This way.
Can't
One
put
eight.
20.
Oh, we can't.
this is 6 mines, right?
Yeah, we're
missing
Without
two
a healer
Sevies.
though. We're just lusting. Lust now. Bait mines.
Mine first, Scott.
It fucking soaks, guys. We're resing Zevi in 10. THD probably has to do it. Soak. 2. 3.
I'm going to res.
5. Delaying
Let's
6.
mark.
Delaying 6.
If you have lost from me, you can send it.
This is immunities.
Going on the big hit. The mine's
And then,
popping.
yeah. And then can the tank mechanic blow up the thing?
It blows up to this. I'm
Nice.
soaking this, Scott.
Yeah. We'll have
Okay.
rally there if we need it. That's
So we are gonna have to phase it, but we're gonna do it like super late. Maybe we beat actually. We're gonna be swapping dirt if we have to, right? So everyone just
Mark
be
is
dirt
dead, so
except
someone
for
else-
fired up.
I can't
Everyone be
sack you,
dirt
so
except for
I'll
fired
heal
up. I think we can beat it.
Yeah, we beat it.
We beat.
it,
Don't phase it. Okay, we're gonna be aiming it just like we did in PTR. Okay, so aim
You
it
have
in
crane
the
for
metal
distance
side.
mission
Aim it in the
grinding.
metal side.
Don't be on dirt right now, you'll die. Don't be on dirt.
Yep. Aim it this way, guys. Just aim it like along the contour of the
Going
wall.
left.
Aim it along the Yeah, go left here.
What?
Wow.
Dang, that's
Oh.
a fucking charge. That is a charge.
That's
Got aim
insane.
to the wall, bro.
Do we have another movement speed after this, Scott Rally?
I went rushing 5.
Why did he go so
To the
far?
wall? No.
Oh, this is weird. Just gonna go right
is
here,
not
guys.
good.
Going right. Okay, that was just a bug, right?
Yeah, that was not a bug.
It
Yes,
actually
the
just-
Fed Rush broke, man.
Not a bug.
It was not a bug.
Don't let me go through the thing.
Aim it
Okay,
back now.
static charge.
A little
Yeah,
bit.
don't bait it to the middle. That's all. This is fine. We can play this. We're just gonna move the boss back after. Nice. Go left.
Look at the head.
Keep going. Okay, so after this, I think the first thing that spawns is mines. We need to start soaking them. This is gonna be Wolf Disco's rally.
And Smack has his brain.
Oh,
We
we're
don't
down
have
Serene,
Siri.
Nick. We're kiting mines. We're down Serene,
Yes, I
Nick. We just need to
recommend
live.
melee.
We're kiting mines. Run away from them. Whose route is first? Call it.
Maybe
I
just
will
press
line
Smack.
I will line
Press to
side
live.
mass.
Okay, boots soon. Boots in 3, 2,
Hot mess.
1. Get on the hot mess, guys. Hot mess. Get rid of your debuffs.
You gotta shoot through the mines.
Being closer to the
Yeah,
hot
shoot these
mess.
through the mines, boys. W. Keep going. Earthshaker jails. Who can do the next CC?
Reroute.
We just have to spread these out. Just don't
Wait,
enrage
wait,
them.
wait,
Don't
wait,
enrage
I
them.
think.
The ads are gonna. Ooh. I mean, we can keep everyone
Enraged.
alive.
Okay, so,
So-
it's nine
Press it all,
mines,
Scott.
7 goons.
Where's it all?
I'm frozen.
9 months, 7
So we
goons.
need to change. If we're gonna. Okay, so
50
we need to figure
shockers.
out which version of the boss we're doing. Because, like, I feel like.
Okay,
You
but
can-
wait, doesn't it make more sense to phase him to get rid of the Moxie stacks? Like, isn't phasing with 30 stacks of Moxie worse than just getting a debuff?
Probably.
You know,
Yeah.
it's basically
No.
the same thing.
I'm pretty sure getting the extra stack The extra attack is 20% more damage, and you're removing.
We had all of our
Moxie
healers
stacks.
so we would have lasted longer, but
How many
we need to figure out.
Did we
So
go in with? We went in at 100 energy.
So we need to put this last. If I'm correct, we need to put this last.
Welcome back after that Monster Energy listening here at the Team Liquid Race World First. We just saw another new best try, which is something I think we're always very excited. Before we talk about it, though, we do want to thank all of our sponsors. So a huge shout out to Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, and the DungeonDojo. And we are continuing to raise money for the Pasadena Humane Society. With me are Kalamazoo and Mr. Kettles. And they're already deep in the strat talks for this boss because we're all kind of excited as we just saw a new best.
Kalamazoo and I are the biggest nerds on this planet. We were literally sitting here on the couch. We were taking notes, and while we were watching the boss be pulled during the Monster Energy listening, we were just talking about it as if we were like almost casting it. We are so weird.
We were. My hair is looking good today. In case you haven't seen Titles, by the way.
Oh my God, your arms are looking jacked. I didn't know somebody redeemed a flex either on stream.
Well, you know.
Here's a replay to distract you from whatever else these guys were just trying to enter into. But let's talk about what happens here, Tyler.
Right here, they're going to be going into the last phase at 40%. I think we were kind of talking about it right before. We think it's going to be likely that they're going to have to lust this phase whenever they're looking to make real progression attempts. But for the very beginning of that, just to kind of learn the mechanics, it doesn't really matter if they do or don't have Bloodlust there. Realistically, it's going to be unhealable amounts of damage the later on in the phase they go. So having that lust there, it's going to have to get reassigned there. With Zevi and Malarkus being dead for periods of time during phase 1, though, they're basically just going to press that lust to make sure that they don't get the 4th set of goon cages. And so now they're going to be able to actually go into that phase. The first thing that you see right there, and we saw this earlier, are those coils that are in the middle of the room that spawn these lightning that spins, correct?
Yeah, it rotates, so it forces you into parts of the room that you might have already dropped fire in, spawn cages in, and the boss charges away and does this like spinning AoE from both sides of Mug and Z.
The Gatling gun.
Yeah, right. He'll do it 3 times, and he'll charge to a location. He'll charge a direction based on where a player's standing, with a minimum range between like him and the charge point, essentially.
Precisely.
To keep him from not running across the room. He'll do this 3 times. Rotates, I believe, clockwise, counter, and then clockwise again, and then the actual phase 2 begins, which has a set of mechanics that are just mass fire, rapid barrage of garbage here, essentially.
So you're telling me there's another boss in this raid that has a bullet hell mechanic? I am so surprised.
So I think the 3rd charge is not going to want to be baited this direction. I think you're actually going to want to probably bait it as close to the middle as you reasonably can. That way you can jump over that middle line and reset the energy on the boss. In addition to that, you're going to have to get out of the way of these rotating lightning zones. And so I think that the position of which they're baiting the boss is going to be something that they're going to have to analyze. That's probably something that they're going to be talking about in this break right now.
Yeah, so the boss is actually at about 32% there when he finishes his 3 spinning machine gun cast. Now, the thing is, you're going to get a barrage of mechanics here. The first being 6 to 8 bombs that spawn in here. Unlike the first set of bombs, they're not popping any of these. You're just running across to the mud side, dirt side, and handling the next set of mechanics. Frost Shatter Boots here.
They're going to need those bombs later on. So they're going to use the bombs to soak these icicles like you see on screen here. Basically the same thing that you would do with them in Heroic, and then they actually get the goon cages. And so the goon cages are data mined to actually constantly be 4 goon cages in the final phase. During phase 1, they increment up over and over again, but the only number that we're going to be seeing in that final phase is 4 of them. I think the way that they're going to be looking to break them is they might use the bombs to break them, but they also might do what they were doing in phase 1, where they were just velfing out, displacing out, porting out. There's a possibility that they continue to do that, but they might just use the bombs to break them. It's going to be kind of interesting to see what you're supposed to do in that final phase.
Right.
Speaking of things that you're supposed to do, we saw Team Liquid here enter this boss fight and play a lot of their progression thus far with 4 healers. Echo notably playing 5 healers. We have now also upped to 5 healers. I am a little bit surprised about that because, as you're mentioning, this Bloodlust currently is being used for progression. We are trying to move it away from P1 because we kind of need it for P2, and adding another healer to that whole situation. Yeah, can we get a close-up of Tettle's face right now? He's quite unhappy with
I was cringing a
the
little
prospect.
bit.
Yeah.
I'm interested in Kalamazoo's thoughts. I was watching Echo's Prog on this boss earlier today, and they ended their day. They ended their day making it in the final phase but they had to lust on pull to be able to beat that goon cage set going into phase 2. Now, they came to the conclusion at the end of their raid night that they were going to have to drop from 5 healers down to 4.
Right.
I wouldn't be surprised, yeah.
So I don't know if you're supposed to prog this boss with 5.
I mean, it seems super tough. Like, they had to lust the later part of phase 1 there to meet the check, albeit Malarcus was dead for a little while. I think another DPS died for a second or 2 as well, but...
Would you do it to learn? Would you 5 heal to learn? And
I think you probably do.
You would just lust on pull, and then you're like, okay, we're gonna at some point we're gonna have to drop a healer. At some point we're gonna have to drop move the lust and re-prog a little bit. But we have at least seen throughout the entirety of the fight, and we actually know the mechanics.
I guess the trade-off that you're making here is it the damage push that we're trying to learn, or is it surviving that we're trying to learn? And it seems like right now, they're definitely trying to keep people alive so they can get the mechanics down, which I can see bringing the healer in for that, but I am still a little bit suspect of 5 healers being in the final kill comp.
Well, I mean, they made the right decision with the amount of healers on One-Armed Bandit. One-Armed Bandit was probably killable with 4 healers, but you weren't allowed to have any leeway in terms of deaths or anything like that. Whereas this, I think it's probably going to be a similar situation where if you're 4 healing it, there's going to be 0 leeway, and we don't even know if you can necessarily meet the damage check with 5 healers. It's really... basically, I mean, this is why we're watching Bleeding Edge rating in the Race World first, because there's so many unknowns with how tight this damage check is about to be on the final phase of Mugsy. Because there's 2 different damage checks that you're looking at. You're looking at the P1 check. Are we able to beat that third set of cages that have the 4 goons in them in phase 1? That needs to be beaten, so that's damage check number 1. And then damage check number 2 is, are we able to kill the boss off prior to some like crazy overlaps or the boss getting too many stacks of his enrage where he starts to one-shot people?
Yeah, exactly. And that lust is being used in phase 1 as a progression lust. You're not killing a boss without lusting in phase 2. You can clip it and ship it. I think lust is being used in phase 2 with 4 healers when this boss dies, but it's just gonna be really tight. Like there's probably gonna be pulls when you're close to a kill where somebody died in phase 1. All right, missed the damage check, just go again. Right? If someone is dead past before 80%, 70%, I don't know if you're gonna have the damage without lust there. It has to be super precise play, but the more you pull it, the more you get used to having the same things happen over and over, so damage comes up a little bit, right?
So let's talk a little bit about the, I guess, difficulty curve on this boss, because notably, One-Armed Bandit, we already saw like incredibly low, 2% wipe in the 30s of that boss. So on, I believe, the 27th pull or something, One-Armed Bandit could have potentially died, and then eventually it did go down on pull number 56. We're now on 57 for Mugsy here. How are you guys feeling about the difficulty curve of this boss?
Like comparatively to...
Comparative to the rest of the raid.
Yeah, I mean, there will certainly be a discussion on Max's stream of the difficulty and tuning of this raid post Race to World First. I think Mugsy being like 120 pulls is actually pretty realistic, looking at how Silken Court was, where once again it's a boss where things are telegraphed. You can find the pieces of the puzzle and put them together ahead of time, just come in and do it, which takes reps. But I think the main outliers are going to be Styx and Sprocket Monger tuning. So Mugsy seems fine. Unless you're looking to concoct a Tindral again, which I don't think Blizz is looking to do here.
Now I will pose that I think that this fight, the amount of pulls that this fight might be okay. I do think the goon cage mechanic isn't one that the players are the most happy with. So they actually hotfixed and changed the goon cages during the middle of last reset. So originally they were able to be hit by things like, Havoc. If you Havoc'd the ads as a Warlock, you were actually able to hit them assuming that you were cleaving off the boss. You were able to Starfall through them, you were able to Mass Disintegrate and do damage to the goons that were inside of those cages. That got hotfixed, and now it's a full smoke bomb style effect where the only thing that actually is able to do damage through it is going to be Ignite if you're pre-placing the Ignite on those mobs.
Right.
I think that has caused a lot of problems for the guild, and honestly, it's changed up the strat. That's why you're seeing a lot of Velfs. That's why you're seeing a lot of Monks. Warlocks, they were running triple Warlock for an extended period of time as well. Mages also exceptionally good on this fight. So I think that I think it's fine, and I think the pull count that it ends up being is probably going to be okay. But the strategy that they're using, I don't think long-term is going to be a strat that is sustainable on this fight.
So elaborate with you.
So Kalamazi's guild does not have an
You mean for guilds that come after?
We have Billy.
But you don't have an entire raid of
Billies.
Void Elves.
Well, a lot of us are our peers, actually, so we might have more than you think. But yeah, it almost seems like how Styx was when you need 3 Boomkin, 3 Shadow Priest. There's a lot of
it's a weird comp stack.
Yeah, which is I think the main focus of this entire tier. There's been a lot of weird comps and like niche profiles that have been needed, or racials, or unique ways to approach a fight, like mages with Ignite Cleave on this fight, blinking, displacing, alter timing. It's not sustainable for guilds to reach us in 2, 3, 4 weeks a month, give or take.
It's interesting because if they'd actually not altered the cages at all and changed them to be what they are, you would have probably seen a lot more Dev Evokers, a lot more Warlocks, potentially even like a Moonkin, but now the only DPS that can really damage down these goons while they're inside that smoke bomb style effect are the mages. And so they've changed the texture of this fight a lot by just making that one very small change on Blizzard's side, and then they ended up nerfing the boss as well a little bit, but I don't think that nerf ended up changing too much in context of the Race to World First. I think it just increased the consistency of the guilds whenever they were pulling this boss.
Right, I think the tuning on this boss health-wise actually seems pretty solid for what you would have in week 2 gearing. I agree. One Arm Bandit was more tuned around week 1, honestly. This boss seems good for tuning-wise, it's just more mechanical.
I think
fluidity's not really there as much.
I also tend to agree. I think the tuning here is good. It's going to be kind of like Silken Court, where it's just like a heavy dance. It's a lot of predetermined movement, where we're putting players, and then it's kind of adapting on the fly to these mechanics as we see them. It's your Evoker knowing that he's going to have to rescue this player that's getting targeted that doesn't have an ability to be able to get out of the cage.
I mean, most likely that's your priest, right? Like your heal priest is definitely one of the players that are looking to be saved here. Who else?
The Resto Druid probably also looking to be saved. The Evoker themselves, if they can't actually save themselves, they can only save somebody else. Well, maybe they can rescue themselves out as well, but you don't really want to use rescue on to save yourself.
Right.
But
I guess you are then more relying on classes like the priest to then vice versa
save you
out. Yeah,
precisely.
It's kind of like a handshake business going on between.
You could, in theory, just sit in the cage, and we have seen players do that. I think we saw Fired Up get stuck in the cage for a little bit one time. It's possible to live.
You can live it, right? It's going to brace it with Frost Shatter Arrow.
Yeah.
Or you're just stuck for like 10 seconds there doing nothing, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the big problem. Is like if you get stuck in the cage, it's not necessarily the end of the world. You might not die, but you're losing a ton of damage, and so it's okay because you lived. It's not okay because you lost all of your locals.
Don't put me in the cage.
Let me out.
I'm an uncaged animal.
I've seen a lot of people in the past couple of hours very passionately point out that the name that they have is actually jail and not a cage. It's an old English word, and they want us to call it the goon jail, apparently. It's not going to happen. Stop trying to make fetch happen, Chad. It's not going to happen.
Wow, that was like an old throwback I didn't expect from you. Holy cow. That's good. It's a classic.
Did you see... we were milking chat for some channel points earlier.
What? Did you?
We were throwing up some really good predictions.
Yeah, Tettles was really good at that. That's why we made him a mod. Only that.
It was... Does Jack talk about healing within the next 5 minutes?
Of course he does.
A lot of people made a lot of points voting yes.
I mean, to be fair, I had a question earlier about Mistweaver versus Disc ramp healing. I didn't know Mistweaver was even ramped a whole lot. So that was very helpful and conclusive from my POV.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
it's always a learning moment, you know.
Tettles
appreciate all the different types of casters we have.
Yeah.
Tettles grinning over there as if he doesn't talk about Moonkin whenever he gets a chance. Come on.
I don't need to talk about Moonkin. It's not on the screen.
That's right. That's why we're not hearing it.
Yeah, it's fine.
True.
But yeah, we are taking another look here in between. Had a little bit of a strat talk. We saw a weak aura update and a quick little reset happening. And now we're back in a poll, maybe for anybody that missed it, as we are approaching the evening time here, you know, people coming back from work. Maybe go over the mechanics one more time on this fight. The basics of it is that there is a Mug and a Z side of this room, which is also shown by the floor, and you can see it on the screens as well. It says like swap to metal. That's one of the sides.
Yeah.
And right now Z is taking charge, and based on whoever's in charge, the boss does different mechanics.
There's also an energy timer at the bottom as well, where you're going to have to move all of your players over from the Mug to the Z side. So you're only able to really be in each of these phases for a certain period of time. The only real decision point, you would kind of think that this fight has a lot of decision making as to when you're passing over. The only real decision is to what side you're going to be starting on overall.
Right, yeah. For the most part, your hopping sides are on 98 energy. If it hits 100, he just wipes the raid. So They have their hunter, Malarcus, hanging back on the previous side. The entire other raid goes to the new side, but Malarcus hangs back on one side. The mechanic on Mythic is the entire raid needs to be on one side to swap the boss's phase from Mug to Z. So one player hanging back swaps at 99, the boss swaps there. You milk every little bit of damage out of that phase before you can push over without the boss killing everyone. You see right here, 96, 97, 98, and the swap is done right there for 100 energy back to the dirt side. Now, every time you swap back to the dirt side, he'll do another set of mechanics. You have these gal cages spawning in. You're going to see 3 here. The first set is 2. Which you see to the far left there. This set coming up is going to be 3, and then once it hits 4 on the third set of gal cages, it's going to be 4 for the rest of the fight. So we see them putting 2 over here, 1 far past that fire pool there, and you're going to have classes that can blink out of these. Monks, warlocks, mages can blink around. They also can cleave these ads if you're a mage, with Ignite Cleave being very relevant there. Trying to get as much cleave in them as possible, also leaving the cages before they're broken. Because the only way to break them in this phase, if you can't be gripped out or blink out, is through these Frost Shatter Spears that are spawning right here. Now, those sliding effects on the ground, you see players with the blue circles there, those are only cleared by standing in the fire. But the spears themselves need to be brought between the actual gal cage and you to launch the spear from the cage, break the wall, and release players inside if they're stuck in there.
There's also a couple other mechanics. So now you actually see them swapping to the metal side. The metal side has a couple of different unique mechanics. First and foremost, there are these Scorchers. These Scorchers have a shield on them. I think it has to get broken off by the finger gun ability, correct?
Yeah.
There's also some mines that spawn on this phase as well. And the mines are honestly the hardest part of this boss, just in general. You want to pop them like one by one, and then every single time you pop them, they put 2 soaks out, so your ranged DPS are going to have to run around and soak them. They can also be used to break the walls of those goon cages. They can also be used for other various mechanics on the other side. You can also break them with the Hot Mess big AoE circle. So how you deal with those bombs, that's a pretty tricky decision point though.
It definitely is, but you know what isn't an easy or tricky decision point, or rather an easy one? It's signing up for Coinbase. TL.gg/Coinbase RWF, and you automatically take part in our signed jersey giveaways. If you use the promo code TeamLiquid20, you even get $20 on top. All it takes is a couple minutes. You sign up there, you prove that you're a human, and that's that. But if you're already signed up, you can also head on over to TL.gg/RWFBTS and get a chance to win the grand prize. And Tettles, you as our trait prince, what's on the table for the lucky winner from NAREU that's going to get flown out?
You could get a cameo in an Automatic Jack YouTube video, and I heard Kalamazoo might include you in a Bell order.
Oh, yes, Taco Bell. You can be in there. There are some dogs.
You can also have Chef Heidi's food, of course.
No, but a very rare Taco Bell order for Kalamazoo.
Not rare. We've ordered about...
It'd be rare for them.
Well, it'd be a first. Yeah, a first. Sign up. Come on out. It's on me. Maybe we'll even get a... Cantina order special.
Chat, was that a smooth segue by Meg?
That was so smooth.
I thought I was going to get made fun of, actually. It's why I said, here it comes. She's looking at me like...
That was a good segue.
Grin on her face. Yeah, here it comes. I'm going to get grilled again. It's okay. It's all right.
Huh?
Slide. Is it pronounced Gowl Cage?
No, it's listen, okay. The next time we see it, I'm pretty sure it's like
G-A-O-L.
I think it's jail. I think it's supposed to be jail.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a goon jail or something like that. But I don't feel like I think Goon Cage is
This is like
whenever Goon Cage.
This is like whenever Blizzard named stuff Saga Dawn. And D's.
Big Sog?
Yeah.
Big D.
you were the Charter Domination.
Yeah, I remember, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. Sylvanas tier, it was good.
And then Saga Dawn, it was certainly somebody was enjoying being a 12-year-old at Blizzard.
It was thematic. It made sense.
If you have the chance to name something funny, I don't know, you should run with it. I like it.
Speaking of that, Goon Cages. All right,
I'm calling it a Goon Cage. You may call it whatever you want in your guild.
So what would you call the ad inside the Goon Cage?
The Goon.
That's the Goon.
Goon. He's gooning inside the cage, yeah.
He's gooning?
Inside the cage, yeah.
Here they come.
He wears a hat, too.
He does, actually. It's very cool, yeah.
He's got, like, a fedora on.
Hopefully, if
see, he says Galagio Goon.
Yeah,
what do you mean? He is a goon.
Yeah, he's literally in there.
It's a Goon Cage.
But you wouldn't call him a gooner?
I would not call them a goon.
Okay, that's the past tense. It only happens when
I'll leave that one to you.
It's past tense.
It's
of
a goon.
Yeah, exactly. We're not using these as verbs here, Tettles. But,
of course, my bad.
What we are doing, though, is breaking out of these two goon cages, using the actual hot mess soak there to clear the frost shatter boot, running across the room here.
Get out.
Dude, we should not be allowed to cast this boss together. I'm so sorry.
I think it'll be a fun session. It'll be good. Swapping at 90 energy here. So on this side, we are seeing a swap. The finger gun I believe already came out, so we killed 2 ants there. The moment you swap, 2 more spawn in that are shielded as well, which are going to be active until you come back on this side again the next time with another finger gun cast coming out.
So the bit with this boss is that you have to use abilities from the opposite side to be able to solve the current side that you're on. It's kind of like the mines, they break you out of the jail, or the frost shatter icicles then stun the mines. Whereas on heroic, you could actually use abilities from that same side to be able to deal with some of the current active abilities. And so it's kind of it's a really interesting fight, but which I actually thought was going to have a lot of decision making, but the only decision is really where are we starting?
I mean, sort of, yeah, and where you want to lust, I guess. But I think it's sort of I think that's already predetermined. We just haven't really figured that out yet.
Precisely.
You're going to be listening to the final phase, I'm pretty sure.
I think so, too.
I tend to agree.
I'm not sure you really have much of a choice on that, to be honest.
No, I don't.
We, of course, haven't seen too far into Phase 2, neither on Liquid nor on Echo's side, but I do want to point out that with our new best try, we're back on top on our Coinbase leaderboard.
Woohoo! We are indeed. A bit of a disparity. So interestingly enough, a bit of a disparity between Echo and Liquid's item levels. Echo's about an eye level and a half ahead of us, but I did some digging with a friend of mine.
I also did some digging.
Yes. What did you find, Makes?
So a lot of the Liquid players are actually wearing some 636 embellished pieces
from last season.
Yes.
That Echo's not doing. So it's a difference in priority on what these players are deeming to be stronger between these two guilds.
What did you find, Cal?
I found the same. A lot of people in Liquid are playing bracers of a lesser value, like a smaller main stat piece with a socket, playing Nerubian embellishment. Or if you're playing some stat-based embellishment, that's okay too. But they're not opting. They're playing double embellishment still. They're not opting to play just one, like Ascension, and another higher eye level piece, which on the brighter side, like higher eye level does mean more survivability, more stamina and such, but at the same time, from what I've seen in my sims, double embellishment one from last season is still stronger.
Yeah, that's what I saw from our sims on balance as well. But ultimately, you do end up giving up a little bit of survivability. Also kind of depended on what the item level was. Most embellishments, what you need to know is that they don't actually scale with item level. So all of the embellishments from Dragonflight did scale with item level. So something like a blue silken lining, it was so important that you had that at a high item level. You didn't even want to craft it on like a hero track. You would only ever want to craft it on a myth track. Yeah. Whereas this expansion, most of those embellishments not scaling with item level, except for what, like elemental focus lens?
Yeah, which is like patchwork based only, which could be good here to be fair, but it's a single target embellishment.
There's very few, and particularly like the Nerubian embellishment, especially if you have Ascension equipped, that Nerubian embellishment is obviously just going to be totally fine.
That's also why you're using the heroic crest that you got from the Undermine quest line. A lot of players should be using that on their embellished items.
So probably next week with another spark coming.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It depends. So for Race World First Guilds, a lot of them ended up crafting a weapon. So if you're going to craft a weapon, you really don't want to put that on like a hero track piece. You really want to put that on a myth track piece. That's kind of just some general advice there. But if you're going to be crafting like an off piece, like a belt or some bracers or something like that, yeah, you can absolutely slam that heroic crest. It looks like we have made it into the second phase here, and that first bait was not optimal. It looked like it was a little bit too close to some of the ground effect there, and Sang and Malarkus going down. Actually, we do have some battle reses for them. Wolf Disco and Nick do shortly follow, but I think we can continue to see some of these extra mechanics. So the first thing that's going to happen here is after these 3 charges, we're going to get some bombs that spawn, correct?
We should be getting about 8 bombs spawning in, followed by the pair of frost boots, which are going to be a bit more annoying this phase. You're going to have those.
We're not going to be seeing any bombs here.
Okay, we would have gotten them, sure.
Oh, hold on. The bombs are here.
Hold on. There's a couple of bombs now. They're spawning. But Tettles, haven't you forgotten about something?
I did. I forgot about this.
Tettles. So for anybody that wasn't here yesterday, we got pretty low.
Don't gesture at me,
On the one-armed bandit, and Tettles was running a couple of predictions. And on one of the predictions, he said he was going to cast
flat.
from the floor.
On your back.
I'm not casting from my back.
If the boss doesn't die there, and it did not die. So I don't know, production, if we can we get a little bit of a camera? Maybe take the monitor out of the way there, Kalamazi, just so...
Oh, well, he has to see.
Yeah, exactly.
So he can see from the floor.
Can you see from the
floor? He'll be fine.
This monitor's in great spot for me now. Thank you.
There he is.
It's a nice and large 27-inch monitor
That's
from
right.
Alienware.
Our nice Alienware monitor.
He can't see it anymore. It's turned now.
You want to get on the...
I'm staying right up here on the couch with my nice Coinbase pillow.
You don't want to get on the floor with me?
No, actually, I'm okay right here.
It's crazy. I've been banished.
I feel like you should be laying on the floor.
I'm not laying down.
Yeah,
you could.
Like you should.
Give me the pillow.
You could, yeah. This is my pillow.
Well, I'll need it for comfort though if I'm laying on the floor.
There you go. There you are, Tettles. There you are.
Thanks.
Yes, this is not my.
Is the cable?
This is not my couch. I don't know about to find out. I'm just gonna lay down
All right,
too.
we're good. All right, let's lock it.
Is it comfortable down there, Tettles?
I don't know. It's Locktober. It's time.
Oh, we're locked. Yeah. Ooh, is it?
Can you even see?
Yeah, I can.
He's got an angle. He's got an angle. Yeah, I see it.
What's up, chat?
Look at those shoes, chat. Walmart special.
I think you're doing a fantastic job over there.
Shut up. Nobody asked you, Calamari. I can't. What did production just say? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Huh.
No. No, I don't think I actually do want a slumber party. Thanks, though.
I'm good right here.
All right. Anyways.
Yeah, we're all feeling proper fine here.
Can we get this camera off of me?
Oh, I think we're working on that.
Oh, perfect.
But,
Thank you. I'm uncomfortable with it being directed at me. I've already been banished to the floor, and perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on the state of Tettles on the floor. Raiders are currently talking a little bit about how they want to approach this next pull, similar to some of the other tries on the other bosses. I feel like this raid just leads itself to doing a lot more strat talk, which is something we don't usually see Team Liquid do too much, but here we see it, and we are getting a break timer.
Right,
Maybe we can bring back the Tettles camera.
That's a Boston lore, a little bit of Boston lore right there, actually, in that break timer. Interestingly enough, yeah.
I feel like they've actually been taking a lot of strat breaks just in general, where they're slamming these 5-minute breaks and having to discuss a lot of what's going on with like the fights. It's just kind of like, you know, Sprocket Monger into like Sticks into Sprocket Monger into one-armed bandit. Those kind of fights are really conducive to not just like chain pulling, but instead really making calculated calculated decisions at what you're gonna do next, and just making sure that all of the positioning on your entire raid is actually in a good spot. They also started showing us a weak aura that was on the screen there.
Yeah.
Whenever they have like 3 or 4 of those cages that are telling the players roughly where they should be looking to put those cages.
Right.
So those are like pre-assigned.
You're trying to save as much room as possible for Phase 2, because, I mean, your area dynamic begins in Phase 1 with the very first hot mesh you're putting out, right?
Yeah.
So they've changed the cadence of how they're doing Phase 1 also. They're starting off with dropping hot mess as the first mechanic, having those fire pools available for every Frost Shatter boot set that comes in. So you're not sliding around for like a minute, give or take. I'm going to lay down a bit more here. There we go. Yeah, so you're not sliding around on the floor for a minute at the start. You're just like having that pool to clear every time.
How's it tap the sofa for yourself, Kalamazi? Are you having a good time over there?
It's a little uncomfortable right now, but it's okay.
I mean, you feel free to take the whole stretch.
Nah, that's all right.
I don't think Tettles is coming back up anytime soon.
What time is it right now?
The head.
Listen, production has you covered.
A blanket. Oh my goodness.
I gotta sit on my kid.
I've been tucked in.
Oh, THC's here.
What's up,
oh my God.
I got banished to the floor because I jinxed a pull last night on one-armed bandit.
He says that's good.
Thank you.
Do you think the boss dies this evening, or what are you thinking here? Need a prediction right now. Yeah, easily. Let's go.
How do you like this fight? No. Okay, there's no has been called. Is it because of the smoke bombs?
Yeah. LOS.
Right, yes has been called.
Should not be used on boss fights.
He said, and I quote, Warlock should always be able to hit the target with Havoc on it.
Well, it's not just that.
What is it then?
Everyone's porting out of the mechanic.
He said everyone's porting it. Do you think Kalamazi is going to be able to kill this boss?
No.
Someone's got to warm the bench. It's okay. I'm right. I got a spot right here if you want to come in, THT.
Let's relax.
Go enjoy your break. It's okay.
Let's relax.
Yeah, but this definitely is a fight where, like Mix was talking about, there is a good bit of VOD review on this fight. I mean, similar to like Styx or even Sprocketmonger, where you could pull up a point where you hadn't reached progression yet, or you just did. And you can review, this is how we're going to approach this. This person died this way. Don't do this.
Yeah.
But, you know, so not every person has to die that way. You can just see it, review it, talk about it, and go from there. But they are getting pretty consistent at getting to that 45-ish threshold. It is 40, but 45-ish area.
Yeah.
Where they're wiping. And I like this strat change that we saw before this cast began, right before. Like we talked about, spawning those hot messes before the Frost Shatter boots, giving you just a way to clear them instantly every time, which also means you can beat the third set, which is 4 of the Goon Cages. You can beat that, saves a lot of room in the room. I push the boss, maybe without Lust.
I think Lust is the biggest decision point on this entire fight. It's like, where are you going to be lusting? Where are you allowed to lust? And like, are you going to have to drop down to 4 healers from 5? Because we kind of don't think it's necessarily sustainable for them to even be looking to 5 healer, right?
I don't think so. I mean, who knows in the end, but I don't know. I mean, there was one poll they were close-ish to making it, where they lusted later on in that phase 1, with Malarcus and another DPS being dead for a little bit until they got res. It's possible. Until you see, like, if you clean phase 1, nobody dies to 5 healers and no lust pushes or missing the push and say we can't do this anymore, I don't want to call it it's impossible, but I don't think it's likely.
Listen, the side eye from the floor is absolutely sending me. I just see Tettle's eyes.
You just see a pair of lips like moving.
Hey man,
It's absolutely.
dude, I didn't
Tettles, have you learned anything from all of this? Do you want to maybe share with the class something you learned?
Just a pair of eyes and hair.
Your Honor, it's not my fault. It was chat. They weren't believing enough. This is, you know, somebody had to get chat hyped. I thought One Armed Bandit was dying that pull. He didn't die.
Yeah.
So now I've been punished.
Yeah. How long are you staying down there, by the way? Because I'm not. Did you even did you just say for the shift, or
It wasn't
what did you say?
I don't know. When is chat gonna let me?
Well, Tettles, are you thirsty?
Come back. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. This is not happening.
Sounds like a terrible idea. I'm not gonna lie. I just need it on the record. Production has been taking photos of this entire thing, and they also have a second camera that they've been using to record everything.
Yeah, I don't know what
here.
I don't know what the second
This is gonna
camera's
be
doing
this is gonna be landing in some highlight reels, Tell. So really showing off all you can do.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, it should go in your casting.
I'm
reel.
versatile. I'll cast from any position. Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
But assuming the natural state of the boomkin on the floor.
Shut up.
Dead.
Dude.
Why do you think he jumped down so fast?
Job,
He's used to it. It's fine.
You're so cringe.
Well, the good news is, Tettles, we are out of your break timer here on that boss, so we should be seeing some more polls soon. I know you can't see that well from down there, but we'll let you know how it's going.
I'm snorting. You look good.
Is it comfortable? You
No,
got
not
the
really.
blankie and
laying on the-
everything?
I was sore. I'm laying on the floor. Like, what do you think? Is it comfortable?
It's like being in a hotel, one and the same.
You have a pillow. I feel like you're being dramatic.
No, I'm being real. Oh, him, yeah,
He has
maybe.
a blankie and a pillow. Can't be that uncomfortable, can it?
He's got to lock in. You know, honestly, I mean, this boss could die tonight. THE is confident and comfortable.
On a scale of
that.
1 to 10, what do you guys think? Does it die tonight?
I was thinking no, but then him saying yes is making me
6.
Yeah, I think I was
might.
thinking. I was thinking that there's probably like.
I thought it dies tomorrow.
I was thinking it dies tomorrow as well. I was in.
I'm like on a 3.
I was thinking like, yeah, a 25% chance that it dies tonight. But him saying that he thinks it does.
I mean, that's
makes me more
THD,
confident.
right?
Well, that's true.
Doesn't he always say like this boss is dead, and then sometimes it takes like
No. He's a doomer. He's a World of Warcraft player. He loves to doom.
I think most of the guild feels that way, and then we hit a point. And it's like, oh, maybe this is a bit more difficult than we thought. But I mean, phase 2 starts. You're throwing a slew of mechanics, bombs, get goon cages, soaks, raid soaks all at once, and I think it's too hard to tell until we know if we can 5 heal it or if we need to 4 heal it, and until we start making the phase 2 transition cleanly, then we can make a more accurate guess as to if this fight's going to be it died tonight or if it died tomorrow. It's dead tomorrow somewhere in the world.
I agree. That's
unless
a good point.
it's just way too high of a DPS check.
It's I mean, they're already starting. They're already starting to see the hardest part of the fight. Phase 1 is more of a coordination check. Once they get the coordination down, that's a huge deal. Phase 2 has a really hard DPS check on top of, once they start to see the mechanics and once they get the coordination kind of centered as well, then they'll be in a lot better spot. But they need to continue to see the mechanics.
To sit up, get a good look.
The
here.
fact that you just looked down at me like that is ridiculous.
Get a good look here.
That is
Hello.
Hello.
Chris just walked by.
Don't even ask. Don't even ask.
Chris is our boss. He walked by like 2-3 times, and he took like a double, triple take. And now you're getting a surprise there, because
oh my gosh,
we have
Hamhawk's here.
An extra surprise.
Oh my God,
Hamhawk.
Hello, I propped a dog. Can I help you?
Hello.
Hi.
Oh my God.
Hey, come here, come here.
So this is Ham.
Right here.
Thank you, Chris.
Oh. Yes, this is Ham.
Honestly, I feel like you're being rewarded for your poor
Why are there
choices.
pig
I'm not
noises
sure
playing?
why
What
we're
is
doing.
Hi. Hi. Can we get a sniffer right here? Oh, a little lick. I heard that.
Yeah, there's a couple.
Oh.
Goodness, hello.
He's like, we're cuddling?
Hello. Yes. Yes, sir.
You like Teddles is a cat. You more of a cat person or a dog person? Teddles?
He's a cat person.
Love cat.
You like dogs too, right? You like
I'm a
Hamhawks?
huge cat. Who doesn't like
huge cat? Yeah, huge cat.
Who doesn't like dogs?
Some people.
Dr. Atnos said he wasn't a huge fan.
Dennis doesn't like any animal.
He
Does
likes
he
you.
not?
No.
That's true. He does like you.
He tolerates you, so that's got to be something, right? So. He just gives me this side eye. I think he tolerates all of us, so it's okay to.
That's, I don't want to say it, but it's been way more fun casting with you while you're on the floor.
When is chat gonna let me come back?
I have no idea. I haven't checked. I've been.
Chat is off for me.
Can I get a 1 in chat for if I can come back to the couch?
Oh, I don't think it's going to work that way. I'm pretty sure that
Please
is
help me.
not going to.
Stuck on.
They're spamming too.
Oh,
And
why?
0.
Why?
It's just.
I saw 1. Does 1 mean you can come back up?
1 means he can come back up, but I
Oh.
see like 100 twos.
Production
so.
said 2, so you're in trouble.
Production said 2.
Kai said 2 in chat, so I.
That's crazy.
Two. Poll. Oh, they made a poll and they asked how long you're supposed to stay down there, and apparently the poll was the entire shift.
Oh.
No. There's no way that's the answer, right?
I mean, you're a big poll believer.
Me?
I'm just saying.
Oh, Teddle. He runs most of the polls.
All right. What about the next best attempt? I'm allowed to come back off the floor.
You might be on there for a while still, but sure.
All right. Deal.
Okay, new best, and then you get to come back from the floor?
Yes.
All right.
All right. What is that kind of handshake?
Well, it's
firm handshake.
Exactly. Kalamazoo, I didn't know they signed up for the gun show here.
I'm prepping for the Olympia this year. I haven't got my spray tan yet, though. That's after the race, so
You're sprayed.
as you can tell,
You just killed Teddle.
Oh my God!
You cannot do that to the poor man.
He'll be okay.
Dude, you can tell that he was like looking at himself in the.
I was trying to get the angle, yeah, for you. Exactly.
You can tell he was literally looking at himself like in our monitor as he was saying that. He's like, "Man, I do look kind of good."
Brother, I am past the age of caring. You see my hair? I don't care how I look at this point, all right?
Can they pull the boss so I can get off the floor?
I mean, you said new best, right?
Yeah, I mean it could happen now.
It could happen. We just saw a pretty good pull right before that, though. So
They saved Christmas. They could save me.
You might be a bit more work than Christmas, but.
well, I can tell you that there was a ready check.
Oh, that's good.
I
I'm ready.
am not seeing Nick in range, but he's probably back in a little bit, hopefully. Somebody is saying restarting the game, extreme speed, and somebody else says good idea.
Oh, the AOE relog, very
Yeah,
very
players
common
probably
in this race.
teleporting around.
Yeah, there's a lot of desync. They've also had to soft reset their instance a couple times. They can end up in some of these instances where it's pretty laggy. Stop laughing.
They get the nose now.
They get into some of these instances that are pretty laggy.
I like how we
and whenever
can see
it's
the
lagging, it's like they just have to
glasses.
soft reset them.
Just retract some light down there,
Yeah.
like an anime villain.
I think you can get back on the couch whenever you'd like. It can be now or it can be at the best pull, but I give you permission for either. It's up to you. Okay.
I don't think chat would approve.
But chat's not here to, do anything about it. Think about it. They'll just ridicule you on your stream.
I am not partaking.
Which is more
in
viewership,
this
that's more ad revenue. So it's a win-win right here, actually. Rise for the ad revenue titles.
I think he's good. I think
That
he's
works.
good down there. We're just waiting for a pull. Quick little reload.
Dude, my arm's falling asleep.
Well, then get up here.
That's
you
fine.
could like lay on the side too. Like,
Nah.
there's no rules on how you're supposed to lay on the floor.
I thought it was sit on the floor, but somehow I'm laying down. I don't know how this. I don't know. I've been banished to laying down. I'm gonna sit up. I
There
think
you go.
the laying down is just
Grab that
not
pillow real
happening.
fast too. The pillow.
Oh, the thing you threw at me?
It was for support.
For support.
Moral support.
Come on,
He's
Tettles.
got it. Wow, you are great.
All right,
Good
great.
job, Tettles. Good job. There we go. Mm-hmm.
Feeling better?
No.
Oh. Well then, why'd you get up?
Perfect.
They need to pull the boss.
That they do. That they do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a couple of pings here. I'm seeing them just walk around, waiting. We did have a longer break. We did have a couple of reloads. Right before that, we did have a really good pull. And now I'm seeing a ton of pings onto Mugsy, which probably means that we are going to be pulling this boss soon.
I think that they're probably just like talking through a raid plan, trying to get some of the strats talked through. Obviously, they know what the mechanic order is, but how they're supposed to be dealing with all of these individual mechanics, I think is going to be like a pretty big ask of them. And what you have to know is they're writing the blueprint for how to kill this boss. And so every single time they make a mistake or they have one or two people die, they learn something new and they're like, okay, how do we fix that next time? And then they just kind of make sure to not make that mistake again.
Yeah, I agree. We're trying to like have a lot of people learn from every single bot review, basically, so that they don't make that same mistake like Tettles was saying. And at the same time, we're also trying to make sure that nobody here is lagging or glitching out, which seems to have been an issue that kind of persisted ever since the servers had a little bit of issues yesterday. Was already present before and seems to have accelerated from what I can see. And you can just see the Raiders walking around. THT here a little bit uneasy, going in circles.
Yeah, it's just desync. I don't think it's necessarily like lagging or desync. I think there is a decent amount of desync with this raid just in general. Hopefully we don't have all of NA go down again in the middle of the raid day. That was a little bit weird.
Yeah, it was a little awkward yesterday between that and the 3 to 4 hour power outage. But hey, you know, we're leveling the playing field.
Gingy EMP.
Yeah, EMP 3 strikes today. We'll see how that goes. But this fight, especially with the gal cages being a thing, or goon cages, I apologize, I misspoke, being a thing. A bit of desync would definitely be a little bit of a headache. But like you talked about, there's a lot to review for that phase 2. We've seen it a couple times, best pull being 27.77. We know there's a barrage of mechanics happening once that phase 2 begins. You can milk like 10 to 12% damage out of the boss, it seems like. Maybe on the low end 8 between his RP spawning that static pillar in the middle of the room. And
Yeah,
charges, right?
I think they're probably going to want to try to get the boss to somewhere around 25% even. Like some of the pushes that they're having, their boss is like 33 with like 5 people dead. But I think if you're lusting that with all of your DPS up, it's going to be at least below 30.
I think so too, right? I mean, like the bombs are going to be spawning in, but you're not really soaking the bombs. You're basically just kiting them because you might end up using them to break the walls in those 4 gal cages because you're getting. I need to call them goon cages to keep this consistent too.
Yeah.
You've got the bomb spawning in, the frost shatter boots.
Yeah.
The slidey boots, however you want to word it, and the 4 goon cages spawn in, and right after that you've got the hot mess spawning in. Now we haven't seen the cadence of the hot mess that well, I suppose. It might be one of those things we have to split the hot mess soak with players in the cages on the edge as well, like we saw in Heroic against that metal wall for that final soak. So depending how that all is, it might make things pretty interesting because you're also trying to clear the frost slide boots at the same time. There's a lot going on. But speaking of that, we're getting back in the pulls here. I would assume employing the same strategy of starting off with that hot mess soak against the actual dirt side initially, but let's see if they've changed anything here at all heading into more pulls. Pull 60 on the board here.
61 actually.
Oh, 61. Well, okay, there we go.
Yep, there we go.
Lucky 61.
Pull 61 and they're back into it. We're going to be needing to deal with these soaks, of course. Everybody kind of trying to get one as they are moving on through. At the same time, they also have this shocker in the back here, and they're starting a group soak. And you can see on the weak auras that they know who is in these groups individually.
This is what they were doing last night too.
Yeah, having the tank like the boss tanked on the middle there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw this last night. So this is different than before. They were putting that first hot mess soak against the actual dirt side there, but we're starting in the very pinnacle of the room here instead.
Yeah.
This time.
What they're gonna do, and Makes and I were watching this a lot last night. They're gonna put the double goon cages, one on the left side on that metallic, near the top left, and then one on the right side in this dirt area, and then they're gonna shoot the frost. Basically, whenever you're shooting your icicle, you're gonna have to walk through that hot mess to be able to put the icicle behind the goon cage. So yeah, immediately one of them is going left, one of them is going.
Oh, there's a bit of space there too. He's altering.
Oh wait, they're double. They're double.
Yeah. No.
That was just mage altering, I believe.
That was a last second jump over there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. You got to prep the altar
for the same side, and then somebody adapted.
Yeah, mage moment. Okay, I was getting lost to there.
You were right, but then they kind of pranked you.
Yeah, it's okay. So now they're going to get the icicles in. Like I was saying, they're going to have to bait them against those goon cages there to make sure that they don't get hit, but they also have to walk through the hot mess to make sure they're not sliding around. And so everybody should have that icicle debuff cleared off of them.
Yeah, this actually leaves a lot of room for phase 2 as well. Like, they've condensed both those goon cages and that first hot mess soak in the wall there very easily. Yeah, so we're looking at 98 energy on the board here. 98 with the swap from Malarkus being forced into the actual metallic side here. You see those two electrostatic shocker ads being broken with their shield, but 2 more are spawning in, which will be active until the next time they swap in about a minute and a half or so. We're going to see a set of mines spawning in here as well. These mines are popped quickly, soaked with these Armageddon pools coming out afterwards, but you're going to see the second hot mess soak coming up here momentarily as well.
They didn't lust on pull either, so I mean, maybe there's a chance that with this push that they're getting, they can actually save the lust until the final phase. Kalamazzi and I were kind of talking about it. We expect that the lust in the final phase is going to be required to be able to beat the DPS check on the boss just enraging and being able to just one-shot you with any ability. And so, but there's also a damage check on phase 1 that's not super trivial. You have to be able to beat this 4 set of goon cages, which will be the 3rd wave of those spawning. And so it's not a trivial damage check in the slightest, especially whenever you're looking to 5 heal.
Yeah. Getting a quick spray and pray up here before we head over to that dirt side again. Seeing energy at 93, 94, 95. Heading over at 98. Yep,
there it is.
Just about as much milk as possible. Those 2 ads in the back will remain active for this phase until we can break them later on with that spray and pray gun. But for now, we are heading back over to this side here, the dirt side, which is going to spawn in 3 goon cages, and not 2.
Well, maybe this helps you. Gal is the same word as jail. So if you're saying a gal cage, you're saying a jail cage, which really doesn't make anything.
I don't make the game.
That doesn't make sense.
Tell Blizzard, don't tell
just
me.
call it a goon cage.
There we go, perfect. All 3 goon cages are down. We see the hot mess being dropped there before we got these actual goon cages spawned. So once these frost arrows come out, we can stand in the actual fire, pre-bait to clear the actual slide effect, and then bring the arrows through the cages. Yep, clearing all the arrows. No players are down, and we are.
Here's the finger gun.
Yep, here comes the finger gun to actually break those shielded ads in the back of the room. We are technically still in the dirt side here until Malarkus heads over and pushes us into that metallic side again, which we'll see in about 2 seconds. 97, 98.
There he comes.
Yep, there's a swap.
Dude, I love how they're dealing with their area here. I think this is absolutely phenomenal. Both sides of the room, you know, it is a little bit like egg-shaped, and they're going for the narrower side first, really leaving themselves the entire middle of the room for what is yet to come. I think is a really, really smart idea.
They also had a backup there, so Malarkus was over on top of that dirt side, but so was Fired Up in case Malarkus got targeted with that finger gun and had to position it well to be able to get the debuff off of these ads. And so I think that they were they've really been thinking about all the mechanics and how they're going to function. Now this is the immunity set with the soaks, where everybody who has an immunity or like a 80% DR is then going to be jumping in that hot mess soak, and it looks like we're going to be pushing into phase 2 here in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, the question is, can we beat this 100% energy push here? The boss is at 42% health. We need to beat that.
Lust got pressed.
Yeah, we're using Lust to beat this phase push here. It can also carry over into phase 2 as well. You might want to Lust here for a bit of the DPS check and phase 2 damage.
So they pressed the Lust 45 seconds ago. It's just faded right as they pushed into the last phase, so they're not going to get any of that Lust. But yeah, like you said, we made it. We made it into that final phase, and now it looks like they're going to be. What side are they starting on? Oh, they're starting on the dirt side this time.
Yeah, so we put that hot mess in the middle there because that's where the laser is going to be. That splits most of the room in half as well. Now we're back in the phase where we need to bait these charges. Once again, there's a minimum on that, but they go in a direction of players. I think this one was actually pretty much where they wanted to be, as they are trying to move with that laser that splits half of the room across the line. Nick is down being rest here, back with the group. They are trying to, of course, see as far into the fight as possible, but after these charges, we're going to be seeing a couple of bombs come out, and that is where we saw a lot of the stuff fall apart. So now they really need to watch themselves. Look at how low the entire rate is here. That rest on the healer really was absolutely crucial, and we are already 5 healing this boss. It's insane to me how much damage is going out here.
Yeah, I mean, this
bombs here.
Wow.
This is why you're 5 healing, and now they have to start doing the bomb soak, where they're going to be popping one at a time, and basically the moment that one of them is landing, they should be looking to pop another one. But that was a new best pull for Liquid.
You're allowed back on the sofa.
Rise, head up, rise back to the couch.
We're back! Okay, so they deployed a new strat. The entirety of the fight was basically a new strat. This is very similar to what they were doing last night, though, whenever we were kind of watching some of their pulls off stream. So it's a strategy that they practiced whenever they came into today. They had the boss like 38%, I think, whenever they turned back on competition mode. And that was the strategy that they were primarily using, where they started the boss at the front of the room. They dropped a lot of these hot messes at that top of the room-ish area and had some of those goon cages there. I actually really like how they're doing it, because it makes a bunch of that area denial just kind of out of the way.
Yeah, you're getting all out of the way, because whenever the fight starts, all the abilities that are being dropped in Phase 1 are denying you room in Phase 2 to navigate as well. So it is literally planning for the end of the fight from the very start. As we see in this replay here, this is going to be that 40% push coming in. About 42 in the boss here.
Yeah,
Lust is fading right now.
Exactly running out when they are making this push. Wow.
So we make it at 40% after that spray and pray comes in. And here's the changes that they made from last time, though, on the dirt side, correct?
Yeah, exactly. So they were starting on the metallic side the last phase. But yeah, starting on the dirt side, I actually don't know what that's going to change up with the cast sequence. So the cast sequence last time, it was they had the 3 charges into the bombs, into the frost icicles, and then they did the goons, and then they had the hot mess. It might actually end up being the exact same
I don't think it
order.
changes anything. Actually, it might not.
I think the only reason that they might be on this side is because of how the lightning is separating the room, like cutting the room in half.
It starts the same direction every time, I believe.
Yeah.
Actual beam rotation, right? So this might give them a bit more leeway. Big barrier being committed here around 31% health. This is where the raid begins taking a lot of damage towards the last end of this bullet storm, this third channel here, and then we're going to have those bombs spawning in with those frost boots. And
Precisely.
we assume after that those the goon cages. But we're looking to pop the bombs here instead, comparatively to last time we were just baiting them for a while, right?
Well, you need to at least have some of the mines up, because you're going to be having these icicles that are coming out here in a second.
Yeah.
Maybe they weren't baited correctly. It looked like they just kind of spawned all in melee and we didn't get away from them. In theory, you would love to have them rooted with effects such as mass root, such as landslide or whatever, and just kind of peel out and not be looking to soak them immediately, but it looks like they spawned right on top of them.
Yeah, they spawned right in the middle there, and then of course we're also instantly exploded. You can also see that some of the soaks are spawning in some of the previous patches, so some unfortunate soaks happening here as well that players are trying to get while being already low. I am quite shocked at the damage output of this boss. Once again, given the fact that we have 5 healers there, I think that's absolutely insane.
Yeah, so it looks like they're still going to be spawning in these set of goon cages towards the end there as well. I don't think it changes anything.
Can we start the replay from the very beginning again? I actually have something that I want to see. I want to see how close they actually were on the damage check. So the thing that they're actually trying to beat whenever they were pressing that lust is that extra set of goon cages that would be spawning. And I know it's actually kind of tight to the timer on the Phase 1 push. Maybe we might not be able to get a replay of it, but if we could, that would be awesome. Because
where would you like it to start?
Just like 45% probably.
45%.
Yeah, like right as they press lust, ideally, I guess.
Okay.
50 probably.
Let's production is cooking. We're bringing it up.
Yeah.
Give him a couple of seconds. In the meantime, do you guys remember what you predicted on the boss? Because I had a really high prediction, but here's that replay you asked for.
Okay, so
here's that lust.
Where are okay? So they press the lust here. Where is the goon cage spawn. So you see Fired Up's timers that are right above his health bar. The thing that they're trying to beat here isn't necessarily like any specific mechanic except for that group goon cage soak. Not even the big hot mess soak.
That's the group soak on Shack that's happening right now.
Well, you probably won't see him here because we're actually on the iron side.
Because we're on the other side.
Yeah.
So, but I guess we're trying to beat the full energy. That's the thing that they're going to be trying to beat.
I mean,
here.
there might be a little bit of time if you swap to dirt side here, but every time you swap, the boss does more damage too, right? So I think you're looking to just beat the energy bar here, basically. Which, I mean, looking at that yellow bar at the bottom, there really wasn't a whole lot of leeway left there. When that reaches max energy, you have to swap, right?
So the previous strat, they actually had them on the dirt side whenever they were pushing into the phase, and so they were going to be the check that they were going to need to beat was going to be the 4 goon cages spawning. But since they're on the metallic side, yeah, like you're saying, they've changed up so much of their strat. From last pull to this pull, it's actually crazy because it's a very different sequence of casts that are happening.
And that's cool with this fight. It's like building a puzzle. You can take different avenues to do it, but in the end, it'll all come together the same way. When you drop the hot mess initially, that's sort of like taking this strategy by putting the hot mess down as the first like major mechanic in the raid at the start of phase 1 means that you have essentially no third set of goon cages, which is going to be the set of 4, right, in this phase. But you are looking to beat the energy bar in that phase, though, too.
Whenever they were doing the goon cages first as well, I heard them talking about, whenever we were doing some of the listen-ins, just like how much damage individual players were also losing on the boss. And they were like, oh, sure, Windwalker Monks be transcending out immediately. It looks like you're getting completely owned during your offensive CDs. And like, okay, yeah, you should be getting out of there immediately. There's nothing really that you can do about that.
I mean, that also, to a big part, determines who you have here. But yeah, you can see those soaks in the back there that are being pinged that are just tough in the cages themselves, and a lot of players are dying to that.
Maybe you want to get a little bit further. Okay, so I think next time they're going to be a little bit further away from those cages.
Yep.
That way you're not going to have to walk over that like disturbed ground effect that you see there that we're taking players out.
The soaks spawn proximity based, right? They're like roughly around player models. So if people are standing too close to these, which I guess happened because they were dodging the mines.
Precisely.
So it's just a little bit of an overlap there that's tough to handle, and you can even see them pulling up the dungeon journal here, making sure that they all agree on the same thing. But it looks like we are slowly but surely getting ready to pull again.
Dude, them completely changing their strat column, Mugsy.
I know.
I think it's super
it was just a media. I was like, oh, holy moly, this is way too much.
I mean,
there's a new pull.
There's a lot to track in this fight if things do change even a little bit. Like one change from iron to dirt or whatever just changes the cadence completely.
Yeah.
Right.
So then they're not looking to try to beat the goon cage timer for the phase. They're looking to try to beat the energy bar as well in phase 1. Maybe this actually allows them to 5-heal.
I mean, it might, because you're not CDing. Like, if you started with the goon cages and not the hot mess like flame soak, starting with flame soak gives you a patch to clear the frost boots in the moment they spawn, from the first set of boots to the last spawn, right? It gives you better cadence on like having the ability to clear that mechanic, but at the same time, you're CDing on pull and not being thrown into a cage 10 seconds later.
That's a big deal, and I think that's a big deal because losing a bunch of your damage just because, like you're saying, you're stuck in that cage, you don't have 40 some odd seconds to open up on the boss.
Yeah.
There's a huge damage difference between the two of those things.
Right, and so if there's a key to 5-healing this fight, unlocking that likely revolves around this cadence, this pacing abilities right here, this cadence that they're following.
Yeah, so now they're going to be going over from the metallic side onto that dirt side. Basically, everybody's going to be moving over. Malarcus is going to be standing behind for a couple seconds, and now the boss is phased. You see that energy bar reset, and now I think the first ability that's going to be happening here is going to be the goon cages.
Yeah, we have Earth Shatter Gowl, you see, which is the goon cage. Gowl is goon, right there.
Gowl is jail.
Goon is in jail. Yes, gooning goes to jail. Yeah. Yes, they're both spawning right here, as you can see, being placed on the left and right side of that fire soak.
Get out, Calamari.
Right in between that fire soak, we're going to have
Hold on, I think he's cooking.
Well, I'm cooking something. I mean, we're going to have those frost arrows spawning in, which instantly clear what you stand on that fire. And yeah, this is great use of your area. You see that gold tank mechanic being dropped along the edge there too, cutting that off for the remainder of the fight. But honestly, you're not going to be in this area very often.
You don't care about that space being cut off just because of whenever you're looking at how the room is formed, just the structure of the room, it doesn't matter. And I think that they're actually maximizing the space that's in the room now, and it's going to allow them a lot more space come that final phase, especially whenever the boss is dashing around.
All right. Back over to the metal side.
Gooning equals jail noted.
I'm just saying that's how it is, you know. I don't
A little
know.
bit of a lesson here. I was talking to Dryny earlier, and he was like, oh, how are you doing? And I was like, good, how are you doing? And he said, great, I'll be in on a boss. I was like, every single time we see you in Dryny, we celebrate. So quite cool to see.
Oh, Mr. Soak.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, Scott,
That's a go again.
Scott and Sango now. We can rest Scott, but it's probably not worth it at this point.
I mean, they're trying.
We can push on a bit further here, yeah.
So look, they're actually, so last time whenever they were doing this fight, they actually weren't dragging the boss this far forward to the entrance. Instead, they were kind of keeping it at the very top of this room. But now they're dragging it a little bit further to the entrance. They're dropping this hot mess soak as well against the just against the entrance, kind of like they were on their previous strategy. But I think that this is going to allow them a lot of the middle of the room to be more open and just trying to just utilize some of the structure of the room a bit better.
Yeah, they ended up putting, I think, the third hot mess soak in the middle of the room last time.
Exactly, yeah.
Won't be getting that far.
Yeah, that was. I don't even.
So I think they're doing that because in the middle is where that pylon spawns that does the laser, so you can't stand there anyway. But I'm also not too sure if you wouldn't rather like stand close to it because soaks can spawn there, right?
But you want to use the hot mess to actually take off that slow from those icicles, correct?
Yeah, that's true.
It could be placed in the middle of the room, maybe to
So it's like
give
easier
leeway.
access?
Yeah, depending where you're at when the frost
That's kind of
spawn in. It's hard to say because like if you think when they
It
popped the
definitely
bomb,
looked intentional.
right? I mean, they had those two goon cages up against the wall where they put it at the start, right? And that fire pool was spawned like 40 yards away on the electric pillar it spawns in phase 2, but there is space in between there, and that's where they spawn the bombs in the phase 2. But right after that, the frost shatter arrow spawn, which I believe you just want to dip into the fire in the middle of the room to clear that. So it might be useful that way.
I don't hate it if it's intentional.
It does seem weird. I agree.
It does seem just
So what
weird
do
at
you
a glance.
dislike about it?
It's not perfect like everything else is. It looks weird.
It just
It looks
weird.
strange to put a puddle right in the middle of your free area.
So
is that it?
yeah, they're putting they're putting the goon cages against the wall.
Yeah.
They're putting the hot mess against the wall. Then they go and then put the hot mess in the middle of the room. I'm like, okay, well, hold on.
I think it's actually so. Again, it's like an X shape, right? And you are using the two far sides, and you're cluttering them up, effectively giving you a circle. Now, if you have a circle, what is the one space you can clutter up to always have access to? I think it makes sense to put it. Do you need me to draw this?
I was educated in Florida.
Do you want me to open up the raid planner?
I don't know geology very well, but there is rocks in this fight.
That's right.
Rock man. What were you saying, Mick? Sorry.
Do you need me to open up the raid planner?
Something about a square and a circle hole or something. I'm really sure.
Yeah, I've seen that video.
Exactly.
Goes in the square hole.
That was a good callback.
There's a reason I'm not in the analyst section. I'm here on the sofa.
I do think that what you're saying though about dropping that hot mess in the middle of the room, always allowing them the opportunity to be able to get that clear on those icicles,
Yeah,
especially whenever you're
it's
slowed.
just ease of access. I think it makes sense, even though it looks and feels weird.
I think that how they're doing it right now is they're always going to have one on the side of the room that they need it on, especially whenever they are putting it at the very top and the very bottom of this room.
Exactly.
So I do think they're always going to have access to it. Now it's going to be a question of, is it a bit too far with how they want to deal with the boss? Because that's gonna be kind of an interesting question. But they do get a hot mess in the last phase, so you only have to use one of the ones that are from this phase one time during that P2. So it might not necessarily matter outside of using it that first time.
We'll take a look again. I personally like it, even though I understand what you're saying with like it feels wrong. Because you build yourself that nice little space in the middle, and then you just go and hit it in the exact middle of it. But I think it makes sense, because you can't stand there anyway. That's where the pylon is, and you have ease of access. I think it's the best possible option to put it there.
It's also not that bad to run over the hot mess.
Right.
In fact, it's even part of a mechanic.
Yeah,
where I think the goon jails, putting those in the corner is just like huge brain genius mode stuff. Where those are permanent, they're also going to be out of your way permanently, and I think that that's just like a huge deal that you're dropping these first two jails on the very top of the room. They're going to permanently be out of your way, and there's no chance that you ever run into space concerns with how they are currently structured.
This one's a bit far out on the right-hand side, but we are going to be dealing with it.
You need some space away from the wall because you're going to be getting the icicles.
The icicles,
here.
yeah.
Exactly.
But you can just stand on the other side of the cage, right? Like the icicles are spawning in the middle.
Yeah.
But now to bait these icicles, look at this. They're actually baiting the icicles on top of the hot mess. That way everybody's pre-standing in that hot mess fire. They immediately get the slow removed, and now they're dragging the boss forward. That way everybody's able to contact the boss the entire time. And so it's an uptime thing. They're always going to be able to hit the boss, which is a huge deal because we were talking so much about their uptime, how much damage that they need to be able to push the boss fast. And by allowing all of their DPS 100% uptime, that's huge because whenever Kalamazzi and I were probably doing this boss in Heroic, you would get off the boss. You would walk to the other side of that smoke bomb and you're like, well,
yeah, what am I doing here?
Yeah, what am I going to do here? Like, I can't hit the boss. Or if you're a melee DPS, you have to get off the boss. But how they're
it's not fun, let me tell you.
Exactly, how they're moving this boss around then allows the icicles to go through those walls, break the walls down, and then continue to allow them to hit the boss.
Yep, exactly. They're also lusting on pull here, just a note. They swapped back to lusting on pull. Lusting actually right about, I think right about now, give or take.
No, yes, 2 minutes on 2 minute CDs, I guess?
Maybe?
Ish.
Yeah, there's 15 seconds remaining on Lust now, which is a bit interesting. It might just be on 2 minute CDs to push through this part of the fight and get back to that progression point. We'll see where that goes. We've harped on like the DPS check in phase 3.
Could be that they're trying to see something in P2, because we did have like the weird placement of the mines together with the soaks that was just in a not ideal spot. So maybe they're just trying to see there in order to then figure out what the plan is to then move it back. I could totally see that.
Do you remember Fallen Avatar?
Best fight ever, yeah.
Fallen Avatar had a unique characteristic where you could immediately jump into phase 2 if you wanted to, and then begin to learn the mechanics and learn the movements for that final phase. This lust in the middle of the fight feels very much similar to like where we're skipping a phase. This is not a, this is a progression lust is kind of what we call it, where they're not actually lusting to, you know, get a new best pull necessarily. They're lusting to get further into the fight so they can continue to see some of the mechanics, so they can get timers, so they can write down the most important overlaps and kind of discuss those things. That way they can build a strategy that's going to allow them to kill the boss later, because they don't necessarily need to be able to play the strat that's going to kill the boss right now, because they're writing the strategy.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Shaq was in that cage for so long.
Yeah, he's one of the few that can't really get out.
He can get out. You can double jump Vengeful.
Can you?
Probably was on cooldown.
I thought
so
it was fixed.
he was in that cage for rather long. A little bit unfortunate.
We've seen him stuck in there multiple times today, actually. So
you are playing Vengeful in your damage rotation, so you need to wait until it's like back ready again, I suppose. Or maybe it doesn't always work the first time, I'm not sure, but you can get out.
Right, and you can get out of the cage just naturally when someone puts a spear through it, but the spears spawn in a staggered time frame where you're waiting just while hitting the boss for 10-ish seconds. And when the DP check's this close, it's important to break out when you need to.
So this energy bar is basically their quote phase 1 in Rage, where they need to be able to beat this energy bar at the bottom prior to pushing the boss to 40%. So we need to be able to just pump the boss here. This is going to be the
middle of the room
set
right here.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, and it's like you were talking about, Makes. They're actually throwing the third hot mess in the dead center of the room.
That's where
and
we
so,
want it.
So now we need to get the boss pushed to 40% prior to this energy bar filling all the way up. That is going to be the big damage check here.
Yeah, we should be beating his push pretty easily.
Yeah, they're looking
Armageddon soaks. We're actually ahead of this push by about 5 or 6 seconds, which is good. We did commit less, but that's okay.
That's okay.
We are going to be entering phase 2 here. Now, the boss is going to do a bit of RP, charge his coil in the middle of the room.
Everybody's so low right now.
This damage is insanely charges his coils. Look at this. The damage, the rate's so low, and then he charges 3 times, doing raid damage as well. We do unfortunately lose fired up here. We have 1 res available. He might.
Oh, Dranaco caught.
He does. Both mages are super low here, unfortunately, but we're able to make it through. Only 1 death, probably committing a might even save the res here, actually, depending.
Bait. Oh, good bait. Good bait. So they actually need to make sure that the boss is baited on this side of those lightning zones. If the boss ends up getting baited on the opposite side of the lightning zones, you're going to be wiping. You're gonna tank your entire raid with those machine gun, finger gun casts.
Right.
Where's it going?
You've got 1 more charge.
That's a bad bait. That is not where we wanted the boss to go.
It looked like we wanted the boss to be going where Nick
Forward,
was. Yeah, where Nick was standing. And unfortunately,
basically here.
Exactly, right on top of where this ad is. It went to the opposite direction, which is not great. But it's really hard to actually bait the boss while he's doing that finger gun spin cast, because you're trying to not get contacted by that at all. And then he starts the animation on his charge bait 1 to 2 seconds after he finished with that cast. And so getting people in position isn't the easiest thing.
The good thing to know is that the boss does go clockwise, counterclockwise, and then clockwise again, his spinning rotation.
Do you know how many rotations he does? Like where are we going to be ending up, right? Like which side of the boss?
Charge, yes, exactly. That's
exactly.
The hard part. Right.
There's a weird dynamic of we need to be on this correct side right after the spin is over. And on heroic, you'd pop a defensive.
I just ran. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, it's fine.
You would pop a defensive and run through it, but you can't on mythic because it one-shots you.
Yeah, Yeah, it hurts exceptionally bad. But like we talked about that last poll, Bloodlust being popped there in phase 1 around that 2-minute mark did indeed push them into phase 2 pretty easily, and that's getting back to progression point.
So basically our charges are first charge, dirt, second charge, dirt, third charge, metal, right?
But
that's where we're going to be ending up.
The energy doesn't matter in the last phase because the boss is just mechanics.
But like
spam.
in terms of positioning, that's where we want to be roughly in the room. I think that's like a good thing to keep
like
in
dirt,
mind.
dirt, middle, metal is probably the 3 charge locations-ish.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you're saying, dirt, dirt, metal also, you know, it's something around those lines.
Because you know bombs are spawning like right after that, right?
Exactly. So the
I
bomb
think
spawn.
the important point is you don't want to be in the middle because that's where the sides are cluttered. So if soaks spawn there, that's bad.
Yeah.
So a good idea is to end your charges if you're not on the cluttered sides, right?
What I think they're gonna do is they're gonna dash it long on the metal side, and then leave those bombs spawned like as far away as possible, kind of where that first Goon jail set is.
So towards like the narrow.
Exactly towards
point.
Yeah.
We need better words for that.
Where that ad is, ad is spawned, like we were kind of pointing out earlier. I think they're gonna try to bait the bomb set onto that, and then just like immediately move back to the dirt side with the boss. And so like you're gonna put the bombs like as far away from your group as possible, and you're gonna probably blow a couple of them up, but you could actually leave some of them rooted there and then use them for the icicles. You're gonna have some of them available for you for the icicles, so you don't want to blow up all of them or blow them up too fast. There's gonna be kind of a weird cadence, and I think it's just something that they're gonna have to look to slowly progress through.
So where would you go when the soaks are spawning? Because you just said you go back to the other side, but then you are walking past where we already have like the ground clutter, and we saw that is an issue, right? You cannot have the soaks where stuff is. So I feel like you would want the bombs to be rooted basically where they are right now, like on the edge of that room.
Yeah.
And then have the soaks spawn nicely where yellow is, roughly, right? Because there's no patches on yellow. You can easily like stand on yellow or on red that you're seeing on the left-hand side.
Can we get to yellow? Where's the lightning end?
Well, I assume it would be more red. I'm just talking about like the...
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Like you want to be on like the sides of it rather than on the corners of it. Bro, I need a...
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I actually don't know. I do not know the answer. I'm genuinely not sure. It's one of those things that I think you could do this a couple of different ways, just positioning-wise. And this last phase is so hectic. The fact that there's this big coil cutting the room in half and it's constantly like moving back and forth a little bit puts a huge wrench in the gears a little bit for how we're supposed to be positioning this boss.
Did you know that this boss room is a heart shape?
No, is it?
It is. It's an upside down heart. We're currently at the...
Oh, it is. Oh my god.
Listen, I'm pulling up the raid plan so we can agree what we're talking about. I think this will be really helpful. I'm nerding. Let me nerd.
Chat, write that down. Chat, write that down. It's time. It's time for a little bit of a lesson. A lesson in the last phase. Yeah, so they've completely changed their strategy. That's the most important thing, is they've changed their P2 strat completely. They've changed their P1 strat completely. And because they've changed their P1 strat, their P2 strat also had to move. They're starting the boss in a completely different spot than they were for some of their previous pulls. But the first time they actually tried this new strat, they had a new best. The second time they tried this strat, they made it also into phase 2. If they can consistently make it back into phase 2, that is a huge deal. And so the consistency is going to be the key factor here.
Okay, I'm working on it. Listen.
All right. Do you have the raid plan?
They're pulling, but I have the raid plan.
Okay, well,
then after that, we'll take a look.
Yeah, we can talk about it after this poll. Exactly. Actually, Yips is still dead.
Oh.
Maybe we can talk about it now.
Maybe we can talk about it now. Depends on whether or not we can we have it.
Oh, Yips is back alive.
Okay, maybe not.
I think they're going to be pulling the boss here in a second. It looks like they're all getting into the spot that they need to be able to pull the boss.
We can look at it later.
So some of their movement that's actually being optimized here, where they're actually dropping those icicles, they're allowing their melee DPS 100% uptime, they're allowing their range to not get stuck behind the smoke bomb and not being able to cast on the boss. That is actually an genius move, and actually a strategy that I think other guilds are going to be looking to copy in the future with just the positioning of this fight.
Yeah, and then they're finding every little bit of damage they can possibly, right? Because we harped on it a bunch. We don't know what they're going to do in the long run. Maybe they lust around 45, but probably want full lust value in the final phase. And if you can slowly get used to finding more damage, also using it as a prog tool, it's very important.
It's crazy because they start the last phase and they look like they're just bleeding out anyways. And so then you're like, yeah, you gotta drop a healer. Like, oh my god, how are we supposed to... They're struggling to 5-heal this. How are we even supposed to drop a healer?
I have no idea. Yeah, I have literally zero idea.
That's the big thing that's on my mind as well. But I kind of think about One-Armed Bandit when we first saw the massive AoE damage and they died like flies. And then the second time we saw it, they had all of the cooldowns available and they barely took any damage. Maybe it's just a question of allocating those cooldowns a little bit better that they're working on right now.
You got something against flies?
I'm chilling.
How do you say that?
Died like flies. That's crazy. She hates flies.
No, that's just how that is.
You looked at me. I'm fine with it. Tell you have some weird biases. I don't know what to tell you, man. You don't like wizards anymore. You hate augmentation.
Yep. That's right. I do hate Aug. That's a good point. Thank you,
Clash. Boomkins you hate, but you play it for some reason still.
I don't hate Boomkin. I like Boomkin.
Oh, because they're good again, right?
No, they're not good.
You were just saying to me earlier.
They're worse than AF.
That Boomkin is in the meta comp for M+.
Kalamazi, did you know that this boss fight room is a heart?
I did not know.
Look at the minimap.
That's true. What are they foreshadowing?
Valentine's Day.
Oh my god.
2026.
Mug and C are in love, apparently.
Oh.
I don't know.
Wait a second. Hold on. I think she's cooking.
Is there anything else that? Yeah.
Maybe if we bring them flowers, they'll be less angry. I don't know.
I would assume no one's tried that in the raid. So actually, hard mode unlocked or easy mode unlocked. One of the two, sure. Phase 2 to 30% now.
Write that down, chat. Write that down.
Noted.
Bring flowers for Mug and Z.
Yeah, 2 bouquets each.
That's right.
2, 1 each, and yeah, that works. So.
Hey Mug, I got some flowers.
Oh goodness.
We do a little bit of funny here.
What was our pull count in this boss? You guys remember what your predictions were?
We can bring them up, but I've been ADHD caught in a lot of different things. I asked production for it like 10 minutes ago, and they had it ready for 10 minutes, but we had a lot of good discussions, so we didn't go there.
Co-commentator caught with ADHD again.
Listen, I made a raid plan.
No, that's true.
We had important things to do. Listen, it's fair. A little bit of a stun there, not ideal.
It's okay, you didn't die. That's all that matters.
Now we go to the other side again, right? That's where we're then going to be placing a puddle. That's where we're then going to be placing the goon cages again.
Yep.
So they're going to be dropping this hot mess up against the entrance. That's at least that's where they were dropping it last time. So I would kind of expect that to continue to be the same. I think their phase 1 looks really clean, and so I actually don't know if we necessarily need to change too much more in phase 1 from like a large strategy angle.
Think so.
There might be a couple of micro decisions that are going to be changed up. But in general, I think that the big picture on how you're supposed to do this phase 1 is going to be static for a long time.
Yeah, I like the cadence a lot more of these hot mess soaks before the actual goon cages initially. We do lose Nick here, unfortunately, with that explosion coming up from Siri there.
No one saw that.
Yeah, res is available. It's fine. Get a quick mark back out and you'll be good to go. Have the whole raid buff of that verse effect. We're going to have this spray and pray being cast here, and right after this also on Nick, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah, he should be okay. To clarify, this one also does not break the shield and adds in the back. It has to be the finger gun, which is more of the opposing side's frontal ability.
He got sacked by Hips there because he was in danger. Yeah.
Hey,
to be fair, that was a lot that was happening at the same time. Ulta Nick, he got a little bit unlucky there, so good that they had something in place to save him and figure it out. But here are our cages, and they put like both of them next to the hot mess and then one a little bit out.
Yeah, so we have 3 spawning in here. I mean, this is further off to the actual right side. You saw Drying to get a sign there. Place your port and then go right, reminding him to, hey, get this boss low or get the ad low inside the cage, and then you can port out when you need to, which you'll see here momentarily as well.
I'm curious about the lust here. So this time around, we didn't lust early. They did that in the previous poll.
So I think they sent it on the 4 minutes.
I thought it was 2:30, like 2:20ish last time, actually.
The last time
could be wrong.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right. They
this
actually
time they're sending it later.
They actually did press it on 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I mean, we're approaching that 4-minute mark. If they're going to lust this phase, you probably see it right around 4:10, give or take, to line up with 2-minute CDs.
Yeah.
But it could be an angle if no one's died here yet. We're ahead of a DPS check, and we don't
try
need to lust
without.
here.
Yeah, we'll see.
I would love to see them try without. If they're able to actually beat the DPS check on that energy going into that last phase without the lust, yeah, that is a huge deal because then they're in a good position to actually be able to kill the boss once
they're not
they make it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. So we're going to have these mines spawning in, which you do indeed pop these. The This is the last side we get, though. We need to beat that energy bar to 40%, or it's going to be essentially a wipe here because he's going to be fully empowered, have to swap sides again. We do see the mine spawning here, some soaks coming out. We're going to have this group soak coming in from this hot mess momentarily.
This is the immune set. So.
Oh, this one is here, this group soak, correct?
Yes, this group soak is the immune set that they put in the middle of the room.
There we go. We see this boss's health at 46%, but that energy bar is ticking dangerously close to 100 energy here. I don't think we're going to be able to beat this without a lust being committed here, but it's going to be super close. 44 on the boss. Yeah, we're going to have the last bit of actual tank soaked out here. We're going to have the finger gun mechanic coming in here as well.
The raid's so low,
Spray and pray.
3%.
Oh, this is tough.
I don't know. Here's that lust, but
I mean, you can just swap.
Damage that quickly.
Well,
yeah.
This is what I was thinking. You can just swap here. They actually lusted. So they lusted. We have the carnage going off, but here comes the actual push right now from the actual like magnet being channeled in the middle of the room. So
oh wow, wait, maybe it doesn't
damage.
Maybe it doesn't matter. So it is a big AOE effect like you were talking about to swap.
If you can heal through it, right?
But if you're in your lust and you're pressing all of your offensive CDs, maybe it doesn't matter right there, and so that actually allows them to continue to just do more damage to the boss. And now they get the lust. Most of the value of the lust is in that second phase here.
Yeah, it's actually really, really cool to see that happening there. A bit of a prog lust, but also a relevant damage lust.
Okay.
Charge 2 coming out here as well.
Here's the third bait. The third bait that we had last time was bad. We think that they're going to be looking to try to bait it on top of the ad that's in the corner.
Yeah, go to the metal side. That's where we're wanting to go, but he goes in the other direction.
Oh.
I mean, you can
maybe
pull
it's intended.
It might be. You can move him back in position before he begins those bomb spawns. I'm pretty sure. And here, boss also at 27% here already. Just to clarify, no one said yet. Wolf does go down. Unfortunately, we have a res available.
Here are the mines.
The raid's super low. But here come mines. You're going to be popping these mines here in a staggered fashion. And right after these mines, you're going to have the boots coming in, and then the goon cages.
Okay, so
super. Oh my gosh, it went so low.
We missed a soak.
We
missed a soak. No, man, we missed
kicking on his back right now.
Well, okay, so if we actually get those soaks like you're talking about, we get the goon cages, and then we get the
frost boots.
Yeah,
the
frost boots. The frost boots and the hot mess, like all in a row. I think we take 10% more off the boss.
You probably do.
That was.
Okay, I got the raid plan.
That was sick.
That was good.
That was a very good pull.
And just to clarify before you go into the raid plan here, I was curious as to why they weren't lusting that point before. You can cross over again, but it's more raid damage and a stacking effect in the boss. But if you lust there, you can meet the HPS check on the raid damage coming out.
Exactly.
Then milk more damage with the lust carrying into phase 2 as well.
I didn't think it was going to be healable because they were already going into that last phase super low. But if you actually have the lust there, it's able to carry you a bunch.
Right, exactly.
Okay, let's talk about it. Bring it up. It is unfortunately upside down to our mini-map, but I'm just going to ask you to use your brain a little bit. So here are our our first patches that we put on the floor. Right?
Yeah, okay.
Then this is the second round of patches, and here in the middle, that's the third one that they're placing. And then here is where we start P2. The laser comes out, it's here down the middle, and this is where we start. The second charge goes here, and then the third charge goes back here.
Yeah.
And then they try to get these mines kind of in the middle, it looked like, because obviously that laser is still moving, and we're kind of going around here. And then my issue with that is you are having soaks that are in this, and that happened in this try as well.
When are we going to kill that ad, I guess, is like the biggest question, because you see where Mug and Z are on this raid plan. There's an ad that's still active that's like right there. So
from the lightning side, you mean, previously?
It's on the metal side. Yeah,
the metal side,
it's on the metal side, exactly where Mug Z is on the
the finger gun ad?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So when are we going to kill that off? It's
one
kind
of these, right?
Kind of interesting.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, that one.
I don't know. I don't know the cadence of abilities, actually. It probably is towards... It's probably after you break the 4 goon cages, he gets a bit more energy, which doesn't really matter a whole lot in this phase as much, but it probably begins being cast around 90 or 100 energy there, I would assume. Maybe.
So I think this spot for the mines is really good, but I feel like for the soaks, you would much rather be over here or, well, over here, but that's not possible.
So the lightning... Yeah, exactly. The lightning
Then you have all of this for your soaks.
The lightning's cutting your room in half a little bit below, like right there is where
it'll be here.
Yeah, is where the lightning is cutting it.
Once the mines come, it'll be like down this line.
Is it rotating that way or the other way?
I thought it was rotating.
It goes this way.
I thought it was rotating this.
It goes this way.
I mean, you want to be in a spot where they're not going to land in like the other side of the actual beam, right?
Yes, that would wipe you.
Well, you can blink or port through it, but you don't really want to have that happen in the first place, right? So
you're sacking yourself basically if you're doing that.
I mean, sort of, yeah, in a sense, right? That's tough. I mean, they're getting back to that point, though, right? I mean, that Lust placement was really good. I like that a lot, actually. They're getting consistent, too.
So that's the third pull in a row that they've actually made it to that P2.
Yeah.
Which, basically, the moment that they started implementing this new strat, they have all 3 pulls that they've done it, made it into that last phase, and made it actually deep into that last phase. A new best at 25.1%. And I think that if they were able to get all those soaks from those mines, 10% more could have came off the boss pretty easily.
I think so too. You're going to see a deep, not a DPS check, but a semi-significant drop in the boss's health when they can meet that bomb soak and maybe get through those goon cages. It'll be sub 20, sub 15 probably, yeah?
Yeah.
Is chat liking our raid plan?
Chat likes the heart shape of the room, yeah. It's very nice.
Very good, very good.
They're all lovely individuals.
Why'd you say that like that?
I love chat. They pay my bills.
Shout out chat.
Well, we are waiting for... yeah, thank you very much. I love this. I don't know why it's not like that. At raid plan, please turn the map upside down. But this is how it would look
there
normally,
we go.
right? Like,
but I feel like
here's your first charge, and then you go like here, and then you go like here, and then you have to cross here because the laser is going this circle.
Okay, but I feel like I look at the room in the normal orientation, right? Like I feel like I look at the room as you come into the room.
It's actually tripping me up because I'm seeing it the right way.
Yeah. So I feel like I look at the room whenever it's just based on the orientation of when I came into it. So I think that how raid plan has it is how I would normally look at that.
Oh.
Okay, fair.
The
but
room
the mini map is the other way around.
Well, the room is called Tower of Spades, apparently. So that was a spade, right?
It's a heart to me, but we are going to be going to a Monster Energy listen-in and see what maybe the Raiders call it. I don't know if they're talking about that, but we'll figure it out.
The monks to go on the other side. I don't know if... But it has to be
Is it just the gun side?
Yeah, the gun side, I assume.
The other side's magic.
Yeah.
Is that for every set or just...
That's his right arm, by the way, his right arm.
I don't know, I gotta test it. And the big thing is, like, I didn't lose the 90%
If you lose your buff,
yard.
then you die.
Yeah, but if, like, for some reason that doesn't proc it, then you could just always go through it.
One second. So you would have to do an entire phase. You don't get the finger guns until like the end after the trails.
You would have that entire phase to do the extra damage, and then you wouldn't have those guys.
Yeah, that is what we were potentially planning on doing. It's just like that's like really fucking hard and also not necessary. If you wanted to remove the bots before the last phase, you would just always want to end on the other side, and you'd push right after a finger gun and killing the bots. However, that means you'd have to make the 40% push without lust by doing 3 sets of jails instead of 2, and that sounds insanely hard. Like, / probably not doable.
I think we have this easy if we just do what we're doing, range just still swap, and it's free.
Yeah, we'll meet the check. The problem is the healing for that fucking phase is rough with those.
Yeah, actually, if we have lust for that,
yeah, you lost the mines.
I'm pretty sure that'll help a lot.
You were saying
lust in the mines will make it insane.
Like,
yeah.
we had lust there to heal to that intermission. We barely lived. I
We should
don't
have
think
someone's
we can,
GG
like,
there.
reasonably live this intermission.
No, the reason we lusted and barely lived is because we had a 6 stack. That's not what's gonna happen, right?
Yeah, but we were just getting fucking with 5 stack early.
I don't think we're gonna die without lust with 205 stack.
Okay.
We've actually done it before. There's like a VOD of us doing it. The only time you guys died was when the boss charged 40 yards away from where you were pre-baiting, and then you had to run to it and you died to the boss spinning. That's what happened. Killed all the mages and 2 healers. You guys were fucking giga healthy. One thing I do want to mention about running around the circle though, like just looking at like baits here, bro, if anyone is fast enough to do this, like mages stand in the back, bro, if you're fast enough to do it, standing to the back and rotating, if you're fast enough to do it, is so good for everyone else. Like if mages can, like, if you guys are blinking this, for example, like just being back here, blinking across, blink, 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 shimmer, shimmer, whatever the fuck you guys do, like just having less circles in melee and having less, like both circles, like the bots targeting and the other circles is going to reduce damage by a lot if anyone is capable of doing it. That's all I wanted to mention.
Fucking blink, shimmer, altar, warnstone, fucking blink, blink, blink.
All right, let's keep getting better.
I got a displacement there. I have fucking.
Ranged are no longer swapping to that ad that has the damage amp at all. We are hitting boss and cleaving it down during the mines.
And Fortis. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure you guys are like sending CDs into that ad too. Or I think so. Someone did. I don't know how fire mages work though. I think they're just kind of in CDs all the time.
3, 2, 1.
Fire Mage is getting nuked, actually.
Siri can explain Fire Mage. Yeah, you get hit by every mechanic and you don't die because your class is broken.
Yeah.
Dude, you did not expect that to happen, did you? You got smoked. 8 mines. Off the ground. Don't get hit. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Nowhere to run now.
W. Tank soak goes to the left. Obviously middle first. It's the thing after Mr. Chopper. Wolf Disco, you're eating shit. Good. Okay, frontal goes right. Okay, dirt.
Come on, Mark, you got this.
Dirt.
Great.
Feel like it didn't hit 100 there, so whatever. Dirt.
I love dirt.
Fuck it.
Bubba, can you
Doing this one, Natty.
be in charge of looking at something for me? And you have to be here every pull for it. Are you ready for your task?
Up.
Sure.
Okay, you have to look at our damage going into the last set of mines and let us know if we're going to beat the check or if we need to lust early just to see more P3 progression.
Getting the fire.
Cross boots.
Okay, I can do that.
If you need to take a few pulls to like calibrate what our damage should look like, that's fine, but
Yeah.
finger gun. Bro, calibrate is such a sick fucking word, by the way. Range, don't swap to the far ones. Finger gun. Just fucking blast the boss on top of this one. We're just turbo cleaving this, by the way. It probably just dies to cleave, right?
Yes.
Good, and then we move. Giga move, metal. And that next one should just die to getting cleaved on top of the boss here. We could also delay it getting its damage amp, so it like still has a few seconds here, but I think it's just still gonna die.
The gun breaks its damage jump.
W. Okay, mines 1. Pop 2 already. Waiting 3. You let one go off 4. That one's 3, 4. Res Briny 5. Hot mess. Keep going. We'll just lust to see last phase.
I'm just saying, Phil.
Okay, spray and pray soon. This is good. Are you gonna go left? Cool.
Yeah, I'll go left.
Yep. Boom. He didn't do that. Okay, spray and pray going right. I was like 100% certain you were gonna hover. I don't know why.
I didn't have a charge.
Dirt.
Got blocked.
Dirt.
Do we need time spare?
Be nice, actually.
Okay, jail here.
Front left. That's fucking a vibe. All right, frontal here. Okay, everyone get ready for frost boot clears. We're jumping in the hot mess in 3, 2, 1 now.
That's clear.
Killing his Saint is gonna stuck in the wall. Yeah, he can knock, it's fine.
Shut up.
Finger gun. 1.
Okay, shut up.
Riven,
Shut up.
Why are we swinging on the whole rate? Alright, we're down here. We should just die. We should die.
What's happening?
What was that?
What?
He has a noise in
Yeah, read it, bro.
Is that ribbons with the fucking finger guns?
Good morning, bro.
Did anyone else hear the shut up thing?
Yeah, I got turbo CC, but what the fuck?
Yeah, just are we dying or lusting?
Yeah, we can blow them up.
Yeah, it was just blow up. Yep, blow up. What killed?
I was just soaking, and I was just looking 2 of them.
Oh, like without enough DR.
Yeah.
Okay.
My personal.
We also
like,
had we popped something early.
No, I mean, I don't know. I was on one and tried to position to where I wouldn't get knocked into another, but I did on here.
I mean,
Oh, it like instantly knocked into another, you mean?
I got knocked into the one on this side.
Oh, you got knocked instantly. Okay, that's fine. W again. So like here on that pole, Bubba, while I guess I can kind of help you with this.
I was looking at a few pulls.
Could also be a good weak arrow, right?
So the pull that we didn't make it without lust was...
Yeah, 420 was at 49.8 when we weren't making it.
Oh, something's wrong. I clicked the wipe and it didn't go to it.
I think you should take Paradox and again
that's-
into mission.
That's not good.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Might be the play.
It should help. You would hope.
Okay, so the pull we didn't make it. He started the cast of he ended the cast of Uncontrolled Destruction at 52%. So if we can be at like 51, it's free. But like I think if it's like what 52 maybe and up, it's or I don't know what metric are you using? Start of the cast?
420. It's like right when the mines are coming out is when I was gonna look at it.
Okay. So 420 is 49.9% on the one where we missed it by probably 1%.
Yeah. So if it's anything under 49, I was just
anything under 49 and we're chilling, yeah, with everyone up.
Maybe we just PI fired up at
That
like
should be the final.
at 2 minutes, 4 minutes, or who is the best?
Is that better than
But monk and full.
What are our ones right now?
It's monk only, which is definitely not ideal.
That's definitely not good, right? Like, cause monk you have to delay it till 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, it should be me at like pole in 6 minutes and someone else in between.
So can someone else see if they can find our best 2 and 4 minute PI?
Probably Malakis.
Be Dorvan probably.
Dorvan?
Yeah, Dorvan will do it. That's fine.
Thumb.
Oh, good.
Yes.
All right.
Yeesh.
Fuck yeah.
Yes.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, so many toys. Don't die too quick, okay?
Okay, crawler mines, bait close.
Time for demolition.
2, 3, 4.
Nowhere to run now.
Is there Natty talking in the Pro Lab right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Not a problem.
You're going left here? No, fuck, no, we're good.
This one's just
My bad, man.
for you. Light 'em up.
Okay, dirt.
My turn. Gonna grind them to dust. Have at it, Mug.
Fucking love dirt, by the way. Okay, jails.
Left.
Earth Shaker.
Oh, I still knocked myself, GG.
Okay, everyone ready to get in the hot mess? Hopefully he doesn't get picked.
Don't kill, it's fair. It's good now.
I'm gonna make a big puddle, whatever.
Seriously.
Alright, fucking do it then.
They blocked me in, they're getting a puddle.
Wham, by the way. Finger gun?
Make sure this breaks. It's like slightly under the mouse. That's good.
Good. Just cleave this. And metal. Everyone on the metal phase.
I'll handle these punks. Be my guest, see?
Okay, crawler mines here. Bait close.
This joint is rigged to explode.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Nowhere to run now.
W. This is non-immunity. Should I keep calling the person that did the first one? But I feel like the weak chorus.
It's good to call the person.
This one's just for you.
I have to like find the raid frames. I have to like scour for debuffs, but spray and pray goes right, obviously. Okay, and then everyone is in dirt now.
My time. Gonna grind them to dust. Have at it, Mug.
I'm assuming, I don't know yet, but I'm assuming we're gonna have to lust this pull with we had a couple suboptimal things happen. But I'll leave it up to Bubba to call. Jails.
Front left.
Earth Shaker.
Okay, tank knock back into the boot spot.
Oh, needs to break spot.
Okay, boots, jump.
Break star.
Make sure someone breaks star.
I got it.
He'll do it. Fired up will do it. Good. Finger gun in 3, 2, 1 now. And do not swap to that other. Oh, we don't swap to the other. We have to pull the boss to it though. We'll just. That's fine though. Be in metal here. Be in metal. Oh, boss didn't move. That's fine. We'll pull it to it. Just make sure we pull it to it. Okay, crawler mine's 10. We're gonna do it on top of that ad. We're gonna have to.
Yeah, you definitely need lust.
Just lust here. Lust. Okay, don't hit. Don't get hit. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
CD.
Just we can do it after. That's fine. It's gonna pop here actually. That's fine. That's actually we're fucking piss healthy. What does that mean? All right, spray and pray.
Cool.
Okay.
Don't we want to stop?
Same intermission we've done. Pushing.
This is wrong. Whatever. Just play.
Oh, we wanted to be on the other side. Yeah.
It's okay.
I think let's spread this way around to each other.
No matter what, it's just gonna charge the same spot.
Remember the
reposition
paradox.
if you want range. That was hype. We can res him after if we want.
Exactly where I thought that was gonna start.
You can do it outside.
Yeah. We have 2 rallies and a barrier we can use on any of these.
Rush one sec here.
If we drop Scott, we'll do
We
it
should
first.
probably just throw a barrier down for like the mind soaks, even if it hits some people for now.
Yeah.
But he's in his ramp.
What's
though.
drill?
Charge. Last charge,
Yeah,
boys. Last charge.
That one's super short.
Yeah, he wants
It's the exact.
It's the same spots every time.
Yeah, let's do it. Here is
Yeah,
alive.
we're just gonna die to this, but
Mac is alive.
spawn the mines, but don't pop them. I want you guys to get used to the frost boot position, okay?
Remember the renewing place.
Spawn the mines, but don't pop them. Root them, and CC them.
Okay.
Everyone get to the middle hot mess. In 3, 2, 1, step in it now. Good. Now you just take your spots behind a mine. There would just be 1 here to use. We would pop the rest of them. Now everyone get to jail positions. Go to the next markers and just place the jails correctly. That's all I care about. Just place them correctly. Look at the markers.
For your parts.
Exactly. And then the boss would just be in the middle of all of those, and yeah.
Oh,
That's got him
jail hurts.
You like me, bro?
Yeah, bro, you're I'm out.
Get out of here.
Yo, shit, get out of the sub.
Take out Nick.
Instead of a mute
That's a sack, bro. Oh, no, you can't sack. Fuck.
Oh, wait.
You kick. Oh, break the jail wall, bro.
Yeah, we probably have to talk about that hot mess.
Right.
Killed my goon. Coming out.
Half the face left. Scott, run.
Oh yeah, the reason why.
Theory.
Oh, fuck, right into mine.
The reason why I think it's actually a good discard size is because that finger gun right there, you could technically kill some of those shocker ads if you need to.
Yeah, it's pretty fast. Well, no, I mean, the way we're doing it right now is correct, because we would finish those jails, have the boss there, finger gun those ads, and kill the 2 close ones.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, people wanted to start on the other side, but then you wouldn't.
Then that would be the opposite. Yeah, you wouldn't. I mean, you could break the 2 other ones and like rotate into them later, but you wouldn't be able to clear them earlier. Yeah, with like boss cleave. How is that? Is everyone off cooldown for that hot mess? I think they are, right? That's definitely a barrier. Like we buried hot mess
right?
probably.
I think it was a few seconds off.
We want to immune
I mean,
them,
the immunity should be able to soak there, right? Like the immunity should, like the people who
I
are.
feel like if we don't immune it, we're fucking blowing up.
Well, I mean, we can. Is that the one that immunities are up for?
Mine
no, it's not.
was.
No,
like,
it's not. It's not. Or wait, how long was yours off? Or no, it's about the.
My cloak came up like right when we blew up, like at the exact same time.
So you just sent it like a second earlier, and it should be. Would the mage's block be up for that one? Were we just short? Let me see. Wait, actually, I'm probably looking at an old fight. Fuck.
The ice blocked at 4:30. Surely it's not up, or. But let's check the fight.
Welcome back after that Monster Energy listening, and yet another new best try that we saw there in terms of overall progression on this fight.
So yeah, we saw late into P2. It was progression, I would say, by time, but not by percent HP on the boss.
Yeah, they saw the 4 goon cages spawn in. They also saw the hot mess spawning in there, and all the frost arrows were there. They made it to like that prog checkpoint.
Yeah.
Albeit like 5 people died when they baited the boss in a weird manner, but.
Are we lusting for vibes? Like,
Well, we are going to find out, but you know what's also a hell of a vibe? Our Coinbase giveaway. Over at till.gg/Coinbase RWF, you can take part on our giveaways for signed jerseys. I would recommend you check that out. They're super, super nice. I think a couple of the Raiders are wearing them today at least. I saw a bunch of them. I don't know if any of the casters procced it, but with code TEAMLIQUID20, you can also get $20. And if you then fill out the form at till.gg/RWFBTS, you can get the grand prize so long as you're EU or an A. Coinbase is going to fly one lucky winner out to the next Team Liquid race. To all first, get a VIP look at the next race. We have a whole day planned for you, including a bunch of course, iconic activities such as the Taco Bell, such as automatic checks videos. It's all planned. You can get whatever you want. You can have Heidi's
She called it iconic.
I don't know if anything's planned.
It's
There's just a bunch of options you can choose from. It's even better.
Yeah.
It's your day. You choose what you want, right?
That's right. But you have the option. So check that out over on Coinbase. And I believe while the Raiders are currently talking about how that fight went down, we do have a replay ready of how that entire Phase 2 played. Dell's just getting procced.
Dude, I didn't know they were coming back to cameras. I thought they were going to replay, so I sat up. That way,
It's like,
that way I could see. I was like kind of lounging.
Right. Sit up.
Yeah, no,
Lock
it's
in
all
here.
good. All good. All right. Yeah, we're locked in. So yeah, we ended up seeing pretty deep into this phase. It starts at 40%, and then we think that they're actually doing this bait intentional. I initially thought they were going to be looking to bait the boss on top of that ad.
It totally looks intentional.
But there was something that wasn't intentional about the third charge, is that it was a min-range bait, and a lot of people ended up getting hit by
caught it there, too.
Yeah, exactly. It ended up catching Dranako and Fired Up there, and proccing Fired Up's Cauterize, it killed off Dranako, and then it happens again.
That was the first one. Here's
Exactly.
the second one.
This one hurt. Sorry, the third one takes most people out, right?
The third one was the one that took Boomy and a couple other players out. It's going to come in here. And you can see that they are trying to move back there. That is where that charge is getting baited. They're all trying.
Is that Dranako's
They're all trying to
body?
get there, and it charges and insta-goes
Yeah.
and just takes out so many of the players.
Could be on a tank. Could have been baited on a tank that was like standing right there.
It could be, yeah. I almost feel like gating there is, if you're trying to bait that, you can just gate that and bait in a further
So
position.
a bunch of the players did gate here when the mines come. So it
Mhm.
looks like we want the mines here.
I think you do want to spawn the mines in here, in between the actual hot mess pile and the previous goon cages back there. It'll give you a bit of like room to bait the bombs, soak them if you're going to pop them, and then you're going to have those frost shatter boots spawning in. I think right about there towards the end, which you can clear in that fire pool. So it's still a coordinated dance. We're getting there. The pieces are coming together, and there's some kind of picture sort of forming here. I can't tell what it is. If it's a number 1 or maybe number 2, I can't tell you. Are we going to take world first here, or what are we doing?
That's what we're working on.
And that's what I'm hoping for, right? Yeah, there's some kind of picture coming together. It's a close race.
Yeah, he's not Picasso. He doesn't.
I mean,
Oh, he's actually called Leotardo.
supposed
He
to be
made that
painting,
name
actually.
up himself.
I'm sorry. What was the name?
Well, we looked at a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Transmog.
Oh.
And Kalamazi rips the, oh, that's Leotardo. And we all know the great artist, Leotardo.
Okay, his name is Leonardo, I think, right? The turtle, something like that?
Yep.
But I confused it with
You may
Phil.
also know him as Leonardo da Vinci.
I confused it with Phil Leotardo from The Sopranos, all right? And I got a little mixed up, all right?
I'm sorry. What am I listening to?
Okay, it was like day 5. We got a little caught up in stuff. Now, you know, it's. I think that's my new character name, actually.
Well, Kalamazi does paint a person every single time we hit a charity goal. He did paint THD, which notably is the beautiful painting behind us. So I guess Leotardo is just your artist tag now.
I guess. I mean, I haven't painted anything yet, actually, but there should be some paintings in the queue.
I think we're getting closer to that 20,000 charity marker, which would be the next one.
I think we're over 20,000. So I think the TCG unboxing is tonight during the After Dark show.
Oh wow, that is crazy.
Oh, I'll be here for that then.
Yeah, we are over 20,000. You guys are insane.
I hope we get the Feldrake.
That'd be sick, actually.
The Feldrake that was released.
Yeah, I don't know what box it's in, but I'd love to get that. That'd be sick. Let's go.
Did we read these out yet, production? Here's a request that I think Tettles should hear.
Okay.
Dark Tierks donated $145. Said, love the casters, love the race to world first. Tell production I want to turn that sucker around for you.
Oh,
turn that sucker around.
There's some fill for you right there. Oh.
turn that sucker around.
Turn that sucker.
Where's the beat? Oh my god.
They clipped me speaking in Don Vito yesterday, but I haven't heard it play back. I think they lost it. If they have it, they'll play it right now. I don't think they have it. We're trying to pronounce German words, tongue twisters, right?
Yeah, we did. That was good. That was very fun.
I think they lost it. Good, thank God.
I didn't know a car like that. What are they going to do? They're going to take it to the truck. They're just going to have it to the truck themselves.
That's how that sounds.
That's actually. Yeah, we're going to the Galoon. Yeah, exactly. I know what it's from. I'm too old for this. My gosh. All right, Tettles. So actually here, now I'm interested.
Yes.
Do we have our pull counts?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The 80s strikes again.
An ancient throwback, perhaps.
Yeah, because.
Yeah, let's take a look at our pull count prediction production. Thank you so much for holding that ready for 2 hours for us.
65. I think this is like pull 65 right now, Tettles.
I think I'm going to be closer to the actual number of the boss kill
we
than
are.
I have bad opinions.
I will say I might have been swayed by the Tindril experience very recently. But I don't think 200 is like out of the question for a penultimate boss.
Yeah, I mean, but if the boss got killed on pull 120 or something.
Is that what you would predict right about now? Like, if you were to make a new prediction based on what we're seeing thus far, would you go 120?
I'd probably go around 150.
I think 130 is like pretty solid.
130 to 150, probably somewhere in that range.
Right, yeah.
But, I mean, even if it died at 120, that would still be closer than you guys were, just in terms of pull count, although I did guess 65, so I look like a fool.
Kalamazi had 222. Wouldn't that be closer if it was like 230 than what you have?
I think it's at 130.
No, I said if the boss died at 120, then I would be closer to him.
I think
because I'd only be 60 away, and he
is
would be 100 away.
Solid. Honestly, it might even be higher than 130. The last 15% of this boss is probably gonna be hard to find damage-wise. Like,
I think so
you
too.
still don't know if you can 5 heal it. I mean, I assume you probably can. They probably run the numbers like internally, but this definitely seems like it's tuned for week 2 gearing and not week 1, like One-Armed Bandit was. If that's the case, 5 healing his fight seemed a little sketch, but I mean, they've obviously run the numbers and they probably know what's up.
I fear Nick might not be healing right now.
Ah, there we go. You caught it. Good job. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah.
I don't know why he's only doing 400k HPS. He's probably just like purely in cat form trying to DPS and do as much damage.
Could be.
Quick production. Hit the Nick POV.
I was gonna put that in your can't figure out because you're the druid extraordinaire here.
Oh,
we're wrathing. Oh, we're a chicken form. Oh,
chicken.
Even more handsome.
Yeah, that's something. A good POV of those baits right there, though. That was good.
It's very rare. It's kind of like Battle Shaman.
I want to know where he is on the damage meter, but he doesn't have that function of always show me enabled, because obviously he's not a DPS player.
The sad news is he's probably still losing to the Mistweaver monks because they do a lot of damage.
Well.
But if you factor in the fact that he brought Mark of the Wild, then he's probably beating them handily.
Yeah, I mean...
Is that how that works? You count it into your own DPS?
You should.
Yeah, why not? It's the same as like augmentation invokers, right?
Sure,
Yeah,
sure.
It's R damage. All R damage. Yeah.
That's right, that's
You
right.
sound like a priest right now.
It's R damage, yeah.
That's my PR.
Remember that debate we had for a few weeks about PI giving damage towards the priest in meters? That was terrible. I can't imagine. That would have been horrendous. Thankfully, you know, that would have been terrible.
Somebody mute this man.
You were the worst person I know, I think. All right. So yeah, Nick was actually trying to do as much damage as he reasonably can to the boss. I think it's because they're going to try to push that lust right as they're going to be looking to push into that phase 2, press that lust right there. Maybe they have to take the boss over the mid line and tank that with all their cooldowns and defensives and stuff like that. I think it would be just optimal if they were able to push it without having to take it over the energy, but
yeah,
it's kind of a wait and see situation because Nick here has been heavily optimizing for damage. I think he was full DPSing for the first minute, maybe even minute and a half of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, if you can make any bit of extra damage relevant, it's definitely worthwhile. It probably is the best point to lust. I mean, when the boss is doing his just 3-charge spin, you probably get the most value-added damage there anyways, as long as it lines up with the cooldowns properly with that lust point. Going into phase 2, that is, right? Because it's the barrage of mechanics past then. You've got like the actual frost soaks with the actual bombs coming out, 3 or 4 gal cages, goon cages.
I think it's around the 6-minute mark, so it should be
I think it is roughly, yeah. But I'm not sure the exact timestamp.
Wouldn't cat weaving do more damage single target than chicken?
I don't know.
Oh. I'm a bit surprised by that. But maybe there's like something here that I'm missing. Maybe, to be fair, this fight as a melee is a little bit cursed. Maybe that's it.
It tends to be better damage, but like you know, Moonkin weaving might be better single target. I'm not really sure.
Nick's also been baiting the swaps with Malarkus a bit too. I've noticed.
But I think there might be a reason where they need him as a range.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It might be that. Like if Malarkus gets chosen for the actual, what's it called, the soak, the hot boom, whatever it's called. The
hot mess?
Yeah, hot mess. Yeah, if he gets chosen for that, he's essentially the person swapping the actual phase. So Nick can stay back and swap that instead. I think Fireup's been doing it a bit as well, but it could be maybe of a ranged emphasis still.
Might be a needs mass root type of situation. You see he has mass root talented, so he needs to be up the right side of the tree as opposed to going into the cat weaving stuff on the left side.
Is that a cat joke?
No, it's like
no,
it's like a
right side of the tree. Their talent tree is.
It's the talent tree.
I figured, but I thought you were trying to go
There was a pun there that Tettles didn't even realize.
I don't get
himself.
it. I'm not
All
very,
right.
I'm just not very funny, Kalamazoo.
The cat tree. It's okay. We don't need to be funny because we're going into phase 2 now, Tettles. So sit up and lock in. Here we go. Right. So we have indeed. We actually have not lusted yet, and look at this push here. We are Lust is committed right now.
We're trying to beat the energy bar. We really don't want to take the boss over to the opposite side. Okay, so yeah, we beat the energy.
We did.
Perfect.
We lusted right before the actual push there, so it's about 5 seconds less carrying here. That's okay. This lust seems arguably almost optimal with the boss running and charging 3 times for a lot of big damage coming out from players here.
We're on the opposite side, but it doesn't really matter. We're going to be seeing the same kind of movement, I would expect. So first charge, second charge should probably be going forward as well, but we're baiting backwards.
Yeah, right here. This should be right, and I think we're going to bait towards the dirt side here possibly. Oh, the counterclockwise beam.
Dude, the fact that there's no grace period on to be able to tell.
So tough. It just goes. It also is never in the same position, it feels like. It just starts at some random position.
That is so troll that there's not like half a second where he like winds up.
Are you always like safe behind him? Is that it? Like in front and behind him?
I have no.
We'll need to maybe in the replay.
It takes out half the raid every single time. Like, I don't even know what you would do.
Quite crazy.
But it depends on the angle he charges, right? You can be behind him, but if he charges like at a weird diagonal angle, it might clip you, depending on how
I want to take a look
right?
again. If it's just like, if you're exactly in a line behind and in front of him, you're fine, and it's just the wings that are an issue. But we are going to be getting another look at kind of that phase that they have in progression here.
Progression!
We are seeing the mines, and those are supposed to get hit by the icicles, which you saw there for a second, and then they turn into big ice blobs.
Bloodlust. I mean, Bloodlust got pressed on the boss. Now it was a little bit of a weird time, so it looks like the Bloodlust is going to be pressed around the 5-minute mark, which is a bit awkward for offensive CDs, but the Lust is a very powerful cooldown whenever you have all 20 players alive, and I think that point of the fight is probably just the best time to press the Lust, generally speaking, because you have a bunch of time where you can just tee off on the boss. You're not running around, nobody's trapped in a goon cage, so it just makes sense that that's the time that you're pressing it.
Right, around the 6-minute mark, you have the bomb spawning in, which leads into the frost boots, as well as the mines being soaked, and the 4 goon cages come out. So, like you talked about, you have pots at 5-minute mark. If you're potting on pole, it does mean you're having some bit of extra damage there. Likely, all you're doing is running around and just kind of like moving around the boss's rotation, and you're not expecting half the raid to get cleaved down from his charge and pray, or charge, spray and pray, whatever he's doing, right?
I don't even know like how you're supposed to position, because Nick, I didn't even feel like Nick was even in a bad spot.
Yeah.
And the moment the boss's charge landed, okay, so you don't know where the boss's charge is going to land. You know approximately where it's going, because you see like where he's angled, but you don't know how far he's going.
Right.
And so Nick was just standing next to where he landed, and then just immediately died. It's just like, well, that didn't feel very fair.
We're going to be seeing how it works out in the next polls. To me, it feels like you just cannot be along the line of where he charges, and it's a bit weird because your initial reaction is to get closer to the boss, right? Especially as a melee. And so you're like walking alongside him, and that is just something you apparently cannot do. You need to like stay right behind where he charges as soon as you're seeing him lock into a direction. I think that's probably the safest, which obviously is hard, because if you're in the target direction, then you need to get further away, and there's a line that's coming for you.
If you're melee as well, and I mean, we saw Boomy died in this exact same manner.
Yep.
If you're a melee, you don't want to be like min baiting, or like you don't want to be like off the boss. You want to be
right.
But at the same point, to guarantee that you're safe against a min-sized bait, you need to be like away from the boss, and it feels really awkward because
it feels very punishing.
Yeah.
For sure, I agree with that. I think the only way, based on what we've seen thus far, to handle this is if you stay behind him, if you're a melee, because I don't think you can run along him. It takes out so many players.
That camera POV was weirdly cinematic. I don't know what's going on over there.
They're trying new stuff.
This is a high quality.
Don't mind it.
I know we're not used to it from our own streams, but we spare no expense here.
That's right.
None.
I can't relate.
Yeah, me either. It's okay, you know.
Well, we are getting set up here. Everybody's walking back to. It is a heart. I'm calling it a heart, to the tip of the heart, and that is where we've been pulling from. So should be starting anytime soon.
What are you laughing at, Thomas?
I'm laughing at you. You had the biggest grin on your face. You just like
For what?
made a gesture whenever she said tip of the heart. You just go.
I didn't do anything. Tittles, you're crazy.
See, sometimes
I'm being gaslit live on Twitch.tv. It's crazy.
Oh, goodness.
Television. We are polling, though, and this is yet another poll. We've been getting a lot of good progression in, not only in terms of HP, but also in terms of seeing what that phase 2 holds. But of course, we've only seen the very start of it. We don't know what comes after that.
They've been
where
pretty
that end rate
consistent.
sits.
We've been very consistent, yeah, and typically a food buff does indeed bring a bit more consistency, some better pulls.
That's true.
Dinner time is sort of soon. We have not had
Love
dinner
the
to
food
clarify
buff.
yet, but yeah, I would expect them to go a bit longer here if they're getting these consistent deep pulls, right? Disco dying on pole, probably not the best. We do have Reds available. We can get him up. Might mean we're committing Lust a little earlier than we usually expect here, but regardless, I mean, committing Lust earlier in phase 1 as of right now in this pull count is not the big of a deal, because long term, we talked about it, damage will come up a bit. We're not sure where you even want Lust 100%, but still getting into phase 2 and just seeing the overlaps and trying to get past that is still a point of progression. Health matters, but it's not like it's the end of the world right now.
I think Soak Rocket, by the way, you and I were talking about that during one of the listens. I think it has to do with the hot mess.
Okay, that could be.
Just looking at it, it seems like it has to do with the Rocketeer and the
That could be it, okay.
At the same time.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll have to figure out what exactly is going on there. In the Monster Energy Listen-In, we did see a poll that went quite a bit further in terms of spells that the boss does, and there were some discussions around how they should have handled that. So
yeah,
curious. They've been doing a lot of changes to their strat all throughout the progression. It seems like every other poll or so there's something new. So I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't entirely locked in just yet.
I mean, the fight's super customizable, right? You can approach it from a million different angles. I wouldn't even be surprised if later on when more guilds get to this fight, a different strat emerges that might even be maybe not better, but a decent alternative to this.
Like a speed kill or something?
Yeah, like if you have like more gear and you're skipping a third set of cages, something along those lines, right? I mean, when you have fights that are based off of like HP checks or energy checks, look at Gallywix, for example, right? Unfortunately, the rate does go down here from a bit of a odd finger gun turning right there. Looking at like even Gallywix, for example, where he is pushed at 100 energy into phase 2, but phases into the intermission at half health. I think it's actually the opposite. Intermissions.
Huh?
Intermissions.
Sorry, what are you?
Intermissions 100 energy on Gallywix, right? But he phases into phase 2 at 50% health.
Yeah.
Point being, there's different checks in these fights to get easier with like more gear and stuff, which might change over the course of time.
Write that down, chat.
It's a puzzle.
Write that down,
These
chat.
two are laughing at each other. I don't even see it happening over here.
Note it. Note it.
I said something that just threw Tetos into a burst of laughter, but I can't tell.
I didn't say anything.
I know you didn't. You were just laughing
Both
too
didn't
hard.
Say anything.
Yeah, I
We
lost my
just
train of
nodded
thought
and
because
agreed. we're all on the team here. No.
Totally derailed my train of thought, but it's okay. Yeah,
Well,
basically, Gallywix easier than this fight. Noted. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. 100%.
Money
You're
back.
cooked.
Money
Betting
back
on that?
guarantee.
That's not a true thing.
If you lose, you're coming with us to the bull riding.
I was lying.
I'm sorry. What? Bull riding?
Aya and I are doing a mechanical bull riding competition.
Yeehaw.
I'm not going to that. No,
gonna
no
be great.
shot.
Why?
For charity. We did that as our 17K charity goal.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
We both never done it, so it's just a fun little idea. You know what else is a fun little idea? Heading over to Coinbase and signing up. Teal.gg/Coinbase RW. You know, I love it every single time Tettles looks at me and expects something, and it's like, you should know what's coming by now.
Yeah, cheesy segue to our sponsor read.
I love our sponsors. I think they're great, and they're supporting our events, so you should love them too. Teal.gg/Coinbase RWF, and you get the code TEAMLIQUID20, $20 just like that. And you also can win our grand prize.
And free 20.
Yeah.
A little bit of money coming in, no problem there.
Exactly. You don't even have to necessarily win the grand prize. You could just get $20.
You could spend the 20 during the grand prize if you win it.
That's right.
Kalamazzi trying to get out of he'll pay Taco Bell
My monthly
for us,
$100
but
Taco Bell.
we are back into
Or daily $100 Taco Bell order, yeah. Exactly. Which might be happening tonight as well, let's be honest. It sounds pretty good. But before then, we are indeed back into a poll here. Like we talked about, I would assume they keep polling a bit further into the actual allotted typical dinner break if we keep seeing good polls here. But we are at that point where dinner's looming. I do smell some food. Smells pretty good. But
I smell some food. It's lemon piccata with spaghetti olio and some garlic bread. And beans. Green beans.
Spaghetti what?
Olio.
What does that mean?
I feel like
Spaghetti with oil.
Oh.
But oil?
Oh.
So there is spaghetti alio e olio, that's garlic and oil, and just olio is just oil.
I think she's just saying letters, bro.
She's trying to sound all fancy with us up here, Tittles.
That's what it's on.
You don't gotta try that hard, all right?
It's on the menu. Okay, listen, for both of you, for both of you, it's spaghetti with some oil green beans and some chicken.
Spaghetti with grease.
Aioli?
I don't know. How do you spell it? No, aioli is like a mayonnaise egg base, I'm pretty sure. That'd
yeah,
be
that's
gross
something
on pasta.
different. It's spaghetti.
Mayonnaise pasta, holy moly. That's a Florida delicacy if I ever heard one.
She's trying to explain vowels to us.
It's not spaghetti alio e olio, it's just olio. I'm just saying. It's very simple. I'm not sorry, you guys don't know food.
Shout out mayonnaise pasta.
It's not mayonnaise. Jesus Christ.
That is diabolical. I can't
Out of hand, both of you.
You know.
Good Lord.
Oh, unfortunately, we do see Trill go down. One res is available. One res closer to dinner, but it's okay. We're getting there. So we are back into phase 1 here. I mean, this is honestly pretty trivial to them. They've gotten, I mean, for the most part, things down. There are a couple of random deaths here and there. I think Trill fell to a spear, I believe, when 2 spears are thrown through the same wall. At times, okay, this is a full wipe, but at times,
energy on
I
the
think
boss.
it was, yeah. So. I mean, they're trying to milk the energy to, like, swapping on 99. So you can get as much damage on the boss. That helps meet the DPS check, right? Without that, I think, 5th or 6th swap at 40%.
Yeah.
If you swap at 95 or 96, it's doable, but you're leaving, like, 2 or 3 seconds on the table if you swap early, before 99 or before 98, right? So it's going to happen every once in a while, even probably close to a kill. You might see a miss swap When it comes to energy, Malarkus moved later. Maybe somebody forgot the move and just run it back again. But it's part of optimizing your damage in Phase 1. It's part of the reason we're trying to not lust Phase 1 by swapping 899 energy, but
That's
not 100,
right.
because that spells disaster. Just like mayonnaise pasta.
It's actually, I'm getting corrected. It's actually not only oleo, it's oleo. Just so you know.
I don't know what you're even saying anymore.
It's garlic and butter. Well, garlic and oil.
Why do you just say that?
Because that's the name of the dish.
Grease and noodles.
You're not calling pizza a bread with sauce. What do you mean?
I just call it pizza. Yeah.
That's right.
Exactly.
So call it oleo.
Do what you gotta do. I don't know. I will never hear that word in my life ever.
No, yeah.
Again.
I think we're making words up. I think this is probably a bit.
Probably.
Dude, imagine this is a bit.
Well, I mean, it could be.
Do you need me to spell it out for you?
No, I think you spelled it enough. Thank you.
There you go. My pronunciation.
That's right.
Things are spiraling rapidly here on the Team Liquid desk. We're 70 pulls in the Mugsy, and please send help.
We're hungry. Okay, listen. We smell the food. We're right next to the kitchen. It's been a shift, and we are also wanting to get our dinny break.
When are you raiding, Kalamazoo?
About 29 minutes.
Oh,
right. So we got invites at about 15.
We gotta lock in then.
We do. Yeah, this probably could be one of the last few polls before dinner, but I am very happy that we did indeed make this swap from the early goon cages to the actual hot mess beforehand. This happened actually before this stream, or this cast began, but this strat seems to be a lot more consistent, and it doesn't make their damages come up considerably in Phase 1 due to it.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, you see Nick on the healing meter not actually contributing a bunch of healing. He is going to be trying to do as much damage as he reasonably can in Phase 1. The ideal situation is around the 5-minute mark. They're actually able to beat that boss energy situation. They're able to get the boss pushed to that 40% threshold without committing lust, and then they press that lust right into P2, and it looks like they're right on the cusp of having the damage for that while 5 healing. Now, we were kind of talking about this before they swapped to the strat. Are they going to have to 4 heal this fight? Is it going to be a fight where they're going to be looking to drop a healer? Or because Echo at the end of their night yesterday, they were talking about needing to drop a healer to be able to meet some of the checks that they were seeing, but Liquid's coming in with a completely different strat than what Echo was doing yesterday.
Yeah, and it's still to be determined if the damage check in Phase 2 is actually doable. I did throw an accent in there, Tails, just to get you a little happy over there. To be determined if we can meet that DPS check or not. There's a bit of eye level disparity between Liquid and Echo, favoring Echo by about 1.5 eye levels, but it's not as big as it may seem.
So 1.5 item levels, that's a ton of damage. Realistically, that's like a 1.5% DPS on your entire raid. Most of that item level comes from the fact that all of the Liquid people are probably still wearing the 636s with embellish effects on it, such as like the Nerubian embellishment and whatnot, where it seems like the Echo people have replaced it more often than not.
Which Sims, obviously they have their own internal Sims and things. From what I've seen, wearing the lesser eye level gear does provide a bit more damage, but a bit less stamina, a bit less survivability.
It's not like a lot more damage, though.
Right. It's almost, not to say negligible, but to a point where it might be considerable to do if you're like in almost a net neutral point if you're a DPS, right?
Yeah.
But regardless, either way, both we do believe we have the damage likely to beat that Phase 1 DPS check without lusting as long as everyone's alive. Nick putting in some damage from a healer as well. We do see second hot mess being dropped here, and we should be swapping back over to that dirt side momentarily right after this spray and pray goes out at that 99 energy threshold on the boss, which is getting to be about 93, 95 right now. Should be swapping about now, right there at 99, saving just 1 second before that boss actually enrages on us. We're going to see these 3 Gal cages spawning in here momentarily, which is an increase from 2 in the first set, and every set after this one will be 4 Goon cages, which makes it exceptionally difficult to navigate with the fight progressing into later stages with doing more damage as well. 1 being put on the right side of the fire right here, the other 2 being placed around the boss for a bit more saved room. As far as the later fight goes on, we have a lot of classes being in these actual cages as well that can teleport, circle out. You see Splat in here is going to demonic circle out momentarily.
Yeah.
Boom, we can hop out here as well to Transcend.
They've also Void Elf, swapped a lot of their players to Void Elf as well, who can.
Those that couldn't port. Right?
Exactly. And there's a couple of situations where if a player gets targeted that actually can't get out of these goon cages, they can commit things such as the rescue or the life grip to be able to get the player out of the cage. Now, it is like a frame-perfect rescue, a frame-perfect life grip, but it is certainly possible, and it's being done fairly regularly for players who don't have a Transcendence, they don't have a Warlock port, they don't need to be in the cage just generally, and so those players, they have a specific situation set up for them where they are able to make it out of that cage.
That's right, and we do have one more of our hot messes to place down. That's going to go right in the middle. That'll be the last one, and then that is where we're trying to phase. The phase should be entered before the boss reaches full energy here. There's still a little bit of time, but we did lose Siri here.
Oh, Dranaka going down to... I think you just like...
We have another battle rest.
I'm pretty sure you're going to have to
just
ship
came up.
This Bloodlust, though, with 2 players going down.
If you live this immunity soak, you can, but it might even be worth, depending on how this damage is spread among the raid. We do lose Sang here. Draini goes down. Yeah, this is going to
It's going to be a full wipe.
Well, that's a dinner break.
I think that's a good dinner break, honestly. Yeah, we'll see what they do. We still are basically at that phase 2 threshold here, though, at 43%. Not going to make the push, but not a super early wipe. We'll see what they want to do, though, right?
They might just want to send another pull. It's one of those things that you don't really want to stop for the dinner break if your pulls are super good. You don't really want to kill the momentum that you have. Of course, you're going to need to stop and take that break at some point to be able to get everybody fed and to just start feeling better. But if you're really in a good rhythm and everybody doesn't feel like they necessarily need that dinner break yet, you could probably push it back somewhere in the order of like 30 minutes.
Yeah, possibly.
Well,
right into my raid time. Let's do it.
We're waiting. We'll see if they are willing to do another one. Usually dinner is around 7:30. It's now 7:36. And they could put that break timer up at any moment, or we could be going again here for one more.
I think it'd be nice to gather some information on what Phase 2 looks like past that set of goon cages, maybe a bit further on before dinner, but it's asking a lot, too, with a fight like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty hard pull. And yeah, like you see right on screen here, a 40-minute break has been engaged. That is going to be the dinner break for Liquid. They've honestly, during our casting block, the first pull they did during our casting block, they immediately swapped up their strat. They were doing like a similar strategy to Echo, and they completely changed it up the first pull that they did whenever we were casting, and then they started like tanking the boss at the top of the room. They were dropping the goon cages in a different spot, and they have been able to like really accelerate their progression since swapping to this new strat.
It looks good. I like it. It's very fluent. It's just getting through that Phase 2 nasty overlap, and obviously the boss charging is ridiculous. Maybe we can figure that out.
Getting stuck in the cages and being forced to have an ability to be able to get out of those cages feels like an unintended way of dealing with that entire mechanic.
It does.
And I would kind of expect it to get changed at some point in the future. Now, I don't think it's going to get changed for progression for the Race World First.
I agree.
But as time goes on, I just don't see that as being something that's going to continue to maintain this current state.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but as we are approaching a dinner break and players are slowly but surely walking towards the kitchen, you'll see them pop up. That's Kai, that's not a player.
He's a player at heart.
He's our production guy, he's our sound maker, but we will see more and more of them come through. And of course, we will also eventually take a little dinner break, but before we go there, I know Twitch chat is probably already spamming it. We will have our marbles coming up in just a little bit. Not yet. Hold your horses. Not yet. Before we go there, we have to decide what we're actually giving away.
Spin the wheel!
We have a wheel to spin that decides what you're actually marbling for, and then all winners of the marbles additionally get entered for an Area 51 PC giveaway presented by Alienware. That's a beast of a PC. Features one of the new RTX 50s, a 5080 to be exact. So production, if you are willing, I would really like to hear the sound of that wheel go pop, 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 pop.
Can you make the sound for the wheel, Cal? You get a big whiff. I don't know, a small whiff.
All right.
Holy moly.
$50 store credit. With that, you can head on over to our shop.
Oh, gotta get
TL.gg/RWF. If you want to check out the apparel, it's shop-wide, so you can buy any of the collections, but I would recommend you buy the Race World First one, I'm just saying. And with that, I believe we are going to be starting the marbles very shortly. In order to participate, you have to type !play, but only after the marbles have opened, okay? I know I am asking for a lot here, but you will need to be just a little bit more patient. They're spamming.
They're not listening to you.
I already entered.
I'm spamming it as well.
Boost.
! Boost to actually go faster. It's a proven tried and true strat.
Whatever you say, we're going to be thanking our sponsors. So thank you so much to Coinbase, our presenting partner, as well as Honda, Secret Lab, Monster Energy, Alienware, MyBlue, RaiderIO, Wowhead, Warcraft Logs, the DungeonDojo, and our charity partner, the Pasadena Humane Society. We'll see you right after that dinner break, and good luck in the marbles.
Sick.
Oh, hey, Bubba. Stop messing with that. It's for the Alienware Area 51 giveaway.
Okay.
It's okay, man. We'll get more loot in the future. Max.
Coming.
Want to win an Alienware Area 51 PC? Come play marbles with us at twitch.tv/TeamLiquid during the Race World First.
Listen, we need to have a conversation about apparel. The fact is, you signed a contract guaranteeing certain concessions. One of those being a spot on this broadcast.
Well, that's where I see things differently. Contract or no, I will not sell out for an impeccably designed and high-quality t-shirt.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but that's basically the nature of the race.
Maybe I'm wrong on this one, but for me, the race doesn't include selling cozy 100% cotton hoodies with graphics specifically designed for this race.
Oh, this is cozy.
Max, you know what I'm talking about, right?
It's like people only do the race to sell t-shirts. And that's just really sad.
Fun, sporty, hatchback, hybrid.
We did it! It's perfect! This Civic is powerful and fun to drive. The ultimate mount.
Honda mounts are magical.
Check out how cool MyBlue is.
Mine's way better.
Think your blue can beat ours? Prove it. Complete quests to get points and customize your blue. Maybe you'll see it featured on the leaderboard. Join MyBlue now.
Huh? What? Okay. Hey, Bubba, I thought you said we fixed the goblin portal problem. Man.
No one is ready.
Ciao e buonasera bambini. Today my grandson has to look this race for the army. So we're gonna look that now. So it look like they go round and round. That one is looking like goes, I think, called Nanoshi, and he's going to run in the turn. You see that one come the left side, hit him on the left side, and now he go in the right side. What's the name? What's the name, that one? Bello, can you make big for me? None. Oh, never mind. He go hit out on the left. So then that one is going down in the tubing. Go real fast. What this game is called? What this game is called with the army? I don't know. So we're gonna keep it going. The left and the right this time go in the circle spiral. It look like who is winning. How can you tell it who is winning? I don't know. But we're gonna look. Lots of army in this race right now. Oh, one go ahead. I don't know what is the name. Oh, him, they don't have in the name, that one. But oh, number one I see on the left, on the right side. A ver, not that guy no more. We have Conchita. Conchita, I think I grew up in Italy, in my hometown. Conchita was the owner of the store. And Conchita sell me many provolone. Oh no, Conchita is still winning. Oh, I thought he hit a one in the middle. But I think maybe the race is come to the end. And look like the winner is that one whose name Voodoo. Voodoo 613. Is that the win? Oh, that's the last one? All of them winning? But the ones on the bottom, they're exploding. How many winners, how many prizes we have? One prize, so we're gonna have to have a problem. Oh my God. We're gonna have a problem because lot of armies in the bucket. So I don't know how we pick one, but maybe if you look your name in the bucket, maybe you don't win because only one prize we have. Okay? I love you. Buonasera. Good night. This is your Nonna. I love all my children and my grandchildren more than my children. And the winner is Vododo 13. Okay? And he win 0 + 1, so he win the grand prize. And the Raiders eating the dinner, Alienware, Nables giveaway. Okay? I love you. This is your Nonna. Buonasera. The racing will continue when we eat the pasta. Okay? I love you.